Chapter 801. Who? The Jarman was startled and hurriedly manipulated the black mist to block. Clang. The light and black mist collided, producing a metallic clang. The black mist was actually cleaved open, revealing Lucifer, wielding a black long sword, his shattered wings unfurling behind him, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Your opponent is me. Lucifer's voice was indifferent. His figure moved like a ghost, appearing behind the Jarman. His long sword, imbued with the power of death, thrust towards the Jarman's jar. The Jarman hurriedly turned to defend, neglecting Samuel and Balzeb behind him. Samuel seized the opportunity, gathering his remaining power and unleashing a black dragon breath that slammed into the Jarman's side. Balzeb also released his devouring power, entangling one of the Jarman's black mist tentacles. Under the combined attack of three, the Jarman was instantly put on the defensive. He had to contend with Lucifer's tricky swordplay, while simultaneously fending off Samuel's dragon breath and Balzeb's devouring power, his initial advantage completely gone. The black mist's attacks grew increasingly chaotic, and the jar was repeatedly grazed by Lucifer's long sword, leaving fine scratches. Beat! 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 Damn undead! The Jarman roared, but could only fend for himself, his previous arrogance gone, the battle completely reversed. Bombman glanced at the Jarman between attacks and saw him back on the defensive, a thought of retreat immediately forming in his mind. He knew very well that he was no match for Terracin alone, and if the Jarman couldn't come to his aid, continuing the fight would likely mean his own demise. Terracin saw through Bombman's thoughts. She manipulated a jet of water, blocking his retreat, and coldly said, "Trying to run? Weren't you so arrogant when you attacked? Why are you afraid to fight now?" Bombman's eyes flickered, and he secretly conjured a small black ball behind his back. He suddenly feinted towards Terracin, as if preparing to attack again, but taking advantage of Terracin's momentary lapse in attention, he whirled around and hurled the black ball at the wall of fire trapping Jarman. Bang! The ball exploded, blasting a gap in the deathly fire wall that Samuel had conjured. "Jarman, come with me!" Bombman shouted to Jarman in the crater, while simultaneously flying towards the spatial rift. Jarman crawled out of the crater, looking somewhat disheveled. Seeing the gap in the fire wall, he disregarded Samuel and the others, and hurriedly followed Bombman. The two moved with incredible speed, reaching the vicinity of the spatial rift in the blink of an eye. Terracin wanted to give chase, but found that the residual explosive energy in the air interfered with her water elemental manipulation, and coupled with her previous excessive energy expenditure, she couldn't catch up quickly enough. She could only watch helplessly as the Bombman and the Jarman rushed into the spatial rift, their figures disappearing completely from the divine plane. Terracin slowly landed on the ground, watching the spatial rift slowly closing, and sighed softly. Although he hadn't managed to capture two god-level powerhouses, he had at least successfully repelled the Vade's attack and held the second battlefield. At this moment, the Vade soldiers on the ground, seeing their leader flee, immediately lost their will to fight and surrendered, laying down their weapons. Leviathan and Mammon led the undead soldiers, beginning to systematically receive the prisoners and clear the battlefield. Phew, finally we won. Samuel breathed a sigh of relief, deactivated his berserk state, and returned to his original size. His soul fire flickered, and he looked exhausted. Terracin smiled and said to him, "This is the first time in 10,000 years that I cooperated with the undead. I never imagined that one day I would need to rely on you to preserve the legacy of the Water God Mountain." Samuel laughed loudly. "Ha ha, don't say you didn't expect it. I didn't expect it either. I believe no one expected that the undead would actually ally with the God Mountain. It's all thanks to Annie. That girl always does things that are unexpected." Lucifer immediately said, "Water God, quickly tell Annie about the situation here, so she has an idea and can make the next arrangements. The Waves will definitely not give up so easily. They will definitely launch even more ferocious attacks. We must prepare in advance." Terracin nodded, and immediately informed Annie of the battle situation here through a communication talisman. After completing all this, Terracin said, "According to the previous plan, we need to redeploy our defenses. The overall troop deployment will be roughly the same as before, but next time I be going to Battlefield 1. Lucifer, conversely, you be commanding the battle on Battlefield 2. Lucifer, wiping his long sword, said, "No problem." However, according to Annie's prediction, the Vade shouldn't attack Water God Mountain again anytime soon, but the situation of the other mountains is uncertain. Terracin frowned. This was exactly what she was worried about. Although the other mountains held great prejudice and hostility towards the undead, they were ultimately interdependent. If the other mountains fell, the combined power of Water God Mountain and the Netherworld wouldn't be enough to fight the Vades. I already sent people to gather information throughout the Divine Plane. Some news should be arriving soon. I hope everyone is alright. On the shores of Mirror Moon Lake, Annie watched the servants and undead busily repairing the fortifications, a slightly heavy feeling settling in her heart. She had just received Terrason's report. The alliance between Water God Mountain and the Underworld had achieved a resounding victory. The week-long battle had completely thwarted the first wave of the Wade's offensive, boosting the alliance's morale to unprecedented heights and dispelling the fear of a Wade invasion. However, Annie knew all too well that this victory had been forged in blood. While the alliance's casualties were far less than the Wade's, the losses were real. If the Wade continued their attack at this intensity, even grinding down Water God Mountain would eventually flatten it. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly, the rapid sound of hooves came from behind. Annie paused, turning to see Akeem approaching with a divine attendant. Annie immediately recognized him as the attendant Terracin had sent to scout the other sacred mountains. His return must bring important intelligence. Annie! Akeem leaped from his horse, carrying the attendant in one hand, and brought him to Annie. Annie nodded, looking at the attendant. What's the situation? The attendant straightened his clothes, his face pale, panting heavily, clearly having rushed back without stopping. Lady Annie, the sacred mountains have fallen. Annie's heart sank. She immediately frowned and asked, what happened? The attendant wiped the sweat from his brow. I sent out 32 teams to scout the other sacred mountains and the Sea of Death. A week ago, 20 teams returned with news. According to the current information, the major sacred mountains were invaded by the Wades almost simultaneously, among which Laishanshan and Huashanshan were completely swept away by the Verids. Laishan Bronto and Huishan Jinisa led their remaining forces to seek refuge at Guangmingshan. Fengshanshan fared slightly better, but also suffered a complete rout, retreating to its main peak and the surrounding 12 peaks. It is highly likely they have also collapsed. Guangmingshan was heavily targeted by the Verids, with Soraka single-handedly fighting 3 god-level powerhouses, resulting in a stalemate. Guangmingshan retreated another 100 miles, and should now have joined forces with the Laishanshan and Huashanshan forces. The fortresses of the Sea of Death were completely captured by the Verids, and the Sea of Death has now become a Verid base. Hearing the shocking news, Annie's face grew increasingly grim. In such a short time, both Laishanshan and Huashanshan had fallen. It was undeniable that the Wades were truly serious this time. Without Laishanshan and Huashanshan acting as a distraction, the pressure on Shuashanshan would increase dramatically. The next time the Wades attacked, it wouldn't be so easy. Annie! A voice rang in Annie's mind. It was Burford, who had been stationed at the junction of Shuashanshan's main peak and the Sea of Death, to prevent a Wade attack on the main peak from another direction. What is it? Annie asked. Burford immediately said, I have news on my end. Mount Fengshan has sent an envoy with news from Fengshan, saying they are willing to join the alliance. Annie's eyes flashed with joy upon hearing this. Finally, a sacred mountain was willing to join the alliance. This was a good thing. Once there's a first, there will be a second. If all the sacred mountains unite, they will have a better chance of defeating the Vade. Alright, have them come to Mirror Moon Lake to find me. Half a month later, on the shores of Mirror Moon Lake, a heavy atmosphere filled the conference room of the Alliance's headquarters. Annie, Terracin, and Valenza sat around a large oak table, on which was spread a map of the entire Divine Plane. On the parchment map, the territories of various forces were marked with different colors. Bright yellow represented Mount Light, purple represented Mount Thunder, red represented Mount Fire, cyan represented Mount Wind, blue represented Mount Water, and the inky black represented the areas already occupied by the Vade. The scene on the map was horrifying. The purple area representing Laishanshan and the red area representing Huashanshan were completely covered by black, leaving only scattered patches of color at the edges, like candles flickering in the wind. The cyan area representing Fengshanshan was also largely lost, with only a small patch of cyan near the main peak stubbornly resisting the black encroachment. Only the blue area of Shuashanshan and the bright yellow area of Guangmingshan remained relatively intact, but even these were surrounded on 3 sides by black, like 2 isolated islands in the sea. Valenza, over at Fengshanshan. Terracin looked at the cyan area on the map, about to ask about the details, but was interrupted by Valenza raising her hand. The chief deity of Fengshanshan wore an elegant cyan robe. His face, usually adorned with a gentle smile, was now filled with weariness and sorrow. Only his eyes remained resolute. I know what you want to ask. Valenza sighed softly, his voice slightly hoarse. The Vades have launched a 5-pronged attack on Mount Fengshan, 3 of which are led by god-level experts. Given Mount Fingshan's current strength, if we hold the main peak, relying on the mountain's natural defenses, we should be able to hold out for another 6 months. He paused, a resolute glint in his eyes, but I don't intend to do that. Holding out will only result in the needless sacrifice of Mount Fingshan's servants. It's a pointless drain. Rather than letting them die on fallen land, it's better to preserve our strength for a future counterattack. Terrasen looked at Valenza, her heart filled with emotion. She knew very well that Mount Fingshan had a history spanning millennia. Its main peak not only held countless precious texts and resources, but also bore the faith and glory of generations of people. To abandon such a foundation required immense courage. Alas, what a pity for Mount Fingshan's millennia of accumulation. She sighed softly, her tone full of regret. Valenza shook his head, a hint of relief on his face. Fortunately, I was prepared. A week ago, when you accepted me into the Alliance, I secretly began transporting the core resources of Wind God Mountain, along with the young powerhouses among the divine servants, to Water God Mountain in batches. Now, only about 20% of the ordinary resources remain on Wind God Mountain, so the loss isn't too great. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Of course, this is compared to Thunder God Mountain and Fire God Mountain. Those two really lost everything. Not only were their resources plundered by the Vades, but their lineage was almost severed. Now they can only rely on Light God Mountain to eke out a living. Annie sat to the side, her fingers lightly tapping the table, her gaze fixed on the black area on the map. Hearing Valenza's words, she nodded, a hint of admiration in her voice. To be able to decisively abandon one's base and preserve one's strength before the situation becomes clear truly takes courage. It would be difficult for any other chief god of a sacred mountain to do that. Valenza shook her head with a wry smile, her eyes filled with worry. I only hope I made the right decision. After all, now only the Water God Mountain and the Light God Mountain remain in the Divine Plane, barely enough to fight the Vades. If we fail again, the entire Divine Plane will truly fall. Annie's expression turned serious. That being said, the current situation is still far from optimistic. You see? She drew a circle on the black area of the map with her finger. The Vades have already occupied most of the Divine Plane. By region, they no longer need to go through spatial rifts to directly transfer troops from their occupied territories and invade our positions. This is definitely not good news for us. She paused, then continued her analysis. Conversely, the situation at Mount Light is equally dangerous. You should know why Torok fought Soraka to the death to defend the entrance to the Void Realm. The reason is that the Vades, by opening the Void Rift, also expend a vast amount of dark resources and energy. Even the powerful Vade Empire would find it difficult to sustain such consumption for long. But we cannot completely ignore those weak points in space. Once we lower our guard, they might launch a surprise attack from these places, and then we will be put on the defensive. Chapter 802. Upon hearing this, Terrasen grew increasingly anxious. Looking at the area of Water God Mountain surrounded by black on the map, she asked urgently, then what should we do? Once the Wades discover that Wind God Mountain is deserted and unchecked, they will definitely gather their forces and launch a full-scale attack on our Water God Mountain. At that time, with only our remaining forces, and those of Wind God Mountain, it will be difficult to resist. Annie nodded, agreeing with Terrasen's concerns, but then changed the subject. That's right, the Wades will attack Water God Mountain sooner or later. But through the previous battles, I discovered a crucial piece of information. These Wades aren't entirely united. Although they all accept the rule of the Supreme Leader, there is fierce competition among them. Yes. Didn't the Jarman say during the battle that the first to achieve victory would receive a special reward from the Supreme Leader? Terrasen's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. Yes. I remember, he did say that when he fought me. He was particularly anxious then, because he hadn't been able to take the second battlefield quickly enough, and was worried that the reward would be snatched by others. That's right. Annie slammed her hand on the table, her eyes gleaming with excitement. If that's the case, Mount Water shouldn't be targeted by the Vades for a while. Mount Light is more likely to be targeted. Terrasen and Valenza both froze, looking at Annie in confusion. Terrasen asked, You mean, the other Vades will leave Mount Water to the Jarman and his group because of competition? Because the Jarman was in charge of attacking Mount Water, and the others don't want to steal his credit for fear of offending him? That's right. Annie looked intently at the two of them, her tone certain. The Vades are very competitive. They prefer to seize unclaimed targets, like Mount Light. Mount Water, having been attacked by the Jarman before, will likely be seen as their spoils, and won't be easily targeted. This gives us a buffer. She took a deep breath and made a decision that shocked both of them. So our plan is, to concentrate our forces and withstand the first possible probing attack from the Vades. After that, we prepare to abandon Mount Water. Abandon Mount Water? Terracin and Valenza were both stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Terracin abruptly stood up, his voice trembling slightly. Annie, you're not joking, are you? Water God Mountain is our only base now. If we abandon even Water God Mountain, where will we go? Are we going to rely on Light God Mountain like Thunder God Mountain and Fire God Mountain? Valenza frowned as well. Although he had abandoned Wind God Mountain before, that was when he was desperate. Water God Mountain hadn't lost an inch of its land. Abandoning it like this was incomprehensible to him. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became more tense. Both men's eyes were fixed on Annie, awaiting her explanation. Annie took a deep breath and countered, if you were the Jar people, seeing other teams already achieving victories, while your side hadn't even managed to capture a single stronghold on the continent, how would you feel? Valenza scratched his head. They'd probably be very impatient. Even if they don't get a reward, at least they can't be punished. At this rate, all the other sacred mountains have fallen. Even the Light Mountain has lost a large portion of its territory, while the Water Mountain hasn't achieved anything. It's like a strategic failure, and the consequences could be severe. Terracin nodded in agreement. Yes, I speculate that the Vades want to crush us in one fell swoop. If the Jarmen's strategic mistake slowed down our overall pace, they will definitely be punished. Annie pointed to the 3 battlefields under the Water Mountain's control, and said in a deep voice, that's precisely why the next time the Vades attack, they will definitely go all out. There might even be mid-level god-level experts appearing. This is truly a serious threat to us. It's too dangerous, there's no need to confront them head-on. So, my plan is to cripple their advance force, gather superior strength to injure or even kill the Jar people, and then withdraw entirely from Mount Water God. Terracin frowned and asked, but there are Varids everywhere else too. Where can we retreat to? Annie lightly traced a line on the map. Right here. Terracin and Valenza stared intently, then gasped. The Celestial Library? That's right. Annie's lips slowly curved into a smile. The Celestial Library? It was forged by the power of the Creator God. Even if the Varids are strong, they won't easily breach its defenses. Furthermore, the Celestial Library connects to a small world. Our personnel can hide there. Valenza stroked her chin. You mean the Magic Realm? That's one way. That world is a remnant from when the world was shattered after the War of the Gods. It exists outside this world, its spacetime unstable, so it shouldn't be discovered by the Vades. It could be a perfect hiding place, of course, provided the Celestial Library doesn't fall, because it has a link to the Magic Realm. Annie laughed, yes, so as long as we protect the Celestial Library, it's equivalent to protecting the entire world. The Vades can't do anything to us. Terracin tapped her fingers lightly on the table. I just don't know if Kararis will agree to let us in. He will agree, Valenza said confidently. Now is a time of life and death for this world. He is the only offspring of the Creator God in this world. He will never. We just have to watch this world be destroyed. And nodded. I already discussed this with the curator. He opened the passage and let everyone into the Celestial Library. Terracin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. A few days later, news came from the defense line near Mount Wind God. Robert contacted and through Soul Communication. The Vade on my side are making a move. A group of people crossed the Great Swamp and entered the territory of Mount Water God, but we intercepted them. It seems they're preparing to invade. Anne's heart skipped a beat. Has it begun? Robert, if you can't hold them off, retreat all the way to the second battlefield. Lucifer is waiting there. Robert said, okay, I already sent someone to deliver the message to Lord Lucifer. I reckon he's already prepared. Okay, be careful. Just as the connection was severed, Akeem sent another message. Annie, the Jarman has appeared here. Annie raised an eyebrow. Was the bomb man with him too? Akeem shook his head. No, he led a force to invade from the Sea of Death. I'm organizing an evacuation to your location. Annie immediately stood up and turned to Terracin beside her. They're here. Terracin's expression froze for a moment, then he clenched his fist. Good. This time I make sure they don't leave alive. In the valley north of Water God Mountain, the Jarman led the Vade army deep into the valley, sweeping all before them. The undead army that had been defending the area offered only minor resistance before collapsing completely, being relentlessly pursued. Bravo. Now you know how powerful I am. You wretched undead. The Jarman let out a grating laugh, like the sound of shards of glass scraping inside a jar, utterly unpleasant. Bravo. That wretched woman, Terracin, definitely didn't expect me to attack from here. She only sent a nobody at the chaotic origin realm. Too bad I couldn't kill him, he got away. A murderous glint flashed in the Jarman's small eyes as he looked at Akeem, who was directing the undead army's retreat. Bravo. But it doesn't matter, he won't escape. He died by my hand sooner or later. Then, he spun around, unleashing a billowing black mist. Bravo. All troops, listen up. Chase them down. Slaughter them all. The Vade army roared deafeningly. The strangely shaped soldiers brandished their weapons, shouting incomprehensible words, and charged towards Akeem's undead legion. Akeem never even considered resisting. He was only at the chaotic origin realm. Facing the Jarman would only lead to his death. More importantly, Annie's goal wasn't for Akeem to withstand the attack. Soon, Akeem's group was driven out of Water God Mountain, and the Jarman stopped their pursuit. Wait! Don't think I don't know. Valenza has escaped this way. If Terracin and Valenza join forces, I'm no match for them. The Jarman's small eyes gleamed with cunning. I see what good stuff is in Water God Mountain's warehouse. On the mountain path of Water God Mountain's main peak, the footsteps of the waves were dense and numerous, surging towards the treasure vault at the summit like a tide. The main peak of Water God Mountain was now devoid of its former defensive capabilities. The divine servants had either gone to the front lines with Terracin or retreated beforehand, leaving only an empty mountain, like the gates of a treasure vault wide open, waiting for the waves to plunder. The Jarman hovered at the forefront of the group, his dark red eyes fixed on the treasure trove hidden in the clouds atop the mountain, his gaze filled with greed. He knew very well that as one of the 5 great divine mountains of the divine plane, Water God Mountain's millennial-old treasure trove must contain countless resources. The Vade teams that had previously attacked other divine mountains had already plundered massive amounts of resources, which had long fueled his envy. Now, finally having the opportunity to seize Water God Mountain's treasure trove, he couldn't wait to rush in and claim all the resources for himself. Hurry up! Hurry up, all of you! The Jarman roared at the Vade soldiers behind him, his massive black jar swaying behind him, radiating an aura of impatience. Anyone who dares to delay me from getting resources, I throw them into this jar and condemn them to eternal damnation. The Vade soldiers dared not delay, quickening their pace, and soon arriving at the entrance to the treasure vault. The vault's door was crafted from a single block of crystal rock, intricately carved with water elemental runes. Inlaid at the center of the runes was a massive blue crystal, the very magic lock personally set by the water god Terracin. Forcing its way through would be no easy feat. The first Vade soldiers to arrive surrounded the door, their weapons relentlessly striking the magic lock, but they could only leave shallow marks on the runes. They couldn't even diminish the brilliance of the blue crystal. My lord, this magic lock is too strong. We can't open it. A Vade soldier cried anxiously to the Jarman. By blue. A bunch of useless trash. The Jarman impatiently shoved aside the soldiers, flew to the magic lock, sized it up, and then sneered, that wretched woman Terracin doesn't think she can stop me with this broken lock, does she? How naive. As he spoke, he reached into the mouth of the giant black jar and fumbled for a moment, pulling out a yellowed rectangular piece of paper. The paper was of a special material, with a complex rune drawn in red ink on its surface. A faint black mist swirled around the rune, and energy flowed within it, radiating a chilling aura. By blue. This is a barrier-breaking talisman specially given to me by the Supreme Leader. Even a god-level magic lock can be easily broken. The Jarman proudly waved the talisman, then slapped it onto the blue crystal in the center of the magic lock. Buzz! As soon as the talisman was affixed, the magic lock vibrated violently, the blue crystal burst out with dazzling light, and the surrounding water elemental runes also lit up. A vast amount of water elemental power surged out from the runes and crystal like a tide, trying to crush the dark power on the talisman. However, the dark power within the rune was not to be outdone. As the crystal vibrated, the red runes on the rune suddenly lit up, unleashing a dark power even stronger than the water elemental force, like a black tide that instantly suppressed it. Under the suppression of the dark power, the water elemental force dissipated rapidly like a receding tide, and the light of the blue crystal gradually dimmed. But just as the water elemental force was about to completely dissipate, the crystal suddenly emitted a blinding blue light. Clearly, a self-destruct program was hidden within the magic lock. Terracin had already anticipated this. Once the vault was breached, even if it meant destroying the resources inside, they absolutely could not be allowed to fall into the hands of the Vade. Before dissipating, the water elemental force suddenly contracted, converging towards the center of the crystal, preparing to trigger a self-destruction, blasting the entire vault door along with the resources inside. Forget it, it's useless. The Supreme Leader already anticipated this little trick. The Jarman remained unfazed, a cold smile playing on his lips. The dark power on the rune seemed to come alive, seeping into the magic lock through the crystal's veins. Wherever the dark power passed, the runes and arrays within the magic lock melted away like ice and snow. The previously gathered water elemental power was forcibly dispersed by the dark power, instantly halting the self-destruction process. The light of the blue crystal completely extinguished, and the water elemental power, exhausted, emitted a final, weak hum before dissipating like a mournful cry. Simultaneously, a crisp crack sounded, and a small fissure appeared in the blue crystal at the center of the magic lock. The crack then rapidly spread, instantly covering the entire magic lock with fissures. Ha ha ha! Finally broken. The Jarman roared with maniacal laughter. He violently manipulated the giant black jar, releasing a dense cloud of black mist. The mist condensed into a massive black hammer before him, slamming it against the treasure vault door with destructive force. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the treasure vault door shattered into pieces by the black hammer, sending debris flying and dust billowing everywhere. Passing. The millennial-old reserves of Water God Mountain, here I come. Chapter 803. The Vade soldiers let out excited screams, like sharks smelling blood, scrambling into the Water God Mountain treasury. They brandished their weapons, their eyes gleaming with greed, their minds already conjuring up images of the rewards they would receive after plundering the resources. However, when they actually stepped into the treasury and saw its interior, all sound vanished instantly, their excited expressions froze on their faces, and the entire treasury fell into a deathly silence. The Jarman, at the back of the group, felt a sinking feeling in his heart upon hearing the sudden silence ahead. His dark red eyes narrowed slightly, and he pushed aside the Vade soldiers blocking his way, rushing hurriedly into the treasury. The scene that met his eyes made him freeze instantly. Inside the vast treasury, only rows of empty wooden shelves remained, covered with a thin layer of dust, clearly having been emptied long ago. The hooks on the walls where scrolls had hung were now bare, and the treasure chests in the corners were all open. Not even a single fragment of gemstone remained. How could this be? The man in the jar stared wide-eyed, his dark red pupils filled with disbelief. He took a few steps forward, grabbed the edge of a shelf, and shook it violently, as if trying to shake out hidden resources. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Water God Mountain has a history of 10,000 years. How could its accumulated wealth be moved so quickly? How many people do they have? And where can they take it to? He racked his brains, but couldn't understand it. The resources in the Water God Mountain's treasury, conservatively estimated, would require thousands of people and several months to empty, yet from the time he broke through the Water God Mountain's defenses until now, only 2 short days had passed. How could Terrason have done it? He even wondered if he'd gone to the wrong place, or if the resources were hidden in a secret chamber of the treasure vault. But after carefully examining every corner, even the walls were corroded by black mist, confirming there were no hidden doors or secret chambers. He had no choice but to accept reality. In fact, Annie had prepared to abandon Water God Mountain half a month ago. She had borne store all the most valuable resources from the Water God Mountain treasure vault into the storage space of the soul-severing blade. The remaining ordinary resources were to be transferred by the divine servants in 3 groups, disguised as civilians, towards the 3rd battlefield in the northeast, under the command of Brendaris. Based on the timeline, the first batch of resources had already arrived at the 3rd battlefield, and the subsequent 2 batches were on their way. For the Jarman to catch up was nothing short of a pipe dream. Damn it! The Jarman finally realized he'd been tricked. Black mist swirled wildly around him. The giant black jar shook violently, emitting a suffocating pressure. The surrounding Vade soldiers, affected by the black mist, retreated hastily, not daring to approach. Damn it! It must be that thorny undead. That damned undead, daring to play tricks on me. He roared, turning sharply to the Vade soldiers and ordering, chase them. Find those resources. Kill all the undead and divine servants transporting them. Reclaim what belongs to me. Before his words were even finished, he was the first to rush out of the treasure vault, the giant black jars floating behind him as he sped down the mountain. The Vade soldiers dared not delay, following closely behind. The once bustling main peak of Water God Mountain instantly returned to silence, leaving only the empty treasure vault as a testament to the looting. Down the mountain, Akeem, responsible for luring the Jarman, was leading a squad of undead soldiers, retreating unhurriedly towards Mirror Moon Lake. He glanced back at the pursuing Wade army, a mocking glint in his eyes, and sneered, "With the Wade's brains, they'd probably be played to death by Lady Anne. They think they're so great just because they stole an empty treasure vault. Little do they know they already become lambs to the slaughter." Instead of hastening his retreat, he ordered his undead archers to halt, and turned to unleash a volley of arrows at the Wade army behind them. Whoosh! 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 Arrows rained down like black droplets on the Wade army, only striking a few Wade soldiers in the arms or legs. This volley had no lethality, but it carried a strong sense of humiliation, as if mocking the Jarmen's stupidity. Boo! 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 Those wretched undead? The Jarmen, seeing this, trembled with rage, even their black mist trembling. As a god-level powerhouse, how could he tolerate being provoked by a mere undead character at the chaotic origin realm? Kill them! Catch them, skin that undead leader alive, and make him die 100 times over. The Vate army accelerated, like a black tide, charging towards Akim's troops. Seeing his objective achieved, Akim immediately ordered a retreat. The undead soldiers turned and ran, maintaining a distance that allowed the Vade to see them, but not immediately catch up, gradually leading them towards the Mirror Moon Lake defense line. As time passed, the Jarmen led his army closer to Battlefield 1. Mirror Moon Lake was now faintly visible in the distance, its emerald waters shimmering in the sunlight, and the defensive fortifications on the opposite shore were clearly discernible. Although blinded by rage, the Jarman wasn't entirely irrational. He clearly remembered that the demon leader, Cass, had suffered a crushing defeat at Mirror Moon Lake, failing to capture the defensive line and being trapped by the God-sealing array. More importantly, according to intelligence, there were no god-level experts on this battlefield, yet Cass, a god-level expert, had been defeated so miserably, making him wary. When the army reached the entrance of a valley, the Jarman suddenly raised his hand, ordering the troops to halt. The valley was narrow, with steep cliffs on both sides. Entering it made them vulnerable to ambush. He stared at Akim not far ahead, his dark red eyes flickering with hesitation, unable to give the order to advance. Seeing this, Akim also stopped. He turned around and shouted in the direction of the Jarman, "What's wrong? Big Black Jar, weren't you supposed to be good at chasing? Why aren't you chasing anymore? Are you scared?" The Jarman's eyes filled with killing intent, and the black mist around him churned even more violently. "A nobody at the chaotic origin realm dares to challenge my authority time and again. This is an utter disgrace. Hack you, you filthy undead, just you wait. Once I break through your defenses, I tear you to pieces, and make you suffer the most excruciating torment. I'm afraid you won't have that chance." Akim chuckled coldly, his tone full of disdain. Just as he finished speaking, a rushing sound of water suddenly came from the left side of the valley wall. Guanren was startled and looked up to see a massive torrent of water cascading down from the top of the mountain wall like a waterfall, crashing headlong towards his location. The water contained a dense concentration of water elemental power, clearly controlled by someone. "By, you wretched woman, it really is you." The Jarman reacted swiftly, immediately manipulating its massive black jar to shield itself, while simultaneously retreating rapidly, barely avoiding the impact of the water. The water crashed onto the ground, splashing up huge sprays that soaked the surrounding Vade soldiers to the bone. Terrasen's figure slowly emerged from the water. She stood on blue waves, hovering in midair, the crystal ball in her hand gleaming with a pale blue magical light. Her eyes were icy as she looked at the Jarman. "Jarman, it seems you haven't learned your lesson. Water God Mountain is not a place for you to act recklessly. If you dare take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite." The Jarman showed no fear, instead revealing a sinister smile. His small eyes darted around, and he yelled at Terrasen, "Come on, you stinking woman. I already taken over your sacred mountain. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Besides, even if you're strong, how can you stop so many of our Vade soldiers?" He paused, deliberately raising his voice as if to let everyone hear, "I have good news for you." Just now, Cass and the zombie men launched an attack from another direction. They're attacking your north and south lines of defense. If you rush over now, you might still see their corpses. If you delay any longer, the entire Water God Mountain area will be breached by us, and you have no chance. Upon hearing this, Terrasen showed no panic, but instead revealed a faint smile. "You think I don't know your plan? If it were just me alone, it might be a bit tricky, but now I have help. The three of you can't cause much trouble." The Jarman grinned, his dark red lips stretching to his ears, revealing gleaming white teeth. Wait, the help you're talking about. Is it the Wind God Valenza? Is he hiding nearby too? Too bad, I heard he abandoned Wind God Mountain, suffering heavy losses. Even if he came, he wouldn't be a match for us. Dealing with someone like you, Valenza doesn't need to lift a finger, Terracin said, raising his chin dismissively. I alone am enough. The Jarman narrowed his eyes, not attacking rashly. He knew Terracin's strength. He was no easy opponent. He waited, waiting for news from Cass and the bomb man. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the rear of the column. A Vade soldier, sweating profusely, his armor covered in dust, clearly having traveled a long distance. He rushed to the Jarman, knelt on one knee, and whispered something in his ear, only the two of them able to hear. The Jarman's small eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed the soldier's shoulder and asked urgently, Are you telling the truth? Valenza really appeared on the southern border? Absolutely, sir. The soldier nodded quickly, his tone certain. Valenza, the Wind God, with the remaining forces of Wind God Mountain, attacked our outposts on the southern border and has already engaged our men. A fierce battle is currently underway. Our men have been temporarily repelled, but casualties are few. Bravo! 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 The Jarman suddenly burst into laughter, the giant black jar behind him shaking violently, radiating an aura of excitement. You wretched woman, you're dead this time. Valenza is tied down on the southern border. Even if she wanted to come to our aid, it would take at least 3 or 4 days. Without help, I'd like to see how you manage to stop the 3 of us. Terracin's smile faded, her brow furrowing slightly. What's wrong with you? She activated the crystal ball in her hand, conjuring 3 enormous ice spikes that shot towards the Jarman with chilling killing intent. The Jarman was prepared. He spun around and dodged, the ice spikes grazing the giant jar, leaving only shallow white marks on its surface. By, you wretched woman, your attacks are still so weak. He sneered. You won't be arrogant for long, just wait to die. With that, he suddenly retreated into the giant black jar, leaving only the opening facing the sky. The next moment, a torrent of black mist erupted from the jar's opening, like a black fountain, shooting straight into the clouds. The black mist rapidly condensed in the air, forming a massive black vortex. The vortex spun faster and faster, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly and emit a buzzing sound. By, come on! Let me show you the true strength of our Vade Empire. The Jarman's voice emanated from the giant jar, filled with frenzied excitement. As the spatial tremors intensified, the previously healed spatial rift was torn open again by the pull of the black vortex. A massive black crack appeared in the sky, its other end leading to a deep void where countless Wade figures could be vaguely seen writhing, emanating a chilling aura. Terracin frowned even more deeply as he looked at the reopened spatial rift. Another spatial rift? You Wades certainly have a lot of resources. The Jarman poked half its head out of the giant jar, its small eyes filled with venom. Fine, fine, fine. The resources we consume will be plundered back from your divine plane, tenfold. You wretched woman, today is your death day. Are you ready to meet your demise? Boom! 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 The spatial rift continued to expand, quickly reaching a width of several hundred meters. A large swarm of Vades, like wasps, poured out of the rift, brandishing their weapons and roaring wildly as they charged towards the Mirror Moon Lake defense line below. At the same time, 2 familiar figures flew out of the rift, the demon leader Cass and the explosive general Ballman. Cass was surrounded by black mist, his staff flashing with green light, clearly having recovered from his previous defeat. Ballman, still clad in his black mist robe, was filled with murderous intent. Can Man, we're here! Cass shouted to the Can Man. According to plan, we join forces to kill Terracin first, then take the Mirror Moon Lake defense line. Terracin frowned, his doubts deepening. Weren't you attacking from another direction? How come you're all here at once? Wait, wait, wait! You naive woman! The Can Man fully emerged from the giant jar, laughing triumphantly. You think we'd be stupid enough to disperse our forces and let you and Valenza defeat us one by one? You're wrong. We never intended to divide our forces. The feint attack on the southern border was part of our plan, to lure Valenza to reinforce the south. He paused, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Valenza is already at the southern border, but he's only facing one of our fainting troops. Even if he sees through the ruse and comes to our aid, it'd take him 3 or 4 days. In those 3 or 4 days, we have enough time to kill you, take the Mirror Moon Lake defense line, and then even if Valenza comes, he'd just be throwing his life away. Chapter 804. Terracin snorted coldly, her fingertip tracing the surface of the crystal ball. A pale blue aura instantly surged, and a powerful force of water elemental energy gathered around her like a tide, ultimately forming a semi-transparent water shield. Fine ripples flowed across the shield surface, runes faintly visible within, emanating a reassuring defensive aura. Even without Valenza, the three of you can't defeat me. My water god mountain's water magic, passed down for millennia, is not something you destructive invaders can easily shake. Okay, what if we had one more? The Jarman suddenly lost his smugness, his small eyes narrowing slightly, like a viper eyeing its prey, his tone carrying a strange excitement. The giant black jar swayed gently behind him, black mist overflowing from its rim, forming a distorted shadow on the ground. Terrason's heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over her like a bucket of cold water. She gripped the crystal ball tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Another one? Your Vade Empire has actually committed 4 god-level powerhouses to this battle? God-level powerhouses are already top-tier combat forces in this plane. Previously, the Vades only had 1 god-level powerhouse in this world, Talik. Now, with 4 gathered, they are clearly determined to completely take over the Mirror Moon Lake defense line. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange croaking sound suddenly came from the spatial rift. The sound was rough and unpleasant, like a broken gong being repeatedly struck. Immediately afterward, a huge green figure slowly flew out of the rift. It was a Vade resembling a giant frog, standing at least 5 meters tall. Its round body was covered with dark green skin, the surface of which was covered with thumb-sized bumps. A viscous green liquid seeped from between the bumps, emitting a pungent, fishy odor. His eyes bulged outwards, his yellow pupils devoid of any emotion. His limbs were short yet unusually thick, each swing creating a gust of wind that seemed capable of easily tearing apart rock. Come on, Fouchés, the frogman leader. You finally arrived. The Jarman's eyes blazed with excitement at the sight of the green figure, causing his massive black jar to shake violently. Come on! Let's join forces to kill this wretched woman, take over the Mirror Moon Lake defense line, and then we split the highest leader's reward equally among the 4 of us. Gru! Fouchés let out a muffled, strange cry, his enormous tongue suddenly darting out and licking a circle around his lips. He had no lips, only a ring of gums covered in barbs, making the action appear particularly grotesque. His gaze swept over Terrasin, a glint of greed flashing in his yellow pupils. This is the water goddess Terrasin you were talking about? She looks delicate and fair-skinned, almost like a fine collectible. Shah Jahren, arms crossed, his gray scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight, snorted softly, his tone tinged with apprehension. Hey, you see when the fight starts. This woman's strength is terrifying. Her water magic is not only incredibly defensive, but she can also manipulate water and ice shards with incredible agility. Even when Guan and I teamed up, we couldn't gain the slightest advantage. She's incredibly troublesome. Gua, so what? Fouchés scoffed disdainfully, his thick arm pounding his chest with a dull thud. Perfect. None of my comrades on the other battlefields have yet to kill a god-level expert. If I can kill her myself, the Supreme Leader will definitely give me the most generous reward. Maybe I can even lead more of my people. Before the words were even finished, the Jarman, Cass, the Bauman, and Forchis moved simultaneously, landing in the 4 cardinal directions to form a perfect encirclement, trapping Terrasin in the center. The Jarman manipulated black mist to spread across the ground. Cass's staff tipped with a constantly rotating green eye, the Bauman's black sphere aimed at Terrasin, and Forchis crouched on the ground, his claws carving deep marks into the earth. The energy fluctuations around the 4 intertwined, forming an invisible barrier that completely cut off Terrasin's chance of escape. Terrasin frowned, her gaze quickly sweeping over the 4, her mind racing to calculate a countermeasure. She could sense that Forchis' aura was the most powerful among the 4, clearly far surpassing the other 3 in strength. If attacked by all 4 simultaneously, even with her immense power, she would eventually be exhausted. It seems you planned this all along, never intending to split your forces from the start. Her voice remained calm, yet carried a subtle hint of unease. The man in the jars laughed even more smugly, black mist swirling around him. Yes, of course. This is the consequence of your resistance. If you had obediently fled like those at Laishanshan and Huashanshan, perhaps we could have spared you. But now, you killed so many of our people and ruined our plans. We have no choice but to kill you to report to our Supreme Leader and avoid punishment. Well, I'm truly sorry. Terrasin suddenly curled his lips into a cold smile. The people of Water God Mountain have never surrendered without a fight. I won't be killed so easily. On the contrary, today, it's you invaders who deserve to die here. The moment she finished speaking, The crystal ball in her hand erupted with a dazzling blue light. A surge of powerful water elemental energy shot skyward like a volcanic eruption, splitting into 4 streams before plummeting downwards. Crack! For crystal-clear ice walls rose from the ground, tens of meters high and several meters thick, their surfaces covered in sharp ice shards. They encircled Terracin and the 4 Vade warriors, forming a closed battle space. The 4 Vade warriors were stunned, clearly not expecting Terracin to suddenly erect ice walls. The Jarman reached out and touched the ice wall, a chilling cold seeping from his fingertips. He narrowed his eyes, a hint of wariness in his voice. Wait, you wretched woman, you're not planning to take us all down with you here, are you? Let me tell you, even if you detonate the ice wall, it won't hurt us a thing. I have no interest in taking you all down with me. Terracin's voice carried a faint sarcasm. I just want you to know that in my domain, you have no advantage whatsoever. Gurgle. Stop dawdling. Shade lost his patience, a murderous glint flashing in his yellow pupils. His thick arm slammed into the ice wall, green energy overflowing from his fist. Finish her off quickly, then we have to deal with Valenza. The other 3 nodded, their energy surging wildly. However, at that moment, the Jarman suddenly froze, a sharp killing intent locking onto the back of his head, as if it were a tangible force. The killing intent carried both the chilling coldness of the dead and a hint of starlight, sending chills down his spine. Years of combat instinct left him no time to think, and he abruptly pulled his head back into the giant black jar. Whoosh! A long spear wreathed in golden starlight and black mist grazed past his scalp, its tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The spear slammed heavily into an ice wall not far away, cracking through the several-meter-thick wall with a resounding snap, leaving a smooth hole. The surging energy from the spear caused the surrounding ice shards to tremble. What? Cass, the bomb man, and Forches were all startled, turning to look in the direction the spear had come from, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could there be another god-level expert hiding nearby? Impossible. Cass immediately shook his head in denial. He stared intently at the spear's trajectory, the green eye at the tip of his staff spinning rapidly. Valenza is a mid-level god, and he specializes in wind magic. It's impossible for him to unleash an attack imbued with stellar power. Besides, the power of that spear, while fierce, was only at the level of a Hiyuan cultivator. The jar man cautiously poked his head out of the giant jar, his small eyes darting around, looking in the direction the spear had come from. Only to be seen were 3 figures standing atop the ice wall. Leading them was a long-haired girl in a black robe, holding a simple-looking wand. It was Annie. Beside her stood 2 undead, a round, plump slime named Belfinger, and a succubus named Asmodeus, dressed in a long gown. They were eyeing the 4 trapped within the ice wall with mocking gazes. When Cass saw Belfinger and Asmodeus, his eyes widened, blazing with hatred. It's them. These 2 undead were the ones who set up the god-sealing array at Mirror Moon Lake, causing me to suffer a great loss, even suppressing my divine pressure. Although he had never met Annie, he had a deep impression of Belphegor and Asmodeus. The Jarman, however, recognized Annie at a glance, his dark red pupils instantly turning bloodshot. When he sent his clone to attack Brandaris earlier, it was Annie's sudden appearance that caused his clone to be defeated. The destruction of his clone not only cost him a lot of energy, but also caused his strength to temporarily drop. He had held a grudge against her ever since. Wait! So you weren't running away after all? You even dared to show yourself. You're asking for death. He glared at Annie, black mist churning around him like boiling water, and remained completely unfazed, even lightly waving her wand, her tone laced with sarcasm. You think you're worthy to tell me to die? Last time in the forest, if you hadn't run fast, your true form and your clone would have vanished long ago. Now you're nothing but a defeated opponent, yet you dare to boast here? Enough. You dare bring up what happened last time. The Jarman, stung by the attack, instantly ignited his fury. He slammed the giant black jar into the ground, unleashing a torrent of black mist that spread like a tsunami. You, a mere Hiyuan. A nobody of such lowly cultivation level dares to be so arrogant. If I hadn't been careless last time, and you hadn't ambushed me, I wouldn't have been defeated. This time, I kill you, seal your soul in a jar, and condemn you to eternal damnation. He turned to Cass and the other 2, his tone urgent. You deal with Terracin first, don't worry about me. I take care of these little bugs, and then come help you. In his view, Annie and the other 2 were at most at the Harmony Realm, and even if they joined forces, they were no match for him. It would only take a few minutes to deal with them. Cass frowned, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Without the Jarman, It wouldn't be easy for him, the Bowman, and Forchies to quickly take down Terracin. They might even be dragged into a protracted battle. But then he reconsidered. While Annie's spear display had been powerful, it had also revealed her limits. If she were allowed to launch a surprise attack, the three of them might be caught off guard while attacking Terracin, making their situation even more dangerous. It would be safer to let the Jarman deal with Annie first, then turn around and attack Terracin together. Alright. Go and come back quickly. Cass nodded in agreement, his tone urging. We don't have much time. Although Valenza is being held back by the faint attack, he's still a mid-level god-tier expert. If he discovers something amiss and returns, we'd be completely finished. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Dealing with these little bugs won't take long. The Jarman's eyes flashed with killing intent. The giant black jar transformed into a shadow before him, and he leaped forward, charging towards the ice wall where Annie was. Black mist formed a black slide beneath his feet, propelling him to his maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached the bottom of the ice wall. However, Annie wasn't going to wait for him foolishly. Seeing the Jarman charging towards her, she immediately turned and ran towards Mirror Moon Lake, her speed equally astonishing. Belfinger and Asmodeus followed closely behind. Belfinger even left a trail of black slime on the ice wall, clearly preparing to set a trap. Upon seeing this, the Jarman burst into wild laughter. Go, go, go! Trying to run away? No way. I let you escape last time, but this time, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'd bring you back. He manipulated the black mist to form a pair of black wings behind him, increasing his speed once more, closely following Annie, and was about to leap over the ice wall and escape the battle. Just as he was about to break through the ice wall, Cass suddenly shouted from behind, Can Man! Don't go to Mirror Moon Lake. There's a god-sealing array set up by Annie there. I was trapped by that array before. Cass was afraid that Can Man would suffer the same fate. After all, among the four, Can Man, while not the strongest, was still a god-level expert. Okay, I know. Can Man replied impatiently, but he didn't take it seriously. In his view, the god-sealing array only trapped Cass because Cass was careless. Now that he knew about the god-sealing array, he wouldn't fall for it so easily. He leaped over the ice wall and continued chasing after Annie. His black figure quickly disappeared in the direction of Mirror Moon Lake. Inside the ice wall, Cass watched Can Man's departing figure, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He had a feeling that Annie's deliberate appearance and subsequent escape were part of a conspiracy, but there was no time to dwell on it now. Terracin's attack had already silently arrived. A pure white mist suddenly billowed out in front of Cass, containing an extreme chill that caused the black mist surrounding him to condense into frost. Terracin's cold voice came from behind the mist, drawing Cass, Zha, and Fuchs' attention back. You should worry about your own situation first. Zha gripped the black sphere in his hand tightly. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Even with just the three of us, we're enough to deal with this woman. Fuchs, you lead the attack from the front. Cass and I will support from the flanks. Break through her defenses as quickly as possible. Fuchs grunted in agreement, his thick legs slamming into the ground, instantly cracking several fissures. He charged towards Terracin like a cannonball, his yellow pupils filled with killing intent. A god-level battle of 3 against 1 has officially begun within the ice wall. Chapter 805. Stop! Stop! You cunning little brat! The Jarman relentlessly pursued Annie, his attention completely focused on her, ignoring Belphegor and Asmodeus beside him. In his eyes, these two undead at the Harmony Realm were nothing but minor characters. Dealing with Annie would be a piece of cake. His mind was filled with the grudge of his previous clone being destroyed. The black mist around the giant jar churned more and more rapidly, like boiling ink. Anne's feet shimmered with azure light as she fully unleashed her wind elemental power, her figure as light as a swallow, weaving through the forest beside Mirror Moon Lake. Even so, the difference between the god level and the Harmony Realm was still obvious. The Jarman's speed increased rapidly, the distance between them closing steadily, the black mist almost enveloping Annie's back. Just as the Jarman thought he was about to catch up with Annie, she suddenly stopped, abruptly turned around, her golden hair whipping in the wind, her face showing no sign of panic. The Jarman was startled and instinctively stopped as well, the giant black jar hovering in front of him, watching Annie warily. Gua, why did you suddenly stop? What trick are you trying to pull now? Anne shrugged nonchalantly, her tone as casual as if she were chatting. Nothing, just tired from running, stopping to rest for a bit. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned around, the power of wind element erupting once more, her figure shooting off towards Mirror Moon Lake like an arrow, instantly widening the distance by dozens of meters. Gua gua gua, you're about to die, and you still dare to play tricks on me. Damn it! The Jarman was thoroughly enraged by Annie's taunt, his dark red eyes bloodshot. He slammed his hand on the giant black jar, and a large amount of black mist spewed out of the jar's mouth, condensing into a pair of huge black wings behind him. With the flapping of the wings, he carried him like a black lightning bolt as he chased after Annie, his speed increasing by a full 30% compared to before, and the distance between the two rapidly shortened once again. However, just as he was about to catch up with Annie, even able to see the patterns on the hem of her robe, the Jarman suddenly stopped. His black wings vanished, and he hovered in midair, his dark red eyes fixed on Annie's retreating figure, the black mist surrounding him gradually calming down. Seeing that the Jarman had stopped chasing, Annie also stopped, turned around, and a mocking smile played on her lips. Why didn't you chase me? Perhaps you're tired too? The Jarman snorted coldly, his small, scarlet eyes filled with killing intent, yet also showing a hint of wariness. Come on, you brat, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You deliberately provoked me, made me lose my mind, just to lure me into that God-sealing array that Cass mentioned? At this moment, the two were already standing on the edge of Mirror Moon Lake. Not far ahead was a seemingly ordinary patch of grass, beneath which lay the God-sealing array that Lucifer had previously set up. If the Jarman advanced another 10 meters, the array would be triggered, and the golden runes would instantly trap him. If I hadn't been so vigilant, I almost would have fallen for your trick. The man in the jar glared at Annie, a hint of smugness in his voice. But now that your scheme has been exposed, the God-sealing formation poses no threat to me. I won't fall for it, so give up on that idea. He felt he had seen through Annie's entire plan. As long as he didn't step into the God-sealing formation, killing Annie with his God-level strength would be a piece of cake. The mockery on Annie's face gradually faded, replaced by a meaningful smile. Oh, it seems you're not so stupid after all. You even know you can't just walk into the God-sealing formation. Instead of fleeing, she slowly raised her wand, its golden starlight intertwining with the power of death, emitting a faint energy fluctuation. Seeing this, the Jarman's black mist began to writhe again, slowly extending 7 or 8 thick black tentacles. Enough. Enough. Although I won't enter the God-sealing array, don't think you're safe. Today I swear to kill you and avenge my clone. Before the words were finished, the black tentacles, like venomous snakes, coiled towards Annie with incredible speed. The tentacles drew black arcs in the air, sealing off all of Annie's escape routes, seemingly about to tightly bind her. However, Annie stood still, neither dodging nor avoiding, seemingly oblivious to the approaching tentacles, even gently closing her eyes. What? You given up? Ha ha! The Jarman laughed maniacally, his eyes flashing with cruel light. Useless. Even if you give up, I won't let you die a quick death. I extract your soul, and seal it in my jar, making you suffer the corrosive influence of the black mist for eternity, so you know the consequences of offending me. The black tentacles drew closer, their chilling aura and pungent odor already palpable. Just as the tentacles were about to touch Annie's body, an invisible red light suddenly illuminated her. The tentacles struck it, their speed instantly slowing, and the power of the black energy within them was reduced by more than half. Annie slowly opened her eyes, her finger gently flicking. The surrounding water elemental power instantly converged, condensing into a half-meter thick ice wall before her. Bang! 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 The black tentacles slammed against the ice wall with a dull thud, but failed to penetrate its defenses. Instead, their ends were frozen by the wall's chill, turning into black icicles that drooped limply. The Jarman paused, then abruptly turned its head to look at a large tree not far away. Belfinger was perched on a branch, his round body shimmering with a pale red light. Clearly, he was the one who had cast the weakening spell. Oh, it was a weakening spell. No wonder my tentacles were less powerful. Interesting. However, just as the Jarman's attention was focused on Belfinger, a faint, sweet fragrance suddenly wafted on the breeze. The scent, like fine nectar, carried a strange allure, entering the Jarman's nostrils. The Jarman's heart skipped a beat, and its mind momentarily went blank. However, the Jarman was, after all, a god-level powerhouse, its mental strength far surpassing that of ordinary undead. He shook his head violently, black mist swirling around him, instantly dispelling the effects of the charm magic. But the instant he opened his eyes, a black bone spear suddenly shot out from behind, aimed directly at his face. The spear was wreathed in dense death energy, moving with lightning speed. Gotcha! 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 The man in the jar was startled. Without thinking, he swiftly pulled his head back into the giant black jar. Clang! The bone spear slammed into the jar, producing a deafening clang of metal against metal, sparks flying. The death energy on the bone spear frantically corroded the jar, but was blocked by the black mist on its surface. Finally, the bone spear succumbed to the pressure, shattering with a crack into countless bone fragments, without causing any damage to the giant jar. The jarman poked half its head out of the giant jar, its malevolent gaze sweeping towards the bushes on the other side. Asmodeus stood there. Clearly, she was the one who had cast the charm spell earlier. Oh, another mental spell. No wonder Cass suffered such a loss here. You two undead at the Harmony Realm are quite capable. You're not easy to deal with. Though he said this, his face showed no concern, instead revealing a cruel smile. He slowly levitated, and the black mist surrounding the giant jar condensed again. This time, the mist was no longer tentacles, but transformed into dozens of black blades, gleaming with a chilling light. However, even if you know weakening and charm spells, it doesn't change the difference in realm. God level and Harmony Realm are never on the same level. Today, all three of you will die here. With that, the jarman swung his right hand violently, and dozens of black blades rained down on Annie, Belphegor, and Asmodeus, clearly intending to eliminate the three troublemakers at once. Boom! 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 The three dared not be careless, and quickly used their movement techniques to dodge. While dodging, they tacitly spread out, landing in three directions around the jarman, forming a subtle encirclement. The jarman quickly discovered their intentions. He hovered in midair, his giant black jar slightly rotating, his dark red eyes filled with disdain. He sneered, humph, you don't really think you can defeat me with such petty tricks, do you? Even if my strength is not at its peak due to the destruction of my clone, it's still far beyond what you mere nascent soul cultivators can compare to. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed the pressure of a god-level expert. This pressure, like an invisible boulder, pressed down heavily on the three. The surrounding air trembled, and even the ground began to crack. Ripples appeared on the water of Mirror-Moon Lake. Annie remained unfazed. She knew perfectly well that with their combined strength, they couldn't directly confront the god-level jarman, but she had never intended to win on her own. Just as the jarman was preparing to condense black mist for a fatal blow to Annie, a sharp wind blade suddenly descended from the sky. This wind blade was tens of meters long, entirely cyan, with wind elemental runes flowing across its surface. Its sharp edge ripped through the sky, carrying an unparalleled and powerful aura, like the blade of divine judgment, slashing fiercely towards the jarman. Whoosh! What is that? The jarman was shocked. Without thinking, he immediately channeled all his power, condensing black mist into a massive black protective shield in front of him. This shield was several meters thick, its surface covered with defensive runes. It was the strongest defense he could currently assemble. Boom! The wind blade collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar. The azure wind blade sliced through the black protective shield as easily as cutting tofu. The runes on the shield instantly dimmed and shattered, and the black mist rapidly dissipated under the impact of the wind blades. The wind blades, undiminished in force, slammed into the giant black jar. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the jarman let out a piercing scream. A shocking crack appeared on the side of the giant black jar, several inches deep. The runes on the jar began to flicker erratically, clearly indicating severe damage. Wait! How could this be? The jarman looked up at the sky in disbelief, his dark red eyes filled with terror. In the sky, the wind god Valenza descended like a god. He wore a long azure robe, held the wind god's long sword, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Azure wind elemental power surged around him, like a surrounding current, radiating a powerful aura. The terror in the jarman's eyes deepened. He retreated hastily, the giant black jar leaving a long trail in the ground. No way. No way. You should be at the southern border, held back by our Fane attack force. How could you get here so quickly? This is impossible. His intelligence clearly stated that Valenza was engaged in fierce fighting at the southern border, and even if he broke through the blockade, it would take 3 or 4 days to arrive. But now Valenza had suddenly appeared here, completely disrupting his plans. Valenza's eyes were cold, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Why is it impossible? I say I didn't even go to the southern border. The jarman's eyes narrowed, a sudden chill settling in his heart. An ominous premonition surged within him. No way. Why? Why did my people say you were at the southern border? What exactly did they see? He stared intently at Valenza, hoping to get an answer from him, and stood to the side, a slow smile playing on her lips. She wouldn't tell the jarman that Valenza on the southern border was merely a stand-in puppet left behind by Born. Before leaving, Born entrusted his stand-in puppet and battle puppet to Annie, just in case. This time, to distract the Jarman, Annie deliberately had the stand-in puppets create the illusion of a fierce battle on the southern border, so that Valenza could secretly remain there, waiting for the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Valenza didn't waste any more words with the Jarman. Azure wind element surged beneath his feet, and suddenly, leaving a blur, he charged towards the Jarman with lightning speed. The wind god's sword danced in his hand, Azure sword energy constantly gathering, carrying a destructive force. The Jarman was terrified. He was no match for Valenza to begin with, and the severe blows from the wind blades and damage to his black jar had further diminished his strength. Now, he had no desire to fight at all. "Don't come any closer," he screamed, turning to run, the giant black jar swaying rapidly behind him, trying to accelerate his escape. However, the instant he turned, a dense aura of death suddenly enveloped him. Annie, Belphegor, and Asmodeus attacked simultaneously. Belphegor unleashed his strongest weakening spell, a red shield enveloping the Jarman. The Jarman felt his strength rapidly draining away, his speed instantly slowing. Asmodeus's charm spell activated again, the sweet scent becoming even stronger, causing the Jarman to experience a brief moment of disorientation, his orientation slightly off. Annie, meanwhile, gathered wind elemental power, further slowing him. The triple magic combined, and the Jarman's speed plummeted, moving slowly across the ground like a snail. "Don't come any closer." "No! Please!" The Jarman's eyes widened in terror. The fear of death had completely thrown him off balance. He even began to beg for mercy. "Spare me. I surrender. Don't kill me." Chapter 806. However, Valenza wouldn't give him a chance to surrender. He stared at the Jarman, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. "You showed no mercy when slaughtering the people of the divine plane, and now you want to beg for mercy?" Too late. Before he finished speaking, he leaped forward, gathering all his strength in his wind god's sword, and slashed fiercely at the Jarman. The Jarman, terrified, hid inside the giant black jar, simultaneously releasing all the remaining black mist to tightly envelop the jar, trying to save his life. The black mist, like black armor, writhed on the outside of the jar, radiating its last defensive power. However, Valenza's wind god's sword was incredibly sharp, the powerful wind god's energy continuously flowing into its blade. Swoosh! The wind god's sword struck the black mist, which quickly dissipated like ice and snow, unable to withstand the wind god's sword's sharpness, instantly revealing the pitch-black jar. Without hesitation, Valenza shouted again, "Break!" Another sword strike came down. "Aya! I fight you to the death!" A hysterical roar came from the dark jar, and then a powerful suction force appeared at the jar's opening, forcibly drawing Valenza's sword energy inside. Valenza's eyes narrowed. Child's play. He flicked his long sword, revealing the formidable power of a mid-level god-tier expert. A sharp and immense sword energy, seemingly endless, surged wildly into the jar's opening. A moment later, a mouthful of black blood spurted from the jar's opening. The man in the jar cried out hoarsely, "Valenza, are you really going to kill us all?" Valenza coldly replied, "If I don't kill you now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance. Besides, even if I let you go, you come looking for revenge. We're already locked in a life-or-death struggle. Do you still think I let you go? Just die." With that, Valenza gathered all his divine power and poured it into his long sword. The long sword emitted a dazzling blue light and, carrying unparalleled power, slashed down fiercely. "Aya! No!" The Jarman screamed in terror. The feeling of impending death was driving him almost mad, but he was powerless to do anything. Crack! With a crisp, loud sound, the massive, sturdy black jar finally succumbed to the attack of the wind god's sword. The runes on its surface dimmed completely, and countless cracks spread out like a spiderweb. The next second, with a crash, the jar shattered into countless fragments, scattered across the ground. From within the fragments, a black shadow wriggled, revealing the Jarman's true form. Bye, my jar!" The Jarman shrieked sharply, his eyes filled with resentment and despair. "Valenza, I won't let you get away with this. Even if I die, the Vade Empire will avenge me." Valenza looked down at the Jarman, now without his jar, her brow furrowing slightly. The Jarman's true form was far more gruesome than imagined. He had no hands or feet, only an oval, limp, black body covered in a sticky, viscous fluid that emitted a pungent, fishy odor. At the top of the body was a deformed head, its eyes, nose, and mouth crammed together, resembling a hideous tumor. Previously, because his lower body was hidden inside the jar, only his head was visible. Now that his true form was exposed, even Annie and Asmodeus couldn't help but frown, their expressions showing disgust. "What a hideous creature," Valenza said coldly, raising his wind god sword once more. "Since you enjoy killing so much, then repent in hell." With that, he slashed down, the azure sword energy instantly cleaving the Jarman's true form in two. Black blood gushed out, the Jarman's screams abruptly ceased, and he utterly lost his life. "We did it!" Belphegor's round body bounced twice, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "We really killed a god-level expert. This is the first god-level general to fall since the Varid invasion. It's so satisfying." Annie also breathed a heavy sigh of relief, wiping the thin layer of sweat from her forehead, her voice tinged with lingering fear. "Phew. We were able to take down the Jarman thanks to Lord Wind God's timely support. If it were just Lord Water God and me, even with a trap, we might not have been able to save him. God-level experts have far more ways to survive than we imagined." Valenza, however, didn't relax at all. His brows were furrowed, his gaze fixed on the distant ice wall, where the sounds of energy collisions still emanated. Now is not the time to celebrate. Terrasen is still locked in combat with 3 other god-level experts. We must speed things up, and send a signal to let her know the situation here, so she can coordinate our evacuation. Annie nodded, immediately raising her wand, and firing a green flare into the air. Bang! The green flare exploded in midair, like a green star, strikingly conspicuous in the dim sky. At this moment, inside the ice wall, Terrasen was locked in a fierce battle with Cass, Zombie Man, and Fochas. Even with her strength, dealing with just 2 of them was already difficult. Now, with Fochasman, whose strength was equal to hers, she was being overwhelmed. Her water elemental shield was riddled with cracks, and her robes were torn in several places. Just as she gritted her teeth and endured, the sudden explosion of the green flare in the air made her eyes light up, a signal that the plan had succeeded. "Heh, you 3 can play all you want, I'm not going to waste my time with you." Terrasen smirked coldly, her right hand flashing, and the crystal ball in her hand erupted with a dazzling blue light. The surrounding ice walls melted away rapidly like snow, and at the same time, a huge wave of water condensed beneath her feet, carrying her like a surfboard towards Mirror Moon Lake. "Goo-hoo, trying to run? Not so easy," Forshay roared angrily. His mouth bulged, and in the next instant, a several-meter-long, wet, sticky tongue shot out like a serpent, with sharp barbs, coiling towards Terrasen's back. This tongue was as hard as a god-level weapon, easily blocking even Terrasen's ice spikes before. Terrasen didn't turn her head, rapidly chanting a spell. Hundreds of tiny ice spikes condensed behind her, raining down on the approaching tongue. Clang! 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 The ice spike slammed into the tongue, producing a metallic clang. The ice spike shattered, successfully halting the tongue's attack and buying her time to escape. "Kugwa, chase after her. Don't let her get away." Fuchsias roared, taking the lead in pursuit of Terrasen. He was the strongest and fastest of the 3, almost catching up with Terrasen's wave. Cass and Jaja, though somewhat resentful of Fuchsia's command, knew they couldn't let Terrasen escape and could only follow closely behind. However, just as the 3 were about to catch up with Terrasen, an incomparably sharp azure wind blade suddenly cleaved horizontally from the front. This wind blade was tens of meters wide, carrying the power to tear through the air, like a giant axe swung by a god, aimed directly at the 3. Forchie's eyes narrowed, alarm bells blaring in his mind. He immediately roared at Cass and the bomb man, "Get out of the way." The 3 didn't dare hesitate and retreated hastily to either side. Wind blades grazed their bodies, slamming into the mountainside behind them. With a deafening roar, the entire mountaintop was sheared off by the wind blades, cascading down like a waterfall, raising a cloud of dust. Cass stared at the flattened mountain, his eyes filled with shock. This is Valenza's wind magic. How could he be here? What about the faint attack force on the southern border? Did he break through? Forchie's heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He stared intently at the figure ahead, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Kugwa, Valenza's here, so where's the jar man? Wasn't he chasing after that little girl?" "Humph. Is this what you're talking about?" Valenza's icy voice echoed from the air. Everyone looked up and saw a dark, blood-stained mass fall from the sky, landing with a thud at Forchie's feet. It was the corpse of the Jarman, his deformed body bearing the marks of wind blades, long since lifeless. Forchie's face turned deathly pale. He stared intently at the Jarman's corpse, his voice as cold as winter. "You actually killed the Jarman." He knew very well that although the Jarman was weaker than him, with the defense of the giant black jar and its devouring magic, even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be difficult. The Jarman's death could only mean he had been ambushed, and in a prearranged trap. Cass and the bombman also felt a chill. This was the first god-level expert to fall since the Vade invaded the Divine Plane. Although they had anticipated losses of god-level experts, they never expected it to happen so quickly, especially in the Water God Mountain region they despised. Gugwa, you will pay for this. The space around Forchis began to distort, veins bulging beneath his dark green skin, clearly enraged to the extreme. He abruptly raised his head, his yellow pupils filled with murderous intent, staring intently at Valenza. I will make you, the people of the Divine Plane, pay for the deaths of the Jarman. Valenza's expression remained unchanged. He lightly swung his wind god's sword, azure wind elements swirling around the blade. His voice was cold as he said, Before you make us pay, I will first let you taste what it means to reap what you sow. Invading another's homeland requires the awareness of being killed. With that, he directly swung his sword, unleashing a wind blade, carrying a sharp killing intent, slashing towards Forchis. Forchis coldly snorted, opening his mouth wide, a cloud of black mist erupting forth. The mist quickly condensed into a barrier in the air. The wind blade struck the barrier, emitting a sizzling sound. The black mist continuously eroded the wind blade's energy, gradually dissolving it into the mist. Valenza raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Not bad, you do have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Fuchs ignored Valenza's sarcasm and turned to Cass beside him, whispering, Valenza is stronger than Terrasin. It'd be difficult for us to determine a winner in a short time. Immediately issue the order for the frontline army to intensify their attack, at all costs. We must capture Mirror Moon Lake today. Once we take it, we can use it as a base to gradually erode the territory of Water God Mountain. Cass nodded, a ruthless glint in his eyes. All right. You keep Valenza occupied. Jaw and I will go after Terrasin. We absolutely cannot let her escape. Gugu, no problem. Forchis agreed without hesitation. He charged towards Valenza, his mouth bulging again, a barbed tongue lashing out like a whip, aimed straight for Valenza's throat. He wanted to entangle Valenza, buying time for Cass and the bomb man to pursue Terrasin. However, Valenza suddenly sheathed his wind god's sword, a flash of blue light beneath his feet, and he retreated dozens of meters as if teleporting, easily dodging the tongue attack. He looked at Forchis, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You think we still be fighting you here? Since you want Mirror Moon Lake so much, we give it to you. As he spoke, he glanced behind him. Annie, Belfinger, and Asmodeus had already led the last of the Alliance soldiers away. The entire Mirror Moon Lake defense line was now deserted. He gave Terrasin a wink, and the two understood. Terrasin immediately stopped, gently cradling the crystal ball in his left hand, pouring all the remaining water elemental power within him into it. The crystal ball erupted with a dazzling blue light, countless blue runes flying out and raining down on Mirror Moon Lake below. The moment the runes entered the water, the tranquil Mirror Moon Lake instantly boiled, the water bubbling and churning like boiling water. The next moment, the lake surged violently, forming towering waves tens of meters high, like 1,000 horses charging towards the charging Vade army. Gugu! Make them stop! Forchis roared urgently at the Vade army upon seeing this. But it was too late. The Vade soldiers at the forefront had no time to react, and were swallowed by the giant waves. The powerful water elemental power, like sharp blades, tore their bodies apart, turning them into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of their remains. Seeing the situation was dire, the Vade behind turned and retreated, barely escaping with their lives, but they had long lost the courage to attack. There's plenty of water in Mirror Moon Lake. Since you like to rob so much, drink here slowly. We're on our way. Terrasin waved to Forchis and the other two, his tone full of sarcasm, then turned and sped away with Valenza into the distance. Don't run! Cass roared, wanting to give chase, but Forchis stopped him. Gugwa, don't chase. Forchis' face was grim. Since they dared to retreat, they must have made preparations long ago. Chasing after them will only lead to their trap. The two turned to look at the Mirror Moon Lake defense line, which was empty, without a single divine servant or undead figure. Clearly, the Alliance army had already withdrawn, and what remained on the defense line was merely a small force used to draw attention. After the Jarman was killed, Annie led the remaining men in a quick retreat, and now the entire Mirror Moon Lake position was completely empty. Looking at the deserted defensive line, Forchis roared angrily at the ground. Goblin, we've been tricked. They never intended to hold Mirror Moon Lake from the beginning. Their target was the Jarman from start to finish. And we didn't even realize it, still foolishly fighting Terrasin here. Chapter 807. Cass slammed his fist into a nearby boulder, shattering it instantly. His eyes were filled with resentment. Damn it. That damn Terracin. She's clearly not strong, yet she's so cunning. Truly despicable. Jarin frowned, a hint of doubt in his voice. I don't think this is necessarily Terracin's idea. Think about it carefully. If Terracin really had such a brilliant tactical mind, why would Water God Mountain be the weakest of the 5 great mountains? When she dealt with Talik, her tactics were quite conventional. She didn't have this much scheming. Fuchsias paused, then nodded. Kugwa, you're right. According to the information Talik sent, Water God Mountain's strength among the 5 great mountains is only slightly stronger than Fire God Mountain, and even weaker than Thunder God Mountain. With Terracin's abilities, he couldn't possibly devise such a meticulous plan to lure the enemy. A hint of doubt flashed in Cass's eyes. If that's the case, then who came up with these tricks? Could it be Valenza? But Wind God Mountain was also repeatedly defeated before. I didn't see such strong planning capabilities. Croak. Forshay suddenly narrowed his eyes, a glint of light flashing in his yellow pupils. Didn't you notice? This time, in defending Water God Mountain, it wasn't just the Water God Mountain's divine servants who participated in the battle, but also a large number of undead. Undead and the 5 great divine mountains have always been mortal enemies, but now they join forces. This in itself is very unusual. Cass recalled the previous battle, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. Now that you mention it, I remember, the one who set up the God-sealing array at Mirror Moon Lake and trapped me was an undead named Lucifer. Ren, however, was somewhat dismissive. Even the most cunning undead at the Harmony Realm couldn't possibly devise such a large-scale tactic, could he? The actions of a god-level expert are beyond his calculations. Whether it's her or not, we must find out. Forshay's eyes hardened. Kugwa, but right now, the most important thing isn't finding that undead, but catching up with Terracin and Valenza. Ren shrugged. What good would catching up do? Valenza. Even with Valenza and Terracin working together, we can't do anything to them. Fuchsias and Cass both revealed eerie smiles. You see, soon enough, they can't escape. Was taken aback. Then his eyes narrowed. Could it be? Fuchsias narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. The real despair has only just begun. To avoid alerting the enemy, Valenza and Terracin didn't retreat directly towards the Sky Library. They followed a tributary of Mirror Moon Lake, taking a large, arc-shaped route, deliberately leading the pursuing Vade people deep into the Water God Mountain. According to Annie's plan, the main force had already withdrawn, and was moving towards the village bordering the Light God Mountain. The terrain there was complex and suitable for hiding. When the time was right, they would join forces with other Alliance forces on other battlefields to launch a counterattack. Terracin stepped on the water, glancing back at the small black dots in the distance behind her, her brows furrowing slightly. These guys are really persistent, chasing us for so long without giving up. Should we stop and teach them a lesson? The crystal ball in her hand was slightly warm. The divine power she had expended fighting the 3 Vade experts hadn't fully recovered, but she was still confident in dealing with the pursuers behind her. Valenza shook his head, the light of his wind god sword dimming, azure wind elements slowly circulating around him. Forget it, he said. Let's stick to Annie's plan. Don't act rashly. Annie must have her reasons for having us draw away the pursuers. A hasty counterattack, if we fall into their trap, will only disrupt our overall strategy. Terracin chuckled softly. When did you become so cautious? This isn't like you. She had known Valenza for tens of thousands of years, and knew his pride and decisiveness. His current restraint was somewhat unexpected. Facing Terracin's teasing, Valenza gave a bitter smile. He looked up at the distant main peak of Mount Water, his eyes filled with desolation. I can't even protect the legacy of my own sacred mountain, forced to abandon Mount Wind. What right do I have to disobey orders? Annie knows better than us how to deal with the Wades. Trusting her is better than acting on impulse. Terracin, seeing Valenza's expression, felt a pang of sympathy. She gently patted Valenza's shoulder, her tone softening. You can't say that. I lost mine too. Did we lose Mount Water God? But that's not our fault. The Vades are too powerful. Our temporary retreat is just for a better counterattack later. She paused, then changed the subject. Besides, wasn't our goal to draw their attention and buy time for the main force to retreat? The main force should be almost at the border now, so we have nothing to worry about. Why not stop and play with them for a bit, and then go find Annie and the others when it's almost time? Maybe we can even kill 1 or 2 more Vade powerhouses, and add some more to that Jarman's entourage. Valenza considered it, and felt that Terrason's words made sense. They were now far from the main force, with only Forches and his 2 companions pursuing them. They still had half a day before their rendezvous point. Even a slight delay wouldn't affect the overall plan. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. All right. In that case, let's try and see if we can take one more down. Even if we can't kill Forches, at least we should make Cass and the bomb man pay a price. After speaking, the 2 exchanged a glance and turned around almost simultaneously. Valenza swung his wind god's sword. An azure wind elemental energy condensed on the blade, unleashing a several-meter-long wind blade carrying a sharp killing intent as it slashed towards the pursuers behind them. Terrason, meanwhile, activated the crystal ball in his hand, and blue water elemental power surged, causing several huge ice cones, each a meter in diameter, to rise from the ground, shooting towards the bomb man and Cass like sharp swords. Gurgle. Finally stopped? Seeing this, Forches abruptly halted, opening his mouth wide, and spewing out a large amount of black mist. The mist surged forward like a tide, forming a thick barrier that forcefully blocked Valenza's wind blades. Sizzle! The wind blades struck the black mist, producing a piercing sound before dissipating into the mist. Meanwhile, Terrason's ice spikes pierced through gaps in the black mist, continuing their trajectory towards Cass and Ren. Cass snorted coldly, drawing a long whip woven from his spine from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, black mist surged along the whip, forming a black vortex. The vortex spun rapidly, drawing in the incoming ice spikes. The ice spikes collided repeatedly within the vortex, eventually being largely dissolved by the black mist. Ren reached into his black robe and pulled out dozens of fist-sized black balls, which he forcefully hurled into the air. Boom! 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 The black spheres exploded one after another in midair, the shockwave shattering the remaining ice spikes into ice crystals that scattered on the ground and instantly melted into water. Heh. The bomb man rubbed his hands together, a cruel smile spreading across his gray face. I thought you'd keep running. You can't escape no matter what, so you might as well surrender obediently. Maybe we can even leave you a whole corpse. Know that this world will eventually be conquered by our Vade Empire. Resistance is futile. Valenza's eyes were icy, and the wind god's sword in his hand shone brightly once more. How arrogant. Throughout history, invaders who invade another's homeland have never had a good ending. Your invasion will inevitably end in failure. Is that so? Cass suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, a strange smile playing on his lips. He slowly. Raising her hand, she pointed in the direction behind the 2. I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. Haven't you noticed where this place is? Terrason's heart skipped a beat. Following the direction Cass pointed, she saw that this was the misty valley of Water God Mountain, dozens of miles from the main peak, but a crucial location within Water God Mountain. The entrance to the Void Domain was hidden in a cave within the valley. Her brows furrowed instantly, her tone wary. The entrance to the Void Domain. Could it be that you already opened it? The Void Domain connected the Divine Plane to the outside world. If it fell into the hands of the Vades, they could mobilize troops from here at any time. Forches's face broke into a smug smile, his yellow pupils filled with mockery. Goo, what's so difficult about that? After all, the entire Water God Mountain is already under our control. Although I don't know why you came here. Since you're here, you won't be leaving. This is your burial ground. Valenza scoffed, his wind god sword flashing in a streak of azure light. Trying to keep us here? You're too confident. Cuckoo, if it's just the 3 of us, perhaps it won't work. Forche, however, remained unperturbed, letting out 2 strange cries before slowly looking towards the cave deep within Misty Valley, his tone tinged with respect. But the Grand Commander should be arriving soon. He's been waiting for you to walk right into his trap. Valenza's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The Grand Commander? Who is that? Boom. 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 Just then, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, instantly covering the once clear sky with black clouds, completely obscuring the sunlight. A powerful sense of oppression, like a mountain, swept over them, making it hard for Valenza and Terrason to breathe. The surrounding air seemed to solidify. Even the flow of wind and water elements slowed down. What is that? Valenza looked up at the sky warily, gripping the wind god's sword tightly. Azure wind elements surged wildly around the blade, ready to respond to any sudden attack. The oppressive aura was far stronger than that of the 3 of them combined, even giving him the illusion of suffocation. Terrason's expression instantly turned grave. The crystal ball in her hand flickered violently, its blue light flashing intermittently. Not good. This aura. There must be a mid-level god-level expert here. And their strength far surpasses ours. Let's go! She grabbed Valenza's arm and turned to rush out of the valley. Valenza also knew the situation was critical. Once entangled with such a powerful opponent, they would have no chance of escape. He followed Terrasen without hesitation, running towards the valley exit. Azure wind elements gathered beneath their feet, increasing their speed to the extreme, almost turning them into two afterimages. It's no use. You can't escape. Cass's voice came from behind. He flashed forward, appearing like a ghost in front of the two, his long whip flashing in the air. Sharp barbs, coated with black venom, suddenly sprouted from the whip, raining down on the two as he tried to block their escape route. Get out of the way! Valenza roared, slashing horizontally with his wind god sword. A blue wind blade, carrying destructive power, slashed towards Cass's whip. However, just as the wind blade was about to strike the whip, a bolt of black lightning suddenly descended from the sky, like the roar of a dragon, carrying terrifying energy, and slammed into Valenza. Boom! The lightning struck, blasting a huge crater in the ground. Debris flew everywhere, and black electricity coursed through the crater, radiating a chilling power. Valenza was jolted back several steps by the impact, barely managing to regain his footing. A tingling numbness spread through his arms, clearly from the aftershocks of the lightning. Valenza's expression darkened. With just this one strike, he had already sensed the opponent's immense power. He looked up at the sky. Within the black clouds, a colossal figure was slowly moving. The oppressive aura emanating from that figure made it difficult for him to even breathe. Forchies, you lot are still so useless. A deep, icy voice boomed from the clouds, like a thunderclap throughout the misty valley, making everyone's eardrums ache. As the voice faded, the clouds slowly parted, revealing a gigantic dragon head. This dragon head was entirely black, its scales shimmering with a cold light like obsidian. Its eyes were blood red, like two enormous rubies, its pupils devoid of any emotion, only filled with chilling killing intent. Below the dragon's head was an equally dark dragon body, covered in thick scales, each the size of a door panel, radiating a suffocating pressure. Upon seeing the dragon's head, Forchies, Cass, and the explosive man all knelt on one knee, their expressions extremely respectful. Forchies, head bowed, his voice trembling slightly, said, Gugwa, Lord Tuck, we underestimated them, fell into their trap. Not only did we fail to take the Mirror Moon Lake defense line, but the Jarman. He's dead. Bastard. Tuck's voice boomed again. The dragon's head in the cloud swayed slightly, and a bolt of black lightning shot from its mouth, striking the nearby mountain wall and blasting a huge gap in it. A bunch of trash. For god-level experts against two stray dogs, who have lost their sacred mountain, and you still managed to kill the Jarman. If word gets out, you utterly disgrace our Wade Empire. Chapter 808. The three of them, including Forshay, dared not refute, and could only lower their heads, letting Tuck reprimand them. They knew very well that Tuck was the president of the Vade United Empire star system, second only to the supreme leader within the Federation. He had personally descended to the Divine Plane this time to supervise their capture of Water God Mountain. Now that the Jarman had died in battle, and the mission had failed, Tuck's anger was understandable. Valenza and Terrasen looked at the enormous dragon head in the clouds, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. They hadn't expected Vade's super strongman to arrive so quickly, and even to Water God Mountain. You too, are you the Wind God Valenza, and the Water God Terrasen? Tuck's gaze fell on Valenza and Terrasen, a hint of contempt flashing in his blood-red pupils. Valenza took a deep breath, suppressing her fear, and raised the Wind God's sword again. Tuck, the president of the Vade Empire star system, you really brought a formidable figure. But what can you do now? Oh! It seems you still don't understand the situation. Tuck sneered, his dragon head lowering slightly, his enormous mouth opening, black lightning gathering within it. Since you're so eager to die, then I grant your wish. Today, I show you just how vast the difference between us truly is. The black lightning grew increasingly dense, distorting the air within the misty valley. Valenza frowned and said to Terrasen, this guy is strong. Although I'm confident I can handle him, this is the entrance to the Void Realm, and who knows how many more Vades are behind us. We can't waste time here, we need to leave as soon as we have the chance. Terrasen nodded. Yes. This is Mount Water God, I know it best. Follow me. With that, Terrasen led Valenza towards the main peak. Trying to run? Not so easy. Tuck's eyes flashed, and he spat out a bolt of black lightning. Valenza spun around, his long sword slashing horizontally. The massive wind blade collided with the lightning, unleashing a deafening roar. At the same time, several black spheres suddenly appeared in front of Terracin, hovering in the air. They exploded as Terracin approached. The crystal ball in Terracin's hand flashed, and an ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the force of the explosion. Hee, Lord Tuck told you not to run. The explosive man stood menacingly in front of Terracin and Valenza, holding more than 10 black spheres in his hands, clearly not intending to let them go. Get out of my way! Terracin shouted coldly, magic surging from the crystal ball and condensing into several ice spikes, which he shot towards the bomb man. However, Cass's whip flicked, slightly altering the direction of the ice spikes, preventing them from hitting the bomb man. Terracin, our battle isn't over yet. Let's continue playing. Terracin's face was grim. According to Annie's plan, after they circled around to the main peak of Water God Mountain, they were to shake off these 3 pursuers and head to the northern border to reunite with Annie and the others. Now, Annie and the main force of the Alliance had already headed to the northern border. It was impossible for anyone to come back to rescue them. Judging from the attack Tuck had just launched, Tuck's strength should also be at the mid-level of the god rank, but even among mid-level, there was a difference in strength. Even if Valenza could fight Tuck, it would be extremely difficult. Terracin had already endured a major battle and a long journey, expending a great deal of divine power. Unable to unleash her full strength, and now entangled with Forches and his companions, her chances of survival were slim. Terracin gritted her teeth. No, I must escape no matter what. She channeled all the divine power within her crystal ball, and instantly, the abundant water elemental power of Water God Mountain surged, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Forches' expression turned grave. This is bad? This is Water God Mountain. As the water goddess, this is Terracin's home turf. As Terracin channeled all the divine power within her crystal ball, the water elemental power within Water God Mountain instantly boiled. Giant waves surged from the mountain towards Misty Valley, mountain streams swelled into torrents, and even the moisture in the air condensed into tiny droplets, swirling around Terracin. The world seemed to be filled only with the blue light of water elemental power, and an immense pressure erupted from Terracin, the peak power she could unleash as the water goddess on her home turf. Drink! Terracin shouted softly, pushing forward with both hands. Countless water elemental forces instantly condensed into dozens of water jets as thick as buckets, like agile water dragons, shooting towards Forches, Cass, and the bomb man with the force torn through the air. Where the water jets passed, deep trenches were carved into the ground, and even the surrounding rocks were shattered by the impact of the water. Forches' face turned grim. He hurriedly spewed out a large amount of black mist to try and block it, but the black mist was instantly dispersed by the water jets the moment it touched them. Gurgle. This woman's power on her home turf is too strong. He could only awkwardly dodge backward, his thick limbs carving deep grooves in the ground, barely avoiding the impact of the water jets. Cass's long whip formed an impenetrable barrier in front of him, but it was easily shattered by the water jet. He grunted, the shockwaves sending him staggering back several steps. Jaw fared even worse. He had just pulled out his black orb to detonate it when he was struck head-on by a water jet. He was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the mountainside. The black orb scattered everywhere, and the force of the explosion left him battered and bruised. In a short time, the 3 were completely overwhelmed by Terracin's water elemental attacks, forced to run for their lives. Seeing this, Valenza immediately wielded the wind god's sword. The blue wind blades combined with the water jets in a pincer attack, trying to buy Terracin time to break through. Quick! Break through now. But just as the 2 were about to break through the encirclement, Tuck in the clouds finally couldn't hold back any longer. He watched as Terracin used his home field advantage to suppress his subordinates, a hint of impatience flashing in his blood-red pupils. A bunch of trash. Can't even handle a woman. Before his words even finished, Tuck's massive dragon claw descended from the clouds, a bolt of black lightning coalescing at its tip, striking precisely at the crystal ball in Terracin's hand. This lightning bolt was more concentrated than the previous attack, containing enough dark energy to tear through the defenses of a mid-level god. Terracin's pupils constricted sharply. He tried to summon water elements to block, but found the surrounding water elements suddenly stagnant. Tuck's lightning not only carried destructive power, but also contained dark runes that could disrupt the flow of elements. Bang! The black lightning slammed heavily into the crystal ball. The blue runes on the crystal ball's surface instantly dimmed. Terracin felt a surge of violent energy rush into his body through his arm, and he was immediately alarmed, quickly circulating his divine power to defend himself. At the same time, the crystal ball cracked open with a sharp sound, and the water elemental light surrounding her instantly vanished, her home field advantage completely gone. Gurgle, now's the time. Frishay seized this fleeting opportunity, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He leaped into the air, his thick arms gathering dark green energy, and slammed down like a hammer on Terrason's back. Terrason, still reeling from the lightning strike, her divine power in disarray, had no time to dodge. Thud! The energy hammer slammed solidly into Terrason's back, her body flying forward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. She felt a sweet taste in her throat, a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth, and her life force instantly weakened. The previously boiling water elemental energy, out of control, gradually calmed down, and the torrent of Misty Valley slowly receded, leaving only a devastated battlefield. Terrason! Valenza roared, trying to rush to her aid, but was blocked by a bolt of lightning from Tuck. Heh, they're fighting fiercely over there. Why don't you join me for a bit? Tuck grinned maliciously, slowly landing in front of Valenza. Valenza gritted his teeth, ignoring Tuck. The situation didn't allow for hesitation. He had to rescue Terrason and escape as quickly as possible. At this moment, Frishay walked step by step towards the fallen Terrason, his yellow pupils filled with cruelty. Gurgle, water god, without the power of home turf, you're nothing but a nobody. Now, it's our turn to settle accounts. He opened his mouth wide, and dark green energy condensed once more. Terrason struggled to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She gently stroked the crystal ball with her right hand, but the divine power she poured in dissipated from the crack. Gurgle, without the crystal ball, let's see what you used to fight me. Forchis chuckled, then let out a whoosh, spewing out a cloud of dark green gas that swept towards Terrason. Terrason put away the crystal ball, stretched out his hands, and a wall of ice materialized, barely blocking Forchis' attack. But the freak also seized the opportunity to throw several black balls at him. With a series of booming explosions, the ice wall could no longer withstand the force and shattered. Terrason was also thrown back by the shockwave, crashing to the ground once more. Valenza immediately tried to rush forward to help, but was stopped by Tuck. Get out of my way! Valenza shouted, thrusting her long sword forward. Tuck swung his claws, directly blocking the Wind God's sword, and sneered, You call yourself the Wind God, and in this world only Soraka can reliably suppress you. Surely you can't be that weak? Valenza's wind elemental power suddenly erupted, his eyes sharpening. Since you're so eager to see my strength, then I let you see it to your heart's content. With that, a sharp sword aura emanated from the Wind God's sword, scraping against the dragon claws, producing a teeth-grinding hissing sound. Oh! Going to use your full strength? Tuck's expression also became slightly serious. Tuck no longer held back. His massive dragon body fully emerged from the clouds, black lightning swirling around him, each breath carrying a suffocating pressure. Then let me see just how much this so-called wind god is worth. Tuck swung his dragon claw fiercely, black lightning erupting from the claw tip, forming a gigantic lightning claw tens of meters long, slamming towards Valenza. Wherever the lightning struck, the air was ionized and turned purple, the ground cracked open with deep trenches, and even the distant mountain walls began to tremble. Valenza dared not be careless. She wielded the wind god's sword rapidly, unleashing a torrent of azure wind blades that clashed with the thunderous giant claws. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the azure wind element and black lightning clashed, the resulting shockwave uprooting surrounding trees and sending debris flying like cannonballs. The mist in Misty Valley was instantly dispersed, leaving only the light of the colliding forces, even the sunlight dimmed by the sheer power. The two were instantly locked in combat. Valenza moved with agility, like a leaf in the wind, weaving through the gaps in Tuck's dragon claws. Each swing of the wind god's sword carried deadly intent, aiming for the gaps in Tuck's scales. Tuck, relying on its massive body and hard scales, launched a relentless offensive, alternating between black lightning and dragon breath, attempting to corner Valenza. The azure wind blade struck the dragon scales, producing a clanging sound like metal clashing. Black lightning struck the wind shield surrounding Valenza, creating ripples. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle, sand and stones flying, the sky changing color, completely covered by dark clouds and howling winds, as if the entire water god mountain trembled in the heat of the fight. This can't go on, Valenza thought to himself. He could sense that Tuck's stamina and energy far surpassed his own. In a prolonged battle, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantage. He had to end this quickly. Valenza's eyes hardened, and he deliberately exposed an opening, his left shoulder drooping slightly. Seeing this, a glint of joy flashed in Tuck's eyes. He immediately seized the opportunity, his dragon claws crackling with black lightning, reaching for Valenza's left shoulder. Just as the dragon's claws were about to touch Valenza's shoulder, Valenza suddenly sidestepped, using the power of wind to teleport to Tuck's right side. He endured the excruciating pain from the lightning's aftershocks grazing his left shoulder, gathering all his wind elemental power in his wind god's sword and slashing towards Tuck's neck. Swoosh! The wind god's sword sliced through Tuck's dragon scales as easily as cutting tofu. A palm-sized black scale was ripped off, dripping with black blood, and fell to the ground. Roar! Tuck roared in pain, black blood spurting from the wound on his neck, splattering onto the ground and corroding small holes in the rock. He hadn't expected Valenza to use his shoulder as bait to gain this opportunity. Valenza staggered back several steps, his clothes on his left shoulder ripped by the lightning, the wound a bloody mess. The black lightning power continued to erode his body, making him numb. Tuck clutched his wound, his bloodshot eyes blazing with rage, black lightning surging wildly around him. How long can you hold out like this? Even if you can last a while, your companions probably won't make it. Valenza was startled, turning to look to the side. He saw Fuchsia's and the other two attacking Terracin. Without the aid of the crystal ball, Terracin could only frantically and cautiously defend himself, his clothes riddled with holes and wounds, seemingly on the verge of defeat. Damn it, is there really no way out? Valenza gritted his teeth, gripping the wind god's sword tightly. Valenza! Suddenly Terracin called out, you go first? Don't worry about me, take care of the water god mountain servants for me. Valenza roared, you take care of your water god mountain servants yourself. He gathered his power again and charged towards Tuck. Chapter 809. Tuck swung his dragon claws, covered in black scales, easily deflecting Valenza's almost frenzied attacks. Azure wind blades struck the dragon claws, leaving only shallow white marks before dissipating into the air. He narrowed his blood-red pupils, his tone full of mockery. The mighty wind god and water god, nothing more than this. Today I will personally slay a god, letting the entire divine plane know that our Vade Empire will ultimately flatten this place and achieve final victory. Valenza's swordplay grew increasingly rapid, the azure light on the wind god's sword trembling slightly, but each attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to inflict any real damage on Tuck. He watched Terracin retreating steadily in the distance, his heart burning with anxiety. If Terracin were to perish, he alone would be no match for Tuck and the other three god-level powerhouses. Meanwhile, Terracin's condition had deteriorated to an extreme degree. Already drained of her divine power from the previous battle, she was now being besieged by Fuchs, Cass, and the Bomb Man. Her wounds multiplied, her pale blue robe stained a deep purple with blood, and even her breathing became intermittent. The ice spikes she conjured in her hand shrank, and the flow of water element became increasingly sluggish. Each parry came at a great cost, forcing her to retreat continuously, trying to find a chance to catch her breath. Suddenly, Terracin's retreating steps abruptly lost their footing. She was pushed back to the edge of the cliff in Misty Valley, with a bottomless abyss below. She instantly lost her balance and fell backward. Instinctively, she reached out to grab something, but grasped only air. Now! A ruthless glint flashed in Cass's eyes. His long whip lashed out like a venomous snake, the tip precisely wrapping around Terracin's right foot. The barbs on the whip pierced deep into her flesh, black venom seeping into her body through the wound, instantly numbing her. Terracin's heart sank. She knew she was in dire straits. Enduring the excruciating pain in her right leg, she stretched out her right hand, and the remaining water elemental energy instantly coalesced, forming a long sword made of ice shards in her grasp. She gritted her teeth and swung the ice sword at the whip wrapped around her leg, but the whip was a specially crafted artifact of the Vade Empire, not only incredibly hard but also capable of absorbing elemental power. The ice sword only left a shallow mark on it, unable to sever it at all. Heh, let's see how you run now. The explosive man rubbed his hands together, pulling dozens of black spheres from his black robe. The spheres shimmered with a black light, clearly containing terrifying explosive energy. Fauchas opened his mouth wide, and dark green mist condensed within, gradually forming a massive mist hammer. The hammer was covered in sharp bone spikes, radiating a suffocating pressure. The two attacked simultaneously, the black mist hammer whistling through the air as it smashed towards Terracin's chest. The black orbs in Jaws' hands shot out like a torrential rain, drawing black arcs in the air and blocking all of Terracin's escape routes, as if to raise her and the land of the water god mountain to the ground. Terracin! Valenza roared, his eyes bloodshot. Normally, competition outweighed cooperation among the 5 divine mountains, and he and Terracin often argued over resource allocation. But now, facing an invasion, they were allies fighting side by side, guardians of the divine plane. If Terrasen were to fall here, not only would the divine plane lose a god-level powerhouse, but he himself would be left isolated and helpless. He frantically swung the wind god's sword, unleashing a torrent of azure wind blades towards Tuck, attempting to break through the obstruction to rescue him. But Tuck stood before him like an impenetrable wall, his dragon claws and lightning striking alternately, blocking every single attack. Valenza's swordplay became increasingly chaotic, and his anxiety caused him to lose his usual composure, resulting in more and more openings in his defense. Tuck saw Valenza's anxiety, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he mocked relentlessly. "Oh, so anxious already? Don't worry, once that woman dies, you be next. Then, I hang your corpses on the main peak of Water God Mountain, so all those who oppose us can see the consequences of opposing the Vade Empire." Just at this critical moment, a pale white figure flashed like a ghost from the shadows of Misty Valley, instantly blocking Terrasen's path. The figure was incredibly fast, so fast that Forchis and Jaw didn't even have time to react. The black mist hammer had already crashed down, and the black sphere exploded at the same time. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions rippled through the air. Dark green mist and black flames intertwined, forming a massive energy storm that completely engulfed Terrasen and the pale figure. A violent energy shockwave spread outwards, blasting surrounding rocks to dust and uprooting distant trees. Dark gray flames shot into the sky, illuminating the dim heavens. "Terrasen!" Valenza cried out in anguish, his right hand gripping the wind god's sword trembling slightly. He stared at the all-consuming energy storm, his heart filled with despair. Under such a terrifying attack, even a god-level powerhouse would find it difficult to survive. "Ha ha ha! Well done!" Tuck laughed wildly, the gloom from Valenza's earlier loss of his dragon scales vanishing. He clapped his dragon claws and praised the three of them. "You three have finally proven your worth. When we get back, I speak to the Supreme Leader on your behalf." Fuchs and his two companions breathed a sigh of relief, smug smiles spreading across their faces. Although they didn't know who the pale figure they just seen was, the combined attack of the black mist hammer and the exploding black sphere meant the figure was most likely obliterated. Killing the water god Terrasen not only lessened their responsibility for the previous defeat, but might also earn them a hefty reward from the Supreme Leader, filling them with anticipation. "This is all thanks to Lord Tuck's support," Fuchs said obsequiously, his yellow eyes gleaming with flattery. "If you hadn't arrived in time, we wouldn't have been able to take down Terrasen so easily. This credit mainly belongs to you." Cass and Jaw also chimed in, relentlessly praising Tuck. Heaped with praise, Tuck turned to Valenza, his bloodshot eyes blazing with murderous intent. "All right, Terrasen is dealt with. Now it's your turn. Valenza, are you ready to face death?" Valenza gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping from between his fingers. Terrasen's fate was now unknown, and he alone faced 4 Vade powerhouses, including a mid-level god-level expert like Tuck. The situation was dire. He frantically searched for a way to escape, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a single chance. Just as Valenza was sinking into despair, the energy smoke ahead gradually dissipated. Faintly, a figure seemed to be moving slowly within the smoke. Valenza's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Could it be? Terrasen is still alive? He stared intently at the figure in the smoke, his breathing becoming rapid. The next moment, a ghastly white light shot out from the smoke, moving with lightning speed, slashing towards Forchis. Forchis, still basking in the joy of killing Terrasen, was completely unaware of the impending danger. Only when the light drew near did he feel a chilling dread and instinctively try to dodge. But it was too late. The ghastly light flashed past, and Forchis felt a sharp pain in his right arm. Then, his entire right arm was severed from his shoulder, dark green blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering onto the ground and corroding small holes in the rocks. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Forchis let out a piercing scream, clutching his bleeding shoulder and writhing on the ground in agony. The excruciating pain and fear of losing an arm made him tremble all over, his yellow pupils filled with terror. What? Tuck, Cass, and Jaw were all shocked, their smiles instantly freezing. They never imagined that someone could survive such a terrifying attack, and even launch a counterattack. Cass and Jaw instinctively took a few steps back, warily watching the figure in the smoke. Fuchs, enduring excruciating pain, raised his head, his eyes fixed on the figure gradually becoming clearer in the smoke, his voice trembling as he asked, "Gugwa, who are you?" The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing an aged figure before them. It was an old man, standing ramrod straight, like a javelin. His hair and beard were completely white, and his skin was deathly pale, as if devoid of any color, like a corpse just risen from its grave. He wore a haphazardly draped gray robe, patched and torn in several places, revealing equally pale skin beneath. In his right hand, he gripped a bone knife formed from the power of death. The bone knife was entirely white, its surface gleaming with a cold, chilling light. Powerful death energy swirled around the blade like black mist, emanating a terrifying pressure. Behind him stood Terracin. Terracin's breathing was still erratic, her long, pale blue hair plastered to her face, her robes tattered, her body covered in wounds, and a trace of blood lingering at the corner of her mouth. Yet, her eyes remained resolute. She was clearly alive, albeit severely injured. The old man slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Tuck and the others. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an air of domineering authority. "You ask who I am?" He paused, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Once, someone called me Death Blade." "Death? Death Blade?" Valenza's eyes widened at the name, her face contorted in disbelief. "Callan! You actually managed to resurrect?" Callan sneered, looking at Valenza with utterly unfriendly tone. "Valenza, long time no see. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, you still be so pathetic, unable even to protect your own companions. What a disgrace." Rinsa gave a wry smile, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Callan, this isn't the time for this. We're allies now, you should know that." "Allies?" Callan spat, his tone laced with disdain. "If it weren't for that girl Annie, who would want to be allies with you arrogant gods?" Terracin, clutching his wound, struggled to stand upright, his voice weak but still firm. "Regardless, I must thank you for saving me this time. Since you were willing to help, it means you also acknowledge the alliance. Rest assured, the god planet will definitely compensate for the losses the underworld suffered in the war." Callan frowned slightly, looking at Terracin's pale face, hesitating to speak. He had originally wanted to avoid the affairs of the Vade, or rather, he would have preferred the destruction of all 5 sacred mountains. However, he also knew that once the Vade successfully conquered this world, the undead would have nowhere to go either, which ultimately led him to decide to intervene. He sighed and waved his hand. "All right, enough of this nonsense. You two are too badly injured. Leave here first and meet up with Annie. I handle these guys here." Valenza paused slightly, then said with some worry, "Are you alone? Koduk is a mid-level god, and there's also Forchis, Cass, and the Bomb Man. You only just been resurrected. Your strength probably hasn't fully recovered yet. This is too dangerous." "Dangerous?" A wild smile crept onto Callan's lips. He lightly swung his bone knife, black death energy condensing on the blade, forming a sword aura several meters long. "That's what makes it interesting. I just been resurrected, and I need to find someone to stretch my muscles. These guys are perfect for testing my blade." He paused, his tone becoming stern. "You two stop dawdling and get out of my sight. Any later, and I might change my mind." Terracin wanted to say something, but Valenza gave her a wink and shook his head. He knew Callan's character. Once he made a decision, he would never easily change it. Besides, they were too badly injured to stay on the battlefield. Remaining there would only be a burden to Callan. Valenza took a deep breath and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Callan. "All right, in that case, we retreat first. Be careful, and if you're outmatched, retreat as quickly as possible." Callan curled his lip and waved impatiently. I know, hurry up and go. Don't get in my way." Valenza said no more, flashing to Terracin's side, supporting the injured Terracin, and turning to speed towards the main peak of Mount Water God. "Don't even think about running." Tuck was furious at the sight. The other side had completely disregarded him, which humiliated him. He immediately opened his mouth wide, and a black bolt of lightning shot out like a dragon, chasing after Valenza and Terracin's backs, trying to block their path. However, Callan flashed forward, instantly blocking the lightning. With a light flick of his bone knife, black blade energy cleaved the lightning. With a hiss, the previously raging lightning was split in two, dissipating into arcs of electricity that filled the air. Callan turned to Tuck, a cold glint in his eyes, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Little dragon brat, your opponent is me. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Come on, play with me for a while, and see if your lightning is stronger, or my knife is faster." Chapter 810. Tuck's face was so dark it could drip water, his blood-red pupils fixed on Callan, black lightning crackling around him like a volcano about to erupt. They had a chance to kill Terracin and completely dismantle the resistance of Water God Mountain, but this old man who suddenly appeared had disrupted their plans. "You old codger, Get out of my way. I don't have time to play with you. Callan brandished his bone sword, black death energy swirling around its blade, his powerful aura like a drawn sword, no less than Tuck's god-level pressure. If you want to get past me, you have to get past me first. His voice was hoarse, yet undeniably firm. With me here today, none of you will catch them. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being impolite. Tuck's eyes widened, his massive dragon claws slamming into the ground. He leaped into the air, his jaws agape, and a bolt of black lightning, as thick as a bowl, shot out like a venomous snake, carrying the destructive power of a demon, aimed directly at Callan's chest. This lightning bolt was more concentrated than the previous attack, containing enough dark energy to severely injure even a god-level expert. Clearly, Tuck had murderous intent. Callan's expression remained unchanged. He lightly pushed off the ground with his feet, his figure soaring into the air like a ghost. Black death energy continuously clung to his bone blade. He flicked his wrist, the bone blade whistling through the air, slashing fiercely at the black lightning. With a crisp crack, the black lightning was directly shattered by the bone blade, turning into countless tiny arcs of electricity that dissipated into the air. With this little strength, you think you can stop me? Carlin's lips curled into a mocking smile, his tone full of disdain. Enraged, Tuck nimbly spun through the air, his massive dragon body lashing out with a whistling claw towards Callan's head. The scales on his claw gleamed coldly, the sharp tip tearing through the air, leaving trails of black gas. Callan's eyes narrowed, and he darted to the side, like a willow branch, easily dodging Tuck's attack. He seized the opportunity to move to Tuck's left, his bone blade flashing as a black death slash, imbued with a dense aura of death, aimed at Tuck's neck. Don't even think about it. Tuck reacted with lightning speed, twisting his body, and unleashing a bolt of black lightning that struck the death slash precisely. Boom! The lightning collided with the slash, unleashing a violent shockwave that distorted the surrounding air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tuck's massive tail, like a steel whip, lashed out at Callan with a whooshing sound, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Callan had anticipated Tuck's counterattack. He lightly tapped his feet in midair, using the recoil from the energy shockwave to propel himself into the air, somersaulting like an acrobat and easily dodging the dragon's tail attack. At the same time, he swung his bone sword again, unleashing 3 black death slashes in a fan shape, blocking all of Tuck's escape routes. Useless. Tuck roared, unleashing 3 more bolts of black lightning to neutralize the death slashes. The two exchanged blows, their black lightning clashing with the black death slashes, creating deafening sounds. Meanwhile, Terracin and Valenza had already used this opportunity to disappear into the distance of Misty Valley, vanishing without a trace. Forches, Cass, and Zsa Zsa stood by, watching the two locked in fierce combat in midair, their faces filled with hesitation. They wanted to help, but were wary of Callan's strength. Even Tuck's attacks were easily deflected. If the 3 of them went forward, they would likely just be easy prey. But if they didn't help, and Tuck made a mistake, they would also be held responsible. Several attacks had failed, allowing Terracin and Valenza to escape successfully, and Tuck was growing increasingly impatient. He glanced at the 3 of them, who stood there bewildered, and his anger flared even more. He roared at them, "What are you 3 standing there for? Come and help!" "Oh. Okay. We're coming." Forches and the other 2 snapped out of their daze, quickly responding and rushing towards Callan. Seeing the 3 surrounding him, Callan showed no fear, instead sneering, "Heh," as expected of the star system president of the Vade Empire, resorting to a siege when you can't win. Quite the style of yours. What? Are you so afraid I ruin your plans? Tuck's face darkened, and lightning gathered in his mouth again. Don't think I can't beat you. I just don't have time for you right now. If I really wanted to, defeating you would be a piece of cake. While he said this, he was increasingly wary of Callan's strength. To be able to fight him, and 3 god-level experts single-handedly, this old man's strength was probably even greater than his own. You're really talking big without fear of your tongue slipping. Callan smiled coldly, his gaze sweeping over the 4 surrounding him. His main task was to cover Terracin and Valenza's retreat. Now that they were safely gone, he needed to end the battle as soon as possible. Just then, Cass stealthily circled behind Callan, his spinal whip lashing out like a venomous snake, its tip barbed, aiming to coil around Callan's waist. He intended to catch Callan off guard while his attention was focused on Tuck, creating an opportunity for Tuck to attack. Callan appeared unaware, but in reality, he had already sensed Cass's movements. He remained impassive, his eyes flickering slightly, and then a strange mental force erupted from his body, like an invisible blade, striking Cass's soul directly. Cass felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless needles were piercing his nerves. His consciousness blurred instantly, and he froze on the spot, as if he had lost control, his soul feeling as if it were being ripped from his body. Ah! He groaned in pain, the whip falling from his hand to the ground. Cass! Watch out! Tuck, seeing this, was startled and immediately unleashed a bolt of black lightning in Cass's direction. As Callan unleashed his soul-stealing spell, he turned and unleashed a deadly slash at Cass. The black slash, imbued with a dense aura of death, aimed directly at Cass's chest. At that critical moment, Tuck's black lightning arrived just in time, striking the deadly slash and neutralizing it. With a deafening roar, Cass was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground, a trickle of black blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. What kind of magic is this? Cass struggled to his feet, clutching his chest, his face filled with terror. He felt as if he had just escaped death. If Tuck hadn't intervened in time, he would already be a corpse. Tuck looked at Callan, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. You all be careful, this guy knows mind control magic. This kind of magic can directly attack the soul. It's impossible to defend against. If I hadn't intervened in time, Cass, you'd be seriously injured, if not dead. He paused, then continued, however, this kind of magic should have limitations. As long as you don't get too close to him and maintain a safe distance, it will be difficult for him to attack you. What? Cass was terrified, cold sweat pouring down his face, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Callan. He dared not approach Callan again and could only grip his whip, standing at a distance, watching him warily. A hint of regret flashed in Callan's eyes, and he muttered, so close. He hadn't expected Tuck to react so quickly, launching an attack the very moment he released soul stealing, ruining his plan. However, he wasn't worried. Soul stealing was just one of his many attack methods. Even if the other party saw through it, he had other moves he could use. Tuck took a deep breath, opened his mouth wide again, and a bolt of black lightning, even thicker than before, shot out, aiming straight for Callan's chest. At the same time, Borchis and Zombie also launched their attack, blocking all of Callan's escape routes. Callan's lips curled slightly, a sly glint in his eyes. Seeing the three attacks about to strike, he suddenly flashed, disappearing from the spot as if blending into the shadows. Boom! 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 Tuck, Borchis, and Zombie's attacks all missed, instantly creating a massive crater tens of meters in diameter, sending debris flying and billowing dust. The three looked around, but couldn't find Callan anywhere, as if he had never been there. Huh? Tuck's eyes widened, his blood-red pupils filled with disbelief. He released his divine-level pressure, carefully searching every corner, but still couldn't sense Callan's presence. Where did that old hide? He cursed inwardly, feeling Callan's unfathomable depths even more. The next moment, Cass suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if a cold knife was pressed against his back. He instinctively dodged to the side, but with a hiss, his right shoulder was still sliced by a sharp bone blade, black blood spurting out, and a sharp pain shooting through the wound. Aya! Cass let out a piercing scream, clutching his bleeding shoulder, staggering backward, looking behind him. Callan's figure emerged from the shadows, black blood still dripping from his bone sword, clearly the one who had just struck. Having landed a successful blow, Callan pressed his advantage without hesitation, swinging his bone sword again, a black, deadly slash aimed at Cass's chest. Cass was terrified, hastily swinging his whip to defend himself while shouting to Tuck, Lord Tuck, save me! Save me! He was now completely terrified by Callan, and had no courage to resist, only able to hope that Tuck would come to his rescue again. Tuck immediately noticed the anomaly. He roared and turned to charge towards Cass. His massive dragon claw, crackling with black lightning, slammed heavily onto Callan's bone sword. Clang! A deafening crash resounded as Carland was jolted back by the immense force, his bone knife trembling slightly. Carland regained his footing, looking at Tuck who stood in front of Cass, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You guys reacted pretty quickly. Cass clutched his wound, his eyes filled with both resentment and fear as he looked at Carland. He couldn't help but question, why? Why are you always staring at me? I done nothing to you. Why are you targeting me? Carland shrugged, feigning innocence. Nothing, I just don't like you. Cass was so enraged, he nearly vomited blood. He finally understood why he was being targeted, because he was the easiest of the four to deal with. He gritted his teeth, but dared not advance further, remaining behind Tuck, using Tuck's protection to evade Carland's attacks. Tuck's heart was also in turmoil. He never imagined that such a powerful figure was hidden in the divine plane. The intelligence Torlock had said earlier made no mention of this old man's existence. Had he known about this opponent beforehand, he would have been much better prepared, instead of being in such a passive position. That Torlock. He didn't even mention such crucial information. Tuck gritted his teeth, secretly vowing to make Torlock pay for his negligence after this mission. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Tuck glanced at the injured Cass, and a plan suddenly formed in his mind. He gave Forchis and Jia Jia a wink, signaling them to cooperate, and then suddenly launched an attack on Callan. A massive dragon claw, crackling with black lightning, crashed down on Callan's head like a mountain collapsing. Forche and Jia Jia immediately understood and joined the attack, forming a perfect encirclement. Cass, however, already injured and terrified by Callan, could only stand at a distance, too afraid to help, and could only watch helplessly as the three attacked Callan. Callan smiled coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Heh, you really don't learn your lesson. With that, he used invisibility again, his figure vanishing instantly. The next moment, he appeared before Cass, his bone knife, brimming with killing intent, slashing towards Cass's neck. Cass felt a chill run down his spine, an aura of death enveloping him. He mustered all his strength, conjuring a black energy barrier, and desperately ran towards Tuck. However, just as Callan's bone knife was about to strike Cass's energy barrier, a powerful force suddenly attacked him from behind. Callan frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. It turned out that Tuck had been using Cass as bait from the start, luring him into attacking Cass again. Tuck, however, was prepared. The moment Callan revealed himself, he gathered all his power, unleashing a massive black lightning bolt, crackling with boundless fury, hurtling towards Callan's back. Carland had no choice but to forcibly stop his bone sword strike towards Cass, spinning rapidly while simultaneously parrying with his own blade. Boom! With a deafening roar, the black lightning slammed into the bone sword, sending Callan flying through the air, tumbling several times before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. Carland slowly rose from the crater, brushing the dust off his clothes. Although Tuck's attack hadn't caused him any real damage, his bone sword was riddled with cracks. With a crisp crack, the bone sword shattered completely, turning into countless black specks of light that dissipated into the air. Callan sighed softly, a hint of helplessness on his face. Alas, a bone sword hastily conjured with magic is still no good. Without the bone sword, his strength would be greatly diminished. Continuing to fight here would only make things worse, and besides, his mission was complete, there was no need to take any more risks. Callan looked at Tuck and the other three, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Gentlemen, that's enough for today. I must take my leave now. Once I find a suitable weapon, we have a proper duel, and see who is truly superior. With that, his figure vanished instantly, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 811. Guadwa, oh no! That old bastard's trying to escape. Forche jumped up and down in a panic, dark green blood still dripping from his severed arm, but he paid no heed to the pain. Callan was incredibly powerful. If he escaped, he would undoubtedly become a major problem for the Vade Empire. It was better to pursue him while he was unarmed. Perhaps there was still a chance to severely injure him. Hee, that's right. Let's go after him. We can't let him get away. Jia Jia echoed, his hands already reaching for the black robe at his waist, clearly preparing to pull out the black ball at any moment. Seeing this, Cass panicked. Clutching his bleeding right shoulder, he shouted to the two, Don't leave me behind. The scenes of Callan targeting him repeatedly replayed in his mind. He was terrified that if he was left alone, Callan would suddenly return and launch a sneak attack. At this moment, his previous arrogance was gone, replaced by overwhelming fear. He only wanted to stay close to Tuck and the other two, seeking their protection. However, just as Forchis and Jia Jia were about to set off, Tuck suddenly raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "Forget it, don't chase after him." His blood-red pupils were fixed on the direction where Callan had disappeared, and the black lightning around him gradually subsided, indicating that he had calmed down. Forchis and Jia Jia were both stunned, their steps halting abruptly, looking at Tuck with confusion. Forchis couldn't help but ask, Gua, Lord Tuck, why are we chasing him? That old man's weapon was already shattered by you. Now is the perfect opportunity to pursue him. If we let him go, it will be much harder to deal with him later. Tuck slowly shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He's already gone. Given the abilities he just displayed, even if we chase after him, we might not find him. Besides, his strength far exceeds our expectations. Even without weapons, He's not easy to deal with. Forcing a pursuit will only waste time. It's completely unnecessary. Forchis reluctantly stopped, the pain in his severed arm causing him to frown, his mind filled with doubt. But who exactly is this old man? Why didn't Talek's previous intelligence mention the name Deathblade? What is his purpose in hiding in the divine plane for so long? Jarin nodded in agreement, his face full of confusion. Yes. According to Talek. According to the information provided by Locke. Besides the main gods of the 5 great divine mountains, and the progenitor of giants hidden in the celestial library, there are no other god-level powerhouses in the divine plane. But that old man doesn't seem like a giant either. The progenitor of giants is enormous, and it's said he can't leave the celestial library. Only by staying there can he maintain his soul's existence with the library's power. This old man clearly doesn't fit the characteristics of the progenitor of giants. What is his background? Cass, clutching his wound and leaning against a rock, suddenly brightened up upon hearing their questions, and cautiously said, "Do you think this old man could be a ghost?" A ghost? Forchis and Jia were both stunned, clearly not expecting Cass to make such a conjecture. The 3 exchanged glances, a hint of doubt flashing in their eyes. Wasn't the netherworld sealed away long ago? And according to the intelligence, the strongest being in the netherworld is only at the Unity realm. How could a god-level powerhouse appear there? Seeing no one object, Cass quickly explained, "That's right. Think about it, when we attacked Water God Mountain, it allied with the underworld. In every battle, the undead were basically the main force. Since they could fight together, it makes sense for another god-level expert from the underworld to join the fray, right?" He paused, pointing to the remaining black energy traces on the ground, and look, that old man just used the power of death, his whole body radiating a dense aura of death. Although he's different from ordinary undead, he's definitely an undead. Jarin shook his head, his tone uncertain. Jia. TSK, that's unlikely, isn't it? I heard that after the War of the Gods 10,000 years ago, the netherworld was sealed by the 5 great divine mountains. The undead within the seal cannot break through the realm restrictions, and the strongest among them is only at the Unity realm. It's impossible for a god-level expert to appear. This old man's strength has clearly reached the mid-level god level. How could he be from the netherworld? Cass wanted to argue, but Tuck waved his hand, interrupting their debate. All right, there's no use guessing here. Since Talek is in charge of collecting intelligence on the divine plane, he must know some things we don't. Let's confirm the identity of this Deathblade with Talek when we meet him later. He paused, his eyes sharpening. The most important thing now is not to dwell on this old man's identity, but to adjust our deployment as soon as possible. Terracin and Valenza have escaped to some unknown place. You guys quickly take people to search and find their hiding place as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Forchis, Jia, and Cass all nodded. A cool autumn breeze swept through the streets of the holy city of light, swirling a withered yellow leaf in the air before it slowly settled on the cobblestone pavement. The once bustling streets were now deserted, only the tattered shop signs creaking in the wind, devoid of their former vibrancy. Atop the city walls, the banners of the Vade people fluttered in the wind, their black flags embroidered with eerie insected runes, proclaiming the change of ownership of this largest city under the rule of the Holy Mountain of Light. The city lord's mansion was a scene of utter devastation. The heavy oak doors had been smashed open, with chips scattered everywhere. The towering statue of the goddess of light atop the main building had been toppled, shattered into countless white fragments, its head lying in the center of the courtyard, its once holy smile now covered in dust. A large number of Vades had gathered in the courtyard, some sitting, some standing, holding plundered wine and food, making a noisy commotion. The air was thick with the mingled stench of alcohol and blood. Torok leaned back in the main seat of the city lord's hall, holding a golden goblet filled with crimson wine. He drank deeply, the liquid dripping from his chin and soaking his black robe. 3 beautiful, alluring Vade women surrounded him, dressed in revealing clothing, diligently peeling fruit for him and wiping his face, making him appear incredibly content. Ha ha! I've been stationed in this world for thousands of years, and finally, today I can enjoy myself. Torok put down his goblet and let out a hearty laugh, his voice filled with long-suppressed triumph. For thousands of years, he led the Vades in battles against the 5 sacred mountains, gathering intelligence and turning the mountain servants against them. Now, finally witnessing the Vade army conquer the divine plane, his excitement was beyond words. Bix stood respectfully below Talek, head slightly bowed, his tone obsequious. This is all well-deserved, my lord. If it weren't for your millennia of tireless work, providing us with detailed intelligence on the divine plane, our army wouldn't have broken through the defenses so easily. Your contribution is unparalleled in the entire Vade Empire. Talek, pleased by Big's flattery, waved his hand, a hint of smugness on his face. Ahem, we can't say we completely conquered it yet. There's still some resistance at Water God Mountain and Light God Mountain. But it should be soon. I heard that Commander Tuck has arrived, over at Water God Mountain. With him involved, those two, Terracin and Valenza, are probably in big trouble, He imagined the scene of Terracin and Valenza being defeated by Tuck, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Big hesitated for a moment before asking, but sir, what's the situation at Mount Light? That woman Soraka was already difficult to deal with, and now the two main gods, Bronte and Genisa, are also there. With 3 god-level powerhouses joining forces, it'd be difficult for us to take Mount Light in a short time, won't it? Torok waved his hand dismissively. That's none of our business. Our current task is to defend the Holy City of Light, and closely monitor the movements of the Celestial Library. As for the battle at Mount Light, General Volant will be in charge. He leads the elite troops of our Vade Empire. Taking Mount Light is only a matter of time. Big curled his lip, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. But the Library of the Sky hasn't made a sound at all. I heard before that the giant ancestor inside is unable to leave the library because his soul is damaged, and he can only stay inside to maintain his soul's existence. What's the point of us guarding this immobile guy? We might as well go to the front lines and fight. Maybe we can even make a name for ourselves and get a reward from the Supreme Leader. Hearing this, Talek's expression instantly turned serious. He put down the fruit in his hand and looked sharply at Bick. Don't question the High Priest's decision. The giant ancestor is, after all, a mid-level god, a super strong being with 1 foot in the high level. Even if he can't leave the library, once he uses the library's power to launch an attack, he can still pose a huge threat to us. To prevent. In case something happens, someone has to stay here and keep an eye on him. He paused, his tone becoming more relaxed, with a hint of suggestion. Besides, isn't it nice for us to stay here? We have fine wine, beautiful women, and we don't have to risk our lives on the front lines. Isn't this kind of life more comfortable than fighting on the battlefield? Bick was slightly taken aback, then realized what Torlok meant, a fawning smile spreading across his face. You're right, sir. Indeed, it's much better for us to be carefree here than risking our lives on the front lines. Torlok nodded in satisfaction, patting Bick's shoulder, his tone suddenly turning icy. But you better be careful, kid. Don't forget about the altar. Bick's body trembled violently, the smile vanishing instantly, replaced by deep fear. He naturally remembered losing the altar. It was a nightmare that would forever haunt him. The altar holds paramount importance for the Vade Empire, especially for its supreme leader, as it contains the secret to the Empire's rapid power enhancement. 10,000 years ago, for some reason, one altar was lost. The remaining altar was the Empire's most prized treasure, now stolen by Annie. This crime is a grave offense, for which even 10 lives would not be enough to atone. There are 2 main reasons why he is still alive and unpunished. First, the altar remains in the Divine Plane and has not been taken out of this world. Once the Vade Empire conquers the Divine Plane, it will eventually be retrieved. Second, as the former governor of the Vade Legion during the invasion of the Sea of Death, he is currently the person in the entire Vade army who knows Annie's secrets best, thus still having value, which is why he has been temporarily spared. Bick's voice trembled slightly. He lowered his head, not daring to look Torok in the eye. My lord, I always remember the altar. But I heard that Annie is now active on Mount Water God. Why doesn't the High Priest send more men to Mount Water God, instead of letting the army linger on Mount Light God and Soraka? If we concentrate our forces to capture Annie, wouldn't we be able to retrieve the altar? Torok couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head, his tone full of disdain. You don't understand. The Annie you speak of is just a nobody at the Unity Realm. Even if she gets the altar, she can't unleash its true power. At most, she can only temporarily hold onto it. But Soraka is different. She is the spiritual totem of this world, the strongest being recognized in the Divine Plane. As long as we defeat Soraka and break the will to resist of the inhabitants of the Divine Plane, this world will basically be ours. As for that Annie, without the protection of the Divine Mountain, wouldn't she be at our mercy? Retrieving the altar would be a piece of cake. Bick suddenly understood. He looked up, his eyes filled with admiration. Oh, I see. You see, my lord. I was truly foolish before, failing to understand the High Priest's good intentions. You are wise, my lord. However, just as the two were drinking and eating, chatting merrily, a Vade soldier suddenly rushed in from outside the hall. He was covered in sweat, his armor was covered in dust, his face was extremely tense, and even his breathing became rapid. My lord! My lord! Something terrible has happened. The soldier ran to Talek, knelt down with a thud, and shouted in a trembling voice. Talek was enjoying the company of a beautiful woman when the soldier's sudden intrusion interrupted his mood. He slammed down his wine cup in annoyance, his brow furrowed, and said coldly, "What's the rush? Can't you see I'm drinking? What's the big deal that makes you so fuss?" The soldier looked up, his face filled with terror, and shouted, "The servants and undead of Water God Mountain. They attacked. They're already outside the city." "What?" Talek jumped up from his seat, his composure instantly replaced by shock. His mind raced, but he couldn't understand how Water God Mountain and the undead could have suddenly attacked the holy city of light. Chapter 812. What nonsense are you spouting? Water God Mountain is millions of miles away, and several of our defensive lines separate us. Even if they wanted to attack, they would at least send word beforehand. How could they possibly attack silently? Vic stepped forward, glaring at the soldier, his tone full of suspicion. Are you mistaken? Or is it some other force from the divine plane? How could the people of Water God Mountain cross such a vast distance and bypass our defenses? If you dare to lie about military intelligence, I will certainly punish you according to military law. The soldier trembled under Bic's imposing aura, but still insisted, I didn't lie. It's true. The divine servants and spirits of Water God Mountain, through some unknown means, secretly gathered in a village not far from the holy city. The village's garrison was completely unprepared. The defenses have been completely wiped out. He paused, swallowed hard, and continued furthermore. The water god Tarasim and the wind god Valenza have also inexplicably appeared near the celestial library. Our soldiers guarding outside the library were ambushed by them, suffering heavy losses and collapsing completely. What? Talek was truly panicked this time. He jumped down from his seat, grabbed a soldier by the collar, and his eyes were fierce. Tarasim and Valenza are here too? How is this possible? Have they abandoned Mount Water? Where is Commander Tuck? Wasn't he at Mount Water? Why didn't he stop them? His mind was filled with questions. Mount Water was clearly under Tuck's command. How could Tarasim and Valenza have escaped so easily, even managing to ambush the holy city of light? Just then, boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions suddenly erupted from outside the city, followed by deafening shouts of battle, the clashing of weapons, and the screams of soldiers, flooding the city lord's mansion like a tidal wave, even causing the walls of the main hall to tremble slightly. Torok's face instantly turned grim. He loosened the soldier's collar, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. He had originally thought that guarding the holy city of light would be an easy job, one that offered comfort and no risks, but he hadn't expected such a sudden turn of events. He knew very well that the holy city of light was a crucial stronghold of the Vade Empire in the divine plane. Its fall would not only affect the entire war effort, but he would also face the most severe punishment for dereliction of duty. Everyone assemble. Talek roared towards the outside of the hall, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Organize a defense immediately. We must hold the holy city of light, or none of us will escape unscathed. Outside the city, the autumn wind whipped up dust and withered grass in the open fields. Annie, clad in silver-white armor trimmed with purple, stood shoulder to shoulder with Brendaris, wielding a starlight spear. Behind them, the newly formed legions of divine servants and undead spread out like a tidal wave. Black undead and blue-green divine servants intertwined in a strange battle formation, launching a fierce attack on the majestic holy city of light ahead. On the city walls, the black banners of the Vades fluttered in the wind, a stark contrast to the allied forces' crescent and star banners, and the undead bone banners. The air was thick with the tension of impending battle, and the harbinger of war. Now, besides the core divine servants of Water God Mountain and Wind God Mountain, many powerful beings above the chaotic origin level scattered outside the mountains had joined the fray, and even the Shadow Pavilion, the most mysterious organization in the divine plane, had joined the attack. These Shadow Pavilion members, clad in dark, close-fitting attire, and with their faces veiled, moved like ghosts through the gaps in the military formation. It was they who brought the Shadow Pavilion's secret map of the hidden channels, allowing the allied forces to bypass the multiple lines of defense of the Vade and silently assemble near the holy city of light. The leader of the Shadow Pavilion was a sinister-looking necromancer, his strength only at the first level of the Harmony Realm. However, countless tiny bone needles were hidden within the black mist swirling around his fingertips, capable of taking a life with a casual flick. His assassination skills were unparalleled. Even mid-level Harmony Realm experts, if targeted by him, had to be constantly wary of a deadly attack lurking in the shadows. Initially, the Shadow Pavilion leader was unwilling to join the alliance. He preferred to work alone and did not want to be bound by any power, until Green personally came to persuade him. This charismatic figure, who had roamed the Divine Plane for centuries, had forged a bond with the Shadow Pavilion leader during a secret realm expedition. Leveraging this old acquaintance, Green persuaded the Shadow Pavilion leader to join the Alliance army in just half a day. To maximize the combat effectiveness of this force, a mix of divine servants, undead, and assassins, Annie spent 3 days reorganizing the unit. Shadow Pavilion members, along with the lightly armed divine servants from Wind God Mountain skilled in reconnaissance, and the undead adept at stealth such as ghosts, shadow demons, and nightmares, formed the Wind Shadow Battalion, specializing in battlefield reconnaissance, assassinations behind enemy lines, and sabotage, commanded by Leviathan. The Battle Sanctuary of Water God Mountain and Wind God Mountain, combined with Lucifer's Death Riders and Mammon's Skeleton Warhorse Cavalry, formed the Sword Battalion, an elite force for assaults, specifically designed to strike the main force of the Verids, jointly commanded by Lucifer and Mammon. The remaining troops were divided into 4 squadrons. Squadrons 1 and 2 were the main fighting force, led by Samuel and Brindaris respectively, charging ahead as the vanguard. Squadron 3 was the garrison, commanded by Belphegor and Balzib, responsible for building fortifications and providing range support with magical crossbows and elemental cannons. Squadron 4 was the supply corps, led by Grin and Zephyros, responsible not only for ensuring the transport of food and medicine, but also for inventorying spoils and treating the wounded after the battle. Choosing the Holy City of Light for the first battle, a good choice, Brindaris murmured, gazing at the city occupied by the Verids. This city was not only the closest major city to the Celestial Library, but also the first line of defense protecting it. Capturing it would sever the Verids' surveillance of the library. He watched as dozens of ironclad battering rams pounded the city gates, each impact causing the walls to tremble slightly. He couldn't help but smile wryly. I never imagined I'd be leading an army to attack the Holy City of Light. It's almost like a dream. Annie chuckled, the starlight at her fingertips shimmering slightly. The situation is special, after all. The city isn't guarded by followers of the Mountain of Light, but by the Verids who burn, kill, and loot. We're not attacking, we're reclaiming. Just as she finished speaking, a deafening shout erupted from ahead. Samuel had already led a squad to the city gates. The 10-meter-tall zombie dragon slammed its massive skeletal claws down on the heavy oak city gate. Boom! Boom! Each strike sent splinters flying. Arrows and magic fired by the Vades from the walls landed on Samuel's bone armor, leaving only shallow white marks. Soon, the already damaged city gate finally succumbed to the pressure and snapped open with a crack, sending shards of wood flying into the city like cannonballs. A squad of warriors followed closely behind, the priests holding shields in front, the undead wielding bone blades behind, surging into the city like a burst dam. The screams of the Vades instantly echoed across the city walls. The Vades tried to resist, but the disparity in numbers was overwhelming. The undead army had virtually no concept of casualties. Even low-ranking undead, though shattered, could regenerate as long as they had soul fire to sustain them. Meanwhile, the priests, relying on the magic inherited from the sacred mountain, advanced steadily under the cover of the undead. A few powerful undead at the Harmony Realm, along with hundreds of low-level undead, formed a charging formation that scatters the Wade squads. The city gates were quickly piled high with Wade corpses and shattered weapons. However, just as the Allied forces were about to seize control of the city gates, a black mist suddenly erupted from within the city, surging towards the gates like a tsunami. Damn it, get out of here! With a roar, Talek soared into the sky on a cloud of black mist. The black mist surrounding him exuded the pressure of a god-level expert. His mere presence halted the low-level undead at the forefront. The next second, the black mist slammed forward, instantly sending the undead, who had just entered the city flying. Bones, severed limbs, and black blood splattered through the air, and the attack at the city gates instantly ceased. Annie's eyes narrowed sharply. It's Talek. Lucifer should make his move. Her words had barely left her lips when the sound of hooves echoed from the west side of the Holy City of Light. Lucifer led the cavalry of the Sword Battalion out. These fallen angels, riding skeletal warhorses and wielding black long swords, followed by Mammon's skeletal cavalry, charged into the city like black lightning. The Vades had no time to react. Their formation was shattered by the cavalry. Many hadn't even seen their enemies before their heads were severed by the long swords, and the city erupted in wails and howls. Damn it, these mere undead dare to be so arrogant! Talek roared in fury, preparing to unleash his black mist to attack the cavalry, when a longsword gleaming with a cold black light suddenly slashed from the side, aimed directly at his neck. Humph! Tolek snorted coldly, and the black mist around him instantly condensed into a shield, deflecting the long sword with a clang. But before he could retaliate, another simple and unadorned sword light suddenly emerged from the gap in the black mist. Mammon had somehow circled behind him, his bone sword aimed at his weakest point in the black mist's defense, his lower back. Huh? Tolek exclaimed in surprise, quickly manipulating the black mist to retreat more than 10 meters before regaining his footing. Only then did he see the attacker's appearance clearly. Who are you? Tolek narrowed his eyes, his tone full of vigilance. He had lived in the divine plane for thousands of years, and had never seen these two powerful undead. Lucifer shook the black mist off his sword and sneered, "What use is all that knowledge from a dead man?" Tolek's expression instantly turned icy, and the black mist around him began to churn. How arrogant! Just two minor characters at the Harmony realm. I can easily annihilate you. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and the black mist condensed into a spear, shooting towards Lucifer. Lucifer dodged to the side, the bone spear striking the ground and creating a deep crater. Oh! Then try it! Before he finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with Mammon and charged towards Tolek simultaneously. Lucifer's longsword spearheaded the attack, while Mammon's bone sword targeted the gaps in the black mist. Their coordinated efforts temporarily held Torlok back. Brindaris, watching the three locked in aerial combat, swallowed hard and tugged at Annie's sleeve. Are you sure you're alright? Torlok is a god-level expert, after all. Lucifer and the others won't be in danger, will they? Annie smiled faintly, her gaze turning towards the city. Don't worry. Cass was also a god-level expert before, and he still managed to hold them back, didn't he? Lucifer and Mammon may not be able to defeat Torlok, but it won't be easy for Torlok to defeat them either. Our goal isn't to kill Torlok, but to seize the Holy City of Light. As long as Torlok is held back, the remaining Vades are no threat. Just as Annie had said, the battlefield below had completely turned in favor of the Alliance. Samuel rampaged through the city, his dragon breath slamming into the Wade fortifications. The makeshift wooden shields and earthen walls were like paper before his power. A squad of warriors followed behind him, dividing the Wades into small groups and annihilating them one by one. Soon, the Alliance flag was raised in the city's central square. Just then, Annie's gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure in the city. It was Bick. He was leading a small squad of Wades against Samuel's attack. But Samuel was powerful and had entered berserk mode. A layer of blood shimmered on his bone armor, far beyond Bick's capabilities. Seeing that they were no match for Samuel, Bick didn't hesitate and immediately ordered his troops to retreat. Annie stroked her chin, a faint smile playing on her lips. She beckoned to the shadows behind her, and a black figure slowly emerged. Leviathan, hunched over, was surrounded by a faint shadow, like a ghost blending into the darkness. Can you bring him back to me? Alive. Leviathan nodded slightly, his voice like fine sand. Shouldn't be a problem. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared back into the shadows, leaving only a faint black trail as he drifted away towards the city. Brindaris, puzzled, couldn't help but ask, that should be Bick, right? This guy has a lot of divine blood on his hands. Why not just have Samuel kill him? Why bring him back alive? And didn't answer directly, but smiled and said, there's something I need his help with. Robert had recently run into trouble. Bourne had entrusted 2 altars to Robert, hoping he could reforge them and create new weapons. Robert tried countless methods, from catalyzing with elemental power to burning with spirit fire, but he couldn't budge the altar an inch, nor could he activate the runes on its surface. And was almost ready to give up when she saw Bick and suddenly remembered that he had been the governor of the Verids, who invaded the Sea of Death, and the altar had been stolen from him. He must know how to manipulate it. Bick was completely unaware of the impending danger. He ran with all his might towards the breach in the west of the city, shouting to the soldiers around him, "Go! Go! We can't stay here any longer." His voice trembled, and he didn't even bother to wipe the blood from his armor. So what if they take the Holy City of Light? Once the High Priest arrives with reinforcements, we wipe them all out here. Chapter 813. Boom! 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 The battle in the air continued. Lucifer and Mammon didn't engage Torlok in direct combat, but instead constantly harassed him. Whenever Torlok launched a killing move, they would immediately retreat. Torlok was frustrated and unable to use his strength effectively. Lucifer unleashed a sword strike, his figure flying backward, his gaze coldly fixed on Torlok. He said, "Torlok, you should look down. If you keep fighting, your men will all be wiped out." Torlock hesitated slightly, looking down. At this point, the Holy City of Light had already been mostly occupied by the Allied forces. The remaining Vade people could only desperately resist. Defeat was only a matter of time. More importantly, he had lost many of his Yuan-level experts, especially Bick, who was nowhere to be found, his fate unknown. Torlock gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Lucifer. "You just wait, you damned undead. I won't let you get away with this." Lucifer didn't attack again, only saying calmly, "I return that to you. We won't let you get away with this either." Torlock was about to say something when he suddenly looked up and saw two figures rapidly approaching in the distance. One emitted a pale blue light, the other cyan. Their powerful divine power could be clearly sensed even from afar. Torlock's eyes narrowed slightly. "It's Terracin and Valenza." His heart sank. He knew the Holy City of Light couldn't be defended, so he didn't hesitate and turned to flee in the opposite direction. Mammon looked at Lucifer and asked, "Aren't we going to stop him?" Lucifer shook his head. "No, the Wind God and the Water God went through a great battle before arriving at the Celestial Library. Their strength hasn't fully recovered. Even if we block Torlock, we can't stop him. The best we can do now is scare him away before he receives the news." Soon, Terracin and Valenza arrived at the Holy City of Light. All the Vade people in the city who had participated surrendered without a second thought, having lost all will to resist. The matter of receiving the prisoners was left to Grin, with Akeem assisting, so no one else needed to worry about it, and took Bick to a secluded spot where only Annie, Bick, and Leviathan remained. Bick's eyes widened upon seeing Annie. You're here too," and shrugged. "What? Surprised? We've known each other for a while now. You should know why I'm looking for you, right?" Bick spat. "Don't even think about it. The secret of the altar is the Empire's top secret. I won't tell you." And smiled slightly, not angry. "Is that so? I know you're a tough nut to crack, so I had Leviathan here too. He's a master of soul magic. Whatever the secret, he can read it from your mind. Of course, the result will be that you be completely brainwashed due to a damaged soul." "Boy!" A flicker of fear crossed Bick's eyes. He had witnessed Leviathan's power firsthand, so he had no choice but to believe Annie's words. So what if you know how to use the altar? The Supreme Leader won't let you go." Annie said indifferently, "He's already come this far. What other way out do I have?" "Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to tell me voluntarily, or do you want Leviathan to tell you for you?" Bick trembled, swallowed hard, and said, If I tell you, can you spare my life? Do you have any bargaining power?" Annie said coldly. "Of course, if the information you provide is indeed useful to me, then I can consider it." "You?" Bick's eyes showed some struggle. He didn't want to betray the Supreme Leader, but he also didn't want to lose his life for it. Just as Bick hesitated, Annie suddenly said, "Your identity must be rather special. The method of using the altar isn't something just anyone can know. As a mere military district governor, you were able to contact the Supreme Leader and even borrow the altar. It's clear you're not an ordinary person." Bick trembled again, looking at Annie with suspicion. "What are you trying to say?" Annie stroked her chin and said, "How about we make a deal? You tell me how to use the altar, and I not only send you back, but I also give you a prisoner." "A prisoner?" Bick's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Annie smiled slightly. "It means exactly what it says. Think about it. If you could return with a necromancer lord, wouldn't that be incredibly impressive?" Bick swallowed hard. What trick are you playing?" Bick didn't believe Annie would be so kind. Annie said warmly, "Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions. Like I said, it's just a deal, and I think it's a good one. Just don't mention our deal when you go back. Just say you broke out on your own, okay?" Bick frowned. "What if you go back on your word?" Annie shrugged. "I'm your enemy." "How can you trust an enemy?" Then Annie changed her tone, however. "You also have to honestly explain how to use the altar, otherwise our deal won't stand." Bick thought for a moment, somewhat tempted, but still cautiously asked, "Who are you planning to take as a prisoner?" Annie tilted her head, looking at Leviathan. "What do you think of him?" Bick's expression changed slightly. Leviathan wasn't the strongest among the 7 lords, but he was definitely difficult to deal with. If they could really capture him and bring him back to the Legion, it would be a great achievement. "You mean it?" Annie grinned. "Of course I mean it." Bick struggled internally for a moment, finally gritting his teeth and saying, "Fine, in that case, I trust you this once. If you lie to me, don't even think about getting the complete method for using the altar." Annie patted Bick's shoulder. "Since it's a deal, it has to be based on mutual trust. My reputation is always excellent. You can ask others if you don't believe me." Bick scoffed. Who could he ask? Then, Annie called Robert over and took Bick away. After Bick left, Leviathan asked in a hoarse voice, You really want me to be a prisoner? Annie nodded. That's right. If you don't go, Bick might have a backup plan. But don't worry, they won't do anything to you in the short term. In fact, you can become our hidden pawn there, playing an unexpected role. Leviathan was silent for a moment before asking, What about the Wind Shadow Camp? Let Asmodeus replace you, Annie said. You might suffer a bit over there, but you must endure it, understand? Leviathan nodded. Yes, I believe in you. Below the main peak of Mount Light, the area was now surrounded by Vades. The Mount Light Alliance had been besieged on the main peak for months, and the two sides had engaged in several major battles, but without achieving any significant results. Soraka, as expected of the strongest being in the Divine Plane, led the allied forces of the Divine Mountain not only to repel the attacks of the Vade, but also recently slaying several Heian-level experts, greatly boosting the morale of the allied forces. On the other hand, the Vade initially advanced with unstoppable momentum, but after the forces from Thunder God Mountain and Fire God Mountain joined forces at Light God Mountain, their progress slowed down, until now they were completely unable to deal with the allied forces. At the foot of the mountain, a group of Vade experts surrounded a towering giant. This giant had 2 heads, 6 arms, and an exceptionally burly physique, several sizes larger than ordinary giants. One head had a single horn, a ferocious face, and a pair of fangs, making it extremely frightening. The other head was bald, without hair or ears, with a protruding snout and a mouth full of sharp teeth, resembling a monster. This man was none other than General Wurmt, the Grand General of the Vade Empire, a super-powerful figure on par with the Star System President Tuck and High Priest Ezer. He was also the vanguard of the Vade Empire's territorial expansion, and Talik, who had been invading and harassing this world for thousands of years, was his subordinate. However, at this moment, this Grand General, who commanded respect and won countless battles across various star systems, was somewhat troubled. He had already clashed with Soraka several times, and to his utter surprise, Soraka's strength was incredibly formidable, in no way inferior to his own. This astonished him, and he was also deeply puzzled as to why a world capable of nurturing such a powerful figure had remained obscure. Even if this strength couldn't compare to the Vade Empire, it should still be capable of conquering the surrounding smaller worlds. But now was not the time to ponder these matters. So many days had passed, and as a top-tier powerhouse of the Vade Empire, he hadn't even managed to take down Mount Light, which was truly embarrassing for him. More importantly, he heard that Tuck had arrived at Water God Mountain. With Tuck's strength, it was only a matter of time before he conquered the entire Water God Mountain, which made him even more anxious. General, shall we launch another attack? A Vade general suggested. Wurmt, his head bearing a single horn, shook it slightly and said, Mount Light has a very powerful barrier, and their resources in their warehouses are virtually inexhaustible. Continuing our assault is pointless. Then what should we do? We can't just sit here and let others laugh at us. Wurmt pondered for a moment, then looked at the general. Guluha, you were with Talik before. Didn't he plant a pawn on Mount Light? Now it's time to use it. Guluha hesitated, then his eyes darted around. Sir, Lord Talik didn't tell me any of this. He only communicated with us directly. None of us below knew anything. Wurmt frowned slightly. Is that so? Then go and fetch Talik. He's been enjoying himself in the Holy City of Light for a while now. It's time he did something. Just then, a dark cloud appeared in the sky, whooshing towards them. Volant was slightly surprised. I didn't even call him. How come he's here? Did any of you inform him? Everyone around shook their heads, looking bewildered. Soon, the dark cloud descended, revealing Talik. His face was extremely grim. Upon seeing Volant, he immediately knelt down. General, I lost the Holy City. What? Volant's brows furrowed even deeper. What exactly happened? Talik briefly recounted the Alliance Army's surprise attack on the Holy City of Light, embellishing the story to suggest that he had been forced to abandon the city after a bloody battle. After listening, Volant remained silent, pondering for a moment before saying, Is that so? It seems that Terrasin and Valenza, intimidated by Tuck's threat, abandoned Mount Water and instead relied on the Library of Heaven, using the power of the giant ancestor to protect themselves. Torlok said, General, let's go. The giant ancestor can't leave the Library of Heaven. If you take action, you surely wipe out those bastards. Volamid shook his head. Don't worry about them. It's just a holy city. How much trouble can they cause? You come at the right time. The pawns you planted at Mount Light can be used now. We take Mount Light in one fell swoop, and then deal with the Library of Heaven. The library? Torlock hesitated slightly, then said, but the High Priest. I explained to Easel. He did put you in charge of the Celestial Library, but taking Mount Light won't take long, so don't worry. Hearing Volan's words, Torlock felt relieved. All right, leave it to me. When do you plan to attack? Volan said sharply, the sooner the better. Torlock clapped his hands and said, there's no time like the present. How about tonight? Good. The success of this battle depends on you. Soon, the two had finalized their plan for the night's attack, and Torlock went alone to find the mole. This pawn was one he had planted long ago, waiting to be used at such a crucial moment. He rode the dark clouds and quickly arrived at a secluded corner of Mount Light, far from the core area, a place where few people usually came. As he traveled, he unleashed a torrent of black mist, blotting out the sun and making it clearly visible even from 1,000 miles away. Simultaneously, he ordered the nearby garrison to retreat 30 miles, effectively turning the area into a no-man's land. Shortly after he landed, a figure emerged from behind a boulder. Torlock was slightly taken aback. You're quite fast, Hemid. Indeed, this was Hemid, a high-ranking divine servant of Mount Light, and the master of the battle sanctuary. Hemid's expression was icy, and he said impatiently, I waited long enough. When are you finally going to use me? Were the conditions you promised me for becoming a god just a lie? Torlock stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, look, I'm here. Tonight, the great general will launch the final attack. Go and deactivate the restrictions on the mountain, and you get what you promised immediately. Hemid was overjoyed. That's a deal. Torlock grinned, then with a flick of his wrist, a crystal brimming with divine power appeared in his palm. Chapter 814. Upon seeing the pale purple crystal in Torlock's hand, Hermid's pupils dilated instantly, his breathing became rapid, his hands clenched involuntarily, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. A divine crystal. This really is the legendary divine crystal. He had seen records of divine crystals in the ancient texts of Mount Light, treasures containing the power of the universe's origin, capable of helping one break through the barrier of true godhood, treasures coveted by countless cultivators at the Unity Realm level. But he had never imagined that one day he would see a divine crystal with his own eyes, or even have the opportunity to possess it. Seeing Hemid's discomfiture, Torlock's lips curled into a smug smile. He gently stroked the surface of the divine crystal, feeling the immense power it contained. The spiritual energy of your world has long been depleted. The existing resources can only support your cultivation up to the Unity Realm. What you call divine sparks are merely the basic qualifications for becoming a god. You haven't even touched the true gate to divinity. To break through to the Unity Realm, reach the returning Origin Realm, and become a true god, you must comprehend the ultimate mystery of this universe. He paused, deliberately slowing his speech. And within the divine crystal lies the secret and primal power, the fastest shortcut to godhood. With it, your chances of breaking through to the Origin Realm will increase by at least 50%. Think about it, Hermod, becoming a true god, possessing world-destroying power, isn't that your lifelong pursuit? Hermod's eyes were fixed on the divine crystal, filled with greed and desire. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He leaned forward, slowly reaching out his hand, wanting to touch the treasure that could change his destiny. The divine crystal gleamed softly in the moonlight, as if beckoning him, completely captivating him with the allure of power. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the divine crystal, Torlock suddenly pulled the crystal back into his palm and clenched it tightly. Don't rush. Torlock's smile carried a hint of cunning. I can give you the divine crystal, but not now. Once you successfully deactivate the restrictions on Mount Light tonight and help us take the main peak, the divine crystal will be yours. At that time, you not only get the divine crystal but also become a meritorious official of the Vade Empire. Why not? Hemid suddenly snapped back to reality, forcibly suppressing his impulse. His eyes flickered a few times. If I really deactivate the restrictions tonight, Soraka will immediately discover that I'm the one who did it. Then, I have no place to stand on Mount Light, and I might even be hunted down by the entire divine plane. That's for sure. Torlock waved his hand dismissively. Once you break through to the Origin Realm and become a true god, the Supreme Leader might even appoint you as a general, letting you command a force, 100 or 1,000 times better than being a divine servant on Mount Light. Hemid's eyes instantly blazed with excitement. His previous concerns had long since vanished. He nodded emphatically. That's wonderful. In that case, I find a way to distract the guards tonight and help you break the barrier. With that, the two quickly separated. Hemid cautiously headed towards the main peak of Mount Light, while Torlock disappeared into the shadows and night. The secluded valley returned to its tranquility, as if no one had ever been there. However, a few minutes later, a black figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree beside the valley. Completely hidden in the shadows, as if appearing out of thin air, he stared intently in the direction Hemat had gone, a cold smile playing on his lips. Goddess of light, Soraka, you pride yourself on your discerning eye, yet you raise such an ingrate. It seems the good days for Mount Light are numbered. With that, he too quietly departed. Under the cover of night, Mount Bright remained brightly lit. Torches illuminated the entire summit, reflecting on the weary yet resolute faces of the divine servants. Nobel, clad in armor, stood beside the fortifications, directing his servants in repairing the walls destroyed by the Vade during the day. His arms were bandaged, wounds from the day's battle, but he showed no sign of rest, busily moving through the fortifications, constantly urging his servants to reinforce the defenses. Everyone, give it your all. The Vade could attack again at any moment. We must repair the fortifications before dawn. Nobel's voice was slightly hoarse, yet full of strength. Such a long and continuous battle, though it had repeatedly repelled the Vade attacks, had resulted in extremely heavy losses for the Mount Bright allied forces. More than half of their divine servants had been killed or wounded, and resources such as magic crystals had been depleted. Now, they were trapped on the summit, unable to advance or retreat, and no one knew where their path would lead. Bronto stood beside the watchtower on the main peak, gazing at the lights of the Vade camp in the distance, his face filled with sorrow. This once mighty Thor, who had dominated the divine realm, was now much thinner, his eyes sunken, and a few strands of white hair appearing. The humiliation of losing Mount Thor, coupled with days of defeat, had deeply wounded his spirit. His former majesty was long gone. Doug, clad in silver armor, stood silently beside Bronto. He was one of the most outstanding young members of Mount Thor, and Bronto's most valued successor. Seeing Bronto's dejected expression, Doug softly comforted him. Lord Thor, don't be too sad. At least the legacy of Mount Thor remains. As long as we can defeat the Vade, one day, we will reclaim Mount Thor and restore its glory. Bronte slowly turned his head, looking at Doug's young yet resolute face, and patted him on the shoulder, his tone tinged with both relief and heaviness. I'm fine, just a little sentimental. However, the burden of Mount Thor will likely fall on your shoulders from now on. Clayton is seriously injured, and even if he recovers, he probably won't be able to return to his peak level. Salrock's aptitude is poor, reaching the mid-stage of the Harmony realm is already his limit. Only you, with outstanding talent, but lacking composure, are entrusted with the legacy of Mount Thor. I hope you can shoulder this responsibility, and not disappoint the ancestors of Mount Thor. Doug nodded heavily, his eyes filled with determination. Please, great Lord Thor. Don't worry, I will definitely cultivate diligently and protect the legacy of Thunder Mountain. One day, I will lead Thunder Mountain out of its predicament. Bronto took a deep breath, his gaze returning to the distance, and sighed softly. I just don't know if we ever have the chance to see that day. That General Worm of the Vade people is truly terrifying, on par with Soraka. I also heard that there are 2 other Vade powerhouses of similar strength. For so many years, we always thought the Divine Plane was the center of the world, but we never imagined there were such powerful forces outside. The Vade Empire is indeed terrifying. Just then, Janissa strode over. He blew on his signature red beard and glared at Bronto with displeasure. What's so terrifying? Back in the day, we had countless god-level powerhouses in our Divine Plane. Compared to us then, these guys from the Vade Empire are just grandchildren. If it weren't for the current depletion of spiritual energy and scarcity of resources, would they dare to cause trouble in the Divine Plane with their meager strength? Bronto raised an eyebrow, a bitter smile playing on his lips. You said it yourself, it was around that time. After the War of the Gods, the god-level powerhouses either died or left, the spiritual energy of the entire world was exhausted, and resources became scarce, which is why it split into the Prime Plane and the Divine Plane. We're lucky to be alive now, and still retain our god-level strength. Granissa's expression also turned somewhat melancholy. He leaned against a pillar of the watchtower, tapping his battle axe lightly on the ground, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Alas, the War of the Gods back then was out of necessity. The primordial power left by the Creator God was almost gone, simply not enough to support so many god-level powerhouses in their cultivation. To compete for limited resources, war had to break out. In a way, you and I were both beneficiaries of that war. If it weren't for that war, we'd probably still just lowly gods. It's impossible for them to become the chief gods of the 5 great divine mountains. Bronto nodded in deep agreement. Yes, compared to the Netherworld, our situation is much better. Back then, The netherworld was far stronger than our divine plane. The power of those death gods was terrifying. Even Deathblade Calian wasn't the strongest in the netherworld. If it weren't for the alliance of our 5 great divine mountains, and the restrictions left by the creator god, the world order would probably have been completely changed by the netherworld long ago. Janissa wholeheartedly agreed. I think it's very possible. The netherworld's cultivation system doesn't require much spiritual energy. Even in resource-scarce environments, strength can be rapidly increased. If the netherworld hadn't been sealed back then, it would probably have ruled the entire world by now. As the two were lost in reminiscing about the past, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Stop talking, the Vade are preparing to attack again. Bronte and Granissa turned simultaneously, only to see Soraka standing not far away, clad in golden armor, and holding the scepter of light. The golden armor gleamed in the torchlight, making her appear like a goddess descending, majestic and sacred. Yet, a hint of weariness was also evident in her expression. Granissa frowned, somewhat puzzled, and asked, didn't they just launch a large-scale attack a couple of days ago? They suffered considerable losses. Why aren't they resting and are they attacking again? Are their soldiers inexhaustible? Soraka's expression turned serious. She pointed towards the distant Varid camp and said in a deep voice, the Varids have a void rift behind them. Their soldiers can be continuously replenished from the rift, so they don't need to worry about manpower. Moreover, their commander is very experienced. He's not one to waste effort. Their attack tonight might mean they already figured out how to deal with our ancient barrier. After the battle begins, pay close attention to the barrier's movements. If you discover anything unusual, stop it immediately. We absolutely cannot allow the barrier to be destroyed. Bronto and Granissa's expressions changed, and they nodded in agreement. They both knew very well that the reason Mount Light was able to withstand the Varid attack was entirely due to this ancient barrier. If the barrier is destroyed, their current forces will be no match for the Wade's fierce attack, and they will lose even this last foothold. Hill! 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 Just then, a deafening battle cry erupted from the foot of the mountain. The Varids, weapons in hand, charged towards the main peak of Mount Light like a black tide. Their eyes gleamed with madness, their mouths roaring as if they wanted to vent all their fury on the servants of Mount Light. Prepare for battle, Soraka commanded, his scepter bursting forth with dazzling light. The servants immediately took their positions. The light mages raised their staffs and began chanting spells. Archers nocked their arrows, aiming at the charging Varids. Warriors gripped their weapons, guarding the fortifications, ready to engage the Varids in close combat. Boom! 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 Countless spells of light, fire, and lightning erupted from the main peak, crashing down on the Varid ranks like meteors. The Varids fell one after another, but those behind continued to surge forward, showing no sign of retreat. At the same time, the ancient barrier of Mount Light activated, a pale golden shield enveloping the entire main peak. Runes flowed across the shield, emanating a holy and powerful aura, repelling the attacks of the Vade. Granissa wielded her flaming battle axe, cleaving a Vade who had crossed the edge of the barrier in two, shouting, ha ha ha. With the barrier in place, they can't get through. Soraka, you were too cautious. Soraka, however, remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on the rear of the Vade ranks, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Just then, a colossal figure, blotting out the sky, suddenly rose from behind the Vade ranks, its mountain-like form instantly covering half the foot of the main peak. Black auras swirled around him, the magical arrows fired by the Vade soldiers, the flames and lightning conjured by the light god's servants, struck him, producing only a series of crisp clanging sounds, leaving not a single mark, as if merely tickling him. The figure was none other than General Volumet, the Grand General of the Vade Empire. Each of his 6 arms wielded a massive blade the size of a door panel, its blades gleaming with a dark purple light. With a mere flick of one of these blades, a howling gale swept through, sending dozens of light servants flying and crashing into the protective barrier, knocking them unconscious. The gale, carrying debris, carved deep furrows in the ground, causing even the defensive fortifications to teeter on the brink of collapse. Volumet! Upon seeing this figure, Soraka's brow furrowed instantly, her hands unconsciously tightening, her vigilance reaching its peak. During their last encounter, she was well aware of this Vade general's strength. Not only was his physical body so formidable that it ignored ordinary magic, but his 6 massive blades could also tear through space. Even her light-based defenses struggled to withstand them. Now, he was personally leading the charge, clearly intending to forcefully break through the barrier. Volem's gaze pierced the battlefield, locking precisely on Soraka atop the main peak. A haughty smile spread across his rugged face, and his voice echoed through the mountains like thunder. Goddess of Light, our last encounter wasn't satisfying enough. You've been hiding behind the barriers for so long. It's time you dare to come out and have a proper fight with me. Chapter 8:15. Soraka's eyes gleamed with icy coldness, a chilling smile playing on her lips. Since you insist on courting death, I grant your wish. Before her words even finished, the scepter of light in her hand suddenly erupted with blinding golden light, its radiance as dazzling as the sun, eclipsing even the surrounding torches. She slammed the scepter down in front of her, and a golden beam of light, several meters in diameter, shot forth from the tip of the holy sword. Containing a divine power capable of purifying all evil, the beam, like a falling meteor, whistled through the air as it hurtled towards Valamit's chest. An ordinary mid-level god-level expert would likely be blasted to pieces by the beam of light before even having time to react. Faced with this attack, Valamit showed no fear, even displaying a hint of arrogant smile. He swung all 6 arms simultaneously, unleashing 6 massive blades, each the size of a door, that crossed in front of him to form an impenetrable wall of blades. Dark purple energy flowed along the blades like a tide, forming a thick black barrier in front of the wall. Runes flickered on the barrier, radiating a suffocating pressure. Bang! The golden beam of light slammed into the black barrier, instantly erupting in blinding light that caused everyone on the battlefield to instinctively close their eyes. A terrifying shockwave rippled outwards, forcing the Vade soldiers and Lightbringers within a radius of dozens of meters to stagger backward. Many even fell to the ground, spitting out blood. But the black barrier remained unmoved. The dark purple energy devoured the power of the golden beam of light like a ravenous wolf. The beam only held for a moment before being torn apart into countless fragments by the black energy, transforming into countless golden specks that dissipated into the air. Valamit sheathed his blade wall, stretched his thick neck, and his bones cracked. He simultaneously raised all 6 of his massive blades, their tips pointing directly at Soraka in midair. His maniacal laughter echoed through the mountains like thunder. Ha ha ha. Is that all the strength you got? Soraka, you've been trapped on the main peak these past few days, and your strength hasn't increased at all. In fact, it's regressed quite a bit. But it doesn't matter. I let you remember what a true powerhouse is in battle. Come on, Goddess of Light. Let's fight to our heart's content tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Valamit stomped his feet heavily on the ground, causing the entire foothills of Mount Light to tremble, deep fissures to crack open, and flying debris. His massive body charged towards the main peak like a cannonball, his 6 massive blades drawing 6 black streaks of energy before him, each streak carrying the power to tear through space. Seeing this, Soraka immediately took to the air, her scepter of light drawing a golden arc before her, transforming into a semicircular shield of light. Simultaneously, she rapidly chanted an ancient incantation, instantly intensifying the protective barrier on the main peak. Golden runes swirled across the barrier, preparing for this destined-to-be-fatal clash. The battle between Soraka and Valamit was about to erupt, while Brontair and Granisa on the ground were not idle either. The Vade army was well aware of the main fighting force of Mount Light. This attack not only included Valamit, but also 9 low-level god-level powerhouses. Their presence posed a significant threat to the mountain as well. Bronner was surrounded by crackling electricity, blue currents coiling around him like nimble snakes. He raised Thor's hammer high, its surface covered in lightning runes. As he moved, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a massive bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking precisely the powerful Vade before him. Boom! The lightning struck its target, sending the Vade warrior staggering backward. A scorch mark appeared on his black armor, and black blood trickled from his mouth. Bronto pressed his advantage, swinging Thor's hammer again, this time imbued with the power of raging lightning, aiming for his opponent's chest. On the other side, the god of fire, Janissa, wore fiery red gauntlets, their surfaces ablaze with flames that distorted the surrounding air. With each swing of his fist, flames erupted, forming fiery fists that hurtled towards the Vade warriors. One Vade warrior attempted to block with his black blade, but the intense heat of the fiery fists melted the blade, flames spreading down his arm, and burning his sleeves to ashes. Janissa sneered, stepped forward, and punched his opponent in the chest, sending him flying. He crashed heavily into a rock and fell silent. Nobel and other high-ranking divine servants were also fighting fiercely. Nobel wielded a long sword, azure wind elements flowing across its blade, each strike carried a sharp wind blade, slicing through the Vade soldiers one by one. The divine servants around him also displayed their unique abilities, light magic, fire magic, and lightning magic intertwining to form dazzling yet deadly light curtains, a spectacle that dazzled the eyes. On the battlefield, shouts of battle, the clash of weapons, and magical explosions filled the air. Every second, someone fell, their blood staining the ground of the main peak. Bang! Nobel struck back a Wade warrior in front of him with his sword. Taking advantage of the opponent's retreat, he instinctively turned to look at the divine servants behind him, a hint of doubt in his eyes, as if searching for someone. His brow furrowed, a vague unease creeping into his heart. From the start of the battle until now, he hadn't seen Hemond. This guy was the hall master of the battle sanctuary. He was never absent from such crucial battles. In the instant Nobel's attention wavered, Evade suddenly leaped from behind a nearby rock, a black blade gleaming coldly in his hand, aiming for the back of Nobel's neck. The attack was swift and ruthless, clearly intended to kill him while he was off guard. At this critical moment, a fiery red figure rushed forward like lightning. The person wielded a pair of red-hot tongs, faint flames burning on them, striking precisely at the side of the black blade. With a crisp clang, the black blade was deflected by the tongs, veering off its original trajectory, grazing Nobel's shoulder, and cleaving a nearby tree in half. Nobel broke out in a cold sweat, turning to see Terra, the high-ranking divine servant of Mount Vulcan, standing beside him, the flame still flickering on the tongs. Terra? Thank you, he said somewhat awkwardly. If Terra hadn't intervened in time, he would likely have been injured. Terra put away the fire tongs and moved closer to Nobel, her brow furrowing slightly. What are you looking for? How can you be distracted during battle? This isn't like you. You're the strongest among the high-ranking divine servants of the 5 great divine mountains. How can you make such a basic mistake? Nobel's face flushed instantly. He gripped his longsword tightly, and lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. Sorry, I was distracted. I felt like something was missing, so... Terra looked at Nobel's tired eyes, a hint of pity flashing in her own. These past few days of continuous fighting had pushed everyone to their limits, and Nobel, as the leader of the high-ranking divine servants, was under immense pressure. She sighed softly. It's all right, I was just reminding you. By the way, what are you looking for? Nobel looked up, a puzzled expression on his face. I'm looking for Hemond. I haven't seen him since the battle started. I even checked the divine servant team just now, but still couldn't find him. The battle is at its most crucial moment, and he's just vanished. It's so strange. Terra shook her head. Never mind him. Maybe he has other missions. The battle is so intense right now, let's focus on the enemy at hand. We can find him and ask him later. Nobel nodded helplessly, took a deep breath, and suppressed his doubts. Sai, you're right. There's no time for him now. Let's continue fighting. We can't let the Vade break through our defenses. With that, the two returned to the battle. In midair, the battle between Soraka and Volumet had reached a fever pitch. Volumet swung his 6 giant blades simultaneously, countless black blade energies shooting towards Soraka. The blade energies intertwined in the air, forming a huge black net that completely blocked Soraka's escape routes. Soraka swung her scepter of light, a golden shield of light spinning before her, deflecting each black blade of energy. Bang! 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 The blade struck the light shield with dull thuds, the golden light on the shield flashing incessantly, clearly under immense pressure. Suddenly, Volumet seized an opening, leaping into the air. His 6 giant blades merged into one, transforming into a massive black blade that slashed towards Soraka's shield of light with devastating force. Clang! The black blade struck the light shield hard, emitting a piercing creak. The golden light dimmed considerably, but it still managed to hold on, refusing to break. Soraka seized the opportunity, swiftly thrusting out her scepter of light. A golden halo emanated from the tip of the scepter, containing immense divine power that erupted the moment it touched Volumet. Boom! Volumet was forced back by the power of the halo, its massive body tumbling through the air before barely regaining its footing. Soraka leaped back several steps, returning to the golden protective barrier, and said coldly, Volumet, it's useless. No matter how powerful you are, you can't break the ancient barrier of Mount Light. As long as the barrier remains, you can't step into the main peak. If you dare to force your way in, I make sure you don't leave alive. However, Wolem's 2 heads simultaneously revealed mocking smiles, their 6 arms crossed in front of their chests. Soraka, you're too confident. Do you really think I, Wolem, can't handle your lousy barrier? Why do you think I dared to personally lead the attack? I was prepared. Soraka's heart tightened, but she still forced herself to remain calm. She leaped back several steps, completely entering the protective barrier, and sneered, Fine. Since you're so capable, then come in and try. Let's see if this barrier can suppress your power. She knew very well that the barrier of Mount Light could not only defend, but also suppress the realm of those who entered, the higher the realm, the more severely it was suppressed. A high-level god-tier expert like Volumet, once inside the barrier, could only unleash the power of a low-level god-tier being at most. At that point, she could easily defeat him. Volumet narrowed his eyes, a calculating glint in them. He naturally knew the power of the barrier. If he rashly entered, he would inevitably be put on the defensive. But he didn't back down. Instead, he strode towards the golden barrier's protective light. Sorika's brow furrowed deeply, her unease growing stronger. She absolutely refused to believe that Volumet would break into the barrier unprepared. Yet, she couldn't fathom how he could possibly break this ancient barrier. However, just as Volumet's hand was about to touch the barrier's protective shield, the shield suddenly flickered, its golden light instantly dimming. Then, starting from the bottom, the shield gradually became transparent, dissipating bit by bit like melting ice, finally vanishing completely into the air. "What?" Sorika exclaimed in shock, her pupils dilating instantly. She whirled around, looking towards the barrier's central control area. There should have been 2 divine servants guarding it, but now, the guards lay lifeless on the ground. Only a familiar figure stood before the central control panel, clutching a broken crystal. It was Hemed, who had been nowhere to be seen. "Hemed, you betrayed Mount Light." Sorika trembled with rage, her voice filled with fury and despair. She never imagined that one of her most trusted divine servants would betray her at the crucial moment, destroying the last line of defense for Mount Light. But she had no time to rage, for Volumet was charging towards her with a sinister grin. 6 massive blades, imbued with black energy, aimed directly at Sorika's chest. In her haste, Sorika could only raise her staff of light to defend. Boom! The blade struck the staff, and Sorika was thrown back several meters by the immense force, her breathing becoming disordered. She steadied herself, her eyes filled with seriousness. Without the suppression of the restrictions, Volumet's full power was at stake. Mount Light was in grave danger. "Heh, how about it? Sorika, I'm in. What can you do to me now?" Volumet sneered, the 6 massive blades spinning before him, ready to launch another attack at any moment. Sorika gritted her teeth and said, "Shameless. To use such despicable means?" Worm shrugged, saying nonchalantly, "All's fair in love and war. Besides, Hemed was there voluntarily. I didn't force him. It's just that your divine plane's resources are too scarce to give him the power he wants. I merely gave him an opportunity." Just then, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Sorika looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a Lightbringer's chest pierced by a long sword. The attacker wasn't a Vade, but his own comrade in arms. The traitor's eyes gleamed with greed, his sword still dripping blood, as he turned and lunged at the other Lightbringers. Immediately afterward, several more screams followed. More than a dozen Lightbringers defected, brandishing their weapons, and turning their blades on their comrades. These people were all servants of the gods, who had been secretly turned by Hemed. Now that the barrier had been broken and Worm had the upper hand, they could no longer hold back, and revealed their identities. Chapter 816. Chaos and fear spread rapidly across the battlefield. The divine servants halted their actions, warily eyeing their comrades, unsure who the traitors were, or if they would be next. The once orderly defensive line instantly developed massive breaches. The Vades seized the opportunity to intensify their offensive. Their black army surged into the breach like a tidal wave, splitting the divine servant ranks into several sections. Under the Vades' onslaught, the defensive fortifications of Mount Light were quickly and completely destroyed. The divine servants suffered heavy casualties, and were forced to retreat. "Sorika, what happened? Why did your men betray us?" Brontair stormed to Sorika's side, his Mjolnir stained with black blood, and his body bearing several wounds, clearly indicating the arduous battle he had endured. Sorika's face was frosty, her eyes filled with icy killing intent. "How should I know? It's useless to say that now. We must find a way to break through as soon as possible." Granisa, also wounded, approached, his fiery red beard stained dark red with blood, his breathing rapid. "This is terrible. We're no longer protected by the barrier, and we're surrounded by Vade troops. Even if we wanted to escape, we couldn't find a way out. What are we going to do? Are we going to be wiped out here?" Worm, seeing the desperate situation of the Light Mountain Alliance, was overjoyed and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. Sorika, Brontair, Granisa, you should just give up resisting. With your current strength, there's no way you can break through. If you're willing to surrender, I can plead with the Supreme Leader to spare your lives. If you serve the Vade Empire well in the future, you might even receive more rewards." Sorika coldly said, "You want us to surrender? Dream on. Even if we die in battle, we will never bow down to you invaders." She turned to Bronte and Granisa beside her, and said in a deep voice, Mount Light can no longer be defended. Our only hope now is the Celestial Library. Colaris is still there. If we can break through and reach the Celestial Library to reunite with Colaris, there might still be a chance. Let's organize our forces now and break out of the mountain. Okay. Bronte and Granisa nodded simultaneously, a resolute glint in their eyes. They knew this was their only way out, and they would break through even at a great cost. The three immediately began to reorganize their forces, gathering the remaining warriors into a charging formation, and charged towards the Vade army outside the main peak. Bronte's lightning, Granisa's flames, and Sorika's light magic worked in perfect harmony, tearing a gap in the Vade ranks. The divine servants followed closely behind, rushing towards the opening, hoping to break through the encirclement. However, the Vade had anticipated their breakout attempt, and had laid countless defensive lines along the way. 9 low-level divine warriors were divided into 3 groups, each guarding one of the 3 directions, completely blocking the divine servants' escape route. Although the divine servants fought valiantly, they suffered heavy casualties, only managing to advance a few dozen meters before being forced back by the Vade and trapped in the encirclement once more. The battle raged all night, only slightly easing as dawn broke. By this time, the Light Mountain Alliance had reached its limit. The divine servants hung their heads, their weapons limply resting on the ground, some even slumped in pools of blood, their eyes blankly staring at the ground. Their once shining armor was now covered in dust and blood, their tattered banners fluttering weakly in the morning breeze, all their former majesty gone. It's over, we're really finished. A young priest muttered, his voice filled with despair. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the blood and grime, making him look utterly wretched. The priest beside him didn't refute him, only letting out a heavy sigh, barely able to grip his weapon. A whole night of fighting had exhausted their strength and hope. Now, surrounded by the Vades, they didn't even have the strength to break through. Nobel looked at the scene before him, his heart feeling as heavy, as if a boulder were pressing down on it. He took a deep breath, gripped his long sword tightly, and walked to Sorika, Bronto, and Granisa. He knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse but firm. My lords, the situation is critical. If we delay any longer, everyone will die here. Please take the remaining wounded and leave first. I will organize the last forces to hold off the Vade. As long as I can buy you a little time, even if I die in battle, it will be worth it. Sorika looked at Nobel's resolute face, then at the exhausted and desperate servants around him. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes, but he shook his head. Nobel, get up. I am the chief god of Mount Light. How can I abandon my servants and escape alone? They believe. Follow me, I'd rather die fighting alongside them than live a life of dishonor. Bronte sheathed Thor's hammer, his voice heavy yet resolute. Sorika is right. There have never been cowards among the people of Mount Thor. When Mount Thor fell, I already failed my people, now I cannot abandon these loyal servants who trust me. If it's war, we fight together. Granisa wiped the blood from his face, his fiery red beard covered in dust, yet still exuding arrogance. Ha ha ha. So be it. I survived the war of the gods. What do I have to fear from these Vade scum? Go if you want, I, Granisa, will fight them to the bitter end. Hearing the words of the 3 chief gods, a glimmer of light rekindled in the eyes of the divine servants. They raised their heads, gripping their weapons tightly. Even without hope of survival, dying alongside their trusted chief gods would be a worthy death. Wulan's smile vanished at this sight, a cold glint in his eyes. Since you're so eager to die, then I grant your wish. Everyone, listen to my command. Attack with all your might. Leave no one alive. The Black Army charged towards the divine servants once more. Nobeli rose first, his long sword pointing forward, roaring, Brothers, fight them. Even if we die, we take someone down with us. The divine servants roared in response, dragging their wearied bodies as they charged towards the Vade. The black tide crashed into the divine servants, the metallic clang instantly tearing through the morning mist. Nobeli led the charge, golden light condensing at the tip of his long sword. Each swing carried an immense power of light. A Vade soldier, unable to dodge, was struck in the chest by the golden light and fell instantly. Soon, 3 powerful Vader warriors surrounded him, their black blades simultaneously aimed at Nobel's vital points. Nobel, however, remained unfazed. His feet lightly touched the ground, his body moving with the agility of a willow catkin, dodging the blades one by one. His long sword drew an impenetrable curtain of swords before him, deflecting each strike. Clang! 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 The 3 black blades struck his sword simultaneously. Nobel slightly lowered his wrist, using the momentum to leap backward, then unleashed 3 wind blades with a backhand strike, aiming straight for the 3 warriors' faces. The 3 Vader warriors were forced to retreat, their eyes filled with apprehension as they looked at Nobel. Even after a night of fierce fighting, this number 1 divine servant of the divine plane remained formidable, holding his own against 3 opponents. Just as Nobel pressed his advantage, preparing to attack the powerful figure on the left, a familiar figure suddenly darted out of the shadows. The person moved with incredible speed, their longsword flashing like a viper's tongue, precisely aiming for Nobel's back. A tiny opening that always appeared during Nobel's all-out attacks, a flaw only those who knew him best could detect. Thud. The longsword pierced through Nobel's divine core without resistance, blood gushing from the blade. Nobel froze, the longsword clattering to the ground. He slowly turned, staring incredulously at the person before him. Hermod. His comrade in arms, who had fought alongside him and received Soraka's tutelage, now held a blood-stained sword, his face showing no remorse. Why? Why? Nobel's voice was weak, like a mosquito's buzz, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. They had vowed to protect Mount Light together, to fight the invaders together, but now, the one who pierced his heart was his most trusted brother. Hema drew his long sword, a cold smile playing on his lips. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he said, "A man must think of himself, Nobel. Divine crystals, power, authority, these are things Mount Light cannot give me. The Vade Empire can give me all of these. I'm sorry, my brother, your sacrifice will become a stepping stone for my advancement." Nobel's body slowly collapsed, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. The last thing he saw was Hemat's cold face. "Nobel!" Soraka roared, her eyes bloodshot, as she watched Nobel fall, an unstable light emanating from her body. Nobel was the divine servant she had nurtured since childhood. From a naive boy to the number 1 divine servant of the divine plane, she had poured countless efforts into him. Their relationship had long surpassed that of a chief god and his subordinate, they were more like family. But now, this child she treated like her own son had died at the hands of her most trusted comrade in arms. How could she not be heartbroken? Bronte gripped Thor's hammer tightly, his knuckles white from the force, glaring at Hermod through gritted teeth. "Hermod, you're inhuman. Nobel shared life and death with you, shielding you from countless fatal attacks on the battlefield. How could you do this?" Hermod, however, nonchalantly wiped the blood from his sword, a slight smile even playing on his lips. To gain power, someone always has to sacrifice. Nobel's death will allow me to obtain divine crystals, to break through my limits. It's worth it. His words were icy cold, as if he had just killed not a brother in arms, but an insignificant ant. Shameless! Bronte roared, swinging Thor's hammer, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning aimed directly at Hemat's chest. This strike, fueled by his rage and lightning fast, was clearly intended to kill the traitor on the spot. However, a black figure suddenly appeared before Hemat, wielding a massive shield that blocked the lightning attack. Bang! The lightning exploded on the shield, black energy mingling with purple electricity, yet it failed to harm the very god-level powerhouse behind it in the slightest. Hemat, hidden behind the powerhouse, looked at Soraka and the others with mockery in his eyes. Soraka trembled slightly. Compared to the fall of Mount Light, the betrayal of those she trusted most was the true straw that broke her. Her voice was hoarse as she asked, "Hemat, I never treated you badly. The cultivation resources, status, and honor you desired, I never shortchanged you. Why did you betray me? Why did you betray Mount Light?" Hemat raised her head, looking at Soraka's despairing expression, and laughed even more arrogantly. "Goddess, I'm very sorry. What you can give me is ultimately limited. But the supreme leader of the Vade Empire can give me much more. I simply chose the path most advantageous to me. Was I wrong?" Soraka staggered back a step, as if she had lost all her strength. The golden light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and even the hand holding the scepter of light began to tremble. Looking at the heavily wounded divine servants around her, looking at Nobel lying on the ground, she felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. Was Mount Light, with its tens of thousands of years of heritage, really going to be destroyed in her hands? Just then, a murderous glint flashed in Volim's eyes. Taking advantage of Soraka's momentary lapse in concentration, 6 giant blades were swung simultaneously. A black flying blade, carrying the power to tear through space, silently shot towards Soraka's back. "Watch out!" Bronte and Ginny reacted simultaneously. Bronte swung Thor's hammer to shield Soraka from behind, while Ginny conjured a wall of fire. Together, they blocked the flying blade. Boom! The blade exploded between the hammer and the fire wall, the shockwave sending all three staggered backward. Soraka, pull yourself together. Bronte grabbed Soraka's shoulder, roaring, his voice booming like thunder. So many divine servants are fighting for Mount Light. Are you going to let their sacrifices be in vain? Are you going to let Nobel die for nothing? Soraka looked up, her gaze sweeping across the ravaged battlefield. Some divine servants had lost arms, yet they still fought with one hand. Some were covered in wounds, yet they still stood firmly in front of their comrades. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat blocked, unable to utter a sound. She didn't want to give up either, but was there really any chance of turning the tide? Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a sudden burst of shouts and screams erupted from below the mountain, accompanied by the screams of the Wades. Everyone instinctively turned to look, only to see a troop of undead warriors clad in black armor charging into the Wade ranks like a black tide. Their bone blades flashed, each strike drawing blood. The Wades were utterly unable to resist, instantly ripped open. Bronto's eyes widened in shock. Huh? They're undead? How did they get here? Genisa, equally incredulous, scratched his fiery red beard. That's not right. Shouldn't the undead be over at Water God Mountain? What's going on? Chapter 817. Soraka's gaze sharpened, forcing himself to calm down. He said in a deep voice, regardless of their purpose, at least for now, the undead are not our enemies. This is our only chance to break through. Take advantage of the Vade people's confusion and rush out. Bronto and Genisa immediately reacted, turning to give the order, all servants, listen up. Follow us, break through down the mountain. Seeing reinforcements arrive, even though they were their former mortal enemies, a glimmer of hope ignited in the servants' despair. They mustered all their strength and followed the three main gods, rushing down the mountain. Trying to escape? Stop them. Seeing this, Balin's eyes blazed with killing intent. 6 giant blades spun before him, preparing to unleash a powerful attack to block them. He had to annihilate all of Light Mountain's remaining forces today. He couldn't let them escape. However, just as Voland was about to act, an extremely sharp wind blade suddenly slashed down from the side. The wind blade, gleaming with a pale blue light, carried unparalleled wind elemental power. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek, as if capable of cleaving the heavens and earth in two. Woland's expression changed. He dared not be careless, and immediately stopped his powerful attack. His 6 giant blades crossed in front of him to block. Clang! The wind blades slammed into the giant blades, unleashing a violent sound. Black energy and blue wind elemental power clashed and clashed, forcing Woland to stagger backward, his arms numb. Who goes there? He roared, his gaze fixed on the direction from which the wind blade had come. A clear, cold voice came from the air, tinged with mockery. So you're the great general of the Vades? You're really ugly, 2 heads and 6 arms, like a monster. Upon hearing the voice, Soraka, Brontosa, and Granisa's eyes lit up simultaneously, their faces filled with unbelievable elation. Valenza. It's the wind god, Valenza. Of the 5 main gods of the divine plane, aside from Soraka's unparalleled strength, the other 4 were fairly evenly matched. However, if a ranking were necessary, the wind god Valenza, with his speed and agility using wind elements, would undoubtedly rank second. His arrival was undoubtedly a godsend. Valenza gripped the wind god's sword, a slight smile playing on his lips. Hee, don't just get excited, I'm not the only one coming. As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a massive column of water descended from above, crashing down on Volamut like a waterfall. The water column contained immense water elemental power, moving with lightning speed, reaching Volamut in an instant. Valamut, in a moment of panic, could only raise 6 giant blades to block it. Boom! The water column slammed into the giant blade, creating a deafening roar. The immense impact sent Volamut's mountain-like body flying dozens of meters. Bronto, looking in the direction the water column had come from, exclaimed with delight, "It's Terrasin! The water god Terrasin is here too! But why are they here?" Terrasin arrived riding a giant wave, landing beside Valenza, his body shimmering with water. He said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time for questions. The Vade will soon regroup and launch another attack. We will cover your breakout. The target is the Celestial Library. Annie and the powerful figures from the underworld are already there." Soraka, though filled with questions, knew this was not the time to dwell on them. She took a deep breath, and golden light shone around her once more, a powerful divine aura enveloping the entire area. Her voice was firm as she shouted, "All troops, listen to my command. Follow us, break out with all your might. Target, the Celestial Library." Kill! The divine servants roared with renewed fervor, their eyes gleaming with renewed hope. The divine servant ranks followed closely behind the three main gods, propelled by Valenza's azure wind blades and Terrasen's blue water columns, like a torrent breaking through a dam, rushing towards the foot of Mount Light. The Vade soldiers pursued frantically from behind, but were repeatedly forced back by the wind blades and water columns, forced to watch helplessly as the divine servant ranks receded into the distance. Woolampt, seeing the divine servant ranks about to break through, was about to swing his 6 giant blades to block them, when a chilling cold suddenly swept over his back. The chill was like the breath of death, making his hair stand on end. Years of combat instinct left him no time to think. He collapsed forward, rolling haphazardly on the ground. The next moment, a pale white bone blade grazed the back of his head, slicing off several black hairs from the right side of his skull, the severed hairs swirling in the air before falling to the ground. Before Volomit's body had even fully landed, he twisted and spun rapidly, all 3 arms simultaneously unleashing massive blades imbued with black energy, slashing behind him. Whoosh! A white figure flashed backward like a ghost, easily dodging the massive blade attack. The figure landed on a rock several meters away, revealing its true form. An old man with white hair and beard, his skin as pale as paper, his gray robe still stained with dust, and in his hand, he held a bone knife formed from the power of death. It was Callan. Volomit stared at Callan, a storm of shock raging within him. The other had managed to approach his back silently. If his domain hadn't detected a hint of danger at the last moment, he would already be decapitated. And who are you? He stared intently at Callan, his 6 massive blades trembling slightly, his eyes filled with undisguised dread. When did the god plane have a powerhouse like you? Callan raised the bone knife, gently brushing away the dust from its blade, and sighed, Alas, I'm getting old, my reactions have slowed considerably. If it were 1,000 years ago, your 2 heads would have already fallen to the ground. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an overwhelming, domineering authority, as if he were stating something utterly mundane. Wolamp's face turned extremely ugly, veins bulging beneath his dark skin. No matter who you are, opposing the Vade Empire will not end well. The Supreme Leader will arrive soon, and then, the entire divine plane will be flattened. Upon hearing this, Callan's lips curled into a cold smile. Whether there's a good end or not is a matter for the future. At least for now, you must stay here and not interfere with their breakout. Though he smiled, his eyes were icy cold, making Wolamp feel a chill run down his spine. The old man's aura was in no way inferior to his own. The two stood facing each other, the energies of the giant blade and the bone knife clashing, a suffocating pressure filling the air. The Vade soldiers and the divine servants instinctively avoided the area, none daring to approach. After about half an hour, Callan, seeing out of the corner of his eye that Sorika's group had completely disappeared at the end of the mountain path, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He grinned at Volomit, revealing a set of yellow teeth. I have things to do today, so I won't play with you anymore. Next time we meet, we have a proper showdown. Before he finished speaking, Callan's figure slowly disappeared from the spot, as if blending into the shadows. Volomit stood there, gripping his greatsword tightly, but did not give chase. He knew very well that with the opponent's stealth abilities, pursuing him wouldn't necessarily lead to finding him, and might even result in falling into a trap. Torlok came running up from behind, panting, his armor covered in dust. He stared anxiously in the direction Callan had disappeared, asking, General, are we just letting them go like that? If Sorika and the others join forces with the Sky Library's forces, things will be even more difficult to deal with. Warren snorted coldly, planting his greatsword in the ground, his voice tinged with weariness. What else can we do? That old man's strength wasn't inferior to mine, and with Sorika added to the mix, I might not even be a match for him. We discuss a plan when Tuck arrives. By the way, do you know who that old man is? Who? Torok paused slightly, his eyes flickering. I haven't seen him either. I never heard of such a powerful figure in the divine plane. Volomit glared at him, his voice trembling with anger. Useless. You've been here so long and haven't even grasped such important information. What use are you? Torok trembled, quickly lowering his head, his voice shaking. I sent someone to inquire right away. I definitely find out the old man's identity. With that, he turned and hurriedly left, afraid of being scolded by Volomit again. On the other side, Sorika, leading her divine servants and escorted by Valenza and Terrasen, successfully shook off all pursuers and headed towards the Celestial Library. Most of the towns they passed through had been occupied by the Vades, but the Vade soldiers stationed there were weak and dared not stop the group led by a god-level expert, only able to watch them pass by helplessly. When the group reached a grove of trees, Bronte finally couldn't contain his doubts and asked, "Valenza, how did you suddenly appear at Mount Light? Have you given up on Mount Water?" Valenza slowed his pace, walking alongside Bronto, and said calmly, "We did indeed abandon Mount Water God. Half a month ago, Annie predicted that Mount Water God would be difficult to defend, so she had us transfer all resources and retreat to the Celestial Library, also taking the Holy City of Light as a forward outpost. Recently, Annie received intelligence that the restrictions on Mount Light God might be broken, and you were about to fall, so she ordered Terracin and me to cover your retreat." "Annie?" Granisa leaned closer, his fiery red beard trembling slightly, his face filled with disbelief. "You mean that little necromancer? She's only at the Harmony Realm. How can she command two god-level powerhouses like you?" Valenza frowned, glaring at Granisa. "Don't keep calling her little girl. Now Annie is the commander-in-chief of our alliance. In terms of tactical planning, none of us can compare to her." Granisa was even more shocked, his mouth agape. "Are you crazy? Let a mere girl at the Harmony Realm be the commander-in-chief? Putting aside the difference in strength, does she even know what war is? You two main gods are actually willing to take her orders?" Terracin's face turned cold. He stopped, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "It's better than you holding out at Mount Light and almost being wiped out. Under Annie's command, we not only killed the god-level expert, the Jarman, but also preserved most of our forces, with almost no loss of strength. Could you have done that?" Granisa was speechless, only able to purse his lips, his eyes still filled with resentment. In his view, the dignity of a god-level expert should not be trampled on by a mere Harmony Realm junior. Terracin ignored Ganisa's attitude, turned to Sorica, and said solemnly, "Now that most of our forces are gathered in the Sky Library, if we continue to fight separately as before, we will eventually be defeated and completely destroyed by the Vade. I believe that we should now formally form an alliance, unify command, and fight together against the Vade." Sorica nodded, her gaze drifting towards Mount Light, lost in thought. That old man who blocked Volant earlier. His strength was unfathomable. Could it be? It was Callan, Valenza interrupted directly. Callan, a powerful figure from the undead realm 1,000 years ago, the Death Blade. He was recently resurrected. Although his strength hasn't fully recovered, he's at least a cut above me, and now a vital force for the Alliance. Sorica took a deep breath, a knowing glint in her eyes. It really is him. Only he has the strength to directly restrain Volant. Seeing this, Terracin spoke again, his tone more urgent. "In that case, the formation of the Alliance cannot be delayed. We must unify command and concentrate all our forces as soon as possible. Unified command is fine, but we absolutely cannot let that little girl command us." Granisa suddenly interrupted Terracin, her tone firm. "Our 5 sacred mountains have a history spanning 10,000 years, producing countless god-level powerhouses. Even if we're going to form an alliance, it should be led by Sorica, not some undead little girl." How ridiculous. Terracin was completely enraged. He stepped forward, water elementals surging around him. "If you're unwilling, then take your Vulcan Mountain team and leave. The Alliance doesn't need people who only drag us down and are stubborn. How dare you speak to me like that?" Granisa was also furious, her fists flaming. "If it weren't for the 5 great mountains joining forces back then, your water mountain would have been destroyed by the underworld long ago. Now you dare to point fingers at me?" The two were on the verge of fighting when Valenza quickly stepped forward to stop them. "Stop arguing. Is this the time to argue? I can vouch for Annie's abilities. When Mount Water was besieged, it was she who lured out the Jarman, giving us the opportunity to kill him. It was also her plan to launch a surprise attack on the Holy City of Light, which allowed us to capture it successfully. To be honest, I didn't believe her at first, but the facts prove that her command abilities are unmatched by any of us." Granisa, usually so arrogant, was speechless at Annie's high praise. She opened her mouth, then choked, unable to utter a rebuttal. Sorica, seeing this, gently waved her hand. "The 5 sacred mountains must unite, that's beyond question. But who will lead is a crucial matter, and cannot be decided hastily. We meet them at the Celestial Library, and then hold a meeting to discuss it together. Right now, the most important thing is to reach the Celestial Library as quickly as possible, to avoid any unforeseen complications." Everyone nodded in agreement. The group set off again, heading towards the Celestial Library. Chapter 818. After several days of arduous travel, the allied forces of Mount Light, Mount Thunder, and Mount Fire, led by Sorica, finally arrived at a fortress on the outskirts of the Celestial Library. This once mighty army was now reduced to less than 30% of its original strength. Most of the divine servants were ragged, their armor stained with blood and scratches, their faces bearing undisguised exhaustion. The loss of 80% of their forces had severely weakened the allied army. Had it not been for Valenza and Terrasen's timely reinforcements, they would likely have been completely annihilated. Fortunately, they had not encountered pursuit from Volumet along the way, allowing them to reach their destination safely. The fortress gate slowly opened, and Annie, dressed in a black robe, led the 7 undead lords, who were already waiting inside. Seeing that Sorica, Bronto, and Granisa were unharmed, her tense nerves finally relaxed. She quickly stepped forward and bowed slightly, saying, "The 3 chief gods have had a long journey, but we finally made it. Are you all right?" Sorica looked at the composed and calm Annie before her heart filled with mixed emotions. This young woman had actually offered a helping hand in their time of crisis, and even orchestrated the entire alliance's strategy. A hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. After all, the divine plane and the realm of the dead had always been at odds, and now they had to rely on the other side's protection. Before she could speak, Granisa launched an attack, her fiery red beard trembling slightly. "It was Valenza and Terrasen who went to Mount Light to rescue us, yet you talk as if you went yourself. Don't pretend here, you just want us to join the alliance and become your underlings, don't you?" Valenza's face turned cold. She stepped forward, her voice filled with anger. "Granisa, I already made myself clear. Rescuing Mount Light was Annie's order, all the tactical arrangements were made by her. If Annie hadn't foreseen the fall of Mount Light and given us advanced preparations, you would have been prisoners of the Vades long ago, and you wouldn't be standing here now." Genisa blushed at the retort, but remained unconvinced. He pursed his lips, turned his head away, and said nothing more. Though stubborn, he knew Valenza was right. He simply refused to admit he needed a mere junior undead at the Harmony realm to save his life. And seeing this, smiled gently, diffusing the awkwardness. "Lord Genisa, you misunderstand. I have no intention of having anyone serve me. The divine plane is currently at a critical juncture. We are merely banding together to fight the Vade. If anyone believes they are more suitable to lead the alliance and defeat the Vade, I am happy to step down and fully cooperate." As soon as she finished speaking, Lucifer stepped forward, his body surging with black energy, and said coldly, "If Annie is not the commander-in-chief of this alliance, our undead realm will immediately withdraw from the alliance and cease all participation in the Divine Plane's war." He had fought alongside Annie many times and knew her tactical abilities well. If someone else were in command, it would likely repeat the mistakes of Mount Light. Terrasen immediately echoed, his tone firm. "My water god Mountain shares the same stance. Without Annie's leadership, the alliance loses its meaning. Since we're all destined to be destroyed by the Varids anyway, I might as well die fighting with the people of Water God Mountain. At least it'd be a quick and painless end." Granisa looked at Terrasen in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. He truly hadn't expected the usually arrogant water god to be so devoted to a mere undead junior. "Terrasen, what kind of spell has she cast on you? Why are you so protective of her?" Terrasen glanced at him indifferently, his tone calm. "I simply respect those who are capable. Annie's tactical plans are more comprehensive than any of our main gods. Following her, we still have a glimmer of hope. Following others is merely delaying our demise. You're utterly unreasonable." Guinevere's mustache twitched with anger, and she wanted to continue arguing, but Annie interrupted her. Annie smiled and waved her hand, pointing to the interior of the fortress. "This isn't the place to talk. Curator Colaris of the Celestial Library is waiting for us. Let's go first, and on the way I explain the current troop deployment of the Celestial Library in detail, so the 3 of you will have a better understanding." Sorica nodded. She was also eager to understand the Alliance's situation, so she followed Annie's lead, saying, "Okay, good. We discuss the Alliance's specifics after we meet Colaris. Thank you for your help this time, Annie." The group stopped arguing and followed Annie through the fortress. The fortress was heavily guarded. Undead soldiers and divine servants were each performing their duties, some reinforcing fortifications, some cleaning weapons, and others practicing formations, all in perfect order, showing no signs of the chaos following a major battle. Watching this scene, Sorica's approval of Annie grew even stronger. Managing the undead and divine servants so harmoniously was no easy feat. Along the way, noticing the group's curiosity about the fortress layout, Annie took the initiative to speak, briefly explaining the recent situation. "About a month ago, we formulated a retreat plan, splitting our forces into 2 groups. One group, led by me, launched a surprise attack on the Holy City of Light, capturing this largest city. The other group, led by Grandpa Callan, cleared out the Vade garrison near the Celestial Library, establishing 3 defensive fortresses centered around the Celestial Library. The one we just passed through was the Northern Fortress, originally a small town under the rule of the Holy Mountain of Light. Soraka nodded, adding, "This town is called Northview City. It's relatively small, and because it's close to the Celestial Library, it rarely sees people. I never expected you to transform it into a fortress. The terrain here is flat, indeed suitable as a forward defensive position." Annie smiled and replied, "This used to be the territory of Mount Bright, so Lord Soraka naturally knows it best. Since you know Northview City, you should be able to guess the location of the other fortress, right?" Soraka pondered for a moment, a knowing glint in her eyes. Could it be the Broken Cloud Pass in the southwest? The terrain there is treacherous, the only route from the southwest to the Celestial Library, easy to defend and difficult to attack, truly an excellent location for building a fortress. "That's right." Annie nodded, continuing to explain in detail. Although the Vades now occupy most of the Divine Plane, their resource consumption is also enormous. Opening the Void Rift requires a massive amount of energy, and with their current reserves, they probably won't be able to continue large-scale reinforcements. Therefore, subsequent attacks will inevitably choose routes through the interior of the Divine Plane. I analyzed all possible attack directions, and finally determined 3 main routes, corresponding to the establishment of 3 fortresses, the Holy City of Light as the first fortress, Northward City as the second fortress, and Broken Cloud Pass as the third fortress. These 3 fortresses form a triangle, protecting the Celestial Library. No matter which direction the Vades attack from, they can all react immediately. Granisa, listening nearby, couldn't help but curl her lip, her tone disdainful. A normal person would arrange it like that. It's just choosing 3 easily defensible locations to build fortresses. There's nothing special about it. I could do it too. Annie wasn't annoyed. Instead, she patiently explained, location selection is just the foundation. The key lies in troop deployment and tactical coordination. In terms of troop deployment, we focused our defenses on the Holy City of Light. There are 2 reasons. First, the Holy City of Light has an ancient teleportation array, allowing the Vades to mobilize troops from various locations and launch surprise attacks. Second, the Holy City of Light is close to Mount Water God. We previously devised a plan to kill the Jarman at Mount Water God, and also trick the Vade Star System leader Tuck. That guy will definitely hold a grudge and might personally lead an attack to retaliate against us. She paused, then continued, based on these 2 considerations, I placed Grandpa Callan in charge of the Holy City of Light, and assigned him 700,000 undead soldiers, and 100,000 divine servants. Grandpa Callan was only recently resurrected, and although his strength hasn't fully recovered, he's more than capable of dealing with Tuck. Combined with ample troops, he's more than able to defend the Holy City of Light. Upon hearing 700,000 undead and 100,000 divine servants, Genesis' throat bobbed involuntarily. He glanced back subtly at the Vulcan Mountain troops behind him. The entire Vulcan Mountain now had less than 10,000 divine servants left, not even a fraction of the Holy City of Light's forces. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words, his expression growing even more grim. Soraka nodded slightly, her tone tinged with approval. Having Callan in charge of the Holy City of Light is indeed the best choice. His strength is formidable, enough to deter even the god-level experts of Vade. Moreover, the forces accumulated by the underworld over 10,000 years are truly the backbone of the battlefield. With them there, the defenses will be much more solid. Annie smiled and continued to explain the layout of the second fortress. Northern Fortress, as the second fortress, is quite far from the Holy City of Light and the Broken Cloud Pass, but it is close to Mount Light, and thus faces considerable threats. To facilitate defense and intelligence gathering, let Valenza take charge here, and allocate him 500,000 undead and 50,000 Wind God servants. The Wind God servants are fast-moving, suitable for reconnaissance and rapid support. The undead soldiers are tireless, and can hold their positions for a long time. With them, Northview City can advance or retreat as needed. Bronto listened, his eyes showing appreciation, and nodded, saying, this arrangement is very reasonable. The Wind God servants excel in mobile warfare, while the undead soldiers excel in protracted battles. The combination of the two can perfectly utilize their respective strengths. Northview City's geographical location is unique, and this troop configuration is indeed necessary to balance defense and offense. Granisa, listening nearby, remained unconvinced and muttered under his breath, it's nothing special. If I were in that situation, I could have thought of that too. This time, however, his voice was much softer. After Annie finished introducing the first two fortresses, Soraka asked, What about the third fortress at Broken Cloud Pass? The terrain there is treacherous. The troop deployment should be different from the first two, right? Annie nodded and explained. Broken Cloud Pass is a naturally dangerous place. The pass is narrow, only able to accommodate a few dozen people abreast, making it unsuitable for a large-scale garrison. I put Terrasen in charge there, allocating her 200,000 undead soldiers and 20,000 divine servants. Terrasen's water magic has a wide range and great power, capable of creating a huge impact on charging Vade in the narrow pass. Furthermore, the pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack, so it doesn't require many troops. 200,000 troops are sufficient to hold it. After Annie finished speaking, Finally, Granisa couldn't hold back any longer and launched another attack, her tone provocative. What's the use of just holding these three fortresses? Do you really think the Vades are fools? God-level powerhouses can fly and teleport, and those above the origin level can ignore terrain obstacles. If they bypass your fortresses and launch a surprise attack on the Sky Library from elsewhere, wouldn't they be able to advance unimpeded? I told you young people are short-sighted. They haven't even noticed such a huge loophole. If you commit all your forces to the outer fortresses, won't the Sky Library be left empty? Hearing this, Annie smiled lightly, her tone composed. Lord Granisa, you're overthinking it. Who said I used up all my forces? What I just introduced were only the main combat troops and garrison units of the three fortresses, not all of my forces. Granisa paused, his eyes filled with doubt. These three fortresses combined already have over 1.5 million troops deployed. Are there any left over? You didn't include the low-level undead below the Supreme Realm, did you? In his view, only those at the Supreme Realm level or higher could be effective in a battle of this magnitude. The low-level undead below were merely cannon fodder, not considered effective troops at all. Of course I know that, Annie patiently explained. The troops I deployed in the fortresses are all at the Supreme Realm level or higher. Besides these, we have approximately 900,000 troops at the Supreme Realm level or higher, all stationed inside the Sky Library, under the command of Curator Colaris, as the final defensive force. Additionally, Asmodeus leads 20,000 Wind Shadow battalions, dispersed inside and outside the fortress lines, responsible for gathering intelligence and monitoring the movements of the Vade. What Lord Granisa just mentioned about bypassing the fortresses for a surprise attack. The Wind Shadow camp will detect the situation immediately, and notify the Alliance headquarters. We will then allocate troops from nearby fortresses to intercept them. We have the terrain advantage. Even if the Vades take a detour, it will be difficult for them to break through our defenses. Granisa remained unconvinced and continued to press. How can you mobilize troops in time? What if the Vades use a feint attack, pretending to attack one fortress to draw your reinforcements, while actually concentrating their forces on another? Wouldn't that disperse your forces and allow them to defeat you one by one? Anne. Prepared and composed, I replied. We had already considered the situation Lord Granisa described. Therefore, the forces I mobilized were not all fixed troops from the fortresses. In addition to these, we also have a mobile force. The Sword Battalion, jointly commanded by Lucifer and Mammon, with approximately 200,000 troops, all elite soldiers at the mid-level of the Supreme Realm. This force does not have a fixed garrison location, but is dispersed in hidden outposts between the three fortresses, ready to support any battlefield at any time. You should have already witnessed their combat prowess on the outskirts of Mount Light last time, right? Chapter 819. Upon hearing the word Sword Battalion, Granisa instantly recalled the black undead cavalry that had raided Mount Light that night. Those cavalrymen were clad in jet-black armor, their undead warhorses spewing eerie blue flames, their bone blades gleaming with a deathly light. They charged with unwavering ferocity, tearing through the Wade defensive formations like tofu. Ordinary Wade soldiers were utterly helpless against them. In a one-on-one fight, they couldn't even last 3 moves. They were truly the elite of the elite, capable of taking on 10 men at once. He opened his mouth, wanting to find a flaw in Annie's plan, but found every link perfectly connected, leaving no loopholes. He could only reluctantly shut his mouth, swallowing back the rebuttal that had been on the tip of his tongue, his face still grim. Bronte watched Anne's composed demeanor, his fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on Thor's hammer. A complex expression flashed in his eyes, a mixture of admiration, emotion, and a hint of resentment. His tone carried a hint of melancholy. Such a meticulous layout makes the defenses around the Celestial Library practically an impenetrable fortress. Even if our 3 great sacred mountains didn't join the Alliance, with your current forces and tactical arrangements, the Vades would likely find it difficult to break through the defenses and capture the Celestial Library. Annie gently shook her head, her tone sincere and devoid of any arrogance. Lord Bronte flatters us. This is merely a temporary defensive arrangement to deal with small-scale attacks. Once the Vades consolidate all their forces, for example, by having Tuck and Volumet join forces, and sending all their low-level god-level experts to concentrate their forces on attacking a fortress, our current forces will be stretched thin and difficult to resist. Therefore, we desperately need the participation of your 3 great sacred mountains to integrate all the forces that the Divine Plane can mobilize to jointly fight against the Vades. Only in this way will the Divine Plane have a glimmer of hope, otherwise, relying solely on the forces of the Netherworld, Water God Mountain, and Wind God Mountain, we will eventually be worn down by the Vades. Soraka remained silent, her gaze sweeping over Bronto and Granisa beside her. Bronto's eyes hesitated, clearly still weighing the pros and cons. Granisa, on the other hand, turned her head away, her face full of resentment, obviously still resistant to accepting Annie's command. She sighed softly, knowing that the animosity between the Divine Plane and the Underworld was long-standing, and it was unrealistic to expect the Divine Servants to accept a Necromancer as the Alliance leader in a short time. Forcing it would only cause internal conflict. She spoke slowly, her voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. The unity of all forces in the Divine Plane against the Vade is an inevitable choice. There is no turning back. But to have our Divine Servants accept a Necromancer as their supreme leader in a short time will likely cause much discontent, and may even lead to disobedience, thus affecting the war situation. Therefore, I suggest. All eyes instantly focused on Soraka, even Granisa couldn't help but turn to look. Everyone wanted to know what decision this most powerful god in the Divine Plane would make. Should they choose to completely trust Annie and relinquish command, or uphold the arrogance of the Divine Servants and allow the Alliance to fracture? The future of the Divine Plane seemed to hang on to Soraka's next words. Soraka paused slightly, raised her voice a little, and said clearly, "The overall strategic command of the Alliance will be handed over to Annie. After all, her tactical planning is indeed more comprehensive than ours. However, the specific deployment of the Divine Servants on Mount Light, Mount Thunder, and Mount Fire requires my approval. If I believe the deployment plan is unreasonable, or may cause unnecessary casualties to the Divine Servants, I may refuse to obey orders and make other adjustments." Upon hearing this, Terrasin frowned instantly, his tone filled with displeasure. "Soraka, what's the difference between this alliance and no alliance at all? If Annie's battle plan can't be implemented due to issues with the deployment of Divine Servants, what's the point of the alliance? We just be fighting our own battles, and sooner or later the Vade will pick us off one by one." Bronto quickly stepped forward, waving his hand at Terrasin, his tone reassuring. "Terrasin, don't be hasty. Soraka's plan, while containing compromises, at least allows the 3 sacred mountains to smoothly join the alliance, avoiding a split. And Ganesa? She shouldn't object any more, right?" All eyes turned to Ganesa. Looking at Soraka's resolute gaze, and thinking of the only 8,000 Divine Servants remaining at Mount Vulcan, Ganesa knew he had no leverage to refuse. Without joining the alliance, Mount Vulcan alone couldn't even withstand a small-scale attack from the Vade. Although he was still somewhat reluctant, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he finally nodded, his voice muffled. I have no objection." Annie understood. Gaining the complete trust of the 3 sacred mountains would require time and proven results. Soraka's plan, while limited, at least achieved a superficial alliance, which was better than each going their own way and being wiped out one by the Vade. She nodded slowly. "Since everyone agrees, let's try this plan out first. Based on my assessment, since Tuck failed to capture us at Mount Water God, he will inevitably seek to join forces with Wurmt. The 2 of them will likely launch a joint attack on the Celestial Library. The days ahead won't be easy. I hope we can temporarily put aside our differences and work together to fight the enemy." Everyone nodded, and the atmosphere temporarily eased. The group continued towards the Celestial Library, but everyone knew that this alliance, built on compromise, harbored many unstable factors. Whether it could truly unite into a force depended on whether the upcoming battles could forge genuine trust among them. Meanwhile, on the main peak of Mount Light, the once magnificent Temple of Light was no longer the sanctity it once was. The temple doors had been forcibly blasted open by the Vades with their giant axes, shattered panels scattered across the steps. Inside, the statue of the Goddess of Light had been overturned, its head rolling beside its throne, the pristine white stone stained with black grime. The treasury doors were wide open, its magical crystals, rare ores, and ancient scrolls completely looted. The Mount Light Alliance's retreat had been too hasty. They hadn't had time to take these resources, which ultimately benefited the Vades. Volumet sat arrogantly on his throne in the Temple of Light, the human head to his left resting its chin on its hand, seemingly deep in thought. The dog head to his right occasionally glanced outside, its gaze sweeping over the reveling and plundering Vade soldiers, its eyes filled with disdain. A short Vade stood below the throne, dressed in a gray robe. Unlike the other reveling Vade, he stood quietly to the side, arms crossed, not participating in the looting. Valamit's dog head turned to Guluha, its tone casual. Guluha, why don't you go outside and get a share? Those magic crystals and ores, while not top tier, are still decent cultivation resources for low-ranking soldiers. If you wait any longer, there might not be any left for you. Guluha bowed slightly, a fawning smile on his face. My lord, these treasures and resources mean nothing to me. I know that only by following you closely can I obtain truly precious things. These material possessions are not worth my time. Worm was taken aback, then burst into a rough laugh. Ha ha ha. I didn't realize you were so eloquent, you're quite clever. As he spoke, he pulled a fist-sized, top-grade magic crystal from his robes. The crystal was completely transparent, with pale blue energy flowing within, a top-tier resource for cultivation. He casually tossed the crystal to Guluha. Your contribution to the attack on Mount Light was significant. This crystal is your reward. Guluha quickly caught the crystal, holding it with both hands, and bowed deeply again, his tone extremely respectful. Thank you for your reward, my lord. It is my honor to serve the Empire, and share your burdens. I dare not presume to ask for any reward. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the temple, and Hemid walked in, covered in blood. His light servant armor was stained dark red. The blood was not from the Vades, but from his former comrades. When the Vades attacked Mount Light, he led the charge, personally slaying several resisting light servant to demonstrate his loyalty to the Vades. Great General. Hermod knelt on one knee, his tone tinged with a desire for credit. Of the 5 divine mountains, the Mountain of Light, the Mountain of Thunder, and the Mountain of Fire have fallen. We have also forced the Mountain of Water and the Mountain of Wind to abandon their territories. Now, most of the divine plain has been occupied by us. Congratulations, Great General, on such a glorious victory. Valamit's human head glanced at him, its tone indifferent. You did well. Your betrayal played a crucial role in the successful capture of Mount Light. If you hadn't destroyed the barrier, we would have paid at least twice the price. I will report your merits to the Supreme Leader upon our return. A flicker of excitement flashed in Hemid's eyes. He abruptly looked up, his gaze fixed on Talik standing beside him. His throat bobbed involuntarily as he cautiously began, General, since I rendered meritorious service, then the divine crystals we agreed on. Valamit beckoned to Talik, who quickly pulled out divine crystals from his robes. Valamit picked up the divine crystal, gently twirling it in his hand, a hint of amusement in his voice. I said I give you the divine crystal if you helped us take down Mount Light, and I won't go back on my word. Hemid's breathing quickened instantly, his eyes fixed greedily on the divine crystal. This was his only chance to break through to the origin realm and become a true god. He had already betrayed his kin for it, and he couldn't afford to lose this opportunity. However, Valam did not hand the divine crystal to Hemid, a cold smile playing on his lips. However, your mission is not yet fully complete. We have indeed captured Mount Light, but Soraka, Brontair, and Genisa have all been rescued. Only by completely eliminating Soraka and depriving the servants of Mount Light of their pillar of faith will your mission be truly finished. Hemid was taken aback, a troubled expression on his face. General, this is probably a bit difficult. My strength is only at the mid-stage of the Harmony Realm. Even if I break through to the low stage of the God Realm, with the help of the Divine Crystal, I am still no match for Soraka. Only by obtaining the Divine Crystal first can I break through as quickly as possible, and have a chance to fight Soraka. I don't need you to fight Soraka. Valam shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of command. I need you to help me turn more people against me, especially those priests, who are dissatisfied with the Alliance and have lost hope for the future. I want you to gather information from within them, and report back to me promptly on the defensive layout and battle plans of the Celestial Library. Hemid scratched his head, his face full of confusion. General, the priests who could be turned have already been taken to Mount Light. The remaining priests are all loyal to Soraka. Turning them against me will probably be quite difficult. Ram grinned, a calculating glint in his eyes. The situation is different now. They lost the Divine Mountain and are forced to hide in the Celestial Library, even cooperating with their former mortal enemy, the Netherworld. Many of their servants are bound to harbor resentment and fear. If you subtly guide them, telling them that siding with the Vade Empire will bring resources and safety, some will naturally choose to betray them to survive. I believe many still want to live. Hemid thought it over carefully, and agreed with Ram's assessment. After all, servants are human too, and facing a world-ending crisis, not everyone is willing to sacrifice themselves for their faith. He nodded. General, you are wise. But I'm now exposed and have no way to contact them. How can I win them over or gather information? Ram smiled mysteriously, his tone confident. If you can't contact them, I create opportunities for you. You just need to follow my instructions. Hemid wanted to press for more details about Ram's plan, but a deafening thunderclap suddenly echoed in the sky, the sound so loud it even made the temple roof tremble slightly. The Vaids inside the temple were startled and rushed out, looking up at the sky. The once clear sky was instantly covered by black clouds, blotting out the sun. Despite it being daytime, it was as if they had suddenly fallen into darkness, unable to see their own hands in front of their faces. Within the black clouds, purple arcs of electricity flickered, crackling and sending chills down their spines. Woland calmly walked out of the temple, observing the strange phenomenon in the sky, a cold smile playing on his lips. Heh, finally here. I thought you were going to stay at Water God Mountain for a few more days. Boom! Another thunderclap resounded, even louder than the first. The black clouds slowly parted, and a massive black dragon's head emerged from them. The head was covered in thick scales, and its blood-red pupils, like two enormous rubies, radiated a suffocating pressure. It was none other than the Vaid Empire Star System President. Tuck. Woland! You moved quickly, already occupied Mount Light? Tuck's voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the entire Mount Light. Woland raised his head, meeting Tuck's blood-red eyes, his tone calm. You're not bad either. You should have already resolved things on Mount Water, right? Chapter 820. Tuck snorted coldly, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. It's resolved. We turned Water God Mountain upside down, but Terracin and Valenza escaped. What's more troublesome is that we encountered a mysterious undead powerhouse, whose strength was no less than mine. We were almost tricked by him. Worm nodded, a knowing look on his face. I know all that. I already fought them on the outskirts of Light God Mountain. Tuck's blood-red pupils narrowed slightly, his tone tinged with surprise. They came to Light God Mountain? And they fought you? Worm said in a deep voice. Yes. Not only did they come, but they also rescued Sorica, Brontair, and Granisa. If it weren't for that, the undead powerhouse held me back, and that night I managed to leave at least one main god alive. Tuck's enormous eyes flickered, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he asked, So, the remaining power of the divine plane is now concentrated in the Celestial Library? Worm nodded, his tone laced with ruthlessness. That's right. My men have already investigated. The main force of the divine plane is now holed up in the Celestial Library. As long as we can wipe out their forces there, this world will be completely ours. When the Supreme Leader descends and sees that we have taken over the divine plane, he will be overjoyed. Tuck descended from the clouds, his massive dragon body hovering atop the main peak of Mount Light, confronting Worms. He frowned slightly, his tone tinged with worry. Easy for you to say. Sorica's strength is already on par with ours, and with that undead powerhouse of unknown strength, and the giant progenitor Colaris in the Celestial Library, how easy is it to defeat them? Even if the two of us join forces, we might not gain the upper hand. Volumet scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. Have you forgotten? Aren't there still our people at Mount Hushan, Mount Laishan, and Mount Fengshan? They've been living carefree for a while now. It's time for them to put in some effort again. Tuck hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. But there are also people from Urza there. Volumet replied calmly, a hint of ambition in his voice. Once Urza actually arrives in the divine realm, he steals all the credit. What will be left for us? Let his subordinates help us restrain the forces of the divine realm now. At least the main credit will remain with us. In my hands? Even if he wants to steal the credit, he won't have a reason. Tuck was silent for a moment, thinking of the Supreme Leader's reward, and finally pursed his lips, nodding helplessly. In that case, go and inform them. Worm nodded, then you will attack the Holy City of Light from the south, and I will attack Northward City from the north. We meet at the Celestial Library. Tuck nodded emphatically, okay. In the 5th floor of the Celestial Library, in the Labyrinth of Fate, at the center was a round white jade table, its surface faintly displaying star map patterns, seemingly containing the mysteries of the universe's operation. Colaris, Kalan, the 5 main gods, Annie, and the 7 undead lords gathered here. This was the first formal meeting between the divine plane and the major forces of the undead realm in 10,000 years, and the air was filled with an atmosphere of solemnity and anticipation. Sorica's gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Clarice. Her tone carried a hint of emotion. Curator Clarice, it's been a long time. I never imagined we meet again at such a critical moment. When you chose to guard the Celestial Library, you surely never foresaw that the Divine Plane would face such annihilation. Kolaris shook his heavy hand. His imposing figure, surrounded by a faint aura of elemental power, made him appear like a moving mountain. The Vades are powerful and ambitious. Their invasion was inevitable. You done very well. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. We gathered here not to reminisce about the past, but to unite all our strength to resist the Vades' attack and preserve the last hope of this world. Valenza leaned forward, turning to Annie, his tone questioning. Annie, now that the three great mountains of light, Thor, and Vulcan have joined the alliance, the number of divine servants and the divine combat power have been replenished. What are your thoughts on the deployment of these new troops? Annie gently shook her head, her fingertips tracing the star map patterns on the white jade table, her tone steady. Now is not the time to determine the deployment. The three main gods. These are all god-level powerhouses, strong enough to intimidate the Wade's god-level forces. Their movements directly affect the stability of the entire defense system. Making arrangements rashly before knowing the Wade's specific attack direction and tactics could easily lead to falling into their trap. I thought you had some grand theories to share, but it turns out there are things you don't know. Granisa suddenly sneered, his fiery red beard trembling slightly, his tone disdainful. It's just arranging a few people's positions. Why wait for intelligence? In my opinion, just deploy them according to combat strength. Isn't that enough? Terrason immediately glared at him, his tone displeased. You're so smart, then tell me, how should we arrange them? Don't just talk nonsense. Granisa puffed out his chest, declaring confidently, isn't that simple? Wind fuels the fire. I excel at fire magic, and Valenza excels at wind magic. Our magic can amplify each other, creating a stronger offensive. Naturally, we should be paired together to defend the second fortress, Northview City. This will strengthen Northview City's defenses and allow for rapid support to the Celestial Library. Sorika's light magic and Bronto's lightning magic both have a punishing effect, most effective against the Virid's dark power. You two should also form a team as a mobile force near the Celestial Library, ready to rush to its aid should other fortresses be attacked. Everyone looked in the direction Granisa pointed and found the arrangement indeed reasonable. The combination of forces was well balanced, taking into account both defense and support. They all nodded in agreement. Even Bronto showed a look of approval. Terrason, undecided, turned to Anne, his eyes questioning, and, what do you think of Granisa's arrangement? From a combat strength perspective, it seems fine. Anne smiled and walked to the table, a wisp of water elemental coalescing at her fingertips. With a gentle flick, the water elemental rippled across the table, transforming into a three-dimensional map. The map clearly marked the locations of the Holy City of Light, Northview City, Broken Cloud Pass, and the Celestial Library, even detailing the terrain and roads. Look, everyone, the second fortress, Northview City, is only 100 miles from the Celestial Library. A normal undead army could reach it in an hour and a half. The first fortress, the Holy City of Light, is 2,000 miles from the Celestial Library, and the third fortress, Broken Cloud Pass, is a full 2,500 miles away. If we follow Lord Genesis' plan and deploy the two chief gods, Sorika and Bronto, near the Celestial Library, the defenses of the other two distant fortresses will be relatively weak. Even if mobile forces can arrive to reinforce, it will take at least several days to travel from the Celestial Library to the Holy City of Light, and even longer to Broken Cloud Pass. In battles between powerful beings, every second can change the course of the war. By the time the mobile forces arrive, the fortresses will likely have already fallen. Everyone stared at the 3D map and instantly noticed its flaws. The lack of god-level combat power to support the distant fortress was indeed a huge hidden danger. Granisa's old face flushed red instantly. He had only considered the combat force composition, but overlooked the issues of distance and support timeliness. Now that Annie had pointed it out, he felt somewhat embarrassed, but still stubbornly insisted, in that case, why not just move the mobile forces to a location closer to the first fortress? For example, station them at the stronghold between the Holy City of Light and the Celestial Library. That way, support would be faster. Annie shook her head, pointing her finger at the location of the Celestial Library on the map. That won't work either. The Celestial Library is our last refuge, and inside. Not only does it possess a wealth of ancient heritage and resources, but it also harbors numerous scholars and alchemists who are unable to fight. Grandpa Callan and Lady Sorika are among our top combatants. If they are deployed to the southern part of the city, the defenses around the Celestial Library will be weakened. If the Varids employ a feigned attack on the Holy City of Light, while secretly sending elite troops to raid the Celestial Library, we will have no time to defend it. If the library falls, we will be completely cut off from our escape route. Everyone was shocked. The scenario Annie described was indeed possible. The Varids were cunning and treacherous. If the Celestial Library were left vulnerable, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bronto couldn't help but ask, then what should we do? We can't just keep delaying and wait for the Wades to attack before making adjustments, can we? That would only put us at a disadvantage. Of course we can't delay. Anne's tone was firm, but her eyes remained calm. However, we can't make a final decision too early. I already arranged for people to infiltrate the Wade army. Their mission is to gather intelligence on the Wade troop movements and attack plans. If all goes well, we should have news coming back soon. Your people? Bronte was slightly startled, his eyes filled with disbelief. You planted spies among the Vades? How is that possible? The Vades are always treacherous and cunning, and we're different races. They can tell the difference at a glance. How did you do it? Anne smiled slightly, offering no further explanation, only vaguely stating, I have my methods. However, please understand that the identity of the spies needs to be strictly kept secret, and I cannot reveal too much about the source of the information. Therefore, what we need to do now is wait patiently for intelligence to come back. Once we know which direction the Vades will attack from, how many troops they will send, and who will command them, we can adjust our deployment accordingly and maximize the role of each god-level powerhouse. Soraka nodded, her eyes revealing. With an approving look she said, if that's the case, then waiting is indeed the best option. But to be able to plant spies among the Wades and obtain such accurate intelligence, Annie, you certainly have some skill. No wonder Valenza and Terrason speak so highly of you. Seeing this, Terrason turned to Ganesa, his tone slightly teasing. Ganesa, do you have any further opinions? Want to share your brilliant insights? Ganesa pursed her lips, turned her head away, and mumbled, the Wades aren't so easily fooled. I think she's just putting on a show. Maybe she doesn't even have any spies. She's just trying to stall for time. Just shut up. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Terrason rolled her eyes helplessly, too lazy to argue with him anymore. Seeing this, Soraka stepped in to smooth things over. All right, there's no better solution right now. The initiative is temporarily in the hands of the Vades, and we can only take it one step at a time. But don't worry too much. We now have 3 fortresses as a barrier and enough troops to support us. As long as we deploy properly, holding the line shouldn't be a problem. Of course, if even the 3 fortresses are breached, then we really have no choice but to fight to the death in the Sky Library. Everyone nodded, and the atmosphere eased again. In the following time, they began discussing other matters, the sounds of conversation rising and falling around the white jade table. The initial barriers caused by differences in power gradually dissipated in the face of a shared crisis. Just as the discussion was about to end, Annie suddenly frowned, her hand under the table clenching slightly, a familiar voice echoing in her mind. A glint flashed in her eyes, her expression subtly changing before returning to calm. Lucifer, sitting beside Annie, keenly noticed her subtle movement. He turned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Any news?" Annie nodded gently, slowly standing up, her hands pressing slightly down in front of her. Upon seeing this, everyone stopped talking, their eyes fixed on her. "Gentlemen," Anne's voice echoed clearly throughout the hall, tinged with a hint of gravity, "the great battle is about to begin." Soraka's eyes narrowed instantly, and she leaned forward slightly. "So soon? From which direction are they planning to attack? How many troops have they deployed?" And took a deep breath, walked to the 3D map, and pointed her finger at the locations of the Holy City of Light and Northward City. According to intelligence, the Vade are divided into 2 groups. One group, led by Tuck, is attacking the first fortress, the Holy City of Light. The other group, led by Volant, is attacking the second fortress, Northward City. In total, approximately 1 million people. While their numbers are fewer than ours, their individual combat capabilities are superior. Furthermore, Vades from other regions are also converging here, potentially attacking the third fortress or breaking out from other directions to disrupt our plans. Their objective is clear, to simultaneously attack multiple positions, overwhelming us and ultimately severing the outer defenses of the Sky Library. Now, we must prepare for the Alliance's first operation. The group's expressions instantly turned serious as they looked at the 2 enemy forces marked on the map. Chapter 821. Hundreds of thousands of Vade soldiers, like a black tide, stretched for hundreds of miles from the direction of Mount Light, marching majestically towards Northview City. The soldiers, clad in black armor and wielding sharp black blades, marched in perfect unison, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, and an atmosphere of grim determination filled the air. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, falling on the soldiers' armor, but it could not dispel the suffocating oppressive force. This was the elite force of the Vade Empire, the Black Fawn Legion, which Volomat was proud of, and which had once crushed resistance forces in several planes. Volomat rode atop a massive black war beast, each of his 6 arms gripping a giant blade, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. There, the mountain southwest of North U City appeared and disappeared in the sunlight, like a sleeping dragon. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, his voice laced with disdain. Soraka, you think you're safe just because you escaped to the Celestial Library? How laughable. Today, I show you what true strength is. Guluha trotted alongside Volomat. He was short and inconspicuous among the towering Vade soldiers, but his fawning smile was striking. General, you are brilliant. With your strength, coupled with the ferocity of the Black Fawn Legion, we will surely annihilate all resistance forces in the Divine Plane this time, ensuring they never dare to oppose the Vade Empire again. Volomat chuckled, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. Annihilation is inevitable. However, my progress will definitely be much faster than the Gaitux. He's been the president of the galaxy for a while now. He's probably long forgotten how to command troops. He couldn't even capture Terrazin, and he even lost the Jarman. What a waste! Guluha quickly echoed, his tone full of flattery. Of course. General, you have fought in countless battles, your experience is vast, and your tactics are superb. Although Commander Tuck is not weak, he is far inferior to you in leading troops. With you personally commanding this attack on Baywang City, we will surely take it in one fell swoop. Wuren nodded, quite pleased with Guluha's flattery. He reined in his warhorse, stopped, and glanced at the troops ahead, his tone grave. Leading troops is not a simple matter, it requires not only strength, but also intelligence. Those guys from the Divine Plane aren't all fools, otherwise Tuck wouldn't have suffered a loss at Water God Mountain. Guluha's eyes darted around, and he immediately added fuel to the fire. That's right. Commander Tuck suffered a loss himself, and he also implicated General Jarbottle. Jarbottle is one of your most capable generals, General. His devouring magic is extremely useful on the battlefield, and yet, it's such a pity he was killed. If the Jarman were still alive, our attack on North U City would have been much easier. Mentioning the Jarman, a flash of anger crossed Volomat's eyes, his 6 giant blades trembling slightly, his tone icy. The Jarman's abilities were indeed crucial. His death severely weakens our fighting strength. Damn it! What was that Tuck doing? He couldn't even take down a small Water God Mountain, and he even lost the Jarman. Seeing this, Guluha knew he couldn't continue talking about Tuck, otherwise it would only make Volomat angrier. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately changed the subject. General, don't be angry. This time, our attack on North U City is a perfect opportunity to avenge General Jarman. As long as we take North U City, and cut off the outer defenses of the Celestial Library, the resistance forces of the Divine Plane will collapse without a fight, and then Jarman's revenge will naturally be achieved. Volam's expression softened slightly, as he turned to look at the other side of the column. There, an even larger army was advancing along the main road, with Torlok riding a magical beast at the head of the column. In the center of the army was a massive golden chariot, intricately carved with patterns, its top fluttering the black battle flag of the Vade Empire's Grand General, clearly a decoy to draw the allied forces' attention. Torlok is drawing their attention from the front, while we quietly circle around to the flank of North U City, and catch them off guard. He paused, his tone turning ruthless. No matter who the commander of North U City is, we must capture him this time and avenge the Jarman. The Grand General is brilliant. Guluha quickly echoed. The allied forces will never expect us to take a detour and launch a sneak attack. By the time they react, North U City will have already fallen to us. To attack North U City from the flank, they would have to cross a wetland and then climb a mountain. The swamp was filled with silt and poison, and the mountains were steep and difficult to traverse, which would not only prolong the march but also increase the soldiers' physical exhaustion. But these were not the most important factors. As long as they could advance stealthily, evade the allied scouts, and outflank the weakly defended southwest of North U City, the raid would have a high probability of success. At this moment, Volomat's raiding force was almost across the swamp and reached the foot of the mountain. The swamp mud covered the soldiers' armor, but no one uttered a complaint, they simply followed silently in the ranks. They all knew that the success or failure of this raid directly affected the outcome of the Battle of North U City. Speed up. Once we cross the broken cloud peak ahead, We reached the southwest of North U City. Volumet ordered the soldiers around him in a low voice. He knew very well that the main force of the Allied army was concentrated on the front lines, dealing with the decoy force led by Talek, while the southwest of North U City, with the Broken Cloud Peak as a natural barrier, would inevitably be weakly defended. This was their best opportunity for a raid. Just as the group was about to enter the forests of Broken Cloud Peak, Volumet suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze fixed on the dense woods ahead. The forest was eerily quiet. Not even a bird could be heard. "Guluha," he whispered. "Yes, sir." Guluha quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Volumet pointed to the woods ahead, his tone grave. "There are definitely Alliance scouts hiding here. Our movements must not be detected. You are short and agile. Lead a team in first and eliminate all the scouts. Be careful not to alert the others." "Yes, sir." Guluha nodded immediately, selecting 100 soldiers skilled in stealth from his ranks, who silently entered the forest. The foliage was dense, with sunlight filtering through only dappled patches. Guluha and his soldiers moved through the woods like ghosts, quickly spotting the Alliance scouts hidden in the trees and bushes. There were more than a dozen shadow fiends, cloaked in black and blending seamlessly into the shadows, making them virtually undetectable. "Attack!" Guluha shouted, his short blade flashing like a venomous snake, instantly slaying one shadow fiend. The other soldiers followed suit. While the shadow fiends excelled at stealth, their melee combat skills were far inferior to those of the Vaed soldiers. In a short time, more than a dozen shadow fiends were wiped out, with only one captured alive by Guluha. Guluha, leading his soldiers and escorting the captured shadow fiend, emerged from the forest and approached Volumet, bowing respectfully. "General, the scouts in the forest have all been dealt with. This is the one we captured alive. Perhaps we can extract information about the defenses of Northwatch City from him." Volumet leaped down from his warbler and walked to the captured shadow fiend. The shadow fiend was thin, his face covered in blood, yet his eyes remained resolute, fixed on Volumet without a trace of fear. Volumet gruffly demanded, "Speak. Who sent you? Who is the garrison commander of Northwatch? How many troops are there?" The shadow fiend spat viciously, the spittle landing on Volumet's armor. "Paw! Vaed dog. Don't expect to get any information from me. The Alliance will prevail. You invaders will be driven from the God Plane sooner or later." Volumet coldly stared at him, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Looks like you're quite stubborn." He stretched out a massive hand, grabbed the shadow fiend by the neck, and lifted him high. With a slight tightening of his grip, the shadow fiend's face instantly turned crimson, his legs flailing wildly in the air, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, and despair gradually appearing in his eyes. Just as Shadow Fiend was about to be strangled to death, Volumet slowly released his grip, tossing him to the ground. Shadow Fiend landed on the ground, gasping for breath, coughing incessantly, feeling as if he had just escaped death. He raised his head, still glaring fiercely at Volumet, showing no sign of yielding. Volumet crouched down, his tone icy. "Can you talk now? If you're willing to cooperate, I can give you a way out. If you continue to resist, I make you wish you were dead." Shadow Fiend sneered, spitting out the blood in his mouth. "Don't waste your energy. The Alliance will win, Varids die. Even if I die, more people will rise up against you." Volumet was completely enraged. He suddenly stood up, drew a great sword from his waist, and was about to cut Shadow Fiend in two. "You ignorant fool. Since you won't talk, then die? General, please calm down." Guluha rushed forward, grabbing Volumet's arm tightly to stop him from attacking. "This shadow demon is still useful. There are plenty of ways to extract information from him. There's no need to kill him. Let me try. I guarantee I can find out the situation in North U City." Volumet raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Oh? You have a way? I didn't know you could interrogate prisoners?" Guluha's face revealed a strange smile. "General, rest assured, I have plenty of ways to deal with stubborn prisoners like this. Just wait for the good news." With that, he grabbed the shadow demon's leg and dragged him into the shadows deep in the woods. Immediately afterward, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the woods, a sound so shrill and chilling it sent shivers down one's spine. Volumet stood there, his brow furrowed slightly. Guluha had been by his side for several years. He only knew Guluha was skilled in intelligence gathering, but he never expected the man to have such a cruel side. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Guluha emerged from the woods, his body covered in blood, but a smug smile on his face. He walked up to Volumet and clapped his hands. "General, it's done. That guy couldn't hold out any longer and confessed everything." A flicker of curiosity crossed Volumet's eyes. "Oh? What did you find out?" Guluha replied with a smile. The commander of North Watch is the wind god Valenza, with an army of about 500,000. In addition, the fire god Granisa is also stationed near North Watch with 8,000 fire god servants, ready to support the main battlefield at North Watch. Volamit frowned slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the hilt of his great sword. That's it? What about Soraka? Where is she now? What is the troop deployment of the Celestial Library? Guluha's smile widened. Hee General, guess what? Soraka thought you attacked Northview from the front, and worried Valenza and Granisa wouldn't be able to hold them off. He's already set off with the light god servants from the Celestial Library to reinforce Northview. According to the Shadow Demon's confession, Soraka's forces will arrive at the south gate of Northview in about half an hour. Upon hearing this, Volam suddenly threw his head back and burst into loud laughter, his voice so loud it shook the surrounding leaves, causing them to fall. Ha ha ha. Good. Excellent. Guluha, you done a fantastic job. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. You made a great contribution to the attack on Northview. He had originally worried that Soraka would remain at the Celestial Library, and that if the sneak attack failed, he would have a hard time escaping unscathed. Now, knowing that Soraka was on his way to Northview and wouldn't arrive for another half hour, his concerns vanished instantly. Guluha quickly bowed, his tone humble. General, you flatter me. This is all I should do. It is my honor to share your burdens. Worm waved his hand, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Good. Since Soraka hasn't arrived yet, and Valenza is dealing with Taluk on the main battlefield, our surprise attack plan can proceed smoothly. Everyone listen up. Speed up, cross the broken cloud peak ahead, and launch a surprise attack from the southwest. We must take Northview City before Soraka arrives. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices loud but deliberately low to avoid alerting the Allied forces in the distance. The column set off again, advancing rapidly along the mountain path of Broken Cloud Peak. The forest was silent, save for the rustling footsteps of the soldiers marching and the subtle creaking of armor. Soon, the column finally crossed the summit of Broken Cloud Peak. Standing atop the peak, through the dense forest, the southwest walls of Northview City were clearly visible. The city walls, tens of meters high and constructed of solid rock, bore the faint outlines of patrolling Allied soldiers, though their numbers were significantly fewer than those on the main wall, indicating a weak defense. Almost there. Worm thought with delight, preparing to order his troops to speed up, burst out of the forest, and launch a surprise attack on the walls. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky, as dazzling as the sun, carrying unparalleled divine power, hurtling directly towards Worm's head. The power contained within the light sent a chill down Worm's spine. Chapter 822. Huh? Volam's pupils contracted sharply. The divine pressure emanating from the golden pillar of light made his hair stand on end. Years of battlefield instinct left him no time to think. His 6 arms moved like windmills, 6 massive blades, each the size of a door, crossed in front of him to form an impenetrable wall of blades. Dark energy flowed along the blades like a tide, condensing into a half-meter thick black barrier in front of the blade wall. Runes flickered on the barrier, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. Boom! The golden pillar of light collided with the black barrier. The dazzling light instantly engulfed the summit of Broken Cloud Peak. Even the sunlight was suppressed by this energy and dimmed. A deafening roar exploded like thunder, the sound waves spreading in all directions. Towering trees were uprooted, and debris flew like cannonballs. The entire Broken Cloud Peak trembled slightly, and deep cracks even appeared in the mountain walls. Immediately afterward, a deafening battle cry of kill erupted from all directions. From the forests of Broken Cloud Peak, at its foot, and even in the valley on the other side, a large number of light servants clad in golden armor suddenly surged forth. They wielded longswords shimmering with holy light, magic scrolls at their waists, and were followed by light mages wielding staffs. Like a golden tide, they charged towards the vague raiding force. The servants' eyes were resolute, each step firm and powerful, clearly indicating they had been prepared for an ambush. Enemy attack. Engage them. Guluha, his face pale, hastily drew his short blade and lunged at the leading light servant, the blade crackling with black energy, attempting to block the servant's attack. The Vate soldiers reacted quickly, raising their weapons, and forming a defensive formation to fight the Lightbringer's servants. In an instant, the air on Broken Cloud Peak was filled with the clash of swords, the explosions of magic, the clashing of weapons, and the screams of soldiers. A fierce battle erupted instantly. The golden light gradually faded, revealing Volam's 2 extremely grim faces. The human face on the left was twisted and deformed with rage, a ferocious smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The dog-headed face on the right bared its teeth, its blood-red pupils filled with murderous intent. He stared intently at the figure slowly descending from midair, his teeth grinding together, almost forcing out 3 words. Soraka. In midair, the gem at the top of Soraka's scepter emitted a soft yet extremely intimidating light, surrounded by a golden halo, overlooking the chaotic battlefield below. Seeing the panicked state of the Vade soldiers, a cold smile slowly crept onto her lips. Wolant, you did indeed choose to ambush from Broken Cloud Peak. It seems Annie's prediction was correct. Wolant stomped his feet heavily on the ground, his massive body soaring into the air, meeting Soraka's gaze at him. His eyes were sinister, his tone tinged with incomprehension and anger. Shouldn't you still have half an hour before reaching Northview City? And how did you know I would choose to ambush from Broken Cloud Peak? Who leaked my plan? Soraka landed lightly on the ground. The Lightbringer's servants had already surrounded the Vade ambush force, forming a golden encirclement. Looking at Worm's flustered state, she said with a hint of sarcasm, "That's easy. Annie anticipated you might take a detour and launch a sneak attack. After I led my troops out of the Sky Library, I deliberately slowed down the main force's march, creating the illusion that we would arrive in half an hour. At the same time, I secretly led 30,000 elite troops to the vicinity of Broken Cloud Peak ahead of time. Just now, my men discovered that all the scouts around Broken Cloud Peak had disappeared, so I knew your raiding force had arrived. However, I didn't expect you to personally lead the team. It seems that Northview City is indeed very important to you." Vollem clenched his fists, the 6 giant blades trembling slightly, his eyes filled with resentment. His meticulously planned sneak attack had been foiled by the Allied forces from the very beginning, a humiliation he felt. But soon, a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Heh, so what if you found out? But do you think you can stop me from taking Northview City with these 30,000 divine servants? You're too naive." He paused, a hint of smugness in his tone, as if victory was assured. This time on the front lines, Talik is leading an army of 800,000, along with 10 low-level god-level experts. Valenza and Granisa, though powerful, cannot withstand the siege of 800,000 troops and 10 god-level experts. Once Talik breaches Northview City, even if you manage to stop me here, it will be futile. "That's none of your concern," Soraka said coldly, her scepter of light gathering golden light. The gem at the top of the scepter shone brighter and brighter, and the surrounding air was purified by the holy light, becoming exceptionally fresh. "What you should be most worried about right now is whether you can leave Broken Cloud Peak alive. Today, neither you nor your troops will escape." Before she finished speaking, Soraka swung her scepter of light, and a golden beam of light several meters in diameter shot out from the top of the scepter again. The holy power contained in the beam was even stronger than before, carrying the power to purify all darkness, and it hurtled towards Vollem. Vollem roared, stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his whole body soared into the air like a cannonball. He swung his 6 giant blades at the same time, and 6 black blade energies, carrying the power to tear through space, slashed towards the golden beam of light in a fan shape. The black blade energies collided with the golden beam of light, and once again a violent energy shockwave erupted. Another section of the summit of Broken Cloud Peak collapsed, and rubble rolled down. A fierce battle between top-tier, god-level experts unfolded on Broken Cloud Peak. Meanwhile, the battle on the front lines of Northview City had reached its climax. Torok, riding a massive black magical beast, stood at the forefront of his army. Clad in black armor, he gripped a long sword inlaid with a skull, his eyes coldly fixed on the city walls of Northview. Behind him, the 800,000-strong Vade army stood in neat formation, soldiers raising high black banners embroidered with the runes of the Vade Empire, their imposing presence overwhelming. Even more chilling were the 10 powerful Vade warriors standing beside Torok. All were low-level god-level powerhouses, elite troops transferred from various star systems by the Vade Empire. "Attack! Take Northview City, and the reward is 10,000 taels of gold and a 3-level promotion." Torok roared, his voice echoing across the entire battlefield. "Kill!" The Vade soldiers roared, charging towards the east gate of Northview City like a black tide. Their weapons gleamed coldly, their faces contorted with madness. Among the Wade ranks, one figure stood out conspicuously. He wore the white robes of a Lightbringer servant, but over them, a Wade black armor. In his hand he gripped a holy sword gleaming with holy light. It was Hemid, the one who had betrayed Mount Light. Now, his strength had broken through to the peak of the Harmony realm, only a step away from godhood, making him virtually invincible on the battlefield. He charged ahead, leading the Wade soldiers, his holy sword flashing, each strike slaying several undead soldiers, quickly reaching the foot of the city wall. You nuisance. Hemid sneered, slashing his holy sword at a zombie warrior near the wall. The zombie warrior raised his shield to block, but suddenly felt a strange suction force coming from ahead, causing his shield to involuntarily shift, and Hemid's holy sword to deflect slightly as well. The zombie warrior narrowly escaped death. Hermod frowned, turning to look in the direction from which the suction force was coming. Beside the city wall, a gigantic worm-like undead lay sprawled on the ground, its body as thick as a bucket, its gaping maw emanating a dense, deathly aura. A flicker of surprise crossed Hermid's eyes. You are Balzeb? Balzeb slowly closed his mouth, the eerie suction force vanishing instantly. He narrowed his eyes, looking at Hermod with a hint of mockery. Hermod, we meet again. I never expected that upon our reunion, you would have become a lackey of the Vade. A smile appeared on Hermid's face, the holy sword of light twirling gently in front of him. Our last encounter was over 200 years ago, during the chaotic battle, wasn't it? Back then, you needed to join forces with 2 other undead lords, to barely hold your own against me. I didn't expect that after the seal on the undead realm was broken, your strength had also reached the peak of the Harmony realm. That's rather unexpected. That's what I expected. A hint of disappointment flashed in Balzeb's eyes, his tone tinged with bitterness. Although my strength has increased, the price is the loss of my heavenly soul. Without my heavenly soul, my strength is greatly diminished. He paused, then changed the subject, asking curiously, but you surprise me even more. You're a high-ranking divine servant of the Mountain of Light, one of Soraka's most trusted people. How could you suddenly defect to the Vades? When did this happen? Hemid didn't answer directly, but instead swung the holy sword of light, slashing at Balzeb. But the sword's momentum was erratic, lacking any power. It was clearly just a show. Balzeb lightly leaped backward, easily dodging the attack. While feigning an attack, Hemid lowered his voice and said, about 1,000 years ago, I realized that relying solely on the resources of the divine plane for cultivation would not give me a chance to break through to the origin realm and become a true god. So I wanted to find a path that no one else had taken. At that time, I didn't fully trust the Vades and tried to cultivate the ancient forbidden technique, the soul division and fusion technique, but unfortunately I failed. The soul splitting and soul merging technique? Balzeb's expression changed, his voice involuntarily rising before quickly lowering again. Are you crazy? That's a forbidden technique from ancient times, with extremely severe backlash. If you fail, not only will your strength plummet, but you might even lose your consciousness, becoming a mindless wandering soul. Of course I know that, Hemid said with a wry smile, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. So when Annie told me about the conditions required to cultivate the soul-splitting and soul-merging technique, I completely gave up. But besides that, to break through to the returning origin realm, you need divine crystals. But the god plane has long since run out of divine crystals, so I had to turn to the Vades. They have plenty of divine crystals there. Divine crystals? Balzeb's eyes lit up instantly, his breathing becoming rapid. Could it be a divine crystal from ancient times, containing the primordial power of the universe? But those things were completely consumed in the ancient war of the gods. How could there be any left? That's in our world, Hermod explained, lowering his voice even further. Beyond the divine plane, there are countless star systems and worlds. The Vade Empire controls a vast number of star systems, plundering resources from countless worlds, and naturally, they also know how to mine divine crystals, possessing a large reserve. As long as you can perform meritorious service for them, you can receive divine crystals as a reward. Balzeb's throat bobbed involuntarily, his eyes filled with fervent longing as he looked at Hermod. Did they give you a divine crystal? You're only one step away from godhood now. With just one divine crystal, you should be able to break through, right? A smug smile spread across Hemid's face, his tone laced with seduction. Heh, almost there. If we can take Northview City this time, General Worm has promised me 2 divine crystals. I can only absorb one myself. I'm still figuring out what to do with the other. As he spoke, he observed Balzeb's expression, secretly pleased to see the growing desire in the other's eyes. Balzeb's breathing quickened. He stared intently at Hemid, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing this, Hemid knew the time was right and continued, by the way, you said your celestial soul was gone. What exactly happened? With your strength, how could you so easily lose your celestial soul? At the mention of the celestial soul, Balzeb's face instantly turned ugly, his tone tinged with anger. Don't even mention it. Back then, to break the seal on the netherworld, they forcibly stripped my celestial soul and transferred it to a skeleton boy named Born. This caused my strength to plummet, and it took me several years to recover. I sacrificed so much for the netherworld, and now I have to take orders from that little girl Annie. Even the 5 great gods don't respect me. I can't swallow this. Hemid immediately revealed an angry expression and echoed, in that case, they really owe you too much. With your abilities and contributions, you should at least be on equal footing with the 5 great gods, controlling a portion of the Alliance's power, instead of being like this. That way, you only be responsible for a small garrison. Balzeb grew increasingly agitated, his voice trembling slightly. Exactly. The entire Alliance listens to Annie now. What right does a mere girl at the Heyuan realm have to command us lords, who have lived for tens of thousands of years? The 5 main gods are all sycophants. Seeing Annie's power, they protect her at every turn, completely disregarding us undead lords. Seeing Balzeb blinded by rage, Hermod pressed his advantage, lowering his voice and adding a hint of seduction. Brother, to be honest, your resistance is pointless. The Wade Empire's strength far surpasses that of the Divine Plane. This world will inevitably be conquered by the Wades. You should make plans early, like me, and join the Wades. Not only will you save your life, but you also obtain divine crystals, break through to the Guiyuan realm, and become a true god. Then, you get all the power and status you desire. Why not? Chapter 823. Balasib's eyes flickered, clearly somewhat tempted, yet still hesitant. But I'm only in charge of a garrison right now, with few troops. Even if I surrender to the Wades, I can't help you much, and you might not even give me a god crystal, right? Hemid quickly replied, how could you not be helpful? You just need to stay in the Alliance, providing us with intelligence on the Sky Library's defense layout, troop movements, and other information, and lend us a hand at crucial moments. That's already a great achievement. I believe that as long as you perform meritorious service, General Volant will definitely give you a god crystal. Then, we can both break through to the true god realm, and secure a place in the Wade Empire. Wouldn't that be much better than suffering in the Alliance? Balasib remained silent for a moment, thinking. Tempted by the allure of breaking through to the true god, and remembering the grievances suffered within the Alliance, he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. You're right. Rather than waiting to die here, I'd rather find a way out for myself. However, I need to speak with General Volant personally to confirm that he really will give me the divine crystal. Hemid was overjoyed, but his face remained impassive. No problem. After this battle, I arranged for you to meet the general. But for now, we must continue our act. We can't let anyone else notice anything amiss. Balzeb nodded, then suddenly took a step back, raised his weapon, and shouted at Hemid, Hemid, you traitor. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you sided with the Wades. Go back and tell Volant that we will not surrender, and Northview City will never be breached by you. Hemid paused for a moment, then reacted, inwardly cursing Balzeb as a drama queen, but his face contorted with anger as he roared at Balzeb, don't talk big here. Once our Vade army breaches the walls, you all be prisoners. Then we see how you talk back. Their previous conversation was hushed, completely drowned out by the surrounding battle noise. To the other soldiers, Hemid and Balzeb appeared to be locked in a fierce standoff, and no one noticed anything amiss. The battle escalated again. Seeing Hemid tied down by Balzeb, Talek immediately ordered the 10 god-level warriors beside him, go! Break through the city walls, and open the gates. Yes! The 10 god-level warriors responded in unison, soaring into the air and charging towards the eastern gate of Northview City. They exuded a powerful aura, their weapons shimmering with black energy. The magical arrows and spells fired by the allied forces left no mark on them, like mere tickles. Just as the 10 god-level powerhouses were about to reach the city wall, a figure in azure suddenly leaped from it, riding the wind. His windsword gleamed with a pale azure light as he slashed at the 10 powerhouses. The azure wind blade, carrying the force to tear through the air, instantly blocked their attack, forcing them to stop and raise their weapons to defend themselves. Valenza! Talek looked at the azure figure, his expression darkening slightly, his tone laced with mockery. Although you are powerful, we have 10 god-level powerhouses here. You alone are no match for them. If you know what's good for you, surrender now, lest you be beaten to a pulp and disgrace the wind god. Valenza scoffed. Who said I'm alone? A fiery red figure emerged from behind him, Janiza. Torlok remained unfazed, laughing loudly, ha ha. So what if there's one more Janiza? We have 10 god-level experts here. Your defeat is inevitable. Janiza was enraged. Although he was weaker among the 5 main gods, he was still a mid-stage returning origin cultivator. He couldn't be underestimated by a mere low-stage returning origin Vade. He immediately swung his fist, smashing it fiercely towards Torlok. This punch unleashed raging flames, seemingly intent on incinerating everything in its path. Torlok remained calm. 3 god-level experts stood beside him, composedly setting up their defenses to withstand the punch. However, the next moment, a gust of wind blew in, intensifying the already raging fire, which, like a colossal beast, engulfed all 4 of them. Not good. The other god-level powerhouses were shocked and quickly channeled their magic to help. Various energies intertwined, and the 10 Vade god-level powerhouses, working with all their might, finally managed to hold back the raging fire, rescuing Torok and the other 3 god-level powerhouses from the flames. The black mist covering Torok's body had been burned away by the fire, leaving his already dark face even blacker, and steam still rising from his body. The other god-level powerhouses were equally disheveled, their eyes filled with undisguised terror. Torok gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Janissa. "Damn it, I didn't expect you two to have combined magic." Janissa sneered. "Didn't you say you could easily defeat us? Come on! Let me see what you used to defeat us." A hint of resentment flickered in Torlok's eyes. Based on his understanding of the 5 main gods, Valenza and Granissa, while powerful, could at most contend with 3 or 4 low-level gods. Against too many, they would be overwhelmed and struggle greatly. However, the combined magic of the 2 main gods was unexpectedly powerful, exceeding his expectations. This made it truly difficult for him to breach Northview City. When he set out, Volant's mission for him wasn't to conquer Northview City, but to buy time and tie down the main force, allowing Volant to launch a surprise attack from the southwest. But Torlok wasn't about to let such a good opportunity for merit slip by. His goal was to take Northview City before Volant even had a chance to act, but now it seemed the chances were slim. Fortunately, even if he couldn't take Northview City, it wouldn't matter, since there was still Volant's raiding force to the southwest. That was the key to this operation. Torlok grinned maliciously at Valenza. "Don't be so smug. You soon know what true despair is. See my carriage behind me? That's Lord Volamit. Once he makes a move, none of you will escape." Valenza didn't expose him. In fact, he already knew Volamit wasn't there. "Oh, then let him come out. I want to see if he can really breach my fortress." Torlok's eyes flashed fiercely. "Don't even mention you. Even Soraka isn't a match for the general. How dare you be so arrogant?" Valenza coldly replied, "You Vaids are nothing but rats, acting recklessly just because you outnumber me. If you got the guts, let Volamit come out and fight me one-on-one. Let's see who's stronger." Talik swallowed hard. He hadn't expected Valenza to be so audacious, directly challenging Volamit. He couldn't summon Volamit, but he couldn't afford to lose face either. His eyes darted around as he said, "The great general isn't someone you can challenge so easily. How about this? You fight the 3 of us first. If you win, I give you the chance to challenge the great general." With that, he and 2 other Wade warriors stepped forward. Valenza narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew Talik very well, having known him for over 1,000 years. The other 2 Wades were unfamiliar. They hadn't fought before. One was as thin as a bamboo pole, seemingly easily blown away by a strong wind, his strength comparable to Talik's, both at the 3rd level of the returning origin realm. The other resembled a large mushroom, covered in colorful patterns and purple markings. This person had reached the 4th level of the returning origin realm, considered a mid-level expert. Valenza was fairly confident in his strength. Since it was just a matter of stalling for time, he and Janissa would be under real pressure if all 10 god-level experts attacked together. So he nodded and said, "All right, since you suggested it, let's have a match." He soared into the air, his wind god sword emitting a sharp light, pointing towards Torlok and his companions. Torlok gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Bamboo pole man, mushroom man, let's not force ourselves. The main thing is to stall for time, draw their attention, and prevent them from focusing on the southwest, creating opportunities for Lord Volamit." Bamboo pole man sneered. "Torlok, you're a bit of a coward. One Valenza scares you like this? The 3 of us working together shouldn't have much trouble taking him down." Torlok said solemnly, "Don't underestimate him. I fought him for thousands of years. I know his strength better than anyone. In the entire god plane, besides Soraka, he's the strongest. Even against the great general, he might not truly be defeated." Seeing Torlok's seriousness, the bamboo pole man was slightly taken aback, somewhat dismissive. "If he's so strong, why was he driven out of Mount Wind God?" Torlok explained, "While Wind God Valenza is strong, Mount Wind God's overall strength is relatively weak, lacking successors, making it easier to breach. He must have known he couldn't defend Mount Wind God alone, which is why he decisively abandoned it, and allied with Mount Water God." The Mushroom Man interrupted, "Let's not talk about that now, prepare for battle." The 3 were all prepared, but the bamboo pole man launched the first attack. He harbored doubts about Torlok's explanation and wanted to personally verify Valenza's true strength. His slender figure grew longer in the wind, becoming over 10 meters tall, and his body swept towards Valenza. Valenza sneered, "Child's play." He swung his wind god's sword, channeling magic into it, and sharp wind elements condensed on the blade as he slashed fiercely at the bamboo pole man's body. However, with a clang, the seemingly frail bamboo pole man's body wasn't severed. Instead, a metallic clang rang out. The next moment, the bamboo pole man's body bent from the point of impact, using the momentum to continue lashing towards Valenza. Valenza raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, you got some skill," he flashed, leaving a trail of afterimages. The bamboo pole man, having missed another opportunity to see Valenza, couldn't help but feel a little smug. The mighty wind god is nothing more than this. But soon he heard Tolok's exclamation, "Watch out." Before he could react, the bamboo pole man felt a surge of magic above his head, but he remained completely calm. "I'm flawless. What can you do even if you launch a sneak attack?" However, just as he was feeling confident, a loud bang rang out. A cloud of black mist blocked his path, colliding violently with Valenza's slash, creating a deafening roar. The shockwaves sent the bamboo pole man flying. "Ah!" The bamboo pole man felt a sharp pain in his back, a gash appeared, and black blood slowly seeped out. The bamboo pole man's face paled with horror, his expression one of utter shock. How is this possible?" Torlok appeared beside him, panting, and said in a deep voice, "I told you, don't underestimate him. Your defense is nothing compared to him." Valenza's wind god sword trembled slightly. Your so-called defense is nothing more than folding your body to dissipate energy. I already noticed that in your first strike. How could you make the same mistake again?" The bamboo pole man was still incredulous. "But even if you knew the principle, your sword shouldn't be able to hurt me." Valenza chuckled. "Is it that difficult? I just need to compress my sword energy, concentrate it on one point, and injure you before you can fold and dissipate the force." "You?" The bamboo pole man swallowed hard. Only now did he truly understand the terror of Valenza. Valenza described it as effortless, but compressing sword energy was no easy feat. Even General Volant might not have been able to achieve it. "Is this the wind god's power?" The mushroom man frowned slightly, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. "Don't worry," Tolok said. "As long as we're careful, holding him off shouldn't be difficult." The mushroom man nodded and said to the bamboo man, "You should retreat a bit. He's already seen through your defenses. Tolok and I will lead the attack, you stay behind." At the same time, the cap on his head slightly opened, spraying out pale purple spores that landed on the wounds on the bamboo man's back. The spores released a gentle power, slowly healing the bamboo man's wounds and simultaneously removing the wind elemental energy clinging to them. The bamboo man felt slightly relieved. Although somewhat unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. The mushroom man and Tolok stood before Valenza, their power surging, black mist spreading across the battlefield, exuding a dangerous aura. "Finally, they're getting serious?" Valenza's expression was calm, the wind god's sword in his hand trembling slightly, as if excited by the impending battle. "Don't keep me bored, Tolok." Before he finished speaking, the air around him suddenly accelerated its rotation, pale blue wind wings unfurling behind him, slowly flapping with a suffocating pressure. Chapter 824. While a fierce battle raged around the Celestial Library, Mount Vulcan remained remarkably calm. Mount Vulcan was the first sacred mountain in the entire Divine Plane to be breached by the Vades. Besides being the entrance to the Void Domain, it also housed the Vade stronghold, built around the main peak of Mount Vulcan. Now, having conquered the various sacred mountains, the Vades had transferred most of their supplies here, using it as a base to supply strategic materials to various battlefields. It was, in essence, the Vades' rear base. During the operation against the Celestial Library, the Vade god-level powerhouses originally stationed at Mount Vulcan were all called to the front lines. Tuck assigned one person to remain here, Cass and Forchis, who had been wounded in the battles against Callahan and Valenza. Even if they joined the battle, they wouldn't be able to exert their full strength. It was better to let them recuperate at Mount Vulcan and, incidentally, take charge of its defense and logistical arrangements. Compared to Forchis, Cass's injuries were relatively minor, considering Forchis had lost an arm to Callahan. To recuperate, Forchis secluded himself in a cave, leaving all matters to Cass. Although somewhat reluctant, Cass couldn't refuse, partly because Forchis genuinely needed to heal, and partly because Forchis held a slightly higher position and was stronger than him in the army. Glug glug. Cass took a large gulp of wine, slamming his glass down on the table. Ahem, The Sky Library should be in the thick of it by now, right? Those wretched undead made me lose face in front of Lord Tuck. Now that Lords Tuck and Volland are both attacking, let's see how long you can stay arrogant. Previously, he had been ambushed by Annie at Mirror Moon Lake and trapped in the God-sealing array for quite some time, resulting in a crushing defeat in his first battle. Had he not managed to escape at the last minute, he might have become the first God-level powerhouse captured by the Vade Empire's army. He had been holding this grudge in his heart, always wanting to find an opportunity to avenge himself, but he had always been helpless against his opponent. Once Lord Tuck takes over the Sky Library, I will definitely find the guy named Lucifer and make him taste what it means to wish he were dead. Cass clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding, wishing he could devour Lucifer alive. He picked up the wine jug again, ready to drink, but found it empty. He called out, "Someone, bring me some more wine." A moment later, a guard in black armor placed a jar of wine in front of him. Cass raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Do we still have this kind of wine in our warehouse? The jar was crudely shaped, its exterior a ghastly white, with a faint black aura emanating from the clay seal. It didn't resemble supplies from the Wade Empire, nor did it seem like spoils plundered from the sacred mountain. Where did this wine come from? Cass looked up at the guard. The guard was completely shrouded in black armor, obscuring his face and emanating no aura, yet he gave off a feeling of facing a sword's edge. The guard leaned forward slightly, placing his hands on the table in front of Cass. A cold voice came from behind his armor. "You've been talking about me all the time, haven't you? So I came to drink with you." Cass's eyes narrowed sharply, and he drew a long whip from his waist, lashing out at the black-armored guard. The black-armored guard reacted with lightning speed, twisting his body and drawing his black long sword. The tip of the sword touched the whip, deflecting it aside. Cass kicked over a table laden with food, unleashing the full power of a god-level expert. The whip, like a venomous snake, lashed out towards the black-armored guard's chest. The black-armored guard leaped into the air, a pair of tattered black wings sprouting from his back. He slashed horizontally with his long sword, a death slash striking the tip of the whip. However, the whip suddenly accelerated, changing direction and shooting towards the black-armored guard's head. The black-armored guard tilted his head, and with a clang, the whip struck the side of his helmet, knocking it off and revealing his true face. Cass stared at the familiar face, his expression ashen. "Lucifer! What are you doing here?" Lucifer sneered. "Surprised? I thought you missed me quite a bit." Cass, however, laughed instead of getting angry. "Heh, I didn't expect you to be so bold, daring to come here alone. But what can you do alone? Just throw your life away." He then shouted, "Men, surround him. Don't let him escape." However, his words received no response. Cass frowned, a sense of unease rising within him. Lucifer said calmly, "Haven't you noticed? The two of us have caused quite a commotion, yet no one has come to check. Don't you find that strange?" Cass's face finally darkened completely. No, what exactly did you do?" Lucifer shrugged. "You should know I am the arrogant lord of the underworld." Cass frowned slightly. "I already found out. You're ranked first among the 7 lords of the underworld, but so what? Years ago, you were only at the chaotic origin realm. It was only because the underworld was unsealed that you broke through to the peak of the harmonious origin realm. You're just a nobody who hasn't even reached the god level. Do you really think you can defeat me?" Lucifer's lips slowly curled into a smile. "Then you should know that each lord has an inherited magic, like Samuel's Berserk, Balzev's Devour, Asmodeus's Charm." "What exactly are you trying to say?" Cass interrupted. Lucifer's eyes glowed faintly red. "Then do you know what my inherited lord magic is?" Cass recalled the information he had received earlier, but was momentarily stunned. It seemed the information hadn't mentioned it. "No matter what your magic is, it's useless against me." Lucifer laughed. "You don't know? Only a few people in this world know it. Most who have seen this magic are already dead. This magic is dual." "Dual?" Cass's eyes narrowed slightly. "That's right." Lucifer's black wings fluttered slightly. "This spell can only be cast on one person. Once cast, the space we're in will be isolated, and no one or anything can enter. To leave, one of us must die. This restriction applies to both of us. Even the caster, myself, cannot leave before the duel ends. And this space is now our dueling arena." Cass breathed a sigh of relief. "TCH, I thought it was some powerful spell. It's just a duel. If that's the case, you've chosen the wrong person. You don't really think you can defeat me, do you?" Lucifer lightly swung his long sword. "Why not? I'd love to know just how far I am from godhood." Cass revealed a cruel smile. "Fine, Then I show you, but the price is death. Before the words were even finished, Cass lashed out with his whip at Lucifer, the whip imbued with god-level power, incredibly strong. Lucifer didn't try to block it head-on. His wings flapped, and he left a black afterimage, his sword tip aimed directly at Cass's throat. Arrogant! Cass sneered, stretching his left hand forward. A clump of black thorns appeared out of thin air, blocking Lucifer's path. Lucifer didn't hesitate, directly plunging his sword into the thorns. However, he could only penetrate a little before being stuck, unable to move forward or backward. The next moment, the thorns wriggled, and several thorny vines coiled around his limbs. Lucifer snorted coldly, his deathly power erupting suddenly. A sharp sword aura raged from his blade, shattering the surrounding thorns. After breaking free, Lucifer didn't retreat. Instead, he turned and slashed, unleashing a massive deathly strike towards Cass. Cass flicked his right hand, his whip cracking as it struck the strike, deflecting it and sending splinters of wood and stone raining down. Cass sneered, I admit you have some skill, but that's all. A peak-stage nascent soul cultivator can't possibly defeat a god-level expert. Die! With that, he lashed out again, this time with greater power, speed, and destructive force. Humph! Lucifer's eyes narrowed sharply. His tattered black wings flapped violently, propelling him backward like an arrow released from a bow. The joints on the black wings gleamed with a dark golden light as he exerted force, and the resulting gust of cold wind swept up the pebbles on the ground, forming a brief barrier behind him. But the whip, like a leech, relentlessly pursued him, its tip grazing his shoulder armor and scraping away fragments of the ghostly patterns on it. Bang! 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 The whip struck the ground and pillars after missing its target, instantly cracking the stone floor with spiderweb-like patterns. The stone pillars supporting the roof were shattered, and rubble mixed with wood chips rained down. The already rudimentary room trembled violently after this rampage. Several load-bearing structures collapsed, and amidst the billowing dust, only the figures of the two facing off were clearly visible. Just as the whip was about to lash out again, Lucifer suddenly stopped his retreat. He slammed his toes into the ground, his body sinking like a fully charged spring. His shadow sword followed the whip's trajectory, slashing upwards at an angle. The deathly power emanating from the blade suddenly erupted, condensing into a cold star at the tip. Clang! The sword tip struck precisely at the joint of the whip, its weakest point in the transmission of power. Cass felt the whip jolt, its force deflected by half an inch. Before he could adjust his strength, Lucifer, using the recoil from the whip, slid across the ground. His black armor left a trail of ink on the ground, his longsword held in reverse, blade pointing diagonally at Cass's waist. You're asking for death. Cass roared, the whip still swinging in midair, unable to be retracted in time. He reacted instantly, his right hand lashing forward. The whip's handle suddenly sprang out, black energy flowing rapidly along the runes, barely stopping at Cass's waist. Clang! The longsword struck the whip handle, sparks flying. The collision of deathly power and dark energy created a visible shockwave, shattering the stone slabs beneath their feet. Get out of my way! Using the recoil from the shockwave, Cass condensed a ball of dark energy in his left hand and hurled it at Lucifer. Before it even reached him, the energy ball exploded into countless thorny dark brambles, coiling towards Lucifer's limbs. Simultaneously, his divine aura erupted, like an invisible giant hand attempting to pin Lucifer to the spot. Lucifer was shaken by this pressure, his blood surging, and he staggered back several steps. He swung his sword to cut the approaching brambles, but failed to notice the whip behind him silently retracting. Taking advantage of his distraction, Cass flicked his wrist, and the whip, like a serpent, snaked through the brambles, silently wrapping around Lucifer's ankle. Not good. Lucifer caught a glimpse of the whip's reflection on the ground out of the corner of his eye, and his heart sank. He instinctively swung his sword at his ankle, the sword carrying a sharp aura, but only leaving a shallow white mark on the whip. This whip was a divine artifact forged by the Vade Empire. Not only was it incredibly hard, but it could also self-repair, making it impossible to cut with ordinary attacks. Ha ha ha! Lucifer, you're finished. Cass's laughter was filled with manic ecstasy. He gripped the whip tightly, simultaneously exerting force in his arm, black divine power surging into the whip. Pull me here! He roared. Lucifer felt an irresistible force on his ankle, instantly losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. The rough stone ground scraped against his armor with a screeching sound. Lucifer was dragged by the whip, sliding rapidly towards Cass. He gritted his teeth, plunging his long sword into the ground. The blade sank half a foot into the stone, creating a long trail of sparks. A deep furrow was carved into the ground, and pebbles piled up behind him like a small mountain. But Cass's strength was terrifying. Even with the resistance of the longsword, his sliding speed didn't decrease at all. Instead, the friction between the sword and the ground made his arm numb and tingling. Awesome. So awesome. Cass's eyes gleamed with vengeful pleasure as he watched Lucifer's disheveled state. The humiliation of being trapped in the god-sealing array at Mirror Moon Lake, the shame of being mocked by his colleagues, all transformed into a ferocious grin. He advanced step by step, the force of his whip tightening, the armor at Lucifer's ankles contorted in agony. When Lucifer was less than a meter away from Cass finally stopped. He raised his right foot, dense black runes appearing on the sole. Divine power surged towards his foot like a tidal wave, the runes emitting a blinding glow due to the abundant energy. If he stepped on it, even with Lucifer's powerful regenerative abilities as a vengeful spirit, he would at least lose half his life. Ha ha! Damn undead, this is what happens when you offend me. Cass's laughter shook the dust, and with immense force, he stomped down on Lucifer's back. Amidst the howling wind, Lucifer could even feel the scorching heat emanating from the soles of his shoes. At this critical moment, Lucifer suddenly moved. Without hesitation, he slammed his left hand into the ground, his body pivoting on his wrist, forcefully rotating half a circle. Simultaneously, his right hand gripped the spare short blade at his waist. Thud! The short blade precisely struck his left knee. The instant the blade pierced through, Lucifer channeled all his death energy into the severed wound, forcefully stopping the gushing black blood. His severed leg, still bound by fragments of armor and tightly gripped by the whip, propelled his body forward like a spinning top towards Cass. Chapter 825. Cass was completely stunned. He had never seen anyone so decisively sever their own limbs in a fight to kill. This momentary lapse in concentration slowed his foot by a fraction of a second, and Lucifer, already gripping his long sword, thrust it straight at his throat. The deathly power on the blade mingled with the black blood splattered from the severed leg, gleaming with a chilling dark red aura. "No!" Cass exclaimed, breaking out in a cold sweat. It was too late to retreat. He could only desperately dodge to the left, simultaneously raising his hand to block with the handle of his whip. But Lucifer's sword was too fast. The blade grazed the edge of the whip handle, and with a whoosh, precisely sliced open the skin of his neck. Black blood gushed out instantly. Cass felt a chill on his neck, followed by a tearing pain. He clutched his neck and staggered backward, black blood seeping from between his fingers. "Aya!" He let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with a mixture of resentment and terror as he looked at Lucifer. Lucifer stood on one leg, the wound on his severed leg already scabbed black by the power of death. He gripped his blood-stained long sword, the black blood dripping from its tip spreading into eerie flowers on the ground. His left leg was still dangling from Cass's whip, the broken joint clearly visible, yet his eyes remained unusually cold, devoid of any emotion. You madman." Cass clutched his neck, his voice indistinct. To be injured in the duel, by a peak-stage Harmony Realm cultivator, even nearly having his throat slit with a single sword strike, was a far greater humiliation for a god-level expert like himself than being trapped in the god-sealing array. Looking at Lucifer's one-leg figure, he felt a flicker of fear for this minor Harmony Realm character for the first time. Lucifer slowly raised his black long sword, the tip pointing at Cass, a cold smile playing on his lips. A god-level expert? Nothing more than that. Cass flew into a rage, the excruciating pain in his neck and the humiliation in his heart driving him to utter madness. He lashed out with his whip, dark divine power surging wildly around him. Countless black thorns sprouted from the ground in the dilapidated room, frantically coiling towards Lucifer. "Damn undead, I kill you. I grind you to dust." Lucifer's black wings flapped violently, the air currents whipping up rubble and creating a piercing rustling sound. His right leg was severed at the knee, the bone fragments at the break gleaming white. Black undead power swirled around the wound like a thin mist, barely suppressing the injury, inevitably slowing his movements by a fraction of a second. "You can't escape." Cass's voice echoed in the room, like a poisoned blade. He formed hand seals, and the dark green thorns grew wildly, as if they came alive, the barbed vines instantly weaving into an impenetrable net, sealing off Lucifer's escape routes layer by layer. Lucifer's pupils contracted sharply, his bone wings vibrated to their limit, the resulting gale nearly tearing the crumbling walls apart. But the thorns grew far faster than he expected, and in just a few breaths, he was trapped in a cramped space less than 3 meters in diameter. In this desperate situation, a resolute glint flashed in Lucifer's eyes. He gripped his long sword tightly, the black flame swirling around its blade suddenly surging. Slash! A deep shout rolled from his throat, the longsword whistling through the air as it swung towards the thorns directly in front of him. The sharp sword energy, like black lightning, forcefully severed the resilient vines, dark green sap splattering out, sizzling and corroding on the ground, creating tiny craters. The moment the gap appeared, Lucifer's body flashed out like a ghost. But Thorns reacted with lightning speed. The instant he escaped the encirclement, several vines coiled around his arms and back like venomous snakes. The barbs dug deep into his flesh, momentarily halting his movements. Gritting his teeth, he swung his sword backhand, severing the vines that had wrapped around him. His bony wings flapped violently, finally freeing him from Thorns' hold. He staggered and crashed into the cold wall, leaving a black welt. Trying to run? No way. Cass's roar shook the rafters. His already eerie face was contorted with rage, the lines at the corners of his eyes spreading like a spider web, his pupils flashing with a bloodthirsty red light. He lashed out with his long whip, the whip whistling through the air, striking Lucifer fiercely. Lucifer dared not take the blow head-on. His black wings folded, and he plummeted downwards. The whip grazed his head, striking the wall and leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash. Before he could regain his footing, the ground suddenly bulged, and several thick thorns burst forth, aiming to entangle his ankles. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, spinning like a top. His longsword drew a black curtain of light around him, severing all the attacking thorns. But having just dodged this wave of attacks, thorns surged from his side like a tidal wave, their sharp barbs already close to his throat. In the cramped room, thorns and whips intertwined, forming a deadly net. Lucifer was like a small boat in a storm, repeatedly teetering on the brink of death. But his eyes remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Each dodge was precise, finding a glimmer of hope in the face of despair. Cass's attacks missed repeatedly, and the rage in his heart burned ever brighter than a wildfire. He abruptly stopped his attack, his long whip striking the ground, and the dark green thorns temporarily ceased their wriggling. "Lucifer, didn't you want to duel me?" His voice was thick with sarcasm. "Running around like a stray dog, is this how you undead duel? Cowardly. Despicable." Lucifer leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground with a soft hissing sound. His broken leg was numb, and the wounds on his back and arms were tearing wider from the constant movement, blurring his vision. But his voice remained cold, with an undeniable firmness. "The duel is unresolved, and we are both trapped here." He wiped the blood from his mouth, his longsword pointing directly at Cass. "And in this duel, whatever strategy one uses is my prerogative. You can't beat me, so you can only use words to cover up your incompetence?" Incompetent? Cass was utterly enraged. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He dipped his right fingertip in the warm blood from his neck wound and slowly smeared it on the long whip in his hand. The moment the whip touched the blood, it emitted a faint red glow, gradually staining its originally dark green blade with an eerie red light, and a chilling aura emanated from it. Lucifer's heart sank, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. He gripped his longsword tightly, the power of death coursing through his body. After smearing the blood, Cass's face paled noticeably, and his breathing became somewhat erratic, clearly indicating that this move had taken a toll on him. But the ruthlessness in his eyes intensified, the whip trembling slightly in his hand, seemingly eager to drink blood. "To force me to use this move, you have reason to be proud," he said, staring intently at Lucifer, a hint of doubt in his voice. "In our last encounter, you couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. In just a few months, though you haven't broken through to a higher realm, your strength has increased so much." "Why?" Lucifer slowly straightened up. "For some time now, I've been fighting you invaders." His voice was calm, yet carried a hint of barely perceptible weariness. "Every battle is a life or death test. In blood and fire, my strength naturally improves." He paused, his gaze falling on the long whip in Cass's hand. "Moreover, dueling magic unleashes inner potential. Though not as radical as Berserk mode, it allows me to constantly push my limits in battle." Cass nodded slightly, a flicker of approval in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by ruthlessness. Those at the peak of the Yuan realm, who challenged god-level experts, had never met a good end throughout history. His tone was complex. "If it weren't for our opposing stances, I would truly recommend you to the Supreme Leader. Your talent shouldn't be buried here." "No need." Lucifer interrupted him, his longsword slightly raised, pointing at Cass's heart. "I will defeat you here, and shatter the Wade Empire's invasion plot. This land is our home, and we will never allow you to trample on it." "Ha ha ha." Cass suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, his laughter filled with disdain and madness. "Stop daydreaming." His voice suddenly rose. With a chilling sneer he said, "You're only clinging to life now, because your supreme leader and high priest haven't intervened. Lord Tuck and Lord Volant have just arrived on the battlefield, and haven't used their full strength yet. Once the Vade Empire goes all out, you lowly races won't even last a day." He took a step forward, his long, red glowing whip carving a deep gash in the ground. "Let me tell you the truth, your demise is inevitable. This resource-depleted land is unworthy of your protection. Surrender to us, and perhaps we can spare your lives, otherwise, you'd be utterly destroyed." "So what if resources are depleted? So what if we can't become gods?" Lucifer's voice suddenly became impassioned, black necromantic power surging around him, his eyes flashing with unwavering determination. "This land is the home left to us by the Creator God, the place we protected for generations. Even if it costs us our lives, we will never surrender it. Your ambitions will ultimately be shattered here." "Stubborn fool." Cass's face instantly turned ferocious, his eyes almost overflowing with red light. "Since you want to die, then I grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he lashed out with his long whip, which glowed with an eerie red light, coiling towards Lucifer like a venomous snake. At the same time, thorns on the ground grew wildly again, wrapping around Lucifer's limbs, forming a pincer attack. Lucifer knew he couldn't fight head-on now. Cass's whip had been strengthened by evil power. If he were hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. He flapped his black wings sharply, his body shooting out like an arrow, barely dodging the whip's attack. The whip lashed the ground, exploding in a red aura and instantly corroding a large crater. Thorns followed closely, almost grazing his heels and wrapping around him, their barbs tearing his trousers and leaving shallow bloodstains. In the following moments, booming sounds echoed throughout the room. Cass's attacks grew increasingly fierce, the whip and thorns working in perfect harmony, each strike aimed directly at Lucifer's vitals. The red whip and dark green thorns intertwined to form a web of death, forcing Lucifer into a relentless retreat. The walls of the room were already riddled with holes, rubble constantly falling, and the entire space trembled violently under the impact of Cass's powerful divine energy, as if it might collapse at any moment. Lucifer's situation grew increasingly dire, blood soaked his clothes, and his movements became increasingly sluggish. Several times, he narrowly escaped being struck by the whip, only managing to dodge thanks to the instincts honed through years of combat, but this left him with several more wounds. "Ha ha! This is the difference." Cass laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with mockery. "A peak-level cultivator is still just a peak-level cultivator. They can never defeat a god-level expert. You lowly undead, no matter how much you struggle, you cannot escape your fate of death." His attacks grew increasingly frenzied, the whip lashing faster and faster, red auras flashing incessantly in the room, an evil aura almost engulfing the entire space. Lucifer leaned against a rickety pillar, panting heavily, black blood dripping from his chin. His black wings were cracked, and his death power was mostly depleted, but his eyes remained calm, without a trace of panic. His gaze was fixed on Cass, his brain racing, analyzing Cass's attack patterns, searching for his weaknesses. Suddenly, Cass's eyes flashed with a cunning glint. He lashed out with his whip towards Lucifer's left, the red blade carrying a sharp, menacing aura, seemingly intent on severing his left arm. Lucifer instinctively dodged to the right. Years of combat experience had honed his reflexes to the perfect response. But the instant he took his first step, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open with a soft pop, and a thick, barrel-sized thorn shot out, wrapping around his ankle like an iron clamp. "Not good," Lucifer thought to himself. The sharp thorns instantly pierced his skin. His long sword flashed, black sword energy instantly severing the thorns binding his ankles. But in that brief moment of delay, the thorn surged forward like a tidal wave, completely blocking his retreat. Meanwhile, Cass's whip, like a venomous snake, changed direction, lashing out with a deadly red light towards his neck. With his escape route blocked, and a deadly attack looming ahead, Lucifer found himself in an unprecedented predicament. He could feel death approaching. The evil power on Cass's whip made his soul tremble. But there was no fear in his eyes, only a resolute glint. He knew there was no way out. He had to fight to the death. Lucifer swung his long sword fiercely, black flames erupting from its blade. With all his might, he severed all the surging thorns. Then, his body bent slightly, like a fully drawn bow, the black wings on his back instantly expanding to their maximum size. The power of death burned wildly within him, even sacrificing his own soul essence for a brief burst of power. "Die!" A cruel smile flashed in Cass's eyes. The red light on his whip surged, reaching its peak power, as he lashed out towards Lucifer's head. He was certain this strike would be enough to annihilate Lucifer. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Lucifer's body suddenly split in two, and two identical Lucifers appeared before Cass. They had the same appearance, the same aura, even the wounds on their bodies, and the cracks in their bone wings were exactly the same, making it impossible to distinguish which was the real Lucifer, and which was the clone. Chapter 826. What? Cass's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with shock. He had never seen such a realistic clone technique. Even the clones of God-level experts had a different aura than their real selves, but the two Lucifers before him had completely identical auras, making them indistinguishable. Even if there are two, they still die. Cass quickly regained his composure, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He didn't care which was the real Lucifer, as long as he killed both, Lucifer would surely die. He swung his long whip fiercely, unleashing a world-destroying force, lashing out at both Lucifers simultaneously. The red whip shadow drew a strange arc in the air, instantly enveloping both Lucifers. Faced with Cass's attack, the two Lucifers didn't dodge at all. They simultaneously took a step forward, charging towards Cass one after the other, their long swords raised high, black flames burning fiercely on their blades. Trying to use clones to block attacks? Too naive. Cass sneered inwardly. He could tell that the Lucifer charging in front was a clone, meant to shield himself from the attack, while the one hiding behind was Lucifer's true form. Bang! With a deafening crash, the Lucifer in front was struck squarely by the whip. His body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily against the wall with a dull thud. The wall instantly collapsed, burying him in the rubble. A gruesome wound appeared on his body, stretching from his shoulder to his abdomen, deep enough to expose the bone. But strangely, there was no expression of pain on his face, and no black blood flowed from the wound. It was a fake after all. Cass thought with certainty, his gaze fixed on Lucifer behind him. At that moment, the Lucifer had broken through the thorny encirclement and stood before him, his long sword gleaming with a sharp edge, aimed straight for his heart. Humph! Walking right into a trap. A hint of mockery flashed in Cass's eyes. Just as Lucifer's sword was about to pierce him, several thick thorns suddenly sprouted from the ground, binding Lucifer's limbs like iron chains, rendering him immobile. Lucifer's body was tightly bound by the thorns, unable to move an inch. He struggled to break free, but the thorns were incredibly strong. The more he struggled, the tighter they bound him, the barbs digging deep into his flesh. Cass slowly walked up to Lucifer, looking down at him with contempt and mockery in his eyes. You think I didn't have a backup plan? He reached out and gently patted Lucifer's cheek. You think you can kill me just by rushing in front of me? How ridiculous. The gap between a peak-level cultivator and a god-level expert is an insurmountable chasm for you. His finger slowly traced the wound on Lucifer's face, his tone cruel. You're tenacious and talented, but unfortunately you chose the wrong side. Now, take your pathetic arrogance and illusions of protecting your homeland with you and vanish completely. With that, Cass's left hand shot out, imbued with powerful divine force, and plunged directly into Lucifer's chest. With a soft thud, his left hand easily pierced Lucifer's chest. A look of pain finally appeared on Lucifer's face, his brows furrowing tightly. Cass looked at the expression on Lucifer's face, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He increased the force in his hand, powerful magic surging into Lucifer's body like a tidal wave, frantically destroying his form. Die! Vanish completely. But just then, a sudden change occurred. A black sword light shot out from the rubble without warning, carrying an aura of annihilation, instantly piercing Lucifer's head. Bang! Lucifer's head exploded, black blood, bits of flesh, and brains splattering everywhere. But the sword's momentum didn't diminish, carrying these fragments like a meteor towards Cass. The excitement on Cass's face hadn't faded before his eyes were filled with shock and fear. His attention had been entirely focused on Lucifer in front of him. The black sword was already upon him, leaving him no room to dodge. Thud! The black sword pierced through Cass's protective magic without resistance, as easily as piercing a thin sheet of paper, deeply embedding itself in his heart. A mouthful of black blood spurted from Cass's mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the long sword embedded in his heart, then at Lucifer's shattered head with venom. He roared, his magic erupting violently, pulverizing Lucifer's last remaining fragments. But those fragments, falling to the ground, cracked and shattered into pieces of hard matter. Cass's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. Fake? If this is fake, then what about the real one? Whoosh! A flash of black light, and the black longsword embedded in Cass's heart jolted violently, instantly shredding all of Cass's internal organs, even shattering his hardened divine core. Aya! Cass screamed in agony, collapsing heavily to the ground. He struggled to lift his head and saw Lucifer, who was also on the verge of death, not far away. A barely audible sound escaped his throat. Madman. It turned out that the one in front was Lucifer's true form. He willingly risked his life to mislead Cass into believing the one behind was the real Lucifer, thus lowering his guard and revealing his weakness. However, he himself was severely injured by Cass's earlier attack. After unleashing the fatal blow on Cass, his magic power was exhausted, and his life force was at its limit. So you, in the beginning, were you trying to die together? Cass asked intermittently, coughing up blood. But Lucifer could no longer answer him. He could no longer even speak, except for retaining a sliver of consciousness. Cass spat out another mouthful of blood, the light in his eyes gradually dimming, and his last vestige of life extinguished. With Cass's death, the battle was over. The surrounding space trembled, the dueling magic vanished, and the door to the room slammed open. Lucifer! How are you? Anne's voice was filled with barely concealed urgency. She rushed through the wrecked doorway, her skirt sweeping over the rubble, towards Lucifer lying in a pool of blood. Lucifer's breath was so weak it was almost imperceptible. The black blood from his severed leg had already congealed, and blood was still slowly seeping from the wound on his chest. His eyes were half open, his lips moved, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence, only conveying his remaining consciousness through his eyes. And knelt down on one knee, pressing her hand against Lucifer's chest. The cold touch on her fingertips made her heart tighten. Don't speak. Conserve your strength. Leave the rest to me. Her tone was serious as she took out a palm-sized glass bottle from her bosom. The bottle was emerald green, with silver runes wrapped around its surface. It contained a viscous green liquid, with faint specks of light shimmering within it. She uncorked the bottle, and a fresh, life-giving aura instantly filled the air, even diminishing the stench of blood in the air. Open your mouth, Annie whispered, carefully pouring all the liquid from the bottle into Lucifer's mouth. A miraculous scene unfolded instantly. The moment the green liquid entered his throat, a glimmer of light flashed in Lucifer's previously dim eyes. The wound on his chest scabbed over at a visible speed, and a faint green glow appeared around the bone fragments of his severed leg. His once cold body gradually warmed. His breathing became steady, and his face changed from deathly pale to ashen. Although still weak, he had clearly recovered from the brink of death. A moment later, Lucifer's eyes slowly closed, his brow relaxed, and his breathing became even, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. And gently brushed the blood from his face, her voice incredibly soft. Rest well, leave the rest to us. She stood up, looking at Lucifer's condition, and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Robert had researched a bottle that could temporarily store inexhaustible energy beforehand. Otherwise, in your condition just now, even with an undead body, you wouldn't have lasted more than half an hour. Annie! A deep voice came from outside the door, accompanied by a series of splattering, sticky sounds. A huge slime creature, nearly 2 meters in diameter, squeezed into the doorway. It was semi-transparent, with bits of grass still clinging to its surface. Annie didn't turn around, her gaze remaining fixed on Lucifer, but her tone had returned to its usual calm. Aiden, take Lucifer away first. Wrap him tightly in your slime. Don't let him suffer any more jolting. How's the situation outside? Had the resource warehouse and supply station been captured? Aiden quickly stepped forward, his body slowly unfolding into a soft slime cushion, carefully wrapping Lucifer in it. His mucus has self-repairing and protective effects, can isolate external impacts, and can slowly nourish Lucifer's body. Don't worry, Annie, everything's going smoothly. Aiden's voice came from the slime, tinged with excitement. The magic crystals and rare ores in the resource warehouse have all been loaded onto the trucks. The Purple Fire Mummy is leading the transport team to the Sky Library without alerting anyone. And Forches is still in seclusion in the cave, completely unaware of the changes happening outside. Good. Annie turned around, straightened her torn cloak, and walked towards the door. But we can't let our guard down. This sneak attack on the Verid's rear is a crucial step in the Alliance's counterattack. If anything goes wrong, not only will all our previous efforts be wasted, but we also alert the enemy, allowing Tuck and Vollum to return to defend prematurely. Aiden, carrying Lucifer, followed behind Annie, his voice tinged with worry. I understand. Right now, the Slime Legion is still guarding outside the cave where Forches is in seclusion, confronting the Verid garrison there. Those Verids. Most of them aren't strong enough to be a match for us. As long as Forchis doesn't show up, they won't cause any trouble. He paused, his tone full of admiration, but Lord Lucifer is too amazing. When we first heard he was going to duel a god-level expert alone, we all thought he was doomed. After all, since ancient times, god-level experts have been invincible before those at the Unity Realm. We didn't expect him to actually do it, but the price he paid was too high. Will he be alright? Annie paused slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, before regaining her resolve. The injuries of the undead are different from those of the living. Wounds directly affect the soul's essence. Ordinary healing magic is not only useless, but it will also worsen the soul damage. Fortunately, I brought the unending heavenly soul power refined by Born before I set off, which temporarily stabilized his soul, but it will take at least half a year for him to fully recover, and it also depends on his own will. Her tone hardened, carrying an undeniable determination. However, Lucifer has rendered such a great service to the Alliance, we absolutely cannot mistreat him. Of the resources we reclaimed this time, anything beneficial to his recovery, whether it's magic crystals or ancient herbs, should be given to him first. We must ensure his recovery. Aiden was deeply moved. His slimy body trembled slightly as he bowed to Annie. I understand. I will personally escort Lucifer back to the Celestial Library, ensuring his safety along the way. With that, he carefully squeezed through the doorway, carrying Lucifer still enveloped in slime, and headed towards the transport convoy. After Aiden left, Annie returned to the room. Her gaze swept over Cass's corpse on the floor, finally settling on the long whip that had fallen to the side. The whip was entirely black, the joints still gleaming with a faint red light. It was clearly a formidable artifact. Annie bent down to pick up the whip, her fingertips tracing the barbs along its length. A smile played on her lips. This is quite a good thing. It's even been imbued with Cass's blood. I take it back and let Robert study it. Maybe he can modify it into a weapon suitable for the undead. With that, she stored the whip in her spatial ring. The spatial ring was entirely black gold, its surface engraved with intricate spatial runes. A pale blue gem was set in its center, its interior seemingly containing slowly swirling nebulae. Looking at it for too long could induce dizziness. This was the first spatial artifact Robert had recently successfully crafted. Although the ring's internal space was small, less than half the size of the first layer of the soul-severing blade's space, it was enough to hold daily necessities, sufficient for Annie's current needs. And scanned the room, making sure nothing of value was missed among the rubble and bloodstains, before preparing to leave. But just as she was about to step out the door, a faint purple light flickered in the corner of her eye from Cass's chest pocket. The light was obscured by the black blood, almost invisible to the naked eye. Anne's heart skipped a beat. She immediately turned back and knelt beside Cass's body. Carefully brushing aside the fragments of armor and congealed blood from Cass's chest, she reached into his pocket and pulled something out. It was a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, pale purple in color, with a dense flow of energy within. A divine crystal? Annie's eyes flashed with ecstasy. She held the crystal up to her eyes, examining it closely. She could clearly feel the immense power contained within it. I never expected that Cass, a mere first-tier cultivator, would possess a divine crystal. Not only did we wipe out the Wade's rear and kill a god-level expert, but we also unexpectedly obtained a divine crystal. What a windfall! Annie chuckled, carefully storing the divine crystal in a separate compartment of her spatial ring. This crystal might play a crucial role in Lucifer's recovery. It couldn't be allowed to slip through her fingers. Having done all this, she gave the chaotic room one last look, confirming that no trace had been left behind. Then she turned and disappeared out the door, leaving only the mess and Cass's cold corpse, as if no one had ever been there. Chapter 827. After 3 months of arduous travel, Anne led her team to finally transport all the resources back to the Sky Library. During this time, Forche eventually discovered the anomaly and immediately organized nearby forces to pursue them. However, Anne made full use of the terrain, completely avoiding a direct confrontation with Forche. Forche was completely outmaneuvered, unable to even locate Anne's transport convoy, and was furious. He also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately sent someone to report the situation at Mount Vulcan to Tuck. Just as Anne was about to reach the third fortress, Tuck personally led the Vate army to intercept her. However, Anne had made preparations in advance. Karen, Terracin, and Bronto came to her aid, engaging Tuck in a fierce battle and ultimately successfully bringing Anne into the Sky Library. However, the journey was a constant battle and retreat, resulting in the loss of almost half of the looted resources. Even so, it was a great victory. When it led her transport convoy to the Sky Library, she was greeted not with cheers of victory, but with a somber atmosphere. In the library square, the soldiers all wore expressions of dejection. Some had bandages wrapped around their arms, others had severed limbs. Clearly, they had just suffered a crushing defeat. Valenza, clutching her injured left arm, walked over, her face pale, her voice hoarse. "Annie, I'm sorry, I failed to defend Northview City. I let you down." Anne's heart sank. She quickly stepped forward, looking at the wound on Valenza's arm, a deep burn mark from dark energy, revealing the bone. "Lord Wind God, please don't blame yourself," Anne said, supporting Valenza. Her tone was serious. "Tell me, what happened?" "According to my plans before I left, Northview City's defenses were impregnable. Holding out for a year or two wouldn't have been difficult." Valenza gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. "I don't know where things went wrong. We all followed your orders strictly. Granisa and I were holding off Talik's army on the front lines, while Sorica was ambushing Volim's raiding force at Broken Cloud Peak in the southwest. Everything went smoothly at first. Talik's army was firmly held back outside the city, and Sorica successfully repelled Volim. But just 3 nights ago, an explosion suddenly came from the northern city gate. By the time we got there, the gate had already been captured by the Vades." "The northern city gate wasn't defended?" Anne frowned. The northern city gate was a relatively weak point in Northwatch City's defenses. She had specifically assigned Samuel's most elite undead legion there. Those undead soldiers didn't need rest, patrolling 24 hours a day. It couldn't be easily breached. Granisa stepped out from the crowd, his fiery red armor riddled with scratches, his face contorted with rage. How could they be undefended? Samuel's undead legion was full of elite troops. Even if a god-level expert launched a sneak attack, they should have held out until our reinforcements arrived. But by the time we got there, the entire legion was wiped out, corpses piled high, no survivors, no way to prove anything. Annie turned to Samuel, who stood in a corner of the crowd, covered in wounds, his spirits low. "Samuel, which legion of yours was defending the northern city wall?" Annie's tone was calm, yet tinged with scrutiny. Samuel stiffened, raising his head, his eyes filled with guilt. "It was my first undead legion, directly under my command. They were my most loyal and valiant troops. I swear, they would never slack off." And glanced around at the dejected expressions on everyone's faces, took a deep breath, and raised her voice. "Listen to me, everyone. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. Our alliance's previous success was merely due to having an initial advantage, not because our strength far surpasses that of the Vades." Her gaze swept over each person. "The Vades have top-tier warriors like Tuck and Volim, as well as strategists with outstanding abilities. Losing one battle is nothing. The important thing is not to be complacent, and even more importantly, not to give up." She walked up to Samuel and patted his large paw. "Samuel, I always believed in you, which is why I entrusted the most crucial team to you. This defeat may be because we underestimated. The Wade's methods aren't your fault," and said firmly. "Don't be discouraged. Next time, we get our revenge tenfold." Samuel's eyes rekindled. He clenched his fist and nodded emphatically. "Annie's right. We still have countless battles to fight. Now is not the time to give up. I will reorganize our forces, and next time we will definitely hold the line." Valenza also rallied. He drew his long sword and shouted, "That's right. Sorica is still at the front lines confronting Volim. Without the shield of Northwatch, we must go all out. As long as we are united, we will definitely defeat the Wades." Seeing everyone's morale improve, Anne felt relieved. She briefly assigned tasks, having the people from the Celestial Library assist the Purple Fire Mummy in transporting the resources they had just seized, and having Samuel reorganize the Undead Legion, among other things. Afterward, she prepared to head to the northern front to check on Sorica's situation. "Annie, where are you going to transport these resources?" Corelia suddenly asked, pointing to the mountains of magic crystals and ores piled up in the square. "The Celestial Library's warehouses are full. We can't just leave them piled up in the corridors, can we?" And smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I already made arrangements." Just then, a girl with messy hair and an unknown powder on her face ran over. It was Rosalie, who was in charge of magical research. "Curator, lady, and said she's going to put all the resources into the magic realm, and we're ready," Rosalie said breathlessly, holding a scroll covered in complex runes. Kararis frowned slightly. "But there are many magical creatures living in the magic realm. What if they destroy the resources?" And confidently replied, "I have a companion in the magic realm, and it has now become the overlord of the entire realm. With it guarding the resources, they're absolutely safe." "A companion?" Carrara stared in disbelief. And didn't explain further, signaling Rosalie to activate the teleportation array. With the runes flashing, the resources in the plaza were enveloped in beams of light, and the purple fire mummy tossed boxes of resources into the spatial passage. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, and headed towards the northern front. On the plains north of the Celestial Library, smoke billowed, and the air thick with the tension of battle. Soraka hovered in midair, surrounded by golden holy light, the scepter of light in her hand radiating a soft yet extremely intimidating glow. Across from her stood Volant, wielding 6 massive blades, both his faces twisted in ferocious grins. The Verit army stood in perfect square formation, their black armor billowing like a tidal wave, their banners obscuring the sun, awaiting only their commander's order to launch a full-scale attack. Bang! Volant's blades collided violently with Soraka's scepter, the energy exploding and creating a massive shockwave. Soraka was thrown back dozens of meters, staggering in midair. Volamit was also feeling the effects, his arm was slightly numb, and both his faces showed a grave expression. Enough nonsense. Soraka swung her scepter, sending a golden beam of light several meters in diameter towards Volamit. If you want to take over the Celestial Library, you have to get past me first. Volamit laughed loudly, simultaneously swinging 6 giant blades. 6 black blade energies intertwined to form a net, scattering the golden beam of light. Is that all you got? He flashed forward, charging towards Soraka like an arrow released from a bow. His giant blades moved with impenetrable force, tearing through space, attacking Soraka's vital points. Soraka's eyes were cold, her golden light intensifying. Like a light sprite, she darted and weaved through the air. Valamit's attacks were ferocious and fierce. The giant blades barely grazed her body, yet couldn't even touch the hem of her clothing. Ha! Soraka suddenly turned, the gem at the tip of her scepter bursting with dazzling light as she slammed it down towards Valamit's dog head. The dog's eyes snapped open, a beam of red light shooting from them, forming a red barrier that miraculously blocked the scepter's attack. Immediately afterward, Valamit's 2 faces grinned maliciously, and the 6 giant blades suddenly changed their attack, slashing towards Soraka's waist like scissors. Humph! Soraka was prepared. She spun around abruptly, her scepter held horizontally in front of her, golden holy light condensing into a circular shield. Bang! The giant blades collided with the shield, the immense recoil sending Soraka flying more than 10 meters away. Her arm trembled slightly, clearly indicating she had endured considerable pressure. But Volamit gave her no chance to catch her breath, relentlessly pursuing her. The giant blades rained down like a storm, each strike containing divine pressure, making the surrounding air thick and viscous. Soraka remained unfazed, her scepter wielding with lifelike grace, beams of golden light shooting forth to precisely deflect the giant blade's attacks. Her composed demeanor displayed the bearing of the strongest being in the divine realm. Bang! The two clashed again, holy light and dark energy exploding in the air, forming a massive energy mushroom cloud. Soraka and Volamit each retreated dozens of meters, creating distance between them, their auras somewhat disordered. Volamit frowned slightly. This wasn't the first time he fought Soraka. They clashed before on Mount Light, and on Broken Cloud Peak in the southwest. Though reluctant to admit it, he knew he probably couldn't defeat her in a short time, and fighting here would be a waste of time. His eyes darted around, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Soraka, stop struggling. Northview City has been breached by us. Your barrier is gone. The Sky Library's defenses alone can't stop my army. Surrender now, and I might give you a quick death. Dream on. Soraka slammed his scepter on the ground, golden energy spreading across the area, releasing a powerful pressure. Even without Northview City, we can still hold the Sky Library. If you have the guts, bring it on. Woland laughed loudly. No rush, I have plenty of time to play with you. He suddenly waved his hand and shouted to his army behind him, retreat. Set up camp. Tomorrow morning, raise the Sky Library to the ground. Soraka was slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled by Woland's actions. Logically, the Vades had just breached Northview City, their morale high. Launching a general offensive now would most likely have resulted in a swift victory over the Sky Library. But Woland's sudden retreat suggested something fishy was going on. She didn't say much though. The enemy's reluctance to attack allowed the soldiers to rest and recuperate, preventing greater casualties. After all, a decisive battle on the plains would be extremely disadvantageous for the Allied forces. My goddess, Annie is here. Leo quickly walked to Soraka's side and whispered. Soraka turned to look and saw Annie, accompanied by several guards, walking briskly towards them from a distance. Her face showed a hint of fatigue, but her eyes remained resolute. Annie? You're back. Soraka rushed forward, her eyes filled with surprise. How did your mission go? Did you get the resources from Mount Vulcan? Annie nodded, a smile appearing on her face. It was a success. I brought back half of the resources, and they all been put into the magic realm. She paused, her tone turning serious. I already know about the situation at Northview City. What exactly happened? Why did the northern city wall suddenly fall? Soraka sighed and recounted the events. I was engaged in fierce combat with Volumet at Broken Cloud Peak when I suddenly received news of the fall of the northern city wall. I had no choice but to retreat, shrinking our defensive line here. Just now, I fought Volumet, and he clearly had the upper hand, yet he suddenly retreated. I have a feeling something's wrong. Annie's gaze swept over the surrounding generals. Some were bandaging their wounds, others were counting heads. Outwardly, nothing seemed amiss. But her unease grew stronger. She had personally designed the defenses of Northview City, with the northern city walls being of paramount importance. Unless there were exceptional circumstances, the Vades would never be able to breach them easily. She snapped her fingers lightly, and the wind element around her surged, forming a transparent barrier that enveloped her and Soraka. Soraka was taken aback. What's this? Just in case, Annie's voice was low and tinged with seriousness. The fall of Northwatch is too suspicious. Samuel's first Undead Legion is the Alliance's most elite force, defending 24/7. Even if a god-level expert launched a sneak attack, it's impossible for them to be wiped out without any warning. The only possibility is that we have a mole within our ranks, and this mole holds a high position, with access to defensive deployments and even the ability to mobilize troops. Soraka's face turned pale instantly. She said in disbelief, a mole? Who could it be? She suddenly remembered something, her tone hesitant, however. Several members of my Divine Servant team were once very close to Hemid. After Hemid's betrayal, although they didn't show any abnormalities, could it be? We can't easily suspect them. Annie interrupted Soraka, the Divine Servants are our core fighting force. Suspecting them could shake morale. Besides, Hemid's betrayal happened a long time ago. If they wanted to rebel, they would have done it long ago, not waited until now. Then what do we do? Soraka asked anxiously. Now that Northview City is lost, Volim's army is outside. If we don't find the traitor, and he cooperates with the Vades in another attack, we're truly finished. Annie narrowed her eyes, a sharp glint in them. Since the traitor dared to betray us, he must have left traces. His ability to mobilize the defenses of the northern city walls indicates he holds a high position in the army, and was likely involved in the defensive deployment of Northview City. A cold smile played on her lips. Don't worry, I already have a plan. Tonight, I expose this traitor. Chapter 828. Leo stood beside Soraka, watching as Annie raised her hand and conjured a pale blue wind elemental barrier. The barrier, like a semi-transparent glass dome, enveloped her and Soraka. Their lips parted, their expressions grave, but he could only hear the distant clanging of soldiers adjusting their equipment. He couldn't detect even a trace of conversation. Leo immediately understood. Annie had cast a spell, not only isolating them from sound, but also preventing mental probing. They were clearly discussing something extremely confidential. Soon, the wind elemental barrier dissipated silently. Annie turned to Leo, her voice steady. Your Holiness, please inform all mid-level and above generals to convene a war meeting in the main tent in a quarter of an hour. Leo quickly bowed and waved his hand. Your Holiness, there's no need for such an address. I am no longer the Pope of the Prime Material Plane. I am now merely a divine servant under Lady Soraka. Just call me Leo. As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Soraka, and seeing the goddess's indifferent expression, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave quickly. A quarter of an hour later, the main tent was brightly lit. Annie stood at the head of the tent, her gaze sweeping over everyone, silently counting in her mind 3 god-level powerhouses. The goddess of light, Soraka, the goddess of wind, Valenza, the goddess of fire, Granissa, and 3 undead lords, Samuel, Balzib, and Asmodeus. 2 high-ranking divine servants, Zephyros and Rada. Zephyros was promoted to high-ranking divine servant by Valenza because of his outstanding military achievements and the fact that there were no suitable candidates left at Mount Vulcan. However, his actual strength was only at the low level of the Harmony Realm. In addition, there were 19 mid-ranking divine servants, including Leo, and 137 undead legion commanders. These people were all at least at the early stage of the Harmony Realm, forming the backbone of the Allied army. Gentlemen, Northview City has fallen. We lost a vital forward barrier. Now, Volim's million-strong army is encamped on the northern plains, and will launch a general offensive tomorrow morning. Anne's voice broke the silence, instantly silencing the tent. But don't despair. Lucifer and I raided the Wade's rear, killing the god-level powerhouse Cass, and reclaiming most of their stockpiled resources. These supplies are enough to sustain us for at least 10 years of protracted warfare. A suppressed gasp rippled through the tent. Many were unaware of this, and hearing the news firsthand filled them with excitement. Anne raised her hand to steady herself, then continued, but the battle to come will be more brutal than ever before. Without the walls of Northview City for support, we will face the elite of the Vades head-on on the plains. Her gaze sharpened. We are different races, and we have even had conflicts in the past, but now, we are allies of the Guardian Plane. I need your trust and obedience. Even if it costs you your last drop of blood, you must defend the gateway to the Celestial Library. Please give the order, Lady Anne. Zephyrus was the first to rise, his face solemn. We are ready to obey your commands and fight to the death. The other generals rose in unison, even Granisa, who had always been critical of Anne, said in a deep voice, I underestimated you before. In this battle, the entire Vulcan Mountain army will be at your command. Anne took a deep breath, and lightly tapped the space in front of her with her wand. A pale blue mist welled up from the tip of the wand, condensing into a three-dimensional battlefield map in the air. The rivers, depressions, and gentle slopes of the northern plains were clearly visible. The location of the Vade camp was marked with a black dot, while the Alliance's defensive line was represented by a red band. Sorica, Valenza, and Granisa, three god-level powerhouses, are stationed at the center of the front line, and he pointed to the high ground in the center of the map. You are the Vade's primary targets. Only if you hold back Volim and his main force can we operate more freely. Sorica nodded. I understand. Leave the main battle to us. We will not allow Volim to break through the defenses. Valenza and Granisa echoed his agreement, their eyes resolute, the pressure of god-level powerhouses subtly permeating the tent. Samuel, and turned to her, you will lead one unit of your undead legion as the main attacking force, stationed on the gentle slope on the left flank of the central defense line. That is the position where the Vade are most likely to break through. Your berserk soldiers can withstand the first wave of attack. Hold the line for 3 days to buy time for the flank forces. Samuel patted his chest heavily. Don't worry. I will show the Vade the power of my raging legion. A faint red berserk power began to surge from the crack in his shoulder armor. Balzeb, and said, turning to the gluttonous lord, tonight you will lead your slime legion and engineering corps to set up traps and magic arrays in the depression on the right flank of the central defensive line. Tomorrow, when the Varids attack, you will be responsible for fire support, using magic to hold them back. The traps should slow their advance, at least forcing them to lose 30% of their forces in the depression. Balzeb grinned. Don't worry, I already studied this depression. I guarantee the Varids won't return. A strange glint flashed in his eyes, too quick to catch, and continued her deployment. Asmodeus, you lead the Enchantress Undead to circle around to the rear of the Varid camp and harass their supply lines. Don't engage in prolonged battles, just keep them from supporting each other. Zephyrus, you lead the Divine Servant troops to protect the wounded and logistics, and hold the rear retreat route. All the generals received their tasks. Finally, and looked at Leo, pointing to the northeast of the map. Leo, you lead 3,000 undead soldiers to garrison the northeast defense zone. There's a river about 100 meters wide there, a natural barrier. The Varids aren't good at waiting, so it's relatively safe here. She paused, then added, I arranged 2 undead legions to provide support in the northwest. If there's any unusual activity, they reinforce within half an hour. Leo quickly agreed, thank you for your thoughtful consideration, Lady Anne. I will certainly defend the area. After the meeting, the generals departed. As the sun set, its golden rays bathed the northern plains, turning the Gung River a warm red. Leo led 3,000 undead soldiers to the northeastern defense zone. The soldiers quickly set up camp, deploying chevaux de frise and arrow towers along the riverbank. The undead soldiers worked tirelessly, completing their defensive deployment in just 1 hour. My lord, should we arrange for soldiers to stand guard through the night? An undead captain asked, his eyes glowing with green soul fire. Leo had originally planned to do the same, but remembering Anne's parting words, there's no need for full alert tonight. Let the soldiers rest and conserve their strength. The Wades have just set up camp, they won't attack rashly. Excessive exertion will only make tomorrow's battle more difficult, he waved his hand. Follow Lady Anne's orders. Leave 12 men to take turns on night watch, the rest return to camp to rest. As night deepened, the camp gradually quieted down, with only the footsteps of the night watchman echoing at the edge of the camp. Leo personally led the night watch team on patrol, his eyes scanning the opposite bank of the river warily. The Gung River flowed swiftly, the night wind carrying the scent of grass. In the distance, the Wade camp was brightly lit, countless lights arranged like stars, yet showing no sign of movement. Clearly, the enemy was also conserving their strength, preparing for tomorrow's decisive battle. Looks like it's safe tonight. Leo breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn back to camp when he suddenly heard heavy footsteps behind him, accompanied by the squelching sound of slime. His heart tightened, and he raised his hand to signal the night watchman to be on guard. Turning around, he saw Balzeb leading a dozen or so undead soldiers walking towards him from the camp entrance. As Balzeb approached, he carried a faint scent of humus. "Brother Leo, don't be alarmed, it's me," his voice boomed like thunder. "I come specifically to reinforce you." Leo quickly waved for his soldiers to lower their guard and stepped forward, smiling. "Lord Balzeb, you're too kind. Although my forces are few, the Gung River serves as a barrier, and lady, and has also arranged support troops, so there shouldn't be any danger. Your defense zone is in the right-wing depression, which is a crucial time for setting up traps. What brings you here?" Balzeb waved his thick hand, signaling the soldiers behind him to wait outside the camp. He then followed Leo to the riverbank, gazing at the lights on the opposite bank, and said, "The basic trap setup is complete, just have your men keep an eye on it. I heard you only brought 3,000 men, and I'm really worried. Our alliance's forces are already stretched thin, every stronghold is crucial. How can I watch you risk your life alone?" He spoke sincerely, his eyes full of concern. Leo's heart stirred slightly. He felt that although Balzeb appeared rugged, he was quite thoughtful. He sighed, "To be honest, I'm ashamed to say that back in the prime material plane, I had 1,000,000 followers, but now I can only lead 3,000 soldiers to guard the border." "Oh, Brother Leo is from the prime material plane?" Balzeb feigned surprise, rubbing his chin with his thick fingers. "That's truly remarkable. As you know, after the War of the Gods, the spiritual energy of the prime material plane was almost completely drained by the divine plane. To break through to the unity realm in that environment, and even enter the divine plane, that talent is beyond the reach of ordinary people." He paused, then changed the subject. "Like Grin and Annie, aren't they also from the prime material plane? Both are rare geniuses. Given time, they will surely become god-level powerhouses." Leo's expression stiffened slightly at the mention of Anne. Although the two later fought side by side in the divine realm, and never spoke of the past, Leo harbored a lingering resentment. Balzeb noticed the change in Leo's expression, a sly glint in his eyes, but his tone grew increasingly wistful. "Speaking of which, Lady Anne's methods are truly remarkable. At such a young age, she managed to subdue old lords like Samel and Asmodeus, and even Lord Sorica trusted her implicitly. However, she is indeed ruthless. Look at those who once opposed her, none of them met a good end." Leo picked up the water pouch at his waist and took a sip, concealing his unease. That was their own fault. And acted with discretion. "My past grievances with her have long since frozen in time. They put aside their differences." "Have they really put aside their differences?" Balzeb suddenly leaned closer, his voice lowered, his body almost touching Leo's. "Brother Leo, let me ask you a question honestly. Do you think Lady Anne truly trusts you? She's not taking you seriously now, firstly because of Lady Sorica's sake, and secondly because the war is tense, and she needs mid-level combat power like you. But once the war ends, or she breaks through to godhood, do you think she still tolerates you, her former enemy?" Leo's fingers clenched tightly around the water pouch, icy water dripping through his fingers. He recalled the daytime war meeting, when it was assigning tasks. Although she was kind to him, her gaze lingered on him for half as long as it had on Zephyrus and the others. He remembered that although his assigned defense zone was safe, it was far from the main battlefield, as if he were being deliberately marginalized. He also remembered Anne's guarded demeanor during her private conversation with Sorica earlier. Was she really wary of him? "Lord Balzeb, what do you mean by that?" Leo's voice was hoarse. Balzeb smiled slightly and pointed to the camp at their feet. "Do you think Lady Anne arranged for you to guard this place because it's safe?" He raised his hand and pointed to the Gung River. "This river seems like a barrier, but it's actually a dead end. The Wade scouts will soon discover that our forces are weak here. They tie down our main force on the front lines, and send an elite force to cross the river and break through here. Then, do you expect support from the northwest? They'd be facing attacks from other Wades, barely able to protect themselves. How could they possibly come to your rescue?" Leo felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. He instinctively looked across the river. The lights of the Wade camp remained silent, but in his eyes, Those lights seemed to have transformed into lurking beasts, eyeing him, their prey, with predatory intent. But if Annie wants me to be cannon fodder, she could just send me to the front lines as a vanguard. Why go through all this trouble? He was still trying to convince himself. That's Annie's brilliance. Balza patted Leo's shoulder, some slime staining his cloak, leaving a damp patch. Sending you to the front lines, where there are countless strong warriors. Even if you can't defeat them, there will be people to help you. But here, you have absolutely no one to rely on. Your only option is to hold your ground. If you dare to run away, Annie will have a handle to use against you, accuse you of desertion, and court-martial you. Do you think you can escape then? This little girl, she's so vengeful. Leo gritted his teeth, his trust completely shattered. He grabbed Balzeb's arm suddenly, his voice urgent. Lord Balzeb, I know you're shrewd and resourceful. You must have a way to help me. Please show me the way. If I survive this battle, I obey your every command from now on. Seeing that he was completely hooked, Balzeb could no longer hide the cunning in his eyes. But he deliberately feigned difficulty. Ah, we're both allies in the alliance. How can I watch you fall into danger? Actually, breaking out of this predicament isn't difficult. He leaned close to Leo's ear, his voice extremely low. I brought 5,000 undead soldiers. We adjust our defensive deployment overnight, moving the camp forward half a mile, and setting up 3 layers of traps along the riverbank. When the Varids see the strong forces and numerous traps here, they naturally won't choose to break through from here. And you be safe, won't you? Chapter 829. Leo was overjoyed and nodded hurriedly. This is a great idea. But what about your defense zone? Without you there, can the trap formation be set up properly? Don't worry, I already arranged it. Balza patted his chest. My deputy has been with me for 100 years. His trap-setting skills are no worse than mine. Moreover, Lord Genesis' Vulcan Mountain Army is supporting us in the right flank depression, so even if there's a small mistake, it can be remedied in time. He changed the subject, a calculating glint in his eyes. However, adjusting the defensive deployment requires knowing your specific layout here. The layout, like the location of the arrow towers, the spacing of the barricades, and the soldiers' shift schedules, you need to tell me in detail. Leo, without a doubt, immediately pulled Baleshib to the defensive map in the center of the camp and began pointing by the moonlight. This is the main arrow tower, controlling the main waterway of the river. The barricades are placed every 5 meters, interspersed with tripwires. The night watch soldiers rotate every half hour, with 3 whistles sounding when they change shifts. He spoke in meticulous detail, even describing the soldiers' weaponry and the strength of the undead soldiers. The night wind blew, making the sound of the Gung rivers flow clearer. Leo was completely immersed in the joy of escaping danger, completely oblivious to the ruthless glint in Baleshib's eyes, as he turned to check the arrow towers. Inside the main tent of the Wade army, the tallow torches illuminated the tent red, making the contours of Volem's 2 faces appear even more ferocious. He placed his left hand on the sand table in front of him, his fingertips tracing the mark of the Gung River, and said in a deep voice, Hermold, are you sure that Guy will cooperate tonight? Although he succeeded at Northview City, he also exposed the defensive loopholes of the Allied forces. Sorica will definitely strengthen its defenses. Hemed stood in the tent, his robes embroidered with the emblem of the Vade Empire, his face plastered with a fawning smile. General, rest assured. That fellow has always been critical of the Alliance, feeling he's sacrificed too much. This time, I promised him the Divine Crystal, and he won't go back on his word. He was the one who secretly lured away the guards at Northview City. This time, at the Gingshui River defense line, he personally sent away the night watchman, opening a breach for us. Talik, sitting beside him, put down his wine bowl and patted Hemed on the back, the force so strong it made Hemed stagger. Excellent. If we can successfully break through the Gingshui River and circle around to the Alliance's rear, that divine crystal will be yours. Hemed's eyes instantly lit up, his breathing becoming rapid. He immediately knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, General. Thank you, Lord Talik. I will do my utmost and capture the Gung River tonight. Volem snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In his eyes, Hemed was nothing but a cowardly traitor. If he weren't still of use, he would have long since turned him into a puppet. Talik, you will lead the team this time. He waved his hand. 3 black tokens landing on the table. These are the orders for 3 divine-level guards, and I give you 10,000 elite troops. You must capture the other side of the river before dawn. Talik was overjoyed and quickly grabbed the tokens. If he could achieve this feat, he could be promoted again. Your subordinate obeys. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Half an hour later, in the dense forest on the south bank of the Gung River, 10,000 weight elite soldiers quietly assembled. The soldiers had removed the metal decorations from their armor, and even their weapons were wrapped in cloth to avoid making the slightest sound. Torlok, cloaked in black, stood at the front of the group with 3 divine guards, while Hermod held a specially made dark lantern with a pale blue flame that was almost invisible in the night. "Remember this, all of you. No magic and no sound during the crossing," Tolok whispered, his voice icy. "Anyone who exposes their position will be killed on the spot." The soldiers nodded, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. They all knew that once they crossed the Gung River, the Allied forces' rear would be completely exposed, filled with resources, treasure, and slaves. Hermod walked to the bank, observing the situation on the opposite side by moonlight. The Gung River was about 100 meters wide, with a gentle current, and a few scattered water plants floated on its surface. The night had turned the river completely black. In the Allied camp on the opposite bank, only a few scattered lights flickered, and the figures of night watchmen paced back and forth along the edge of the camp, appearing heavily guarded. "My lord, wait a moment, let me send a signal to confirm." Hemid took out a silver talisman needle from his robes, infusing it with a wisp of magic. The needle transformed into a faint silver ray, silently shooting into the air, exploding into a tiny silver flower 100 meters above the ground. Its light was dimmer than a firefly's. It was virtually imperceptible without close observation. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the night watchman, who had been pacing back and forth at the edge of the camp on the opposite bank, suddenly retreated into the camp. Immediately afterward, a green flame shot out from the camp gate, landing in the Gung River, creating a series of green ripples that drifted towards the south bank, disappearing into the water before reaching the shore. "It's done," Hermod exclaimed with delight, turning to Tolok. "He's already dismissed the night watchman. The defenses at the camp gate are empty." A ruthless glint flashed in Tolok's eyes. He raised his hand and waved, "Move." The soldiers, who were already prepared, quickly pushed the small boats hidden in the dense forest to the riverbank. These boats were made of lightweight Paulownia wood, with waterproof black paint on the hulls. They could carry 10 soldiers at a time and silently glided onto the river. 10,000 soldiers, divided into 1,000 small boats, drifted slowly on the Gung River like 1,000 black leaves. Tolok and 3 god-level powerhouses rowed in a specially constructed large boat, its hull wide and stable. The oars were propelled by the soldiers in shifts, their movements perfectly synchronized, almost imperceptible. A faint black barrier emanated from Tolok, completely concealing the boat's presence. In such a tranquil environment, any attempt to use divine power to fly would be detected. Hermod stood at the bow, his eyes filled with greed. He imagined the scene of breaking through to godhood after obtaining the divine crystal, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. The small boats silently approached the north bank. The camp on the shore was eerily quiet, without a single footstep, only the creaking of the wind through the wooden fences. "Ashore!" Tolok whispered the order. The small boats gently touched the reeds on the bank, and the soldiers leaped ashore like cats, swiftly forming battle formations. Tolok surveyed his surroundings. The sentry posts on the riverbank were deserted, and even the wooden fence of the camp lacked its usual alarm bells. Clearly, it had been deliberately sabotaged. "Humph, this traitor is quite obedient," he sneered, waving his hand to signal his soldiers to sneak towards the camp gate. Just then, a piercing scream erupted behind him. "Ah! My leg!" A Wade soldier clutched his leg and collapsed to the ground. A sharp thorn, hidden in the reeds, had pierced his calf. The thorn gleamed black, and the poison spread rapidly, instantly turning the soldier's skin black, his eyes rolling back, and he died on the spot. "What's going on?" Tolok exclaimed in shock, jerking around. Before he could react, countless green ghostly flames suddenly ignited from the bushes on either side. Undead soldiers, like demons crawling out of hell, brandished bone knives and battle axes, charging towards the Wade soldiers. "Kill!" Bone blades slashed against soldiers' armor, producing a piercing metallic clang. Battle axes swung, heads and limbs fell to the ground, blood instantly staining the riverbank red. "Damn it! We've been ambushed!" Tolok roared, transforming into a black cloud and shaking back the leading undead soldiers. "Hermod! Where's your inside man? What's going on?" Hermod was completely stunned. He looked at the swarming undead soldiers around him, his face deathly pale. Impossible. He clearly signaled that the camp was empty. How could there be an ambush? Suddenly, he sensed something, turning to look at the camp gate. A fire suddenly blazed up at the gate, and a familiar figure appeared in the flames. "It's Leo!" Leo held the scepter of light, radiating holy light. He pointed at Hemid, his voice booming. Hemed, you traitor! You colluded with the Varids to betray the Alliance. Today is your death day. Leo? Hemed was both shocked and furious. It's you? You dare to play me? He drew his long sword, black magic gathering on its blade, and charged towards Leo. A mere mid-level divine servant dares to be so insolent before me. Watch out. Talik tried to warn him, but it was too late. Just as Hemed reached Leo, a fleeting figure suddenly appeared behind him. The man was gaunt and emaciated, shrouded in gray mist, his eyes flashing with an eerie red light. It was Leviathan, the Lord of Indi, who hadn't appeared on the battlefield for a long time. Leviathan's figure drifted to Hemed like a ghost, his red eyes narrowing slightly. Hemed felt a wave of dizziness, and the scene before him suddenly changed. He was no longer on the banks of the Gung River, but in a raging inferno. Beneath his feet lay scorching lava, and around him were countless twisted faces, screaming in agony as they reached out rotting arms to grab his limbs. Where am I? Hemed exclaimed in horror, frantically swinging his sword at the grasping arms, but to no avail. He looked down and saw his right hand was empty, his sword had vanished. The intense heat of the lava seared his skin, the excruciating pain causing him to writhe on the ground, unable to escape this inferno. Wake up! A thunderous shout shattered Hemed's illusions, like a bolt of lightning. He jerked his eyes open, finding himself still on the banks of the Gung River, Talik gripping the back of his collar, his face so dark it seemed to drip water. Leviathan's figure flickered beside Leo, its red eyes still fixed on him with a hint of mockery. Leviathan? How did you get here? Hemed was still reeling from the shock. Leviathan didn't answer his question, only staring coldly at him. Some time ago, he had accepted Annie's orders to assist Robert in refining the two mysterious altars, accompanied by Bick. Now that the mission was complete, his first assignment upon returning was here. Leviathan's eyes flashed red again, and he vanished in a flash. Damn it! Fight your way out! Torlok roared, black mist blasting away the undead soldiers before him. 3 god-level powerhouses also attacked simultaneously, their black divine power spreading like a tide, attempting to create an escape route. But the undead soldiers kept pouring out of the bushes, and Leviathan's magic was too much for the Vade soldiers to handle. Many soldiers fell into a dream state, turning on each other. Just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone in the sky, like a thunderbolt, carrying a holy and majestic aura, crashing down towards Torok and the 3 god-level powerhouses. Not good. It's Soraka. Torok's expression changed drastically. Black mist surged around him, as he grabbed the limp Hemed and lunged towards the nearby reeds. Boom! The golden light slammed into the ground, the violent explosion shaking the earth, sending dirt and rocks flying and billowing smoke. A crater tens of meters in diameter was blasted into the spot where Torok had stood, the bottom of which still emitted golden holy light. Dozens of Vade soldiers, unable to dodge in time, were instantly reduced to ashes by the holy light. Soraka floated in midair, surrounded by golden holy light, her scepter of light pointing at Torok, her voice icy. Torok, today you will not escape. Torok's face turned deathly pale. He could sense that Soraka's divine power was even stronger than before. Coupled with Leviathan's magic and the endless stream of undead soldiers, continuing the fight would only lead to total annihilation. Retreat! Retreat to the ships! He roared, fleeing towards the banks of the Gung River. But when they reached the shore, they found that the small boats that had been moored there were all engulfed in flames, the fire illuminating half the sky. Terra stood on the riverbank, engulfed in blazing flames, her flaming spear pointed at them. She sneered, Torok, your boat's burned to ashes. Where do you think you're going? Damn it! A flicker of despair crossed Torok's eyes. He looked at the 4 divine guards beside him, and said in a low voice, Fly through the air? Every one of us who escapes is one more. The 3 divine warriors nodded, their black divine power surging as they prepared to take flight. Don't leave me. Hermod suddenly grabbed Torok's arm, his voice trembling with tears. I know an ancient artifact in Mount Light that can enhance the power of a divine warrior. If you take me with you, I tell you its location. He knew that if he were captured, the consequences would be dire. Only by grasping Torok as his lifeline did he have a sliver of hope. A flicker of hesitation crossed Torok's eyes. The allure of the ancient artifact tempted him. He glanced at the approaching undead soldiers and gritted his teeth, saying, If you're lying, I make sure your soul is scattered. With that, he wrapped Hemed in black divine power and, along with 3 other god-level experts, soared into the sky, fleeing towards the direction of the Vade camp. Chapter 830. Torok had just taken off when a gust of wind nearly blew him into the icy river. Torok looked up and saw a tall figure, enveloped in azure sword energy, standing in midair. It was the wind god Valenza. What? Torok was utterly shocked. The 3 god-level experts Valamet had given him were all first-tier gods, and escaping from Soraka was already a struggle. Now, with Valenza on the other side, was there no way out? Valenza in front, Soraka behind, these 2 supreme beings from the divine plane, working together, would be a formidable challenge even for Valamet himself. Looking back at the riverbank, the Vaid soldiers were fleeing in panic, but behind them lay the Gung River. It seemed traps had been laid in the water, those who plunged and sank after only a few struggles and never resurfaced. Torlok felt a chill in his heart. He was truly doomed this time. Valenza gave Torlok little time to think, unleashing a devastating sword strike that cleaved the river in 2 with immense power. Torlok roared, "Everyone, attack together, or none of us will escape." The other 3 god-level experts rushed to help, while Torlok tossed Hemid into the river to free his hands to deal with Valenza. Hemid plunged into the icy water with a splash, instantly engulfed by the biting cold. He desperately channeled his magic, swimming towards the surface, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf. Looking down, he saw a strange fish with sharp teeth had bitten his leg. "Get out of the way!" He unleashed a burst of magic from his right hand, golden light flashing underwater, instantly piercing the fish. After being shot dead, the strange fish gushed dark red blood and sank helplessly to the bottom of the water. Before Hemid could even catch his breath, more strange fish swarmed from the depths, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, as if they considered Hemid the most delicious meal in the world. Hemid felt a chill run down his spine. He had lived on Mount Light for 10,000 years, and had never seen such strange fish before. Undoubtedly, they were planted here by the Alliance. These fish possessed no magic, yet their teeth could easily pierce the skin of a powerful cultivator enhanced by a Hyuan realm expert. So bizarre, they must be ancient creatures released from the Celestial Library. Splash. Hemid desperately surfaced, unleashing all his magic power, transforming into a humanoid speedboat, and charged madly towards the varied camp. Behind him, a dense swarm of strange fish followed, some already biting his body, leaving behind teeth marks. Rumble. The aerial battle continued. Torok and his 3 companions were surrounded by Soraka and Valenza, quickly finding themselves in dire straits. 2 god-level powerhouses were wounded by Soraka, though not seriously. At this rate, they would all perish here sooner or later. Damn it! Soraka, you all came here? Aren't you afraid of Lord Valent's attack on the main battlefield? Torok gritted his teeth. Soraka chuckled. He better hurry, otherwise we'd be finished before he even sets off. You? Torok was furious. According to their previous agreement, Torok would launch a sneak attack from the Gingshui River, circling around to the Alliance's rear, while Valant would launch his attack at dawn. The 2 would cooperate to completely defeat the Alliance army. However, dawn was still some time away, and they were quite a distance from the main battlefield. Wurm would have little chance of detecting the anomaly, and even if he did, launching an attack wouldn't be quick. Torok's eyes darted around. In this situation, he had to escape quickly. The longer he delayed, the worse it would be for him. So, he said in a low voice to the other 3 god-level powerhouses, "Let's join forces and attack Soraka. She's the strongest. If we can force her back, we have a chance to escape." The 3 nodded, channeling their divine power to prepare to attack Soraka. Soraka remained unmoved. She didn't take the 4 of them seriously at all. However, just as the 3 unleashed their strongest attacks, Torok transformed into a black cloud, escaping Valenza's blockade with lightning speed, and rapidly fled into the distance. Huh? Damn it! Valenza hadn't expected Torok to abandon the other 3 and flee for his life. He hadn't paid attention for a moment, and he had actually escaped. Valenza was about to give chase when Soraka hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Don't go. Capturing these 3 is enough." The 3 Vaid god-level powerhouses were filled with astonishment and resentment, wishing they could tear Talek to pieces. However, they were helpless, and could only be brutally beaten by Soraka and Valenza. One of the 3 was killed on the spot, and the other 2 were captured. On the main battlefield, Valen sat atop a massive beast, his eyes blazing as he stared intently at the allied army ahead. News had just come back from the Gung River. Talek and his men had already made their move on the other side. Judging from the timing, they should have already captured their position there. However, Valamet felt something was amiss, a vague unease creeping into his heart. Is Talek really alright? Is the plan going too smoothly? He looked up again. 3 figures stood before the opposing lines, one shimmering with golden light, radiating a divine aura, another, like a drawn sword, surrounded by wind elemental power, and the third, engulfed in flames. All three clearly possessed divine-level power. With these three divine-level experts here, even if Talik encounters resistance, their strength should be more than enough to handle it. Volumet pondered, but his unease didn't dissipate. Gradually, the first rays of morning sunlight slowly rose from the horizon. Volumet narrowed his eyes slightly. The appointed time had arrived. All troops, attack! With Volumet's command, the entire Vade army charged forward, their thunderous steps echoing as they stormed towards the Alliance's lines. The Alliance was well prepared. Countless spells and arrows blotted out the sky, raining down on the Vade army with immense power. The Vades at the forefront were instantly turned into cannon fodder. But the Vades were numerous. As one wave died, another surged forth, seemingly endless. Woland wasn't idle either. He grabbed 6 giant blades and charged heavily towards the enemy camp. Granissa took a deep breath, his fists erupting with blazing flames. He took a powerful step forward, the earth seeming to tremble. A surge of violent magic gathered in his right fist. "Damn Vades, die!" he roared. His right fist lashed out, a massive burst of fire shooting into the sky, the flames erupting like a volcano, the intense heat melting the ground. The immense energy unleashed by that punch pierced through the entire Vade army. Vades along the way were either instantly blasted to ashes or reduced to charred, twisted puppets lying on the ground. While Granissa might not rank among the top 3 of the 5 main gods in terms of raw power, no one could match his attack range. Boom! Vaughn cleaved the flames in two with a single strike, his eyes showing no emotion, as if the deaths of these Vades had nothing to do with him. Seeing his attack easily neutralized, Granissa chuckled and mocked. "Ha ha, Volumet, I kill as many of your men as you send. Don't even think about advancing an inch from here." Volumet sneered. "Kill those cannon fodder however you want. Let's see if you can still maintain this attitude when I reach the Celestial Library." Granissa scoffed. "Stop bragging. With your current resource reserves, how long can you hold out? Don't tell me you don't know your rear has been attacked." Volumet's expression darkened instantly. "Although I don't know how you managed to kill Cass and seize our supplies without deploying any god-level experts, that's all that matters. I take back what you stole, tenfold." With that, he strode forward, his giant blade slashing down fiercely. Granissa didn't back down, meeting the attack head-on with both fists. The thunderous roar of battle echoed throughout the battlefield, forcing everyone to retreat to avoid being caught in the aftershocks of the battle between the 2 god-level experts. During the battle, Worm did not launch a full-scale attack, keeping his eyes constantly on the movements of the other 2. Sorica and Valenza were stronger, and even he had to deal with them with caution, but neither of them made a move. This made him suspicious and worried that he might be tricked by them, so he was always on guard. This gave Granissa an opportunity. He was certainly no match for Volumet, but Volumet had reservations, causing the 2 to fight evenly, neither gaining the upper hand for a time. "Ha ha ha!" Granissa laughed loudly. "Long time no see, you regress quite a bit." Volumet was furious. What's with the arrogance? He immediately ordered his god-level subordinates, "Attack!" Forced them to make a move. The other god-level experts swarmed forward, surrounding Sorica and Valenza. Roar! A roar resounded as Samuel's massive body blocked their path, activating his berserk magic and unleashing near god-level power. "Handsome gentleman, how about coming to play in my domain?" A seductive voice rang in everyone's ears. The god-level experts of Vade immediately felt dizzy, their minds becoming unstable. It was Asmodeus's charm magic. The 2 undead lords, working together, actually managed to withstand the attacks of these varied warriors. However, gods are gods after all. After a brief exchange, Samuel and Asmodeus couldn't stop the Varied's onslaught. One varied warrior struck at Valenza, but Valenza offered no resistance whatsoever, and was instantly cleaved in 2. The varied warrior was overjoyed. If he had truly killed the wind god Valenza, wouldn't he have ascended to the heavens in one fell swoop? However, he quickly realized something was wrong. That Valenza was merely a puppet, not the real one. Before he could react, a star spear pierced through the air, aiming for his brow. He was startled and quickly dodged, but the spear still pierced his shoulder, and blood gushed out immediately. "Aya!" he screamed, his eyes filled with venom, as he glared at the woman before him. You're not Sorica?" Annie withdrew the golden light from her body, revealing her true appearance. "I never said I was Sorica." Volumet also noticed the situation, his heart sinking. If Sorica and Valenza weren't here, where were they? Just as his mind was filled with doubt, shouts of battle erupted from the rear of the allied forces. He felt a surge of joy. Could it be that I was overthinking it? Talek and the others have successfully crossed the border? However, Talek's voice came from behind him. General. General. Something terrible has happened. Volumet was startled and turned to see Talek, ragged and disheveled, clearly having fled for his life. A bad premonition immediately filled him. What happened? Talek gasped. We were ambushed on the other side of the river. Everyone except me was wiped out. What? Volan's eyes widened. Didn't Hemid swear he was prepared? Torlok's face was bitter. Our mole was probably discovered by Soraka. Soraka and Valenza were ambushing us on the riverbank. We were outnumbered, and only I escaped. Volan flew into a rage, slapping Torlok away. You have the nerve to come back. Do you know the men I gave you were elite? 3 of them were god-level experts. You're truly more trouble than you're worth. Torlok covered his face bitterly. General, please calm down. It's mainly because the enemy was too cunning, I was tricked. I don't want to hear your explanation. Volan roared. I settle the score with you when we get back. He then looked towards the Alliance's direction. From the Alliance's rear came not the Vade army, but a force led by Soraka and Valenza. They were in high spirits, and had captured a large number of Vades, including 2 god-level experts. Seeing this, the Vade troops at the front lines were thrown into chaos, their morale plummeting. The Allied forces seized the opportunity and launched another counterattack, suffering heavy losses. Willem's face was grim. Order a full retreat, he roared. He knew continuing was pointless, they could only regroup and try again later. Seeing the Vade retreat like a receding tide, the Allied forces erupted in thunderous cheers. Soraka approached Annie, a rare smile appearing on her face. Annie, this victory truly owes everything to your command. You caught the traitor and successfully repelled Volan's attack, a double victory. Annie smiled. It also depends on you and Lord Wind God, otherwise, no one could have stopped 4 god-level powerhouses. Chapter 831. Granisa clenched his fist and said, shouldn't we launch a counterattack now? Valenza nodded. While morale is still high, let's seize the opportunity and take back Northview City. Soraka didn't respond, instead looking at Anne, what do you think? Anne replied without hesitation, I don't think it's advisable to act rashly now. Huh? Everyone looked puzzled. Granisa shouted, why? We clearly have the advantage. If we don't take Northview City now, it will be even more difficult later. Soraka waved her hand, interrupting Janissa, let's follow Anne's plan. But Janissa was still somewhat unwilling. Valenza patted Janissa on the shoulder, I know you haven't had enough yet. If you're not satisfied, go find Volan for a duel later. Janissa rolled her eyes, go ahead, I'm not going to go looking for trouble. And smiled, don't rush, we discuss our next plans later, and I explain then. At this moment, Leal walked over, leading the bound and gagged Balzeb. Miss Anne, what should we do with this traitor? Everyone looked at Balzeb with hatred and contempt, especially Samuel, whose eyes practically spit fire. It was Balzeb's betrayal that had caused the Allied forces to lose a large number of troops, and Northview City to fall. There's nothing to say, kill him, and Samuel said through gritted teeth. Asmodeus also said, as fellow undead lords, I despise you the most. You became a lord by relying on the power of the heavenly soul, yet you have no dignity whatsoever. I had some opinion of you when you offered up the heavenly soul, but I didn't expect you to remain unchanged. I truly misjudged you. Balzeb was in a sorry state, his body shrouded in Soraka's divine power of light, his death energy completely suppressed, and his aura weak. And glanced at him indifferently, sighed, and asked, Balzeb, to be honest, I never expected you to be the one who betrayed us. Do you have anything to say now? Balzeb slightly raised his head, his eyes flashing with resentment and unwillingness. My initial goal wasn't to fight the Vades. I just wanted to find a way to break the seal. I sacrificed my celestial soul and everything I had, but what did I get in return? What was the point of fighting so desperately here? Would defeating the Vades make me a god? Perhaps after the war, I won't even be a lord anymore. After all, without my celestial soul, I'm the weakest. Would Kalyan allow a weakling to rule? Samuel roared, even so, you shouldn't have betrayed us. You must believe in Annie, believe in Born. None of us will abandon you. Balzeb sneered. A voice cried out, won't you abandon me? That's easy to say. Since the Alliance's inception, I always receive the least supplies. My undead legion has been dismantled and reorganized, placed in other units. Isn't that discrimination? Zephyrus stepped forward and said, I'm in charge of resource allocation, I know that best. Actually, Miss Anne has always treated you well. You say you receive fewer supplies, but that's only relative to the main fighting forces. From the Lord's perspective, you received more than Samuel, and Lucifer even gave you a portion of his own share. What more could you ask for? Besides, for the sake of combat, almost all the undead legions, even the divine servants, have been reorganized and reorganized. It's not just you. Your tasks are mostly simple things, like setting traps, and building fortifications. I think under such dire circumstances, and has been good enough to you. Baalzeb was rendered speechless by her retort. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, enough with the nonsense, Annie. Kill me or do whatever you want. Everyone looked at Annie, awaiting her final decision. Annie sighed deeply, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. Baalzeb, you contributed the devouring soul, which is extremely important to the Alliance. I always been grateful to you, but what you done is truly excessive. The undead are people I brought from the netherworld. I must deal with you, otherwise I cannot maintain order. Baalzeb's eyes were filled with despair, his gaze pleading as he looked at Leviathan, who had remained silent. If I must die, I hope to die in your dream, to give me a good dream. Is that all right? Leviathan nodded slightly, raising his withered finger, death energy gathering, and gently touched Baalzeb's brow. Just then, a voice rang out from afar, wait! Annie turned around in surprise. Lucifer? What are you doing here? Several burly zombies carried the weakened Lucifer quickly to the group. And Annie. Annie quickly stepped forward, releasing her death power to stabilize Lucifer's aura. This is reckless. How can you run around like this in your current state? Lucifer grabbed Annie's hand with all his might. Let him go. Annie frowned slightly. You should know what he's done, right? Lucifer nodded. I know, but he contributed the devouring soul, and he's the only inheritor of the gluttonous death god. He's the only one left in this world, that big-mouthed worm. I don't want to see a necromancer lord die such a pathetic death. Granisa immediately objected. No. This guy has caused us to lose so many brothers. We can't let him get away with this. Samuel also said, yes, Lucifer, even if he's the only big-mouthed worm, if we don't punish him, the morale of our alliance will be unstable, which will be very detrimental to future battles. Lucifer insisted, Annie, I'm begging you. Punishment is fine, but don't kill him. In the future, I will make it up to him. Annie looked at Lucifer's resolute eyes, sighed slightly, and turned to Sorika. Goddess, a traitor has appeared among the undead lords. I am truly ashamed to continue serving as Commander-in-Chief. I am willing to relinquish command of the battle, but I have a request. Sorika seemed to have anticipated what was about to happen, a strange light flashing in her eyes. And continued, let Baalzeb go. Everyone was stunned. Valenza retorted bluntly, if we're talking about traitors, our Mount Sacred Mountain has had its share. This isn't your fault, and you don't need to be like this. Samuel was also shocked. Without your command, how can we fight? How can we fight the Vades? And waved her hand. I'm only relinquishing command, not leaving the Alliance. If the Alliance still needs me, feel free to use me. Sorika waved her hand. Don't say that, Anne. You absolutely cannot resign now. As the Commander-in-Chief of the entire Alliance, how you deal with Baalzeb is your prerogative. As long as you decide, I will approve. Sorika. Granisa exclaimed immediately, how can this be? If the Commander-in-Chief is protecting a traitor, how will the Alliance function? Sorika took a deep breath. At least for now, I agree with all of Annie's choices. Even our Mountlight has had traitors, who can guarantee their own men won't betray them. Granisa, since we chosen Annie as Commander-in-Chief, we must trust her, otherwise the Alliance is meaningless. Granisa gritted his teeth. Though his leader was unhappy, he remained silent. Sorika turned to Annie and said, Annie, you decide. Annie gave Sorika a deep look, then walked to Baalzeb's side, and personally removed his restraints. Go. Although Lucifer pleaded for you, you can't stay in the Alliance any longer. Now that you've found your way out, I hope you fare better with the Verids. Next time we meet, it might be on the battlefield. Baalzeb never expected to be alive. He looked at Lucifer gratefully, his deep eyes filled with a hint of guilt. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, turning and walking towards the Verids. Just let him go like this? Samuel was a little angry. You can just let me punch him twice. Annie smiled and said, when we go to the battlefield in the future, there will be many opportunities for you to beat me. Samuel was stunned for a moment, then reacted, that's right. Looking north into the city, Warren was furious, as if he were an angry lion, and his roar shook the city walls. Assholes. Trash. What do you do for a living? You made me so embarrassed. If it had been before, I would have killed you all with one knife. Torlock knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. General, please calm down. We were tricked. That girl Annie must have discovered our plan and made arrangements beforehand. Otherwise, we wouldn't have failed. After all, our inside men helped us break through Northview City. Guluha chimed in, yes, General. At least we broke through Northview City. Look at Tuck, there's still no movement. Not only that, but they also been raided. Now our supplies are strained. Mentioning this, Volant seemed to feel a little better. Not bad. We achieved some results. The Supreme Leader will be here soon. He certainly won't be satisfied with this situation, but at least things are better here than in Tuck. Even if the Supreme Leader blames us, it won't be me. Seeing Volant's anger subside, Torlok finally felt relieved. He had been truly afraid Volant would kill him. Just then, a guard rushed in and reported, General, an undead has come, saying he wants to surrender. Volant frowned. What's his name? He claims to be Balzeb, the Lord of Gluttony. Him? Tolok was also somewhat surprised. He's our inside man. Helmod persuaded him. He's still alive? Volant beckoned. Let him in. A moment later, Balzeb limped before them. He knelt on one knee and said sincerely, General, I, Balzeb, have come to surrender. Volant slightly raised his hand, a hint of wariness in his eyes. You're the one who helped us breach Northview? Balzeb nodded. Indeed. I secretly evaded and killed the city's defenders, creating the opportunity for you. Of course, this was all thanks to the General's skillful command and efficient attack. Volant nodded slightly, quite pleased with Balzeb's words. However, this operation failed. You must have been captured, right? How did you manage to survive? Balzeb said dejectedly, they originally intended to kill me, but my former friend Lucifer. I pleaded for you on my behalf, and that's how I managed to save your life. Torlok explained, Lucifer is the Lord of Arrogance. Among the 7 undead lords, he is the strongest. Volomute nodded. Didn't they offer any conditions for letting you go? Balzeb shook his head. And originally wanted to step down as commander-in-chief, but Soraka refused. I don't know if there will be any compensation. And Volomute narrowed his eyes slightly. Even Soraka trusts her so much. What kind of magical abilities does this woman possess? Balzeb said. General, you mustn't underestimate her. She was originally just an ordinary necromancer living in the prime material plane, but she cultivated step by step to the peak of the Unity Realm without relying on the power of any divine mountain. This is an incredible existence in the entire divine plane. Moreover, she has a contracted undead named Born, but he disappeared at the very beginning of the battle. No one knows where he is. This person must also be guarded against, because he possesses several heavenly souls, and his talent is terrifying. Heavenly souls? Volant was taken aback, licking his lips. Oh, they are born from the power of your world. A special energy body, huh? Interesting. Guluha waved his hand, saying, I heard that Bon is only at the peak of the Hiyuan realm. How much trouble can he cause? General, don't worry. Volant snorted, I won't worry about a junior at the Hiyuan realm. Then he said to Belixabu, you can stay, but I see how loyal you really are. Don't even think about the divine crystal. Belixabu quickly thanked him. I'm already grateful to have escaped with my life. How could I dare to hope for a divine crystal? Volant beckoned to Tolok, who was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Volant glared, where's the divine crystal I gave you earlier? Tolok immediately reacted and took out the divine crystal from his pocket. Here it is. Volant took the divine crystal in his hand and said calmly, that guy Hema didn't complete the mission. I can't give him the divine crystal. Let him keep trying, there's still a chance. Tolok immediately nodded, okay, he's still healing. I go tell him what you said. Chapter 832. Upon seeing the divine crystal, Guluha's eyes lit up. His pupils darted around, and a plan formed in his mind. The dilapidated house in the south of the city reeked of medicine. Large patches of plaster had peeled off the walls from the war, and cobwebs covered the window frames in dust. Hemad lay on the creaking wooden bed, his face ashen, his chest wrapped in thick bandages. His eyes were closed, his mind replaying the devastation of the Gung River, Leviathan's illusion that had shattered his soul, Valenza's wind blades grazing his neck, and the strange, ancient fish in the river. If it weren't for Tolok's intervention, he would have been a ghost in that river long ago. Damn it! Just one step away. Hemad clenched his fist, the wound beneath the bandage reopening, the excruciating pain causing him to gasp. He had originally thought that as long as he helped Tolok break through the Gingshui River defense line, Volant would fulfill his promise and reward him with the divine crystal. With the divine crystal, he could break through to the god level, and no longer have to be at Tolok's mercy. But now, the plan had fallen through. Not only had he not obtained the divine crystal, but he had also become the laughingstock of the entire army, and it was uncertain whether he could even save his life. Bang! The door was kicked open, wood chips flew everywhere, and Talik, enveloped in thick black mist, stormed in angrily. Hermod, are you still lying there enjoying yourself? Talik's voice was like thunder, shaking the dust off the rafters. Hermod slowly sat up, wincing in pain from his wounds. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and whispered, Lord Talik, what are the general's instructions? He knew that although Talik was rude, he was Valen's favorite, and whether he could save himself depended entirely on the other party's attitude. Talik slammed the wine jug onto the table, spilling wine everywhere. Instructions? Your divine crystal is gone. The general said this defeat cost us a lot of elite troops. If it weren't for your remaining value, we would have turned you into a puppet long ago. Hemed's heart sank. He had expected it, but he still couldn't help feeling a wave of disappointment. The allure of the divine crystal was like a venomous snake, gnawing at his heart. Is there anything else? His voice was hoarse, and he didn't even have the strength to lift his head. Seeing his state, Talik's tone softened slightly. After all, they had worked together for many years, and had some goodwill towards each other. It's not entirely hopeless, he said, sitting on the edge of the bed, the wooden planks groaning under the weight. The general said that depending on your performance, if you achieve great merit, the divine crystal will still be yours. A glimmer of hope instantly ignited in Hemed's eyes, and he quickly asked, what great merit? I'd do anything for the divine crystal. But you better hurry, Talik's tone shifted, becoming serious. Balisib has defected, you know? That insect is proficient in devouring magic. Just like the Jarman from back then, it's exactly what the general wants. When the Jarman died, the general was heartbroken for days. Now that Balzeb is here, he'd definitely be grooming him for the future. Your position is in jeopardy. Balzeb? Helmut looked up abruptly, his eyes wide with shock. How could he have defected? Shouldn't he have been captured during the ambush at the Gone River? Didn't N kill him? Who knows? Talik shrugged. It's said that Lucifer pleaded for him, and spared him. But thinking about it, it makes sense. And a necromancer would definitely have to consider the opinions of the undead lords if she wanted to control the undead army. Hemed frowned, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the bed. He knew in too well that girl was meticulous and would never let Balzeb leave so easily. But he racked his brains and still couldn't figure out Anne's purpose. All right, take good care of your injuries. Torlok stood up and patted Hemed's shoulder. To be honest, I don't want you to be replaced by that insect either. After all, we cooperated for many years. I put in a good word for you with the general, and you should also work hard. Thank you, Lord Torlok. Hemed quickly thanked him, and after watching Torlok leave, he took out a pale blue healing crystal from his pocket and pressed it to the wound on his chest. The crystal's energy slowly seeped into his body, easing the pain in his wounds considerably. He let out a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself, as long as there's still a chance to get the divine crystal, what if Balzeb comes? I definitely achieved great things before him. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door, the rhythm even, unlike the rudeness of a soldier. Hemed's heart tightened, and he said in a deep voice, Who is it? Hemed, it's me, Guluha. A voice came from outside the door. Hemed paused for a moment, then relaxed his guard and got up to open the door. Guluha had a fake smile on his face, carrying an exquisite wooden box. Lord Guluha? What brings you here? Hemed was somewhat puzzled. He and Guluha had always kept to themselves. The other party's sudden visit was definitely not for good. I heard you were injured, so I came to visit you. Guluha walked into the room, placed the wooden box on the table, and opened it. Inside was a healing medicine that emitted a strong fragrance. I found this in the warehouse. It can quickly repair soul injuries. Please accept it, sir. Hemed looked at the medicine, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. But he also knew that Guluha was a man who wouldn't do anything without a reason, and would never give him such an expensive gift for no reason. You're too kind, sir. It's just a minor injury. I wouldn't dare trouble you with such a thing, Hemed said distantly, without extending his hand. Guluha chuckled, pushing the wooden box towards Hemed, and lowered his voice, saying, My lord, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not here to harm you. I heard Lord Talik just came by. Was it about the divine crystal? Hemed's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm, saying, My lord is joking. The general was only concerned about my injuries. Sigh, things have come to this point. Why are you still hiding things from me, my lord? Guluha leaned closer, lowering his voice even further, the defeat at the Gung River, the loss of the divine crystal, and now Balzeb is trying to steal the credit. Your situation is not good. Although Lord Talik has a good relationship with you, he's just a mouthpiece. He can't offer you any real help. Hemed's body stiffened. Guluha's words struck a nerve. He looked up at Guluha, his eyes full of inquiry. My lord, please speak plainly. What exactly do you want? Straightforward. Guluha slapped his thigh, his smile growing increasingly sinister. I want to make a deal with you, my lord. You possess 2 great bargaining chips, enough to obtain divine crystals, and even to elevate your position in the army. What bargaining chips? Hermod's breathing quickened. First, those old troops you brought from Mount Light, though only a few dozen, are elites familiar with the terrain. Their presence is crucial to our war effort. Guluha held up one finger. Second, you know the location of the ancient treasure of Mount Light, which is equally important. Hemed shuddered, abruptly standing to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. How do you know about the treasure? I only told Talik. My lord, please don't be agitated, Guluha quickly reassured him. That night on the banks of the Gung River, a soldier overheard your conversation with Lord Talik and told me upon his return. Don't worry, I dealt with that soldier. No one knows about this except the 2 of us. He paused, his tone enticing. If you're willing to tell me about the treasure, I help you obtain the divine crystal. How about it? Hemed's heart pounded faster and faster. The allure of the divine crystal was irresistible. But he also knew that Guluha was no benevolent man, and dealing with a tiger was extremely risky. What about Lord Talik? He wants the treasure too. Amir Talik is nothing to worry about. Guluha scoffed. I find a way to stall him. He won't ask you for the treasure anytime soon. As long as you cooperate, the divine crystals are within your grasp. Hemed gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Fine. I cooperate. What do you want me to do? It's simple, kill Balzeb first. Guluha's gaze instantly turned icy. That worm is our common enemy. He's skilled in devouring magic, and like the Jarman, he's highly valued by the general. Plus, he just joined us, so he's eager to make a name for himself. It won't be long before he takes our place. Hemed nodded. He long disliked Balzeb. How do we kill him? The general is wary of him, but he also values his abilities. Taking action rashly will only backfire. Of course we can't act rashly, Guluha chuckled sinisterly. We need to fabricate evidence to prove that Balzeb is a spy sent by Annie to sabotage the army. Then we can betray our own kin and kill him. Not only will we escape punishment, but the general will also consider us heroes, and the divine crystal will be ours. A flicker of excitement crossed Hemed's eyes. That's a great idea. But how do we fabricate the evidence? I already figured it out. Guluha leaned closer to Hemed and whispered his plan. Go tell Balzeb that we meet tomorrow night in the southwestern mountains. Say you have important matters to discuss. I arranged for a former member of the Divine Mountain to wait there. You take Talik with you. They'd be caught red-handed. As long as that former subordinate testifies that Balixabu instructed him to contact the garrison at Shinshan to prepare for a coordinated attack from within, and without to retake Beiwang City, the general will believe him. Hemed frowned. The former Shinshan subordinates are hard to find. The general knows all the men I brought, so false testimony won't be of much use. Don't worry about that, sir, Guluha chuckled smugly. You think you're the only one with an inside man in the Shinshan camp? I already planted people. They cooperate with us to put on a good show. You just need to lure Balixabu to the southwestern mountains, and leave the rest to me. Hemed was completely relieved, the gloom in his heart vanishing. He could almost see himself holding the divine crystal, breaking through to the divine level. All right. I go find Balixabu now. Ignoring the pain of his wound, he grabbed the medicine from the table, stuffed it into his pocket, and turned to leave. As Guluha watched his retreating figure, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a sinister look. Balzeb's quarters were in a small tent near the main camp. The tent was piled high with snacks, and fruit pits and animal bones were scattered on the ground. Balzeb sat cross-legged on the ground, his enormous body taking up most of the tent. He held a piece of roasted meat in his hands, but showed no appetite, his eyes staring blankly at the tent ceiling, as if frozen in place. Balzeb! Hemed's voice came from outside the tent, interrupting Balzeb's thoughts. Balzeb jolted, quickly hiding the roasted meat behind his back, wiping the grease from his mouth, and got up to open the door. Seeing Hemed, his eyes widened in surprise. Hemed? What brings you here? He and Hemed had botched the battle plan, and meeting him in the Wade camp only added to the awkwardness. I heard you came here seeking refuge, so I came to see you. Hemed entered the tent, his gaze sweeping over the food on the ground, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You're doing quite well here. The general is taking good care of you. It's all right. Balzeb was somewhat flustered, unsure of Hemed's purpose, and very nervous. The general is indeed very kind to me, sending me plenty of food. Hemed looked around, deliberately lowering his voice. I have something important to tell you, but it's not convenient here. His eyes glanced outside the tent, implying someone was watching. Balzeb's heart tightened. Is it inconvenient? What can't we say here? He hesitated, unsure if Hemed was testing him. Don't you understand? Hemed leaned closer, his voice low. The general may outwardly value you, but he doesn't truly trust you. There are at least 5 guards watching you outside the tent. We both defected from the Alliance army, we're comrades in arms. Why would I harm you? Balashib's heart began to race. Then, where shall we talk? Hemed didn't speak, but walked to the center of the tent. With a flick of his finger, the power of light wrote a line on the ground. Tomorrow night, Southwest Forest. See you then? After writing, he lightly wiped the words away with his foot, and they vanished instantly. Balashib watched Hemed's actions, filled with doubt, but he nodded to indicate he understood. Hemed smiled contentedly, winked at Balashib, and turned to leave the tent. After he left, Balashib's expression instantly turned serious. He looked through the window at Hemed's departing figure, and saw several shadowy figures flash past the corner of the tent, likely sentries from Wurmt. He took a deep breath, opened his palm, and there in it lay a communication talisman. Only commanders of the Allied forces possess such talismans. Balzeb, as a defector, had long since been stripped of his possessions, yet he still held a communication talisman. He stared blankly at the talisman, muttering, Annie, oh Anne, who exactly are you? Chapter 833. A day passed quickly, and on the evening of the second day, Hermod quietly arrived at Torlok's tent. At this time, Torlok was studying the defenses, preparing for a possible small-scale battle, when he suddenly heard a noise at the door. Looking up, he saw Hermod and frowned slightly, saying, Why are you here? Has your injury healed? Hermod chuckled, This injury is nothing. I just discovered a secret that can help us both redeem ourselves. Torlok raised an eyebrow. Oh? What secret? Hermod glanced around but didn't speak. Torlok understood and immediately dismissed his men, then said, Now that there's no one else here, you can tell me, right? Hermod smiled mysteriously, leaned close to Torlok's ear, and whispered, I discovered that Balzeb is a spy sent by Annie. What? Torlok exclaimed in surprise. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Hemed quickly gestured for silence. This absolutely cannot be known by anyone else, because I heard he's meeting with the Alliance tonight. If he finds out we know, he won't go, and we won't have any evidence. Torlok glared. You mean, we should catch him red-handed tonight? Exactly. Hemed chuckled. Isn't this a golden opportunity? If we expose Balzeb, the general will be very happy, and then all our previous mistakes will be wiped clean. Maybe we even get a reward. Torlok stroked his chin, thinking it made sense, and said, Then I bring more men. Hemed quickly waved his hand, No need. He probably doesn't have many people on his side. The 2 of us are enough. Besides, more people would make us a bigger target and easier to spot. Torlok thought about it and agreed. He himself was a god-level expert, just a step away from reaching the mid-level, while Hemed was at the peak of the Harmony realm. There were very few who could defeat the 2 of them. Alright, in that case, when do we set off? Let's go now. Night fell. In the dense forest below Broken Cloud Peak, all was quiet, not even the chirping of insects or birds. The previous battle between Soraka and Wurmt had caused all the wild beasts that could escape to flee, and those that couldn't escape were dead, leaving only this small, desolate grove. 2 black figures crouched low, stealthily moving through the forest, eventually concealing themselves in a tree. Hey, are you sure Balzeb will come? Torlok still had some doubts. That guy only came to join us a few days ago, isn't that a bit too hasty? Besides, there are still many people watching him. How can he come here unnoticed? Hermod, however, wasn't worried at all. Don't forget he's the Lord of the Dead, he's got the ability to get rid of sentries. Torlok pursed his lips, non-committal. Time passed slowly, and the forest remained silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Torlok finally grew impatient. Are you kidding me? It's already past midnight, almost dawn, and there's not a trace of Balzeb, not even a ghost. Hermod was also getting impatient. Suddenly, a question occurred to him. They had agreed to meet here, so was it possible that Balzeb was also hiding in the shadows, waiting for Hermod to arrive? Hemed rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, but finally said, Okay, I go down and check it out first. You wait here for me. Torlok frowned slightly, looking at him suspiciously. What are you going down for? Won't you alert them? Hemid didn't know how to explain. I just want to check the situation. I don't want them to have changed the rendezvous point, and we be stuck here waiting like idiots. With that, he leaped to the ground and tiptoed through the forest, quickly disappearing into the night. Torlock narrowed his eyes slightly. His body remained still, but the black mist surrounding him trembled. What on earth is Hemid up to? The forest wasn't large. Most of it had been destroyed in the previous battle, leaving only a small patch intact. Hemid moved cautiously, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a dark shadow flicker ahead, and his heart leaped with joy. Found it. But he remained very cautious, not immediately approaching, but continuing to observe. The shadowy figure was equally stealthy, shrouded in an eerie magical aura, making it difficult to discern its movements. If it weren't for Hermod's formidable strength, he would have been hard-pressed to spot it. As they drew closer, Hermod gradually made out the figure, a bloated, obese man. Hermod's eyes lit up. Taking advantage of the other's unawareness, he quickly turned and ran back. However, after only a few steps, flames suddenly ignited around him, illuminating the dark forest as if it were daytime. What's going on? Hermod exclaimed in surprise, looking around in panic. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out, Hermod, how dare you? Hermod trembled and looked towards the source of the voice, only to see Valen's face contorted with rage, his 4 eyes glaring fiercely at him. General, what brings you here? Hermod was beginning to be confused. I received intelligence that someone would be meeting with the enemy here tonight, and leak our information, Valamut said in a deep voice. So I set up an ambush here. I never expected the mole to be you. Hemid quickly explained, General, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not the mole. I only came because I heard someone was planning to collude with the enemy. General Tolek can vouch for me. Valamut frowned slightly. Tolek? Where is he? Hemid didn't know how to explain for a moment. He's waiting for me somewhere else. Besides, I haven't made contact with anyone. Valamut pointed behind Hemid and asked, then who is he? Hemid turned around and felt a chill run down his spine. The bloated black shadow he had seen earlier wasn't Balzeb at all, but a huge slime monster, reeking of a foul stench. What? What is this? The slime monster had been subdued by the Vades, its eyes filled with panic. A Vade asked menacingly, you filthy undead, speak now, what is your purpose here? The slime monster mumbled, I come to see Lord Hermod. Hermod was struck dumb upon hearing this. You're talking nonsense. He was about to step forward when he was stopped by 2 powerful Vade warriors. Valamut approached the slime monster and coldly asked, who sent you? The slime monster stammered, it was the goddess. She said Lord Hemid is her carefully groomed successor, an infiltrator among the Verids, meant to play a crucial role at a critical moment. She sent me to meet with him to discuss a counterattack. Hemid felt his head buzzing. Suddenly, he turned and saw Torlock approaching from a distance. He must have heard the commotion. He felt like he grasped a lifeline and shouted, Lord Torlock, please explain. I'm not a mole. Torlock had just arrived, and was completely bewildered. He didn't speak immediately, but instead glanced at Valamut, and the closely following Guluha. Volamar turned around, his sharp eyes fixed on Torlock. What are you doing here? Torlock thought for a moment and said, I heard the commotion and came to check it out. What's going on? Hemid shouted, I've been falsely accused of treason. It's Balzeb who's the traitor. It's a misunderstanding. Volamart was even more furious. Nonsense. Balzeb is being watched by my men, and is still in the city. How could he be a traitor? As for you, coming here in the middle of the night to meet with this undead, what explanation do you have? Torlock opened his mouth, but then saw Gulaha looking at him with a strange gaze. A thought struck him, and he immediately shut his mouth. Take Hemid and this undead away to await their fate. Volamart waved his hand. Hemid's face paled. He knew he'd been tricked. His eyes glared resentfully at Tolek and Guluha. Just as the Verid beside him prepared to shackle Hemid, he suddenly unleashed divine power, drawing his long sword and charging towards Guluha. Guluha had suggested tonight's plan, and Tolek's earlier attempt to speak had been silenced by Guluha's gaze. The source of all this was undoubtedly the seemingly insignificant Verid. Although Hemid didn't know why they would frame him like this, he had no way out. Tolek reacted swiftly, transforming into a cloud of black mist and blocking Hemid's path. Don't be impulsive. However, Hemid was completely blinded by rage. His only thought was to kill Guluha. He feigned a slash, his left foot touching the ground, a flash of golden light, and his body instantly shifted sideways, bypassing Talak and charging towards Guluha like lightning. Guluha clutched his head, his face filled with terror. Help! Help me! Just at this critical moment, a cold snort rang out. Humph! You're asking for death. A giant blade, carrying a gust of wind, slammed into Hemid with a bang, sending him flying. Hemid was already injured, and now, having taken a solid blow from Volant, he coughed up blood and flew a long way like a kite with a broken string before crashing to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Hemid coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood, his breath gradually weakening, but his eyes still glared venomously at Guluha. Guluha, we always kept to ourselves. Why did you hurt me? Guluha looked completely bewildered. Huh? I harmed you. How could I possibly harm you? Volant waved his hand. Alright, Hemid, stop struggling. 1 minute you're talking about Balzeb, the next about Talak, then about Guluha. I think you really think I'm easy to fool. He walked step by step in front of Hemid, looking down at him condescendingly. I trusted you so much, but you're utterly hopeless. Since that's the case, then die. With that, Volant raised his giant blade, its surface gleaming with a chilling light. A ball of black energy enveloped the blade, radiating terrifying power. Hemid knew he was finished, truly beyond saving. He glanced at Volant one last time, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. Swish! The giant blade sliced through Hemid's neck, his head flying into the air. Blood splattered on Volant's face, which only excited him more. Torlok closed his eyes. He knew that Volant had intended to kill him from the start. Although there were some suspicious points about tonight's events, they were no longer important. Volant was merely using an excuse to get rid of Hemid, because in his eyes, Hemid was no longer of any use. But Hemid's dying smile puzzled Torlok. What did it mean? Who was he mocking? What was he laughing at? Volant flicked the blood off his blade, turned around as if nothing had happened, and said, hang this guy's head on the city wall, let those bastards know the consequences of betraying me. Yes. The men hurriedly gathered up Hemid's body. On the way back, everyone remained silent, still reeling from the events of the past. The sky was beginning to brighten. It was unbelievable that overnight, the once-renowned leader of the Battle Sanctuary of Mount Light, the hidden peak expert of the Harmony Realm, Hermod, had met his end in such a manner. As everyone walked, lost in their own thoughts, Volant suddenly spoke up. Guluha, you did a fantastic job this time. If you hadn't noticed Hermid's unusual behavior, we would all still be in the dark. Guluha replied, it's my honor to have helped you, General. Volant laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, those who have rendered meritorious service must be rewarded. Tell me, what reward do you want? Guluha shook his head. This is what I should do. How can I accept a reward? Volant smiled slightly and patted Guluha's shoulder. You little rascal, you're quite the smooth talker. How come I never knew you had this talent before? Ha scratched his head and said, General, you flatter me. I have no talent whatsoever, it's just that you know how to use people. Volant was delighted to hear this. One thing at a time. You rendered such a great service, if I don't reward you, people will think I'm stingy. Here, I had a divine crystal here before, originally prepared to win over Hermod. Now that you reached the peak of the Unity Realm, it's time to use it. Ha was inwardly excited, but outwardly remained humble. I'm terrified, I haven't performed any great service yet to receive such a reward. I'm unworthy of it. Volant said seriously, you're mistaken. This is no small feat. Chapter 834. Wolant's eyes gleamed with smugness. The Supreme Leader is almost here. If Northview City were captured now, our progress would be on par with Tuck's. The Supreme Leader doesn't care about our previous situation. All he sees is Tuck and I being blocked outside the Sky Library. But now it's different. I captured Northview City, and I can march south and directly attack the Sky Library, while Tuck can only watch helplessly outside the Holy City of Light. Guluha nodded. Indeed, and the Vulcan Mountain warehouse that Tuck was in charge of was also attacked, and Cass is dead. I heard. Cass also had a divine crystal stolen from him, which is not a good thing. Volant gave Guluha an appreciative look. So, you done a great service this time. With Hemid dead, they definitely won't dare send any more spies. Torlok asked in a low voice, what about those divine servants Hemid brought? Volant's eyes flashed with murderous intent. They're probably all bad news. Kill them all. Torlok swallowed, wanting to say something, but suddenly saw Guluha winking at him. He opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. After returning, the Vades executed all the light divine servants, including Robinson, and hung their heads on the walls of Northview City. These light divine servants didn't even understand what was happening before they died. Volant had gone to rest, Everything here was left to Torlok and Guluha. Torlok looked up at the corpses and asked Guluha beside him, somewhat puzzled, "Why didn't you let me plead for them? They should still be of use." Guluha smiled slightly. "You're right, they might be useful, but the risks are higher. The most important thing for the general right now is to stabilize the situation and wait for the supreme leader to arrive. Once that happens, their presence or absence won't matter. With Hema dead, they'd be leaderless, and staying with us will make them hesitant. They might even rebel. This is a hidden danger we must guard against." Torlok, hearing this, suddenly understood, patting his chest with a hint of lingering fear. "You're right. If you hadn't reminded me, I probably would have been scolded by the general again." Seemingly remembering something, Torlok asked, "Last night, you were the one who sent Hema to find me, right? How did you know I cooperate with you?" Guluha's lips curled slightly. "Because I know you're a smart man. I soon be promoted to godhood, and I need your help then." Of course. Torlok laughed. "With your abilities, you definitely achieve great things after becoming a general. I still need your help then." Guluha quickly waved his hand. "You're my senior. Even if I become a general, I still follow your commands and guidance." Torlok looked at Guluha's smile and felt a chill run down his spine. This kind of person didn't even need to lift a finger to kill. Compared to him, Torlok felt like a child. In the Sky Library, the Alliance's top leaders gathered again. After the great victory last time, the Alliance's morale was high, and everyone's face showed the joy of victory. "Annie, thanks to you this time, you thwarted Volan's attack plan. He'd probably be furious when he gets back now," Samuel said with a laugh. Asmodeus said, "My men sent word that several heads are hanging on the walls of North Watch. Can you guess whose they are?" Ganesa hesitated. It couldn't be that Balzeb guy, could it? He just defected to the other side. Valamed might be angry with him." Asmodeus shook his head. "No, it's Hemad and those defected servants of the light." "What?" Everyone was stunned, especially Soraka, whose eyes clearly flashed with sadness. Valenza sighed and softly comforted her. "Soraka, they only have themselves to blame. There's no need to grieve." Soraka nodded. "I'm not grieving for him, but for my light mountain, which stood for 10,000 years, only to end up like this. I truly feel ashamed before the god of light." Mammon, however, said, "The world is always changing. The 5 great mountains have ruled for 10,000 years. It's time for some changes." Bronto frowned. "What do you mean? Are you watching our downfall?" Mammon's expression turned cold. "What? You think I'm blind if I don't watch a show? You?" Seeing the two were about to start arguing, Annie quickly intervened, saying, "Everyone, calm down. We no longer have the 5 divine mountains, or the netherworld. We're all on the same side. There's no need for this. The reason we gathered everyone here today is to discuss the upcoming battle plan. Grandpa Callan and Lord Water God need to be stationed in the Holy City of Light, and the 3rd fortress, and cannot come, but they have each authorized Samuel and Brendaris to represent their opinions. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone shook their heads, offering no objections. Next, they discussed troop deployment. Due to the successful defense, the Vades would undoubtedly be more cautious, especially Tuck, who was getting impatient with his inability to capture the Holy City of Light. He was likely to reunite with Wurmt, further increasing the pressure on the Celestial Library. After rearranging the tactics, Annie coughed lightly. "Ahem, there's something else I need to discuss with everyone. This is no small matter. It could affect our Alliance's future fighting strength." Everyone immediately fell silent, their ears perked up, eager to know what Annie would say next. Annie took a deep breath. "As you all know, Lucifer and I previously raided the Vade's rear and brought back many resources, including a divine crystal. Its value is self-evident. Today, I want to discuss with everyone who should receive this divine crystal." Everyone's eyes lit up with fervor, especially the few powerful individuals who had reached the peak of the Harmony Realm. Their eyes gleamed. Samuel spoke first. "Annie, you've been stuck at the peak of the Harmony Realm for many years. I think this divine crystal is most suitable for you. After all, as our commander-in-chief, it's a bit unreasonable that you're not yet a god." Brendaris added, "I think so too. Annie's talent is undeniable. Once she becomes a god, the Alliance's combat power will rise to another level." Hearing this, the restless hearts of everyone calmed down. Indeed, from any perspective, Annie was the most suitable person to use this divine crystal. However, and shook her head. "I have other opportunities later, there's no rush. Actually, I want to use this divine crystal on Lucifer." Everyone's gaze turned to Lucifer. Lucifer was still very weak, and could only attend the meeting half lying down. "Me?" and nodded. First, Lucifer is the most lethal of the 7 undead lords. He was able to kill the god-level expert Cass, while only at the Yuan realm level, which speaks volumes about his strength. If he can advance to godhood, he will be our trump card against Bahamut and the others. Second, Lucifer risked his life for the success of the battle, and hasn't recovered yet, causing a loss of our current fighting strength. This will give the Vade an opportunity. If Lucifer can absorb this divine crystal, his injuries will heal much faster. As the Commander-in-Chief, I generally don't participate in battles. Even if my strength increases, it won't have a direct impact on the battle situation. Therefore, I think Lucifer is more suitable. Hearing Anne's analysis, everyone nodded slightly. But Granisa disagreed. I object. He's injured. Even if he absorbs the divine crystal, he can't quickly reach his peak condition. It would be better to give it to someone in better condition like Terra. Samuel immediately retorted sarcastically, "You're just trying to secure something for your Vulcan mountain. Don't make it sound so nice." Mammon also chimed in sarcastically, "More than that, he's afraid that another god-level powerhouse will be born among the undead, further jeopardizing their mountain's position." Nonsense! Granisa's face flushed red. "I'm doing this for the Alliance. Even if Terra isn't the right choice, Brindaris or Zephyros would be fine." Zephyrus weakly raised his hand. I haven't reached the peak of the Unity realm yet." Granisa waved his hand. "I was just giving an example. Anyway, I don't agree to give it to Lucifer. You're just being unreasonable." Samuel rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was about to fight Granisa again. At this moment, Lucifer weakly said, "All right, everyone, stop arguing. I think Lord Vulcan is right. What we lack most right now is combat power that can immediately engage in battle. If you give me the divine crystal, I have to wait for it to recover, slowing down the pace of the war." Annie shook her head. "Given our current situation, we can hold out for several more years without a problem. There's enough time for you to recover." "Yes." Samuel also said, "Your ability is a powerful weapon on the battlefield, capable of striking amidst a sea of enemies. Take the enemy general's head, and once you become a god, you definitely deal a heavy blow to the Vades." Asmodeus chuckled, "Lucifer, you're too modest. Unlike some people, whose skin is as thick as a city wall, they speak so grandly even when they're clearly acting in their own self-interest." Granisa glared, "Who are you calling shameless?" Asmodeus crossed his arms and sneered, "Whoever you're talking about knows it in their heart." Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control again, Annie rubbed her forehead, looking at Soraka with some helplessness. Soraka pondered for a moment, then said, "Quiet down, everyone. Since everyone has different opinions on this matter, let's vote by raising our hands. If more than half agree, then we follow Annie's suggestion and give the divine crystal to Lucifer. That way, everyone will have no objections, right?" Everyone nodded, and Granisa had nothing more to say. Seeing everyone agree, Annie said, "Now, let's vote. Those who agree to give the divine crystal to Lucifer, please raise your hands." The first to raise their hands were naturally the 5 undead lords and Annie. Lucifer abstained from the vote. Then, Green, Zephyros, Brindaris, and others who were on good terms with Annie also raised their hands in agreement. Granisa's expression grew increasingly grim. Just as she was about to say something, she turned her head and saw that Soraka and Valenza had also raised their hands. You guys?" Valenza smiled slightly and said, "Someone who can kill a god-level expert while only at the Unity realm, how terrifying do you think their strength will be at the god level? I'm very curious to know what Lucifer will be like then." In the end, only some members of Mount Vulcan and Mount Thunder did not raise their hands in agreement. Annie looked at it and said, "In that case, the divine crystal belongs to Lucifer." With that, she took the divine crystal from her spatial ring and handed it to Lucifer. Lucifer's eyes gleamed, his hand gripping the cool divine crystal, his heart burning with passion. He solemnly said, "Everyone, since you trust me so much, I won't refuse. Once I recover from my injuries, I will do my utmost and live up to your expectations." Annie said softly, "You don't need to feel too much pressure. The divine crystal only increases your probability of breaking through. It doesn't guarantee a breakthrough. So, adjust your mindset, don't worry about anything else, and focus solely on completing your breakthrough." Lucifer nodded, "Understood. Master." Annie looked up at Corellius' tall figure. "Let Lucifer break through at the fountain of creation. The more god-level powerhouses we have now, the greater our chances of victory." "No problem." Colaris readily agreed. He then lifted Lucifer, wheelchair and all, and vanished down the stairs in a few breaths. Just when everyone thought the meeting was over, Soraka suddenly turned back, looked at Annie, and smiled. "Annie, there must be something else to discuss, right?" Annie gave a wry smile. As expected, nothing escapes the goddess's notice. I do have something else to discuss regarding Piccolo. Pico? Guinevere was taken aback. The Varid we captured? Where did you put him? Annie took a deep breath and said, he was with Lucifer, but now that his mission is complete, I'm going to release him as agreed. Leviathan will also be going with him. What? A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Samuel glanced at the silent Leviathan beside him, and gently nudged him with his paw. Hey, I'm talking to you, give me some feedback. Leviathan looked at him with empty eyes, and said in a deep voice, what's there to say? It was all agreed upon beforehand. Asmodeus was startled. You don't really agree to go to the Varids, do you? They kill you. Even Valenza frowned. Hermit's head is still hanging in North Watch, and I think we need to reconsider this. After all, all's fair in war. Even if it was agreed upon beforehand, there's no need to send Leviathan to his death, is there? And said seriously, of course, I won't send Leviathan to his death. Chapter 835. Annie slowly explained, this is also part of my plan. Leviathan's abilities can help us break through the current situation, but we still need Lord Vulcan's help. Guinea was stunned, pointing to herself, me? Annie nodded, that's right. I need you to enter the dream now, to Piccolo's dream. Huh? Guinea was completely bewildered. I'm going to Piccolo's dream? What for? To sleep? Annie smiled, it's to sleep. You be an important tool for us to control Piccolo, but at the same time, we be one less god-level powerhouse on the front lines. We absolutely cannot let the enemy find out. Soraka frowned. Won't that be too dangerous? Once Leviathan reaches the Varids, many things will become uncontrollable. If he's in any danger, we won't even be able to rescue him. High risk means high reward. Leviathan suddenly spoke up. I understand Miss N's meaning, and I'm willing to accept this mission. And looked at Granisa and asked, and you? Granisa hesitated for a moment, then slammed her hand on the table and said, what's there to be afraid of? I go, but you need to explain exactly what I'm going to do. And nodded, Leviathan will tell you. Lord Vulcan needs some time. Leviathan will set off with Bic in 3 days. This is an important part of our operation. I wish you all the best. Several days passed, and the Vades and the Alliance forces remained at peace. The Alliance forces only sent small groups to harass Northview City, without launching a major offensive. This relieved Volant. As long as he could maintain the current situation, he would consider it a success. Meanwhile, Tuck was growing increasingly agitated. He had launched several more attacks on the Holy City of Light and the Third Fortress, all to no avail, resulting in heavy losses. He and Callan had also fought several fierce battles, the heavens and earth trembling, the sun and moon dimmed, yet the battle remained evenly matched, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Tuck was furious, his massive dragon head trembling uncontrollably, his eyes blazing with rage. Damn undead. Damn it! He slammed his fist into a boulder, shattering it with a deafening roar. The shrewd men around him fell silent, stammering, please calm down, Commander-in-Chief. These undead are indeed cunning, but they won't last much longer. The Supreme Leader will be here soon. Humph. What do you know? Tuck roared, Willem has already captured Northview City, while I haven't made any progress at all. Our rear was even attacked, and our resources were completely plundered. What will the Supreme Leader think of me when he arrives? Forshay's eyes darted around. He and Cass were in charge of supplying resources to the rear, but he was completely unaware of Cass's death until he was awakened and learnt everything. By then, it was too late to catch up. You don't need to worry so much. I heard that the Grand General also lost several god-level experts. The Supreme Leader shouldn't blame him too much, said Jia Zharen. Why don't you go and talk to the Grand General again and ask him to help you take over the Holy City of Light as well? Easier said than done. Tuck snorted. The situation in North Lookout City is unstable too. Why would he abandon his own position and risk coming here? Fuchsius cautiously asked, Gugwa, Grand Commander, didn't we find a top-grade Thunder Crystal or at Thunder God Mountain? What if we use that as an exchange? Tuck narrowed his eyes slightly. That lightning crystal ore was priceless. There was only one piece in the entire Divine Plane. It could be used to forge extraordinary lightning attribute artifacts, which would be extremely useful to Tuck. He had originally intended to keep it for himself, so he carried it with him, which was why Annie hadn't snatched it away. That's possible, but the loss would be too great. Forchis immediately said, Gugwa, it's actually not a big deal. At least when the Supreme Leader arrives and sees that you conquered the largest city of the Light God Mountain, he'd definitely be somewhat inclined to favor you. The reward he gives you then might even be equivalent to that piece of ore. Tuck stroked his chin. That's true, but this must be done discreetly. Otherwise, if we lose Northview City, Bolland will come after me to the death. He thought for a moment and said, Forges, you handle this. Be extremely careful. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Forges immediately became excited. If this succeeded, it would be like redeeming himself. At least Tuck wouldn't punish him severely anymore. Kugwa, as you command. As a god-level powerhouse, Forges easily evaded all the sentries along the way, quietly bypassing the edge of the Alliance Army's defenses and arriving at Volant's camp in Northview City. Forges' arrival didn't even alert anyone else. He went straight to Talik and, together with Talik, met with Volant. Forges, what brings you here? Volant feigned surprise. Does Talik have something to say? You could have just sent a message. Why did you have to make this special trip? Forges replied obsequiously, Kugwa, the general is indeed insightful. I've been ordered to come specifically to deliver a gift to the general. A gift? Bolamart raised an eyebrow. What kind of gift? Is Tuck really that kind? Forges chuckled, gurgle. We found a top-grade thunder crystal, or in the treasury of Mount Thor. It's extremely rare, and the Grand Commander hasn't been willing to use it. He specifically asked me to deliver it to the general. Bolamart's heart skipped a beat. Thunder crystal or... Indeed a valuable item. Where is it? Forges opened his mouth and spat out a large, sticky liquid-covered object, a crystal surrounded by purple lightning, radiating a terrifying energy aura. Talik frowned, utterly disgusted. Couldn't you have used some kind of spatial artifact? Why stuff it in your mouth? Forshay ignored him completely, and instead said to Volamit, this crystal can greatly enhance the power of your 6 great swords. I hope the general will accept it. Valamit's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Talik, go and take this crystal away, and clean it thoroughly. Let the alchemists in the army study it carefully, and see how to strengthen my divine weapons. Talik was extremely unwilling, but since Volamit had spoken, he could only suppress his nausea, carefully pick up the object with black mist, and silently retreat. Seeing that Wurm had put the things away, Fortune immediately felt there was hope, and said again, General, you are truly wise and mighty, leading your army to flatten Mount Bright and capture this Northview City. It's truly admirable. Unlike us, we haven't made any progress at all. Wurm proudly raised his head. By the way, what exactly happened to you? A small holy city of light has taken you so long to conquer. You should at least show the same fighting spirit you displayed when you conquered Mount Thunder and Mount Fire. The Vades who attacked Thunder God Mountain and Fire God Mountain were mostly led by commanders under Tuck, while Valamit's forces focused on attacking Light God Mountain, while a portion of their forces cooperated with the various commanders to attack Wind God Mountain and Water God Mountain. This is why the Jar people and Bomb people joined forces. Forges said, alas, as you know, our commanders are not good at warfare, and how can they compare to you, General, in terms of troop deployment? Moreover, Light Holy City, as the largest city under the rule of Light God Mountain, has extremely strong defenses. The city walls still retain ancient light formations, making it very difficult to deal with. More importantly, that ancient death god, Kalan, has too many tricks up his sleeve. Even the Grand Commander is very troubled by him, and dares not relax his vigilance. Volamit nodded slightly. Light Holy City was not like North Lookout City. North Lookout City was only a small to medium-sized city, and it was close to the Celestial Library. It was more than half the size of Light Holy City, and its city defenses were old and ineffective. But the Holy City of Light is different. As the largest city under the rule of the Holy Mountain of Light, and even the largest city in the entire Divine Plane, its defensive strength is unimaginable. Even though it was occupied by Talik for a period of time, its defensive formations remain, providing significant support to the Allied forces. Fochas continued, General, although we have achieved remarkable results, occupying almost 90% of the entire Divine Plane, as long as the Holy City of Light remains, we haven't achieved a complete victory. Only by forcing them all into the Celestial Library can we report back to the Supreme Leader. Remember, when the Supreme Leader sent you and the Grand Commander, he specifically asked you to cooperate. Bolamart frowned slightly. What are you trying to say? A glint of light flashed in Forshay's eyes. I'm here on the Grand Commander's orders to request your assistance in conquering the Holy City of Light. Bolamart scoffed. So Tuck really couldn't hold on? Forget about it. He's not having an easy time, and my situation is just as dire. Although I captured Northview City, those guys from the Divine Mountain are still eyeing me covetously, especially Soraka. She frequently sends people to harass me. If she finds out I'm not in Northview City, she'd definitely take the opportunity to attack, and Northview City will be in danger. Forches narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "So you want to leave Northview City unnoticed, take the Holy City of Light, and then we march straight to the Sky Library. That way, Northview City will be safe, right?" Worm pondered for a moment and said, "That's not easy. Soraka isn't stupid. If she finds out, we'd be in big trouble." Forches chuckled, "We already thought that out. Of course, we won't let you, General, suffer any losses. I even brought a treasure with me today. Look." He then spat out a large clump of clay-like substance. Volumet raised an eyebrow. "Oh, this is shape-shifting clay?" Forches nodded. "I spent a lot of effort collecting this clay. It's enough to create an image of you, General. As long as we place this avatar on the city wall, pretending to command a battle, Soraka won't suspect anything." Volumet chuckled. "You thought of everything. This shape-shifting clay, once it absorbs my magic, can simulate my aura and expression. Except for not being able to move, everything else is exactly the same as the real thing. It can certainly deceive Soraka for a while." "A few days is enough," said Forches. "With the General and the Commander-in-Chief working together, we won't have trouble taking down that old bastard, Kalan." "Ha ha ha. Good." Volumet laughed loudly. "In that case, I agree." Forches was overjoyed. "Then let's get started." Volumet nodded and shouted loudly, "Someone, bring Guluha here." Not long after, Guluha came running over. Upon seeing Guluha, Forches' eyes lit up instantly, and he said with a smile, "Congratulations, Brother Guluha. I didn't expect you to have advanced to the god level after so long." Guluha chuckled, "Thanks to the divine crystals bestowed by the General, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to break through. I'm still consolidating my strength, and there's still a gap between me and a true god level." Wolump looked at Guluha with appreciation. "You really have good talent, kid. I didn't even notice before. Putting that aside, I have an important task for you. You must complete it well, and without any mistakes." Guluha immediately said solemnly, "I will do my utmost." "Please give your orders, General." Wolump pointed to the lump of transformed clay on the ground and said, "I will. You be gone for a while. Every day, you must take my avatar to the city walls, so the people of Mount Shin will think I'm still here. And this is something only you can know, no one else, including Talek, can be told." Guluha asked with some worry, "General, how long will you be gone? If Soraka comes to probe, no one can stop him if you're not there." Volumet patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it won't be long before they're overwhelmed. Northview City is perfectly safe. But you must hold out for at least a month without being exposed. This is your test." Volumet gave a few more instructions before quietly leaving Northview City with Forches. Guluha looked at Volumet's avatar before him. The avatar exuded the aura of a powerful figure, but it was merely an empty shell. Now, Guluha was the one who called the shots in Northview City. A slow smile crept onto his lips, and his eyes brightened slightly. "Guards." Two Wades entered and respectfully bowed to Volumet. Guluha said calmly, "The General has ordered that, starting today, everyone must increase patrols, paying particular attention to the movements of the Allied forces. Any incidents must be reported to me immediately. Also, inform all generals that the General will no longer accept direct reports for the next few days. Report directly to me, and I will inform the General of the relevant matters." The two Wades exchanged glances, but since Volumet was right beside them and hadn't said anything, it meant this was the General's order. They quickly agreed and hurriedly went out to report. Chapter 836. What? Talek had just emerged from the alchemy camp when he heard the shocking news. "Can't I report directly to the General anymore?" The messenger opposite him nodded. "That's the General's intention. From now on, everything must go through Lord Guluha first." "Insane! Absolutely insane!" Talek shouted. "Did Guluha drug the General? Why does the General trust him so much? I fought in this world for thousands of years, and I'm not even as trusted as a mere Guluha." The messenger didn't dare say anything more and quickly left. Talek's anger surged. He clenched his fists, unable to suppress his inner turmoil, and strode towards Volumet's tent, determined to confront him and find out the truth. Just as he took his first step, a commotion suddenly erupted from the city gate, drawing everyone's attention. Torlok stopped in his tracks, looking towards the city gate with a puzzled expression, muttering to himself, What's going on?" Filled with curiosity, he hurried towards the crowd. Upon approaching, Torlok asked a Vade soldier beside him what was happening. Upon seeing him, the soldier immediately straightened up, gave a respectful salute, and replied, "Reporting, General, it's Governor Bick has returned." Hearing this name, Torlok's eyes widened. his face filled with disbelief. He exclaimed in shock, "Bick? How could he be back? Wasn't he dead?" A series of questions flooded his mind. He hurriedly grabbed the city wall beside him, struggling to climb up, and peered down. Sure enough, not far outside the city, stood two figures, and one of them was none other than Piccolo, the one who had been missing for so long, whom everyone thought was already dead. It really is him. Turok was so excited he almost jumped for joy, his eyes gleaming with ecstatic elation. Without hesitation, he transformed into a thick cloud of black mist, and swiftly flew towards Piccolo's location. Upon seeing the black mist, Bick became excited and shouted, "Lord Turok, it's me, Bick. I'm back." Turok landed beside Bick, looking him over suspiciously. Where did you come from?" Bick replied bitterly, "I escaped from Annie's side. I was captured, but they thought I still had some use, so they imprisoned me. I found an opportunity recently, broke free of my restraints, and escaped back." Turok frowned slightly, looked behind Bick, and gasped, his eyes turning cold. "Leviathan? What are you doing here?" Standing behind Bick was none other than Lord Leviathan, the Envy Lord, though he looked haggard and was bound by thick chains. Piccolo chuckled, "I brought him. When I was escaping, I noticed Leviathan seemed to have exhausted his magic and was weakened, so I captured him and brought him here." Turok was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. You captured him?" Piccolo puffed out his chest. Had just luck." Turok was shocked. Leviathan wasn't the strongest of the seven lords, but his attack methods were unpredictable and difficult to defend against. Capturing him was extremely difficult, and he had caused the Vades immense suffering on the battlefield. He hadn't expected Piccolo to capture him so easily. Bick said smugly, "My lord, please take us inside quickly. We go see the Grand General, he'd be very pleased." Turok nodded. Of the 7 undead lords, one had defected, another was captured, and the strongest, Lucifer, was reportedly severely injured and hadn't appeared for a long time. This was indeed good news for the Vade army. But Turok quickly realized this was also a good opportunity, giving him an excuse to go directly to Volant, preventing Guluha from interfering. "All right. Follow me." The two led the bound Leviathan into Northwatch City. The Vade people along the way showed curiosity, while also harboring hatred towards Leviathan. Upon reaching the Grand General's tent, they were stopped by the guards. "The Grand General has ordered that all matters be reported to General Guluha first, and he will not see anyone for the time being." Turok frowned, pointing behind him, and said, "This is Leviathan, the Envy Lord, one of the 7 undead lords. My men captured him, and brought him back. This is important, and must be reported to the Grand General in person." But the guards still shook their heads, saying, "Without General Guluha's orders, we cannot let them pass." "You?" Turok was furious, about to teach the 2 guards a lesson. Suddenly, a laugh came from behind him. "Hee, why are you like this, Lord Turok? They're just 2 guards, no need to get angry." Turok turned around and saw it was Guluha, who said sarcastically, "You're quite powerful now, becoming a god-level expert and wielding absolute power. Even the Grand General has to rely on you." Guluha waved his hand, saying, "You're mistaken. It's not that the General relies on me, but rather that I rely on the General. Recently, the General has been diligently studying tactics, preparing to breach the Celestial Library before the Supreme Leader arrives. Therefore, he doesn't want anyone to disturb him, which is why he asked me to handle miscellaneous military affairs. I hope Lord Talek can understand." Seeing this, Talek calmed down a bit. "Enough with the pleasantries. I need to see the General now, I have important matters to report." Guluha turned to Bick and Leviathan beside him, a faint smile playing on his lips. He said softly, "Regarding this matter, I'm fairly aware of it. Please wait a moment, I go and consult the General to see if he's willing to see you." Before he finished speaking, Guluha turned and strode into the tent. Not long after, Guluha reappeared before them, waving to Talek and saying, "Good news. The General has agreed to see you. You can go in now." Overjoyed, Talek followed Guluha into the tent without hesitation. However, upon entering, Talek immediately sensed something amiss. The light was unusually dim, as if shrouded in a thick shadow. At the same time, a strange, indescribable odor permeated the air, making him feel uneasy. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. He remembered that his last visit hadn't been like this. But he had no time to dwell on it, for he caught sight of Volamit sitting in an enormous chair not far ahead, his chin propped on one arm, his eyes fixed intently on him. "General." Turok immediately saluted, saying, "I have important news to report. My subordinate, Bick, while captured by the enemy, cleverly found a chance to escape, and in the process, captured the jealous Lord Leviathan. However, Valen's expression remained unchanged, without even moving. Guluha immediately trotted to Valen's side, listened intently, and after a while said, "The general says he is very pleased. Bik did well, and must be rewarded." Torlok was filled with doubt, not understanding why Valant had Guluha deliver the message, when the two were already face to face, but he didn't dare to ask. "Thank you, General." Bik, not caring about anything else, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Then what should we do with Leviathan?" A ruthless glint flashed in Talik's eyes as he said, "That's simple. Just kill him and hang his head on the city wall, so the Alliance can all see." Valant still didn't respond. Guluha leaned forward to listen, then said, "The general said not to rush to kill him. Leviathan is quite powerful, and has a great reputation in the undead realm. The Alliance will definitely send people to rescue him. We can use him as bait to lure the Alliance army out, and then we can wipe them out in one fell swoop." Talik was taken aback, then nodded. "The general is wise. I was too foolish to think of that." Guluha said, "All right, you can all leave now. Lock Leviathan in the dungeon. I interrogate him personally later. Also," he tossed out a small wooden plaque, "Bik, you done a great service this time. Take this to the warehouse to collect your reward." Bik quickly reached out and took it, overjoyed. "Thank you, General. Thank you, General." The two then left the tent, handing Leviathan over to the guards to be taken to the dungeon. Bik happily headed towards the warehouse, but was stopped by Talik. "Hey, wait a minute." Bik asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Does Lord Talik have any further instructions?" Talik's eyes deepened. "Don't you think the general is acting strangely?" "Strangely?" Bik scratched his head. "I didn't dare look at him directly, so I didn't notice anything." Talik rolled his eyes. "Useless. The general usually speaks directly, never beating around the bush, but today he kept having the Guluha relay messages, and his posture didn't change at all. It was like..." "My lord, you're overthinking it," Bik said with a smile. "The aura inside just now was probably only something the general could exude. He's probably been studying the war recently. I'm a bit slow, so I don't want to speak loudly." Talik still felt something was off, but didn't say anything. Instead, he asked, "How much reward did the general give you?" Bik shook the wooden plaque in his hand. Hee, "The resources here are plentiful, and you gotta share." Just as the two were talking, Guluha also came out of the tent. "Huh? You're still here?" Talik looked at Guluha meaningfully. "You're quite something, kid. You're a favorite of the general now." Guluha waved his hand. "Favorite? Just a follower." Then he looked at Bik and said, "Bik, what you did this time pleased the general very much. He admires you, and wants me to help you more. So would you like to be my deputy general?" Piccolo was stunned, glancing at Torok beside him. Piccolo had originally been Torok's subordinate. Wasn't this blatant poaching? Torok's expression immediately changed. "Guluha, what do you mean?" Guluha quickly waved his hands. "Oh dear, Lord Torok, please don't misunderstand. Think about it, my two brothers used to work for Piccolo, didn't they? He took care of my brothers, so it's only right that I take care of him in return." Piccolo shuddered. Guluha's two brothers, one named Gulu and the other Galuda, had both died in the Sea of Death. When Guluha mentioned those two, was he perhaps blaming him for not protecting them? Piccolo immediately pleaded, "Lord Guluha, please forgive my rudeness. It was that Annie who was so wicked back then. Glumum and Glamuda fell into her trap and were killed. I was powerless to help." Guluha waved his hand. "Oh, no need for that. I didn't mean to blame you. Their skills weren't great, so it's normal for them to be ambushed. But I genuinely want to help you now." He deliberately emphasized the words "help you." Pico swallowed hard. He had worked under Talik for a long time, but had remained mediocre, making no progress, and had even lost the mystic altar, almost getting executed. Guluha, on the other hand, was now a favorite of Valant, always the first to receive resources and treasures. Following Guluha might offer better opportunities. Kobik didn't dare make a decision lightly. If he agreed to Galuma's request, Talik would probably want to kill him. Seeing Bik's hesitation, Guluha unleashed her ultimate weapon. "If you agree to become my deputy, I will hand over command of the defense of Northview City to you." "What?" Talik's eyes widened. "Do you have that authority?" Guluha laughed. "Of course I don't, but the general does. If I propose it to him, he will agree." Bik's breathing quickened. Aye, Bik!" Talik roared. "Don't listen to his nonsense. The general won't agree." Guluha let out a cold laugh, her voice calm, but sharp and piercing to Talik's ears. "How do you know if the general will agree?" "Bik, you now have two choices, trust him or trust me. With that, she defiantly raised her chin, looking down at Bick with an air of superiority. Hearing this, a flicker of confusion and bewilderment flashed in Bick's eyes, as if controlled by an invisible force. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly, his tone stiff as a robot's. I do. Seeing this, Talek was instantly enraged, his lungs practically bursting. He glared fiercely at Guluha, his gaze like two sharp swords, wishing he could pierce the other's body immediately. Then, in a flash, he transformed into a cloud of pitch-black mist, turning and leaving with incredible speed, without even looking back. Seeing this, Guluha nodded in satisfaction, a smug smile spreading across his face. Haha, that's wonderful, Bick. From today onwards, you are the commander of the city, free to do as you please. Before he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly tossed the token symbolizing command of the Northwatch City Vade Army to Bick. Piccolo caught the token somewhat bewildered, feeling his head still spinning as if he'd been hit on the head, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before him. Meanwhile, Guluha had already vanished, leaving Piccolo standing there dumbfounded, utterly lost. Chapter 837. Soon, news of Piccolo becoming the new commander spread throughout the entire camp. Everyone looked as if they'd seen a ghost, completely baffled as to what Volumet was up to. Torok remained suspicious of Volumet, but the next day, Volumet himself went to inspect the city walls, appearing perfectly normal, with Grua by his side. After Volumet returned to his tent, Grua took Piccolo to the dungeon, undoubtedly to interrogate Leviathan. Torok wasn't interested in that, he just wanted to know if he still had a chance to rise under Volumet. However, to find out what Grua was really up to, he decided to secretly follow them. So, he conjured a wisp of black mist, attaching it to Piccolo's clothes, and followed him into the dungeon. In the dungeon, Guluha dismissed everyone, leaving only himself and Piccolo in the dimly lit cell. Opposite them sat Leviathan, controlled by torture devices. His breathing was erratic, and his body was covered in wounds, clearly the result of inhuman torture inflicted upon him by the jailers. The torture devices here had the effect of limiting magic power, so even weak jailers could inflict some damage on a strong individual. However, Leviathan's face showed no sign of pain. His eyes were already empty, and his tall, hunched body was like a straw, swaying precariously in the wind. Leviathan, is it? Guluha spoke first. This is our first meeting. Let me introduce myself. I am a newly appointed general of the Vade Empire, currently without a title. My name is Guluha. Leviathan's empty eyes slowly rose, seemingly scrutinizing Grua despite the lack of eyeballs. Interesting. You come to interrogate me, haven't you? I overheard your conversation at Volumet's. Don't waste your time, I won't say a word. Oh! Grua raised an eyebrow. I know you're a smart man. Getting anything out of you is harder than climbing Mount Everest, so I didn't intend to. I came here today simply to chat. I have nothing to talk to you about. Leviathan said mercilessly. Don't be like that. Guluha chuckled. Actually, I'm curious. With your strength, why were you captured by Piccolo? Logically speaking, Piccolo shouldn't be your match. Leviathan frowned slightly. I was on a mission and overused my magic, so I was weak. I didn't expect this guy to break free of his shackles and escape. I was careless and got captured. Is there a problem with that? Guluha shook his head. Overused magic? I don't think that in your camp. You couldn't even ask for help after being captured. This happened too smoothly, so smoothly that I'm starting to suspect it was planned from the beginning. Leviathan's eyes widened. Humph, were you planning to bring me here as a prisoner to suffer? Guluha laughed. It's all right. As long as you tell the truth, I can release you. Without divine crystals, you never break through to godhood. But the further this war goes, the more powerful the forces will be, the more god-level combatants will be. So I don't care. I just want the information you have. Upon hearing this, Bick, standing beside him, trembled slightly and blinked frantically at Leviathan. He didn't want anyone to know that he had won his freedom by helping Robert uncover the altar secrets. If people found out, he wouldn't deserve to die 1,000 or 10,000 times over. Leviathan ignored Piccolo's subtle movements and sneered. If you think I'm trying to sneak in, just kill me. A dead man can't do anything. That's no fun. Guluha laughed loudly. I'm not one to resort to brute force. I really want to know what you're planning. Then he thought for a moment. Right, if we just let you go back like this, your mission will fail, and they suspect you, right? How about this? I remember you cultivate illusion-type mental magic. I have a ghostly grass here that should help your strength. Just tell me, and I give you the grass, and let you live and cultivate freely at Water God Mountain. How about that? Leviathan was silent for a moment, then finally said, "Don't waste your energy. I don't have the information you want. Get lost." Guluha shrugged indifferently. "It's all right. Think it over carefully. We have plenty of time. Call someone to find me when you made up your mind." With that, he led Piccolo away from the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Turok, hiding in the shadows, overheard the entire conversation. "Guluha seems fine. This interrogation is quite professional. Could it really be that the general commissioned him?" Just as Turok was filled with confusion, Guluha emerged with Piccolo. Turok quickly hid himself, trying to avoid making a sound, while silently erasing the black mist clinging to Piccolo's clothes. The golden walls of the holy city of light pierced the sky, their surfaces etched with deep and shallow trenches by millennia of wind erosion. Behind the battlements, orderly ranks of divine servants held longbows taut like full moons, the silver gleam of holy arrows swirling at their fingertips. Undead soldiers shouldered bone shields, the pale blue soulfire flickering violently in their chests as the enemy pressed in. Beyond the walls stretched a desolate wasteland for dozens of miles. The rubble trembled with the footsteps of the Vade army, black banners billowing like waves of ink, their emblems gleaming coldly in the somber light. From the clouds, the figure of the interstellar Grand Commander Tuk was revealed. A black dragon with a wingspan exceeding 100 feet, its scales as hard as obsidian, their edges shimmering with a dark purple lightning sheen. Each breath stirred the surrounding air, causing the defensive runes atop the holy city to glow faintly. His oppressive aura was like a tangible mountain, causing the new recruits on the city wall to turn pale. The divine servants hurriedly activated their holy light to protect themselves, barely managing to steady themselves. At the edge of the battlements, Deathblade Kalyan, dressed in faded white robes, the hem fluttering in the wind, leaned his bone sword against the ground. The blade was covered in fine cracks, with dark golden energy patterns remaining deep within them. The congealed dark red blood on the blade had long since dried, yet still emitted a faint, bloody odor. Lord Death, Belphegor approached with a limp, his gaze fixed on Kalyan's bone sword, filled with worry. The sword had chipped in the previous battle, clearly unable to withstand the full force of a god-level expert's attack. "Among the supplies, lady, and brought back from Mount Vulcan, there are many weapons suitable for you, far more durable than your bone sword." Kalyan extended his withered fingers, gently tracing the cracks in the bone blade, the familiar coolness seeping into his fingertips. This blade was forged from his magic, and since the soul-severing blade had been given to Born, he had always used this bone blade. "No need," he said, his voice hoarse but firm. "A blade is best suited to its master, more so than any divine weapon." He paused, looking up at the dragon in the clouds, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Besides, even without the soul-severing blade, I'm more than capable of dealing with that stupid dragon." Belfinger wanted to persuade him further, but saw a faint dark light emanating from Kalyan, and the cracks in the bone blade faintly glowing red. He knew this Grim Reaper had entered a state of combat readiness, so he bowed and stepped back, turning to direct the undead legion to reinforce their defenses. Just then, Tuk's massive dragon head suddenly burst through the clouds, a stench of blood and lightning sweeping in. His vertical pupils flickered with crimson flames, his gaze fixed on Kalyan, his roar shaking the clouds. "Kalyan, you cowered here long enough. Today I will crush your bones and raze the holy city of light to the ground. You couldn't win before, and you won't today." Kalyan slowly walked to the top of the city wall, his bone blade leaving a shallow mark on the ground. "The dragon scales I severed last time haven't fully grown back, have they?" His voice wasn't loud, but it pierced through the roaring wind, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The allied soldiers on the holy city erupted in a low shout, their soul fire and holy light mingling, their morale soaring. Tuk, struck where it hurt, glared furiously, thunder crackling around him. "All troops, attack! Raze the holy city to the ground. Leave no one alive." The black tide of the Vade army instantly sprang into action, the shield bearers at the front raising their towering black iron shields, forming an impenetrable shield wall. The archers in the back row unleashed arrows imbued with dark energy, raining down on the city walls like a storm. Just then, the ancient defensive array on the holy city wall suddenly activated, golden light weaving into a massive runic screen, the ancient patterns flowing across it writhing like living beings. The vanguard Vade soldiers crashed into the screen, instantly shredded into a bloody mist, armor fragments and flesh splattering, leaving fleeting streaks of blood on the screen. "Bronto, reinforce the left flank with lightning," Kalyan shouted without turning his head. On the left flank, Thor Brontair pressed his hands against the wall, purple lightning spreading out, countless arcs of electricity flashing across the surface, turning the Vade soldiers, who climbed up into charred remains. On the right flank, Mammon commanded the undead archers to counterattack, bone arrows carrying green poisonous mist, accurately piercing the gaps in the shield bearers. Callahan slightly tightened his grip on his bone sword, dark light spreading from his arm to his entire body, his aura suddenly surging. He glanced at Tuck, who was still gathering strength in the air, and said calmly, "Belfinger, hold the walls. Don't let the rabble disturb me." Before his words even finished, he shot into the sky like an arrow, his bone blade slicing through the air, leaving a dark trail. In the air, the man and the dragon stood facing each other. Callan's tiny frame contrasted sharply with Tuck's massive body, yet his aura was in no way inferior. Their auras collided violently in the air, producing muffled thuds. The surrounding clouds were shaken apart, revealing a gloomy sky. "How do you intend to lose today?" Callahan stood holding his sword, dark light gathering on its blade, the red light within the cracks growing ever more intense. Tuck laughed loudly, his laughter filled with arrogance. "Lose?" "Callahan, look down below. I have 10 god-level experts and a 1,000,000-strong army. What makes you think you can win?" He unleashed a surge of magic, lightning coiling like serpents around his claws. "Today is your death day." Tuck's colossal body blotted out the sky, his black scales gleaming with lightning. His crimson vertical pupils were fixed on Callahan, a low roar rumbling from his throat, scorching black flames already gathering between his teeth. "Die!" Tuck opened his massive maw, unleashing a torrent of dark green dragon breath like magma, distorting the air in its wake. Callahan's white robes fluttered in the gale, dark death energy seeping into his blade like ink. He leaped forward like a hawk, the dragon breath grazing his clothes, sizzling the clouds behind him. Before Tuck could recover, he had already circled around to the dragon's neck like a ghost, his bone blade, imbued with death energy, slashing at the gaps in the scales. Clang! The bone blade clashed with the scales, sparks flying amidst a black mist. Tuck roared in pain, his dragon tail sweeping out like a steel whip. Callahan spun and curled up, barely dodging the lightning-streaked tailbone. The tip of his tail slammed into empty air, leaving a crackling arc over 10 feet long. Using the momentum, he flipped onto the dragon's back, his bone blade repeatedly slashing at the same scale. The power of death seeped into the wounds, causing the muscle beneath the scales to begin to rot. Tuck was enraged. A sudden burst of dense black lightning erupting from his body, an electric net enveloping him. Callahan lightly touched the dragon's back with his toes, his figure instantly becoming ethereal. In the instant his invisibility spell activated, he vanished into the lightning. "Coward! Hiding your head and showing your tail!" Tuck shook his head wildly, his vertical pupils scanning his surroundings. The lightning exploded aimlessly, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes. Just as the thunderclap subsided, Callahan appeared behind Tuck's left eye, his bone knife piercing straight into the dragon's eye. Tuck reacted with lightning speed, his dragon claws lashing out like lightning. Callahan spun to dodge, the back of his blade striking the dragon claw's joint, the power of death causing black frost to rise from it. The two weaved and shifted through the clouds, Callahan swarming like a mosquito, each attack precisely hitting its weakest point, never directly confronting Tuck's brute force. Tuck gradually figured out the rhythm, deliberately slowing his attacks, his dragon breath directed only in a fixed direction. Carland, as expected, launched a surprise attack from the right, only to find Tuck had already turned his dragon head, its claws crackling with black lightning, lunging at him. Carland parried with his blade, the power of death clashing with the lightning, the bone blade trembling violently, fine bone fragments seeping from the cracks. "Now!" Tuck seized the opening, his dragon tail lashing out with immense force at Callahan, while his massive maw once again spewed dragon breath, blocking his escape route. Carland spun to dodge, but Tuck's left claw suddenly unleashed 3 bolts of lightning, pitting him to his evasive path. In his haste, he could only hold his bone knife horizontally in front of his chest to meet the dragon's tail. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed through the clouds. The bone knife, struck by the dragon's tail, broke in two, the black death energy instantly dissipating. Callahan used the momentum to leap backward, stabilizing himself dozens of feet away. Though his plain clothes were slightly disheveled, his expression remained calm. He casually tossed the broken knife aside. "Humph, stupid dragon, it seems you improved somewhat." Tuck hovered in midair, panting as he stared at his opponent. His crimson pupils remained vigilant, for he knew that Callahan would not be defeated so easily. Chapter 838. Callahan! Tuck's muffled roar echoed through the clouds, his dark dragon scales bristling with rage, his horns gleaming with a dark purple lightning light. "Without a weapon, let's see what you have to fight me with." He stared intently at Callahan's empty right hand, his crimson vertical pupils filled with murderous intent. Callan, however, showed no sign of panic. His withered fingers twirled slightly, and the death energy emanating from his body gathered like ink, causing the scattered fragments of the broken sword on the ground to rise into the air and rapidly reform in his palm. Bone-strengthening solidification. A deep incantation fell, and black magic, carrying fine bone fragments, spun and contracted, gradually forming a bone sword that was more refined than before. The blade was narrow and sharp, the edge gleaming with crimson patterns, and the hilt was shrouded in condensed death mist, giving it an even more eerie and imposing aura than the original sword. This blade is enough to deal with you. He weighed the new knife in his hand, his plain clothes fluttering in the wind, his expression still calm. A fierce glint instantly flashed in Tuck's eyes, and an angry growl rolled from his dragon throat. Damn undead! How dare you underestimate me? You're courting death. His massive body lunged forward with the force of thunder, the wind from his claws already solidifying the surrounding air before they even reached him. But just as the claws were about to touch Callan, the opponent suddenly swayed, drifting backward several feet like a willow catkin, his bone blade pointing diagonally at the ground, his posture as composed as if he were merely strolling in a garden. Playing tricks. Tuck missed his target, his anxiety growing. He abruptly withdrew his attack, realizing that brute force alone wouldn't catch him. Callan's speed and stealth were too troublesome. He had to restrict his movement. In a flash, Tuck stopped his reckless advance, instead condensing his surrounding lightning power into fist-sized, dark purple electric balls, which he seemingly casually tossed into the surrounding clouds. These electric balls exploded upon landing, transforming into crackling electric grids. Fine lightning threads intertwined in the air, forming irregular traps. Each grid was inextricably linked to his spiritual power. Anything that touched it would unleash an electric current powerful enough to paralyze even a god-level expert. Callan traversed the electric grids with delicate, almost dangerous steps. He would sometimes sidestep to avoid the electric grids that suddenly erupted from the clouds, his clothes brushing against the edges of the lightning threads, leaving charred marks. At other times, he would leap over the crackling ground, his boots grazing against the grid, sending sparks flying. Occasionally, his bone sword would collide with the grid, the crimson patterns on the blade clashing with the lightning, the resulting bursts of light forcing him to take a half-step back, making him appear even more disheveled. Tuck hovered in midair, observing coldly. Seeing Callan's frequent dodges and his gradually slowing movements, he felt a surge of joy. He set traps more frequently, hurling black-purple electric orbs like a storm. The electric net gradually contracted in the air, forcing Callan's movement area step by step into a preset encirclement. It was an airspace surrounded by the net on three sides, with only one gap. Behind the gap, his concentrated lightning attack was already hidden. Weak point. Tuck suddenly roared, gathering all his mental energy to activate the trap. The clouds beneath Callan's feet suddenly exploded, three electric nets surging upwards simultaneously, binding his lower body like a cage. Fine lightning threads climbed up his clothes, and pale purple electricity crackled on his skin. Callan's movements faltered noticeably, his right hand gripping the bone knife trembling slightly, his movements abruptly slowing by a fraction of a second, clearly paralyzed by the electric current. Now! Tuck seized this golden opportunity, his massive body lunging forward like an arrow released from a bow. His dragon claws, wrapped in lightning as thick as a bowl, aimed straight for Callan's heart, the shockwave from the claws distorting the surrounding electric net. This attack concentrated powerful divine lightning energy, both blocking Callan's escape route and concealing a follow-up dragon breath strike, determined to cripple this troublesome opponent in one blow. Just as the dragon claws were about to touch Callan's chest, the figure previously entangled in the electric net suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing beneath the claws the instant an invisibility spell was activated. That trick again. Tuck was both shocked and furious. The instant the dragon claws missed, he immediately activated his mental energy to scan his surroundings. Callan's aura vanished without a trace in the lightning-filled sky, like a stone sinking into the sea. Where? Tuck frantically shook his head, his vertical pupils scanning every gap in the clouds, the horns on his head emitting a faint glow, trying to detect any fluctuations in the power of death. But just as his mental focus reached its peak, a suffocating pressure suddenly came from above. Tuck's hair stood on end, and he instinctively looked up, only to see Callan already directly above him, his feet planted on Callan's horns, the bone knife in his hand glowing red, its scarlet patterns writhing like living creatures, the blade precisely aimed at the weakest point of Callan's scales, the reverse scale. Not good. Tuck's heart clenched, and without thinking, he frantically gathered all his lightning power at the top of his head, the dark purple lightning instantly condensing into a thick electric shield, enveloping the reverse scale like an eggshell. Callan's bone blade fell with lightning speed. The moment the blade pierced the electric shield, crimson death energy and dark purple lightning collided violently. These two extreme forces exploded in midair, forming a massive mushroom cloud of energy. Crimson and inky black light intertwined and surged, the shockwaves sweeping outwards from the two figures. The surrounding clouds were shattered, and even the ancient defensive array of the holy city of light below rippled. The allied soldiers on the city walls all looked up, holding their breath in fear of the terrifying power in the air. As the dust settled, Callan's figure slowly appeared dozens of feet away. His plain clothes were disheveled by the shockwave, the hem and cuffs covered in scorch marks. New cracks appeared on the bone blade in his hand, the crimson patterns fading, clearly reaching its limit. But his expression remained calm. His withered fingers gently stroked the blade, his gaze indifferently fixed on the dragon opposite him. Tuck shook his head in agony, the blackened area on his scalp, resembling a reverse scale, throbbed with excruciating pain. He hovered in midair, panting heavily, his crimson vertical pupils filled with grim determination. The two faced each other across the void, their breaths erratic, the lingering death and lightning clashing and hissing in the air. "I told you, you would lose," Callan said calmly. Tuck's face was ashen. Suddenly, he shouted into the clouds, "Aren't you going to make your move? How long are you going to watch this show?" A wild laugh echoed from the clouds. "Ha ha ha, I'm giving you a chance. If you can kill this old man directly, all the credit is yours, and I won't need to do anything." As the voice rang out, a colossal figure appeared. It was none other than the Imperial General Volumet. Callan's expression darkened. This was just the beginning of the most difficult part of the battle. "Volumet, you actually dare to come? Aren't you afraid Northwatch City will fall to Sorica?" Volumet sneered. "That coward Sorica has no idea I'm not in Northwatch City. By the time she finds out, the Holy City of Light will already be a wasteland." Callan narrowed his eyes slightly. "So you think the two of you can take the Holy City of Light?" Volumet drew his signature 6 great swords, his aura sharpening. "Old man, you overestimate yourself. But you certainly have the right to be arrogant, forcing me and Tuck to join forces. That's all. This damned war is about to end." With that, he unleashed a massive slash, hurtling towards Callan. Callan's expression remained unchanged. He dodged the attack with a swift movement. However, the moment he appeared, a terrifying thunderclap resounded overhead. Tuck spewed out a thick bolt of lightning, crashing down towards Callan. Callan had no chance to dodge, and could only parry with his blade, unleashing his death energy that collided violently with the black lightning. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Belfinger's expression changed drastically. "Damn it, it's Volumet. He really has no scruples. Damn it, the Mad Blade Reaper is in danger now." Mammon glanced up. Bronte was also tied down by several other god-level experts, and couldn't spare the time to provide support. "It seems we can only pin our hopes on Annie." Belfinger turned to Poker not far away and shouted, "Does Annie know what's going on here?" Poker punched a Verret in front of him, sending him flying, and replied, "I explained the situation to her. She said to hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will be here soon." Belfinger gritted his teeth. "Since Annie said so, let's give it our all. Mammon, let's go too, and relieve some pressure on Lord Thor." Mammon nodded, and immediately led a group of men out of the side gate, tearing a gap in the Verret army almost instantly. "Damn slime! Attack!" Mammon roared. The 5 god-level powerhouses fighting Bronte suddenly felt a red light descend from the sky, and their power was significantly suppressed. Bronto felt the pressure ease, and gave Belfinger a grateful look. Belfinger trembled. Casting such a wide-range weakening spell that could affect god-level powerhouses was a considerable burden for him. "Bronto, hold on, I'm coming." Just then, a massive wave crashed in from the east, sending the Vade people along its path flying. Bronto, hearing this voice, was overjoyed. "Terrasen, you come at the perfect time." The third fortress was closer to the Holy City, and the two could often support each other. Terrasen immediately unleashed a giant ice spike at the 5 Vade god-level powerhouses, who were attacking the city wall's defensive array. The 5 Vade god-level powerhouses quickly dodged, but the other Vade people suffered, being smashed into pieces by the ice spikes. Belfinger, observing the situation below, remained grave. "This is still not enough. What should we do? What exactly is Annie planning?" High in the churning clouds, Callan stood alone against Tuck and Warmth, the 3-way battle reaching its climax. Gale-force winds whipped up turbulent energy currents, each collision tearing massive rifts in the clouds, causing the mountains below to tremble slightly. Tuck's colossal body writhed wildly in the air, its dark dragon scales gleaming coldly in the lightning. Each claw strike was accompanied by crackling black lightning. 5 lightning bolts cleaved the air, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the invisible space it passed through. Suddenly, it twisted its body, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of black dragon breath that flowed like lava, carving long streaks through the air. Clouds in its path were instantly vaporized, and even birds flying in the distance were reduced to ashes. Beside him, Worm hovered in the air. 6 massive blades, each over 10 feet long, spun rapidly around him, their metallic gleam dazzling in the dim light. With a flick of his 6 arms, his 6 giant blades instantly split into 6 paths, some slashing downwards, others cutting horizontally and sideways. The attacks were as dense as a storm, the sharp whistling of the blades cutting through the air filling the entire region. The resulting blade energy intertwined, giving Callan almost no chance to breathe. Callan's gaunt body moved nimbly between the double onslaught, like a withered leaf swaying in a gale. His feet moved with delicate, quick steps, sometimes shifting several feet to the side to avoid the dragon's claws, sometimes ducking to dodge sweeping giant blades. The bone knife in his hand gleamed with a chilling white light, each swing precisely parrying vital points. The blade clashed with the giant blade, sparks flying, and when it touched lightning, bursts of black mist erupted. Even so, his plain robes could not conceal his disheveled state. A long gash had been ripped open on his left shoulder by a giant blade, the hem charred and curled by dragon breath, the edges still smoldering. Tuck suddenly roared a warning, "Aim at his bone knife. It's made of magic, not a divine weapon, it can't withstand much damage." As soon as he finished speaking, Balint's eyes lit up instantly, his rough laughter causing the surrounding air to ripple. "Good. I had my eye on that broken knife for a long time." He immediately withdrew his attack, the 6 giant blades abruptly closing in, his entire body's power flowing through his arms into the blades, all 6 blades simultaneously emitting a scarlet glow. Just as Callan dodged Tuck's lightning dragon claw, Balint seized this fleeting opening, suddenly lowering his waist and exerting force, the 6 giant blades slashing forward simultaneously. The 6 scarlet slashes merged as soon as they left his body, transforming into a gigantic slash tens of meters long, its edges wreathed in twisted energy, scorching the air wherever it passed, the terrifying pressure causing the city's defenders below to lower their heads and hold their breath. Seeing this, Callan's expression hardened. He had no way to dodge, so he stomped his feet in midair, channeling all the death energy surging around him into his bone blade. Ancient runes swirled rapidly on the blade, the dark energy gradually tinged with a dark red glow, like solidified blood beads. Ghostly howl. He uttered a low growl, his voice carrying a faint whisper of the undead. The bone blade slashed out with a whooshing sound, a dark red blade aura carrying countless afterimages meeting the massive slash head-on. The instant the 2 attacks collided, an eerie silence fell over the sky, all sounds of wind and thunder ceased abruptly. The next second, a deafening explosion erupted, crimson light engulfing a vast area of air. The explosion was mixed with piercing howls of ghosts, sounds that pierced eardrums, causing even the Vade watching from afar to clutch their heads and scream in agony. Callan was violently thrown back by the shockwave. The bone knife in his hand shattered inch by inch under the energy impact, the crack spreading along the runes before finally turning into countless fragments of bone scattering in the air. His upper body clothing was also reduced to ashes in the explosion, revealing his thin, withered body. His skin clung tightly to his bones, yet there was not a single wound. Only a faint mist of death still slowly lingered around him. He remained standing, suspended in the air, his eyes unchanged and serene. Chapter 839. Ha ha ha. Tuck laughed loudly upon seeing this. "Old Bone, your broken sword is useless. Let's see how many more times you can conjure it." Callan looked at his empty palm, and sighed slightly. "Ah, if only my old buddy were still here." Worm roared, "Don't stop. We can't give him any more breathing room. Finish him off now." Tuck nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Belfinger, who was directing the defense below, paled upon seeing this. Without his sword, the Mad Blade Reaper was essentially losing half his fighting strength. What to do? He looked at the others still fighting. Bronte and Terracin were both unable to join the battle. Was he really just going to have to watch the Mad Blade Reaper fall? Tuck roared, his massive body charging towards Callan, terrifying energy gathering in his mouth, and sharp arcs of electricity crackling from his claws. Balamut also pushed off with both feet, surrounding Callan from another direction. Black energy emanated from the 6 giant blades, distorting and warping the very space around them. Callan narrowed his eyes slightly. "There's no other way. It seems I have to use that power." However, Just as Callan was about to circulate his magic, his eyes suddenly narrowed, as if sensing something. A slight smile played on his lips, and in a flash, he appeared directly in front of Tuck. Tuck was startled. The energy in his mouth hadn't fully coalesced, and he hurriedly tried to open it, but Callan pressed a hand against his mouth. "Don't rush, little black dragon, the show has only just begun." Tuck's eyes widened, and he swung his massive claws, swatting away Callan as if swatting a fly. "Old Bone, you're asking for death," he roared. He opened his maw, gathering jet-black energy, and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. Callan neither dodged nor evaded, but instead uttered a low shout, "Sword, come!" Clang! A soft sound rang out, and a pale bone sword flew from nowhere, instantly landing in Callan's hand. The bone sword looked unremarkable, even less powerful than the one Callan had hastily conjured with magic earlier, but the moment it touched his hand, Callan's aura surged dramatically. "Old buddy, we can fight side by side again." A hint of joy and reminiscence flickered in Callan's eyes. The next moment, he swung his hand, a black light flashing on the blade, and the massive, terrifyingly powerful dragon breath was instantly severed in two. The powerful and sharp blade aura even sliced through the dark clouds in the sky, allowing a ray of sunlight to slowly shine down. What? Tuck's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Standing before him was still the same Callan, but the feeling he gave was completely different. Then, he saw Volant appear behind Callan, wielding 6 massive blades. He felt a sense of relief. No matter how strong Callan was, he couldn't possibly be a match for 2 mid-level god-level experts. Volant's attack would surely severely injure Callan. However, Callan seemed oblivious to the movement behind him, remaining calmly in place, stroking the pale blade. "Old friend, you haven't changed a bit." Seeing Callan completely ignore him, Volant flew into a rage. His massive blade, imbued with dark power, slashed fiercely towards Callan's back. "Die!" However, the next moment, a ray of starlight appeared, quickly condensing into a nebula that blocked Volamit's path. Volamit was slightly taken aback. "What is that?" But his blade still fell. With a bang, the first 3 giant blades struck the nebula, the immense force tearing a fissure in it. Simultaneously, the 3 blades were deflected by the impact. "What?" Volamit was shocked, not expecting that these seemingly soft nebulae could withstand half of his power. However, 3 more giant blades continued to slash towards Callan's back, their momentum undiminished, even more ferocious. But suddenly, 3 dark figures appeared abruptly. They stretched out their hands, and dense death energy merged together, forming a massive bone shield. Runes flickered on the shield, and one could even see ghostly faces writhing within it, sending chills down one's spine. Boom! With a deafening roar, 3 giant blades slashed down, cracking the bone shield. The ghostly face let out a shrill howl before finally shattering into fragments with a bang, the 3 blades blocked. Volant, filled with surprise and doubt, quickly retreated, his eyes filled with confusion. "Oh! You come too?" Callan turned slightly, looking at the 3 dark figures. The 3 figures actually knelt down on the ground. "Lord Mad Blade Death God, we finally waited for you. Grandpa Mad Blade." In the distance, a girl stood atop a mountain peak, her wand still shimmering with starlight, the mountain wind whipping her dress. Belfinger on the city wall widened his eyes, filled with excitement and joy. "It's Annie and the 3 undead lords." So the reinforcements refer to them. After the War of the Gods, all the gods of death perished, leaving only 3 powerful beings in the underworld, the 3 undead lords. However, all 3 were severely wounded and disappeared, focusing on cultivation. The underworld was then ruled by 7 great lords, and almost everyone forgot of their existence. Even after the underworld was unsealed, the 3 lords did not immediately appear. Even the 7 great lords did not know their whereabouts or activities. But Annie knew that these 3 were invaluable assets, so she had been sending people to search for the 3 undead lords in the underworld, but to no avail. But now, these 3 undead lords appeared on the battlefield, before everyone. Callan gently raised his hand. "Knight, Manus, Gwendolyn, how's your recovery going?" The corpse demon knight looked up. "Since the seal was broken, our recovery speed has accelerated considerably. The power granted to us by the god of death before his fall has also revived, and we all broken through to the god level." The blood demon Manus also spoke. "We spent a lot of time recovering to our peak condition. We apologize for keeping you waiting." The Bone King Gwendolyn tightened his grip on his great sword. "Please give the order, and we will do our utmost." Callan smiled slightly, and pointed to the battlefield below. "Your abilities will be most effective down there. Go!" Show the power of the undead lord. The three responded, their eyes flashing with cold light, and charged into the battlefield together. Nit arched his back, and the power of death erupted instantly, boundless miasma. With a poof, a pale purple mist spread across the battlefield. The weaker Vades inhaled the gas, their faces instantly turning red, then purple, foaming at the mouth, and collapsing to the ground. Aya! Help! Chaos erupted within the Vade army. Many who couldn't escape were blasted to smithereens by the allied forces on the city walls with arrows and magical cannons. Manus approached a Vade god-level powerhouse, his scarlet nails clawing at the man's neck. The Vade was startled and frantically tried to defend himself, but before he could even raise his hand, he felt his blood suddenly boil, as if it were bursting forth from his body. Bloodlust corruption. Manus's eyes widened, and with a swift grab, the Vade coughed up blood, his life force instantly waning. Another Vade powerhouse rushed forward, forcing Manus back with a single strike, allowing his companion to escape. What kind of magic is this? They were utterly horrified, having never seen such bizarre magic before. Gwendolyn, carrying his great sword, landed before the three varied god-level warriors. Suddenly, crimson eyes appeared in his empty sockets, and his body was enveloped in a chilling, ghostly aura. Undead warrior. The next moment, two identical phantoms appeared beside him, their movements perfectly synchronized. The three varied warriors roared and charged forward. Gwendolyn swung his great sword, and the two phantoms moved in unison, unleashing powerful sword energy towards the Varids, forcing them to muster their strength to defend. However, they were astonished to discover that even the phantom sword energy was incredibly powerful, meaning one was equivalent to three, but they quickly discovered the limitation of this magic. The two phantoms could only stand parallel to Gwendolyn and move in perfect sync, unable to attack independently. Even so, it was still extremely troublesome. Gwendolyn called out to Terrasin, Lord Water God, go help the Mad Blade Reaper. We handled things here. Seeing this, Terrasin felt reassured, nodded, and rode the giant wave away from the city walls to Callan's side. I help you. Callan smiled slightly. The two of us fighting side by side. If this happened 10,000 years ago, people would probably laugh their heads off. Terrasin was taken aback, then smiled wryly. What kind of time is this to be joking? She then looked ahead with a serious expression. Annie and I will deal with Valen together. Can you hold off Tuck? Callan raised an eyebrow. That little black dragon wasn't a match for me before. Now that my old buddy is back, killing him won't be a problem. Impossible. Terrasin glanced at the unassuming pale bone blade in Callan's hand. Is it the soul-severing blade? Then I'm relieved. On the other side, Valen's face was ashen. Tuck, what's going on? Where did those undead come from? Tuck shook his large head. I don't know either. I never seen them before. Valen gritted his teeth. Damn it! What is that Talek good for? He's been here for 1,000 years, and hasn't even figured out the situation. He didn't even get such important information beforehand. I make him pay when we get back. Far away in Northview City, Talek silently shivered. What do we do? Continue fighting? Tuck asked. Valen snorted. There's no turning back now. News of my appearance here should have reached Soraka by now. She definitely won't let this opportunity pass. She'd definitely take this chance to attack Northview City. We must seize the opportunity, and take the holy city of light to turn the tide. Tuck spewed scorching black smoke from his nostrils. Since that's the case, then let's go. I refuse to believe that this old bone can defy the heavens with just a broken sword. Warren's crimson eyes locked onto Terrasin, 6 massive blades spinning rapidly in his palm, their edges gleaming with a bloodthirsty coldness. Die! He exerted force with all 4 limbs, his burly body shooting towards his opponent like a cannonball. The outermost blade slashed down with a whooshing sound, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Terrasin remained calm. He suddenly hurled the crystal ball into the air. A burst of pale blue light erupted, and a 10-foot-thick ice wall rose from the ground, its condensed spikes protruding like fangs. Clang! The massive blade struck the center of the ice wall. The ear-piercing metallic clang shook the surrounding air. The surface of the ice wall instantly cracked like a spider web, then shattered with a series of cracking sounds, sending ice shards raining down. Is that all you got? Valen laughed maniacally, his 6 giant blades slashing in rapid succession, the light of the blades cascading down like a waterfall. Terrasin lightly touched the ground with his toes, his figure nimbly dodging the gaps in the blades, a crystal ball hovering above his head, constantly condensing an ice shield to withstand the aftershocks. I am naturally no match for you, but I am not fighting alone. Before the words were finished, A dazzling spear of starlight pierced through the sky, its tip wrapped in fragments of starlight, aiming straight for Volan's left head. A sneak attack? Volan's heart skipped a beat, his 3 left arms instantly crossing, the giant blades forming an impenetrable shield, slashing at the spear of starlight. Bang! The spear of starlight struck the blade, turning into a shower of stardust, but Volant was shaken, his arm numb, his body staggering. He glared angrily at the distant mountain peak, where Annie stood holding her wand, its tip still gathering magic. You're asking for death. He was about to turn and launch a surprise attack when he felt a sudden drop in temperature. A thin layer of ice covered his joints, and even his giant blade began to frost over. Terracin pushed forward with both hands, releasing a thick mist of icy fog from the crystal ball, completely enveloping Wurmt. Your opponent is me. Ice shards continuously formed within the fog, piercing Wurmt's vital points. Wurmt roared, shattering the ice shards. 6 giant blades ignited with black flames, ready to cleave through the fog. But the next moment, fireballs, lightning bolts, ice spikes, holy light. A barrage of elemental magic followed, like a machine gun of spells. These spells barely harmed Wurmt, but forced him to focus his attention. Damn it! Is this all you can do? These boring tricks? Wurmt roared repeatedly, but he was helpless against Terracin and Annie. But the next moment, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky, a sound filled with pain and terror. Woland was startled and quickly turned to look. He saw Tuck's body writhing, a dragon's scale neatly sliced open, blood scattering like a rain of blood. Meanwhile, Callan, wielding the soul-severing blade, stood like a war god against the wind, the blade even bearing traces of blood. Chapter 840. What? Volamit's eyes widened, he couldn't believe Tuck had been injured. Just as he was in shock, a cold voice sounded behind him, You better not be distracted while fighting me. Willamette trembled, and when he turned around, he saw a huge ice spike hurtling towards him. He gritted his teeth, his muscles suddenly bulging, and immense power surged into his giant blade, slashing fiercely at the ice spike. With a bang, the ice spike shattered, but before he could react, a bone spear pierced through the ice spike fragments, shooting towards his brow like a venomous snake. Its speed was so fast that even Volamet didn't have time to react. He sensed an unprecedented danger approaching him. His massive dog head tilted slightly, and he blocked with his giant blade. With a clang, the trajectory of the bone spear was slightly altered, almost grazing his dog head, leaving a clear bloodstain on his cheek. Volamet was utterly shocked. He had always thought he should be most wary of the god-level powerhouse Terracin before him, but he had completely overlooked Annie, who had been harassing him from afar. After all, Annie's actions were indeed too easy to let one's guard down. Those low-level, useless attack spells, no matter how many there were, couldn't pose a threat to Volamet. But the bone spear, enhanced by the death combo, was a different story. TSK, you still managed to dodge it? Annie clicked her tongue, a hint of regret flashing across her face. You? Volamet was furious, but seeing Tuck's disheveled appearance, he had no choice but to retreat, knocking Callan away with a single strike. Tuck, are you alright? Tuck, slightly out of breath, looked at Callan with apprehension. That old skeleton's bone blade is truly formidable. At this rate, we have no chance of winning. Volamet glanced towards the city walls. With the 3 undead lords joining the battle, the Vade had suffered heavy casualties, and even Vade's god-level experts were powerless to stop it. Volamet gritted his teeth. Retreat? I'm going back to Northview City. Otherwise, if we lose Northview City, we completely lost. Tuck didn't stop him. Alright, go quickly. The situation here has exceeded our expectations. We can only wait for the Supreme Leader to arrive. With the Vade's retreat, Volamet also left the Holy City of Light, rushing towards Northview City without stopping. He was anxious, knowing Sorika's nature, she wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. The flames of war in Northview City should already be burning. Although he was confident that the Alliance couldn't possibly breach Northwatch City's current strength, the numerous uncertainties surrounding the Holy City of Light made him uneasy. Gulaha, you have to hold on. If Northwatch City falls, it'd be disastrous. Volamet sped along, even faster than before, and soon spotted the walls of Northwatch City in the distance. However, to his surprise, the area around Northwatch City seemed perfectly calm. There was no smoke, no fire, as if nothing had happened. Volamet wondered, could it be that Sorika hasn't arrived yet? Impossible. She should have already received news from the Holy City. Volamet stroked his chin. Could it be that Sorika is afraid of failure, and therefore doesn't dare to come at all? He shook his head. There was no point in speculating here. He had to go and see for himself. As he approached, he noticed something was amiss. The veiled banner that had hung high on the city walls was gone, and there seemed to be cracks in the walls, as if a battle had recently taken place. Impossible, Volumet felt a bad premonition. Even if it were Sorica, they couldn't have taken Northview City so quickly, and without any warning. Before he could think further, a pillar of light descended from the sky, crashing down on his location. Volumet reacted quickly, swinging his giant blade, unleashing a massive slash that clashed with the pillar of light. Boom! The ground shook violently. The pillar of light was shattered into countless tiny rays, which struck the ground, creating a violent and dense explosion. Volumet stared coldly at the sky. Sorica, you really are here. Sorica, bathed in golden light, looked divine. Volumet, what are you doing back here? There's no place for you here anymore. Volumet's eyes widened. What did you say? Sorica waved her hand, and countless soldiers emerged from the walls of Northview City. When Volumet saw their faces, his heart sank. They were the Allied forces. This is impossible. Volumet staggered, his eyes filled with madness. Why? Where's Gulaha? Where's Talik? How could you have breached Northview City so quickly? This is absolutely impossible. What's impossible about that? Sorica sneered. We already seen through your little schemes. Just give up the fight. Give up the fight? Volumet felt his mind go blank. These words should have been his, but now they were coming from Sorica's mouth. How ironic. The situation was somewhat unexpected for Volumet. He didn't engage Sorica, but instead bypassed Northview City and headed towards Mount Light. He refused to believe that even if the enemy breached Northview City, they couldn't possibly capture Mount Light. Sure enough, about 50 miles outside the city, he finally saw the familiar camp. Gulaha. You get out here! Volumet's voice boomed, echoing throughout the camp. A thin figure scrambled out of the camp, followed by the wounded Talik. General. You're finally back. Gulaha, tears streaming down his face, knelt before Volumet with a thud. Voldemort was furious and kicked Gulaha to the ground. What the hell are you good for? I told you to guard Northview City, and you lost it. Gulaha scrambled to his feet, crying, General, spare me. It's not that I didn't try, but Sorica is so unreasonable. You were only gone for 3 days, and she came with her forces, even blocking the road to the holy city of light. All our messengers perished on the way, unable to deliver your message. Didn't you bring a substitute? Voldemort roared. Of course I did. Gulaha cried, his face full of grievance. But Sorica completely ignored it, even concentrating forces from other defense zones to launch a fierce attack on Northview City. I had no choice but to inform the entire army of your absence. The other god-level experts did their best to resist, but it was still difficult to withstand Sorica's offensive. Look, General Talik is injured. We really did our best. Volumet glanced at the injured Torok, his anger flaring. Why did Sorica know I wasn't there? There was a double here, and even the rest of the army didn't know. How did she know? Torok gritted his teeth and said, General, I'm reporting Grua. He's definitely a traitor. After all, he's the only one who knew you weren't in Northview. I only found out when Sorica attacked. Volumet's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Grua, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Innocent. General. Grua crawled to Volumet's feet, kneeling on the ground. Lord Torok, you wronged me. I'm absolutely loyal to you, General. How could I possibly betray you? Then his eyes darted around. Right. It must be General Torok's old subordinate, that guy named Bick. He must have leaked the information. Bick? Volumet frowned. Wasn't that guy dead? Gulaha immediately said, he's not dead. He was just captured by the mountain god. You just left, and he came back with a necromancer lord, saying he captured him himself. We all believed him, and let him stay, even putting him in charge of the defenses of Northview City. Volumet pondered for a moment. This guy is indeed trustworthy. Torlok should know he's one of High Priest Easel's men. But entrusting the defenses of Northview City to him, like this is too frivolous. Gulaha explained, mainly because he captured a necromancer lord, Leviathan. This achievement is unparalleled in the entire army. If he isn't rewarded, it might discourage others. So I took it upon myself to put him in charge. But in reality, the specific decisions still need to be made by Lord Torlok. Volumet rubbed his temples. Where is he now? Gulaha immediately jumped up. He's in the camp. I call him out now. Volumet waved his hand. No need. If it really is him, there's no need for him to stay here. As for Leviathan you mentioned, was he rescued by Sorica? Gulaha hesitated, then shook his head. No, he's still being held captive. We took him with us when we evacuated. Torlok added, I wanted to execute him, but Guluha stopped me. Valamet didn't react, but simply said, take me to him. Guluha nodded immediately and led Valamet into the camp, heading towards the prisoner of war area. At the back of the camp was a makeshift cell, holding prisoners and Vade who had committed offenses in the army, including Leviathan. Valamet spotted Leviathan immediately, his eyes scrutinizing him. He walked over, opened the cell door, and grabbed Leviathan's head. Leviathan's empty eyes remained lifeless, staring at him like two black holes. Leviathan, I seen you on the battlefield. Your abilities are quite interesting. Leviathan opened his mouth, but no words came out. Woland released his grip, and Leviathan immediately collapsed to the ground. Tell me, how did you manage to get the message to Soraka? Guluha and Talik were both stunned, looking at Leviathan in shock. Could it be that Leviathan had done all of this? Heh heh heh. Leviathan let out a low hoarse laugh. Woland, are you blind? How can I deliver a message like this? I can't even use magic. Valamet, however, remained undeterred. Don't try to fool me. How could the Lord of Jealousy, one of the 7 undead lords, be captured so easily? You came here to gather information about us, didn't you? Leviathan sneered. Kill me or torture me, it's up to you. What's the point of all this talk? The two behind you know exactly how I was captured. You can ask them. Torlok said, he seems to have exhausted his magic power due to some event, which is why Bick captured him. Valamet scoffed. You actually believe such a ridiculous excuse? Leviathan replied, believe it or not. Humph, stubborn fool. Valamet waved his hand. Guluha, behead him tomorrow and hang his head outside. Guluha immediately responded, yes, sir. Torlok was overjoyed finally, he could kill this Leviathan. However, Valamet added, and that Bick, execute him too. Even if he's one of Easel's men, he can't be spared now. Torok asked worriedly, what if the High Priest blames us? Blame us? Valamet's face darkened. I already been lenient with him enough. He lost the altar before, and now he's brought a wolf into the house, leading to the fall of Northview City. What reason do I have to keep him alive? I believe the Supreme Leader will understand. Guluha said, Lord Torok, Bick was originally your subordinate. It's not appropriate for me to execute him. You should do it. Torok nodded, saying sarcastically, all right, to avoid you having to do something shady again. Guluha gave a wry smile, Lord Torok, you really misunderstand me. No one could have predicted this. We're all working for the Empire. I have to rely on you a lot more in the future. Torok's expression became somewhat unnatural. He snorted and didn't reply. No matter what you do, I want to see these two heads tomorrow. With that, he turned and left. Guluha didn't linger either, following Voland away. Torlok remained alone. He glanced at Leviathan in his cage, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Leviathan, you're finally in my hands. After today, there will be no more jealous lords. He clenched his fist, and a cloud of black mist silently condensed, slowly drifting towards Leviathan. However, just as the mist was about to touch Leviathan, Torlok's nose twitched. He suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, and his head immediately felt dizzy. What is that? Torlok's heart sank. He looked up and met Leviathan's dark, hollow eyes. The next moment, he felt the world spin, and he was involuntarily lifted into the air. Oh no, I've been tricked. Chapter 841. Torok felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Countless twisted, ghostly figures surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave, their claws and fangs baring as they assaulted his mental barrier, their shrill cries piercing his eardrums and stabbing deep into his soul. Damn it! Torok reacted swiftly, his internal energy instantly reversing, condensing into a black shield around his mental sea. The ghostly figures sizzled and corroded against the shield, yet they couldn't break through. He groaned, forcibly stabilizing his mind, the veins on his forehead throbbing with the exertion of energy. The next second, the surrounding scenery distorted abruptly. The pungent smell of sulfur filled his nostrils, and a wave of heat, carrying sand and dust, assaulted his face, burning his exposed skin. Torok jolted awake, finding himself in a strange world. Beneath his feet lay cracked black stone, from which molten, dark red lava seeped, bubbling and swirling. In the distance stretched endless, dark mountains, their surfaces strewn with sharp, jagged rocks, resembling ferocious beasts. The sky was an eerie blood red, a blazing, golden sun hanging high in the sky, its rays blinding him. The ground sizzled and steamed, the air itself distorted by the intense heat. Where am I? Torok frowned, his right hand instinctively conjuring black mist. He looked around. Aside from the sounds of wind and bubbling lava, the world was deathly silent, devoid of any living creature. But the silence only intensified Torok's unease. "Leviathan, stop hiding." Torok channeled his magic, his voice echoing like thunder through the valley. "Your tricks won't work on me. Get out here now." Black mist surged around him, forming a black pillar of energy several meters high. The pillar blasted through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. As one of the Vade Empire's top warriors, he was confident that his mental strength was enough to forcibly tear this dream apart. However, only an empty echo answered him. The surroundings remained deathly silent. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Torok's face darkened. He could clearly sense a faint spiritual force permeating this space, coiling around him like a spiderweb, yet he couldn't pinpoint its source. "Playing tricks. Watch me shatter your dream." Torok roared, pushing forward with both hands. Black mist surged forth, condensing into a black energy sphere before him. Fine black lightning crackled across the surface of the sphere, radiating a terrifying aura capable of tearing space apart. He hurled the energy sphere towards the distant mountains, roaring shatter. Sizzle. Boom. The black energy sphere struck the mountainside, unleashing devastating power. The black mist spread like a tidal wave, instantly turning rocks to dust in its wake. The entire mountain collapsed with a deafening roar, spewing forth rubble mixed with lava. The whole world trembled violently, wide fissures opening in the ground, from which dark red lava gushed, melting the surrounding black stone into a viscous liquid. Ha ha ha. Torok laughed wildly, the black mist around him growing even thicker. "Let's see how long you can hide. Such petty tricks, you dare to show off your skills before me?" He strode towards the collapsing mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. In his view, as long as he destroyed the key elements of the dream, Leviathan's dream-entering magic would naturally crumble. But just as he was about to continue destroying other mountains, he suddenly felt an unbearable heat wash over him, as if his skin were being roasted on fire, the burning sensation seeping into his body through his pores. What's going on? Torok's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He abruptly looked up at the sky, and the sight before him made his pupils shrink, almost popping out of their sockets. The crimson gold sun that had been hanging in the sky was expanding at a visible speed, its surface churning like giant waves, countless burning meteorites breaking off from its surface and crashing to the ground with ear-piercing roars, turning mountains into ruins. Even more terrifying, the sun was hurtling towards him in a straight line. Holy crap! Torok was terrified and turned to run. But as soon as he took a step, he found that the entire space seemed to be enveloped by an invisible wall. No matter which direction he ran, he couldn't escape the sun's reach. The sun grew larger and larger, almost occupying half the sky. Scorching heat waves swept in like a raging storm, shattering the black mist surrounding him. The magical barrier that had been formed crumbled like fragile ice under the intense heat. No! I can't die here! Torok's eyes were bloodshot as his magical power erupted without restraint. Black mist surged from his body like a tsunami, coalescing into a 10-jong-thick black shield before him, covered with dense runes, his ultimate defensive technique. Simultaneously, he stomped his feet, his body flying backward like a cannonball. The black stone ground beneath his feet sank deep, leaving 2 long trenches. The earth cracked open with terrifying fissures from his impact, magma gushing out and engulfing his escape route. The crimson sun drew ever closer, the surrounding air temperature reaching absurd levels. The black stone on the ground melted completely into magma, and Torok's body glowed crimson. "Aya! Block it!" Torok roared, channeling the last vestiges of his magic into his black shield. The runes on the shield emitted a dazzling black light, attempting to withstand the sun's heat. But the moment the sun touched the shield, it shattered like fragile glass, countless runes turning to ash in the intense heat. The scorching air surged forth unimpeded. Torok felt his skin instantly charred, his hair and beard turning to charcoal, and even his magic began to falter, as if it might ignite at any moment. In this life-or-death moment, Torok unleashed unprecedented potential, gathering all his power on his body to form a thin black shield. His eyes were fixed on the oncoming sun, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. He hadn't yet distinguished himself, hadn't received the highest leader's commendation, hadn't become a grand general of the Vade Empire. He couldn't die in this damn dream. Boom! The crimson gold sun finally crashed into Torok's defenses. A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire space, as if 2 planets had violently collided. Terrifying shockwaves swept outwards from the point of impact, leveling mountains, evaporating magma, and threatening the entire world with violent tremors. Burning flames engulfed everything like a tsunami. Turok's body, shrouded in black mist, was like a tiny fly before the enormous sun, on the verge of utter annihilation. The violent explosion lasted a full quarter of an hour, the entire space enveloped in a blinding light that blocked out even the faintest rays. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the once hellish world was now a scene of utter devastation, a landscape of ruins, black rock fragments mixed with cooled lava, forming a barren wasteland. The blood-red sky faded, revealing a somber gray hue. Fine dust and the acrid smell of sulfur filled the air, as if silently recounting the cataclysmic destruction that had just occurred. At the epicenter of the explosion, Talek's figure slowly emerged. His clothes were tattered, his once exquisite robes burned beyond recognition, scattered on the ground. His body was covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds, the edges charred and scabbed over by the intense heat. The oozing blood quickly congealed, turning his body a veritable blood-soaked mess. His hair and beard were completely gone, his face was covered in burn marks, and his eyes had lost their former brilliance, replaced only by profound weariness and fear. Turok's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. He didn't even have the strength to lift a hand. "Oh ho, quite tenacious, huh?" A mocking voice rang out from the air. "I've been making all sorts of arrangements here, just waiting for you." Turok's lifeless eyes suddenly widened, and he looked up with resentment. "Granisa, so you're here. No wonder I didn't see you on the battlefield." The fire god Genesis' fists still blazed with flames. "Heh, how was it? How did my god-level magic, Day of Annihilation, taste? I wouldn't dare use it in the divine realm, or it would destroy a vast area, but it doesn't matter in this dream." Turok coughed up blood and said coldly, "It seems you planned this all along. You really went to great lengths to deal with me. Throwing Leviathan here as bait, aren't you afraid I kill him?" Granisa shrugged. "Then go ahead and kill him." "You?" Turok suddenly realized something and said incredulously, "Could it be that Grua is one of yours? He was trying to stop me from killing Leviathan from the beginning. But in the end, he willingly gave me the task of killing Leviathan, because he knew it was time to act, right?" Granisa chuckled. "That's your internal affair. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Turok, this is your grave today. Are you ready with your epitaph?" Turok was already convinced that Grua had betrayed the Empire. He never expected that the general's most trusted confidant was actually a spy sent by the Divine Mountain. But Grua originally came from the Vade Empire, and had never had any contact with the people of the Divine Mountain before. Why would he suddenly betray them? Turok couldn't understand it. He simply couldn't understand it. But Granisa wouldn't give him a chance to think. He swung his fists at Talek. Talek gritted his teeth, barely managing to gather his strength, and condensed a cloud of black mist to dodge to the side. "Oh, still got some energy." Granisa laughed. "All right, let's see how many times you can dodge." With that, his attacks became even more ferocious, but he seemed to deliberately hold back, as if wanting to see Talek in a sorry state, not wanting him to die easily. Bang! 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 3 more fireballs struck Talek's chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew backward, crashing heavily into a black rock. His eyes were filled with resentment and bitterness. "Geniza, the Vade Empire has so many god-level powerhouses. Why did you specifically target me? Do I have such a deep grudge against you that you have to threaten to kill me?" Geniza sneered. "Don't you know? In the entire Vade army, only you have been here for over 1,000 years, and you are most familiar with the situation here. If we kill you, the Vade Empire will lose a pair of eyes. Do you think that's important?" Talek's chest heaved violently. His strength had been almost completely exhausted. Under normal circumstances, he could still fight Geniza, and even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't necessarily be defeated. But now, Geniza had prepared god-level magic first, leaving him severely injured. Moreover, in the dream world, his movements were restricted. Although he knew this wasn't the real world, death on a spiritual level would also mean death on his physical body. This was the terrifying aspect of Leviathan. "Shameless bastard, I won't let you succeed." With his last ounce of strength, Talek threw a punch into the void. Black threads flew along his arm, containing his primal power, a power that, once depleted, was irreversible, drastically reducing his strength. Granisa frowned, a bad premonition rising within him. Resisting stubbornly, courting death. Without another word, he threw a punch at Talek, this time with all his might. Terrifying flames enveloped his fist, seemingly ordinary, yet capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Faced with such a deadly attack, Talek remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on the void. As his black threads dispersed, he grabbed one end and yanked it fiercely. Break. With a tearing sound, space itself was ripped open. Not good. Jidas's heart sank, and his fist slammed forward even faster. Turok, however, wore a crazed expression. Ha ha ha, useless, Leviathan. You're just a peak stage nascent soul cultivator. How could you possibly trap me? Such a long time, such intense battle, you reached your limit. Once I'm out, I show you what it means to wish you were dead. Suddenly, Leviathan's deep voice echoed from the void. You want to get out? I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Turok's eyes widened, one hand already grasping the edge of the spatial rift. But the next moment, the space in front of him rippled, the previously intact space filling the gap Turok had just torn open. What? Turok was horrified, his face ashen. No! 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 But he had no chance left. Granice's fist slammed into his face. The last thin layer of black mist swirling around him completely dissipated, and raging flames instantly engulfed him. He didn't even have time to scream before being burned to ashes in the flames. Chapter 842. Woland was furious. He had originally captured Northview City, progressing faster than Tuck, which meant he wouldn't be too humiliated when the Supreme Leader arrived. But now, Northview City was lost, and he was on par with Tuck. This time, he had truly lost both his wife and his army. Guluha carefully stayed by Woland's side, pouring him wine and massaging his back, being extremely attentive. Although Woland was filled with rage, he couldn't vent it. After all, he knew that Guluha's strength was no match for Soraka, mainly because Soraka had learned of his departure from Northview City beforehand. But the question was, who had leaked the information? Woland was completely baffled. He understood that the reason must lie with Leviathan, but Leviathan refused to speak, and he had no choice. Since he couldn't get the answer he wanted, he would simply eliminate this threat. Guluha asked in a low voice, "Is the general still thinking about the leak?" Volam snorted, "What else?" "Because of the leak, Northview City was captured." "It's infuriating." Guluha's eyes flickered slightly, and he said, "My lord, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should." Volam said impatiently, "Spit it out." Guluha chuckled dryly, "General, think about it. Only 4 people knew you left Northview City. You, me, Forges, and the Grand Commander. You certainly wouldn't leak the secret yourself, and as your most loyal servant, I naturally wouldn't either. Forges accompanied you the entire way, and every move was under your watchful eye. If there was no unusual behavior, then it wasn't him. So, after eliminating them, only one person remains." Volam's hand, holding the wine glass, froze midair. A few drops spilled, landing with a soft thud on the table. His expression was grave, his brows furrowed deeply. "You mean Tuck?" Guluha immediately knelt. This humble one wouldn't presume to speak so presumptuously, Great Commander. It was merely some unfounded speculation. "General, please don't take it to heart." Volam had ignored him, setting down his glass, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Guluha's words did indeed give him another perspective. He had never suspected Tuck, but in reality, Tuck was also a suspect. After all, in Tuck's view, capturing the Holy City of Light was far more difficult than getting Volamit to lose Northview City. Tuck's anxiety stemmed from Valamit's faster progress. If both sides were progressing at the same pace, there would be nothing to worry about. Bang! Volam slammed his fist on the table, knocking over his wine glass and spilling wine everywhere. "Damn it! That Tuck, I'm going to report him to the Supreme Leader." Guluha immediately said, "General, I don't think that's a good idea. After all, we don't have any evidence yet. If we report this to the Supreme Leader rashly, Tuck will probably deny it, putting us in a passive position. We can only swallow our anger for now, and find an opportunity to get revenge later." Volam nodded slightly. "You're right. That Tuck guy definitely won't admit it. Since that's the case, he can't blame me for being unjust." "Report." Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out from outside the door. Volam frowned. "What is it now?" A Wade soldier stumbled in, his face filled with terror. "General, oh no!" Valamit's heart sank. He quickly asked, "What happened?" "Speak." The Wade soldier stammered, "General Tulloch, he..." Volamit asked suspiciously, "Tulloch? Wasn't he supposed to be executing Leviathan?" Guluha said impatiently, "Answer the general's question now, stop dawdling." The Wade soldier trembled, struggling to say, "Lord Tulloch, he's dead." "What?" Volamit jumped to his feet, swiftly grabbing the soldier by the neck. "Are you kidding me? Tulloch was in the camp, completely silent last night, not a sound. How could he be dead?" The soldier's face flushed red from being choked, his mouth agape but unable to utter a word. Guluha rushed forward and grabbed Valamit's thick arm. General, wait a moment, let him finish. Valamit then released his grip. Tell me clearly, what exactly happened? The soldier slumped to the ground, coughed twice, and then said, This morning when I was patrolling the cells, I found Lord Tolek still there. I heard from the janitor that he had been in the cell all night, presumably interrogating Leviathan. But when I got closer, I found the cell empty. Leviathan was gone. I immediately sensed something was wrong and called out to Lord Tolek, but he didn't respond, just stood there motionless. I rushed forward to check on him, only to find that Lord Tolek was dead. Valamit's face was extremely pale. Leviathan? He's just a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could he possibly kill Torlok? And he was bound. Who untied him? Guluha said, General, guessing here is useless. Let's hurry to the scene and see if there are any clues. Valamit nodded and strode towards the prison. When they arrived at the prison, they found it already crowded with people, all whispering among themselves. Lord Torlok has been killed. Is Leviathan really that powerful? It said his innate magic is dream entry. Judging from Lord Torlok's condition, he must have been affected by dream entry and died in his dream. But Leviathan was still bound. Even in a direct confrontation, he wouldn't be a match for Lord Torlok. Who knows? That guy is probably still hiding here. Everyone should be careful. Valamit's face darkened further as he listened to these words. Guluha pushed through the crowd, shouting, Make way, make way. The general is here. Everyone quickly ducked and made way, allowing Valam to see that Torlok still stood motionless, like a wooden stake in front of an empty cell. Valam stepped forward and examined Torlok's body. He found him indeed dead, but without a single wound, as if his soul had been directly destroyed. It's Leviathan's doing, Guluha said. But how did he do it? Valam scoffed. Find him and we know. That guy couldn't have left the camp so quietly, so he's definitely still hiding somewhere. Give the order, the entire army search. Dig 3 feet into the ground, find Leviathan. However, the Vade searched for 3 days straight, turning the entire camp inside and out, but they couldn't find any trace of Leviathan. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. General, this won't do, Guluha said. Leviathan might have already escaped while we weren't looking. Voramut frowned. Impossible. The guards on duty that night didn't notice a thing, and the barriers I set up around us didn't react at all. How could a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator like him have that kind of ability? Guluha said bitterly, but General, if he could kill Tolek silently, it's not impossible for him to escape silently, is it? Voramut shook his head. The gap between god level and nascent soul is huge, especially since Tolek only recently broke through to the mid-stage of god level. Although I don't know what method Leviathan used to kill Tolek, he must have been in a bad state. Under these circumstances, I don't think he could leave quietly. Guluha, go check again and see if there's anything we haven't noticed. Guluha immediately nodded. General's analysis is reasonable. I go do it right away. He then turned and left. No sooner had he left than a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the tent, coalescing into a human form. Wolam glanced at him indifferently and asked, Did you find anything? The shadow muttered, Guluha's behavior is strange, but he doesn't seem to be anything unusual. Seems? Wolam was not satisfied with this answer. Dark, you are Easel's prize student. Is this all you got? You're not fit to be the high priest's successor. Dark's face was hidden in the shadows. At least that's how it seems for now, but we can't rule out his suspicion. I think the general could test him. Test him? Valamet raised an eyebrow. How? Dark said quietly, Tell him that Commander Tuck will come to support you, as a way of repaying your previous favor by helping you retake Northview City. Tell him not to tell anyone and to secretly go to the vicinity of Broken Cloud Peak to meet him. Valamet narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean, if he really has a problem, then the Alliance will definitely take action? Dark nodded. That's right. The Alliance went through so much trouble to take Northview City, they certainly won't let it go easily. If Guluha is a spy, he will definitely tell Northview City this news. The other side will either increase its defenses in Northview City, or cause some trouble in the Holy City of Light. Then it will be clear whether Guluha is a spy or not. Valam nodded. That makes sense. Should we continue searching for Leviathan? Dark paused and said, Leviathan is definitely still in the camp, but we searched for so many days without any results. Continuing to search is useless, and will only cause panic. I suggest we stop for now, and secretly increase our spies, to keep a close watch on the camp. When he relaxes his guard and comes out again, we capture him in one fell swoop. Good. Valam clapped his hands and said, As expected of someone trained by Easel, you're indeed very clever. Dark bowed slightly. General, you flatter me. I was merely making preparations in advance to better welcome the Supreme Leader's arrival. I wish you a successful campaign and a swift recapture of Northview City. After saying this, he disappeared back into the shadows. Volumet's smile froze, and he scoffed that Urzel fellow has quite a few talented men under his command, but unfortunately, they can't be used by me. Men, hand over Guluha to me. A short while later, Guluha, who had only been gone a short distance, returned to the general's tent, panting, General, I'm currently searching for Leviathan's whereabouts with all my might. Is there anything else you need? Volumet waved his hand. Stop searching. That guy has probably really escaped. Searching further is futile. Let everyone rest. Guluha was taken aback. Just a moment ago, he was confident that Leviathan hadn't escaped. How could he have changed his mind so quickly? However, he didn't say anything, only nodded and said, Yes, I go inform them right away. Hey, wait! Volumet called out to him. I have something else to discuss with you. Guluha paused, then said respectfully, General, please speak. I will go through fire and water for you. Volumet gave a wink to the door, and the guards at the door closed it and activated a soundproofing array. Guluha stiffened, sensing that what Volumet was about to say was not simple. Volumet said slowly, Guluha, I trust you completely, but you must also take responsibility for losing Northview City. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to anyone else. You understand, right? Guluha nodded quickly. Thank you for your concern, General. This was my fault. I should take responsibility. I have no complaints. Volumet continued, but I don't want to punish you too severely. Now you have a chance to redeem yourself. It's up to you to seize it. Guluha's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, I'm willing. As long as it's a task given by the General, I will absolutely do my best. Good. Volumet smiled. I received tuck. The news is that guy wants to come and help us to make up for my losses. This must be done in secret, so no one knows about it yet. But his size is too large to be in the military camp, so I want you to go to Duanyan Peak to meet him. He will then launch a direct attack on Beiwang City, and we can coordinate with him. Guluha paused slightly, then exclaimed with delight, Congratulations, General. With the Grand Commander's help, Beiwang City is within our grasp. Wolem waved his hand. This is your chance to redeem yourself, so seize it. Go now. Yes. Guluha immediately ran out excitedly. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, his smile vanished, replaced by a look of seriousness. He looked around, seemingly sensing something, and then disappeared in a flash. Behind the tent, a dark shadow shifted, revealing a human figure. This kid. He's quite vigilant. I see what tricks you're up to. Chapter 843. Guluha moved swiftly through the camp, shaking off the hidden spies, and slipped into a tent. Inside the tent, Balzeb was idly chewing something when Guluha burst in, startling him. Holy crap! You? What are you doing here? Guluha gestured for silence. Keep your voice down. Are you hidden? Balzeb swallowed what he was eating and said, Yes, I'm hidden. No one will find me. Guluha nodded. Don't come out anytime soon. Even if no one searches, don't come out, understand? Balzeb asked, puzzled, Why? Hiding here all the time isn't a solution. Guluha didn't elaborate. Just listen to me. If we're exposed, we're all finished. Without waiting for Balzeb's reply, Guluha vanished again. What on earth is all this? Balzeb scratched his head. In the dimly lit tent, Volumet stared at the strategic map ahead, his eyes filled with worry. Suddenly, the shadow beside him flickered, and Dark's figure appeared. Volumet raised his head slightly. He's gone? Dark nodded. He probably sensed my presence at first. I lost track of him for a moment, then he reappeared outside the camp, heading towards Broken Cloud Peak. Volumet nodded. I told him not to be discovered, so it's normal for him to be cautious. Now we can only wait and see. Dark asked, if it really is Guluha, what do you plan to do? Volumet's eyes flashed with killing intent. What else can I do? Kill him, of course, to set an example. Just as Dark was about to say something, a commotion erupted outside. Wolem frowned. What's going on now? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A sharp cry rang out, the tent door burst open, and a guard stumbled inside, only to be pierced by a beam of light after a few steps. What? Wolem exclaimed in surprise, frantically reaching for his weapons, only to find them empty. He had been too careless, leaving the 6 giant blades in his resting place, not inside the tent. Whoosh! 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 3 more beams of light shot towards him, piercing not only Dark Shadow, but also heading straight for Woland. Dark! Woland's eyes widened. He flipped the table over, channeling his power into it. The beam struck the table, instantly shattering it into pieces. Woland tossed the broken table leg aside and looked around. A dark figure coalesced around him again. It was Dark. General, I'm alright, but I'm counting on you now. I need to hide for a while. With that, he vanished again. Woland breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried something might happen to Dark. After all, Dark was sent by the Supreme Leader in advance. If something were to happen to him, it would be difficult to explain to the Supreme Leader. His gaze slowly fell on the golden figure at the doorway. He gritted his teeth and said, Soraka, you actually dared to come. Soraka held her scepter, her eyes filled with indifference. What wouldn't I dare? You took good care of me before, now it's time for us to repay you. Woland snorted. What revenge? Foolish. You only use some petty tricks. Do you really think you can defeat me? Soraka brandished her scepter. How will you know if you don't try? Golden light once again condensed at the tip of the scepter. Woland frowned. Unarmed, he was now at a disadvantage. Suddenly, several attacks struck Soraka. She frowned, swung her scepter, and a flash of golden light shattered the attacks. Several vague god-level powerhouses leaped out, shouting at Woland, General, quickly grab your weapons. We hold her off. Woland was overjoyed and immediately rushed out the door, heading towards his resting place. Soraka, of course, wouldn't give him that chance. She shouted, Valenza. Here it comes. A massive wind blade descended from the sky, crashing down in front of Woland with a deafening roar. Woland slammed on the brakes, nearly getting struck. You really come all out. Are you really that confident you can defeat me? Valenza floated in the air, a smile playing on her lips. We're here to take your head. Don't struggle, just accept your death. Volamid's eyebrows shot up in anger. After fighting for so long, this was the first time he felt so frustrated. But calculating, the Vades had already lost nearly 5 god-level experts in this world, while the side of the Divine Mountain hadn't lost a single one, and even gained several more, especially Callan and the 3 undead lords, who could unleash tremendous destructive power in large-scale battles. With this shift in power, the Vades seemed to be gradually weakening. Volamid's heart skipped a beat. Unbeknownst to them, they seemed to be gradually having their strength eroded. From their initial advantage to now being able to challenge him directly, how much time had passed? Damn it! Volamid revealed his sharp claws, unleashing several claw strikes into the air, but Valenza nimbly dodged them all. But Volamid's aim wasn't attacking. Taking advantage of Valenza's evasive maneuvers, he quickly reached for the 6 giant blades. Only with weapons in hand could he unleash his full power. Don't even think about it. Soraka scoffed, a beam of light slamming down, striking the 6 giant blades and instantly sending them flying. Volamid's eyes widened. The blades were almost within his grasp, and now they were gone. Damn it! That damn Soraka, don't you dare fight me head-on? Soraka chuckled, why bother if I can just kill you directly? Volamid gritted his teeth in hatred, but he was helpless, and could only continue chasing the 6 giant blades. Valenza escaped the claw attacks, spun around, a flash of blue light, and landed at Volamid's feet. Volamid felt a gust of wind, as if his feet were bound by heavy chains, and his speed suddenly slowed. Soraka seized the opportunity, swinging her scepter and unleashing a golden light that shot towards Volamid's back with incredible speed. Volamid took a deep breath, struggling to turn around and gather his strength to defend himself, but the next moment, a small figure blocked his way. It was Guluha. With a soft poof, the golden light pierced Guluha's body. Guluha's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, black smoke emanating from the wound. Volamid was stunned. He couldn't understand why Guluha was here. Wasn't he supposed to be sent to Broken Cloud Peak? Great, General, hurry! Guluha said with difficulty. Woland suddenly remembered, quickly turned around, and with a burst of power, broke free of Valenza's binding magic, striding towards the 6 giant blades. Humph! You're courting death. Valenza's face was icy cold, and the wind god's sword in her hand condensed into a powerful and sharp wind blade, slashing fiercely at Guluha. Since you're so eager to die, I grant your wish. Guluha watched as the wind blades grew larger and larger before his eyes, but he was powerless to resist. He could only close his eyes and await death. However, the next moment, with a deafening boom, Volamid arrived, wielding the 6 giant blades, and shattered all the wind blades with a single strike, turning them into countless blue light spots. Guluha, why are you back? Volamid asked in a deep voice. Gulaha coughed twice, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Following your instructions, I went to Broken Cloud Peak alone, without letting anyone know. But when I arrived, I discovered the Allied forces secretly advancing, seemingly preparing to ambush our army. However, my position at that time prevented me from returning to report in time. I could only quietly follow them back. I'm truly sorry, General. I failed to complete the mission you gave me. Cough, cough, cough. Volumet frowned. All right, that's enough. Step aside. Gulaha nodded and stepped aside. Volumet's face was grim, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Soraka, Valenza, I don't know who gave you the audacity to come directly to my camp to provoke me. Since that's the case, I show you the difference between us. Volumet swung his 6 massive blades in his palms with incredible speed, their edges gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Each blade was wreathed in dense dark magic, forming a half-foot-long black aura. His massive body suddenly expanded by half a foot, his muscles bulging like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, his skin covered in fine black scales. Both heads simultaneously unleashed deafening roars, and black energy surged around him like boiling ink, making him truly terrifying, like a demon god crawling out of hell. Die! Volumet stomped his left foot into the void, creating visible ripples in the air. He swung his 3 massive blades simultaneously with his right hand, the 3 black slashes merging into a blade aura over 10 feet wide, shooting towards Valenza with a piercing shriek. Where the blade aura passed, even light was swallowed up, leaving only a jet-black trail. Valenza's pupils contracted sharply. The wind god's sword was instantly drawn, pale blue wind magic swirling around him, as he drifted 3 zhang to the left like a willow catkin. But the black slash seemed to have eyes, tracing a strange arc in the air before veering off at a right angle and continuing its pursuit. The black aura at the edge of the blade even locked onto his wind magic fluctuations. Damn it! Valenza cursed under his breath. Knowing dodging was futile, he gripped the wind god's sword tightly, its blade erupting with a dazzling blue light. Bang! The wind god's sword and the black slash collided violently, the blue light and black aura tearing together with a piercing screeching sound. Valenza felt a surge of violent power coursing through his body, his arm muscles instantly tensing. He was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a distant mountainside, sending rubble scattering down. Volumet didn't even glance at Valenza. Both heads turned towards Soraka simultaneously. The left dog head grinned, revealing sharp fangs, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of its mouth. You were quite arrogant when you teamed up to ambush me earlier. Now it's my turn. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became ethereal, black energy enveloping his body and transforming him into a black shadow. In an instant, he covered dozens of feet, and his right hand wielded 3 giant blades in a crisscrossing motion, slashing at Soraka. The wind from the blades made Soraka's white robes flutter loudly. Soraka was startled. Without a second thought, she wielded her holy light scepter with lightning speed, sending 3 golden spears hurtling towards Volim's path like meteors. Child's play. Volim scoffed. In his left hand, 3 massive blades swung like a fan, the black aura around their blades forming a barrier that deflected all 3 golden spears. The spears struck the black aura, only creating a few golden sparks before vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Volim was upon Soraka. The outermost blade, shrouded in black aura, pierced her chest, the blade less than 3 feet from her white robe. Soraka remained calm under pressure. She rapidly chanted an incantation, and her holy light scepter pointed forward sharply. A burst of brilliant golden light erupted, instantly unfurling a golden barrier half a meter thick, covered in holy runes and radiating a warm yet majestic aura. Clang! The massive blade struck the golden barrier, producing a crisp metallic clang. The next second, however, Volim's magic erupted violently. His arm muscles bulged, veins bulging like earthworms, and dark magic surged from the blades of his 6 giant blades, causing the black aura around their tips to rise 3 feet high before slamming down on the barrier. Shatter! His 2 heads roared simultaneously, dark magic crashing against the golden barrier like a tidal wave. Crack! 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 Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly appeared on the golden barrier. The runes dimmed, their holy light dissipating under the corrosive influence of the black aura. At this moment, the other Vade warrior surrounded the barrier, drastically increasing the pressure on Soraka. Soraka frowned, gritting her teeth as she channeled her holy light, attempting to repair the cracks in the barrier. However, the barrier's shattering speed far exceeded its repair speed. Bang! The golden barrier finally succumbed to the pressure, shattering into a shower of golden dust. Soraka used the momentum to retreat sharply, her figure teleporting more than 10 meters away, barely avoiding the giant blade's pursuit. Even so, the wind from the blade still grazed her shoulder, tearing a long gash in her white robe. Soraka, this won't do. Let's call Callan and come back another time. Valenza shouted anxiously. Soraka hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth. Wolamt, I let you go today, I come back for your dog's life next time. With that, she and Valenza sped towards the edge of the camp. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Wolamt roared, leaping into the air and giving chase. At the same time, the Allied forces that had raided the Vade camp retreated like a receding tide towards Northview City. After a long while, Valamet finally returned to the camp, looking dejected. The Wade swarmed around him, asking about the battle's outcome. Valamet, his face dark, said, "Humph, those two bastards were fast as greased. If they dare come again, they never return." Dark slowly emerged from the darkness. "General, you are truly mighty. With you here, our camp is safe and sound." Valamet frowned and asked, "What were the losses this time?" A Wade officer replied, "Our losses were about the same as theirs, very minor, almost nothing." Valamet nodded. "That's good. By the way, where's Gulaha?" Dark pointed to the tent and said, "He was seriously wounded. We put him in the tent to recover." Chapter 844. Wolan frowned. "Dak, it seems we were all wrong." Dark nodded. "That makes sense. After all, Gulaha has always been diligent and loyal to you, otherwise, you wouldn't have brought him to this world." Wolan sighed softly. "He's so loyal, yet we still doubted him. Since he's seriously injured this time, we won't assign him any more missions. Send someone to escort him back to Mount Light, and also gather the best resources from the warehouse there so he can recuperate in peace." "Yes." The Vade in charge of logistics immediately replied. Dark asked, "So what do we do next? The Alliance army is so arrogant, they even invaded our camp. We can't just do nothing, can we?" Volamart pondered. Soraka's arrival this time is strange. It seems she didn't intend to achieve anything, she's just here to annoy me. But I suddenly thought of something, Dark. Did the scouts I had you send out notice anything unusual? Dark was taken aback, then realized, "You mean, Leviathan might take advantage of the chaos to escape with Soraka and the others?" Volamart nodded. "That's right. Soraka is cunning. Since she came, she wouldn't leave empty-handed. She must have some ulterior motive, and I suspect it's to take Leviathan away." Dark was silent for a moment before saying, "General, if Leviathan really wants to leave, why not just show himself when Soraka arrives and leave with her? Why be so sneaky?" Valamet sneered. "Do you really think this is a marketplace? Soraka and Valenza may have the ability to escape unscathed, but what is Leviathan? If he dares to show himself, he won't get out." Dark hesitated for a moment before saying, "My men were already deployed, constantly monitoring the camp even during the battle, but they haven't found anything." "What?" Valamet frowned. "Are you sure?" Dark shook his head. "I wouldn't take this lightly. Besides, I sent out elite, experienced men. If there were anything unusual, they would definitely report to me." Valamet's face darkened again. "Nothing unusual? That's strange. Is Soraka just bored and here to toy with me?" Avayad said, "General, don't worry. I think this is just a test. Once they know how powerful you are, they won't dare to come again." Valamet looked at Dark. "What do you think?" Dark shook his head. "I don't know. I don't know much about Soraka, and as it stands, there's nothing unusual." Valamet didn't speak, but he felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. After this battle, the Allied forces seemed to quiet down, as if they were truly intimidated by Valamet. An eerie calm settled over both sides. In Northview City, Soraka greeted Annie at the south gate. "And why did you come all of a sudden? You could have just sent a message." Annie smiled and said, "Your Majesty has just won a great victory, and I haven't had a chance to congratulate you yet. That's why I brought some good wine and food to reward you." Soraka glanced at the wagon laden with food behind and, her eye twitching. "All right, just get to the point. Distribute the food to everyone, and come with me to the City Lord's mansion." It was called the City Lord's mansion, but it was actually just the site of the old mansion. The original mansion had long been destroyed, and now only ruins remained, hastily organized by the Allied army as a temporary frontline command post. Upon entering the command post, Soraka impatiently asked, "And what exactly are you planning? Putting Grensa in your dreams, and having us raid Valamet's camp, what's the point of all this?" And smiled and said, "Goddess, please don't rush me. Tell me how things are going." Soraka suppressed her doubts and slowly said, Valenza, and I did as you said, directly storming the enemy camp and raiding Volumet. He was indeed unprepared, but his strength was too overwhelming. Our raid failed. After a brief struggle, we left. This time, basically. No results. Oh right, I wounded Evade. That guy seemed to be a god-level powerhouse. I wonder if he died in the end. Annie nodded. Good, that's the result I wanted. Where's Lord Windgod? Soraka said. Valenza is still on the city wall. He's worried that Volumet will be enraged and attack again, so he's been taking turns with me to keep watch and prevent a surprise attack. Annie smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Granisa will be back soon, and your pressure will be less. Soraka frowned. Can't you tell me now? Annie stopped beating around the bush and said directly, Haha, it's nothing much, just that Leviathan and Granisa killed Torok in a dream. Soraka's eyes widened instantly. No wonder I haven't seen Torok. You guys killed him. How did you do that? Torok wasn't particularly strong, but he wasn't weak either. If he were to fight Granisa one-on-one, Torok might lose, but he wouldn't be killed. Escaping would be easy. And now, Annie was saying Torok was dead. This was the best news since the start of the war. You see, Torok had been conquering this world for many years, possessing almost complete knowledge of the divine plane and the various sacred mountains. He was the eyes and ears of the Vade army. With him, the Vades could command their forces and wage war with great ease. Now that he's dead, it will be much more difficult for the Vades to learn about the sacred mountains again. And shrugged. I wanted to kill Torok for a while. He's incredibly important to the Vades. But I thought about it for a long time. If I set Lucifer, the success rate would be low. Lucifer is only at the peak of the Unity realm. He risked his life even against a low-level god, let alone a powerhouse like Torok. Then I thought of Leviathan. His innate magic is very unique, dream entry. I had Granisa enter Leviathan's pre-prepared dream world beforehand, and make all the necessary preparations. Then I had Robert concoct a super-powerful bewitching incense to help Leviathan improve his dream entry efficiency. Next, I ensured Leviathan could have uninterrupted contact with Torok. Once all the conditions were met, I waited for Torok and Granisa to have their epic battle in the dream. Of course, I believed Granisa would ultimately win. And indeed, my prediction came true. Soraka swallowed hard. So when did you start planning this operation? Annie stroked her chin. Probably around the day you joined the Alliance. Soraka was speechless. Aren't you afraid Leviathan will be killed by the Varids? Annie shrugged. I made some preparations beforehand, but there is indeed such a risk. However, high risk always comes with high reward, and I think the current reward is quite good. Soraka sighed and shook her head. Such a crazy plan, I'm afraid only you could come up with it. By the way, what about Leviathan? How are we going to rescue him? He must be in a very dangerous situation right now. Annie's expression turned slightly serious. Indeed, Leviathan must escape quickly, otherwise he will be in danger. His dream magic consumes a lot of energy, and, having endured the fierce battle between two god-level powerhouses, he himself was severely injured and was now hiding alone in the enemy camp. However, we have no way to save him yet. Volant knows he hasn't left and is waiting for an opportunity. Once his location is exposed, he will surely die. Soraka frowned. Then what should we do? Annie sighed. Now we can only wait for an opportunity. But let's not talk about that, goddess. Actually, I came here today to ask you something else. Soraka looked puzzled. Oh, just tell me what it is. As long as I know it, I will tell you. Annie took a deep breath and said, I heard that there is an ancient treasure on Mount Light. Is that true? Soraka's eyes narrowed, and she asked in a deep voice, How do you know that? This was tantamount to an admission, and didn't hide anything. I learned it from Hemid. He wanted to tell Volant about it before he died, but my people stopped him. Soraka breathed a sigh of relief and nodded helplessly. It's good you stopped him. Only I and two high-ranking priests know about this. No one else, including Valenza, knows. In fact, the reason our Light Mountain is so powerful is largely thanks to that ancient treasure. And frowned. What is it? Soraka pondered for a moment and said, Nothing much, just a tear from the Creator God. Ah? Anne's mouth dropped open. A tear? From the Creator God? Soraka nodded. Don't underestimate this tear. Anything from the Creator God is priceless to this world. This tear contains the power of the source can greatly increase cultivation speed, even benefiting god-level powerhouses. Annie exclaimed in surprise, That's amazing? Where is it? Soraka sighed. Even if we knew where it was, what use would it be? The area is teeming with Vades now. Any movement we make will be detected by Volamin. Getting the tears of creation is no easy task. Annie shook her head. Don't worry, I have a way. Just tell me where it is. Soraka said, telling you won't hurt. Actually, it's on my throne. There's a small hole directly beneath it. That hole is the switch to open the space beneath the throne. There are only 2 keys, one with me, and one with Nobel. Nobel is dead, and I guess Hemid took the key too. I wonder if that guy took the tears of creation. Annie laughed. That Hemid is incredibly greedy. He's worried the tears of creation will fall into the hands of the Varids, so he hasn't gone to retrieve them or told Volamin. He's probably waiting for an opportunity, which gives us a chance to get them back. Soraka asked, do you have a plan? Annie nodded. Now that we know the location and how to activate it, things are much easier. Goddess, after we get the tears of creation, could you lend them to me for a while? Soraka readily agreed, of course, but only if you can get them back. Annie smiled. Hee, I'm sure I can get them back. Looking at Annie's confident expression, Soraka felt a surge of hope. Annie, you must be careful. Although the tears of creation contain immense power, it cannot be used carelessly. It cannot be used, much less refined directly, otherwise there will be a power conflict. At best, it will cause magical chaos and a decrease in strength. At worst, it will cause the body to explode and die. Annie nodded and said, I understand. I just want to use it to help me refine a divine artifact. A divine artifact? Soraka was somewhat surprised. You want Robert to refine it? Can he already refine divine artifacts? Annie smiled and said, don't underestimate Robert. After receiving the inheritance of the alchemy trial of the Celestial Library, he has integrated almost all the alchemical knowledge of this world into his mind. In addition, his own strength has reached the Unity realm. He can refine most of the precious divine materials with the help of some magic arrays. Now, even refining a divine artifact is not difficult for him. Next time, I have him help you main gods re-enchant your divine artifacts to increase their power. Soraka exclaimed in admiration, Annie, your contracted undead are truly 1 in a million. I can't even tell if it's you who's more powerful, or your undead. Annie humbly replied, you flatter me, goddess. We were simply making the most of our strengths. It's impossible to say who's stronger. Soraka then asked, so what should we do next? Are we just going to stay in this stalemate? Annie shook her head, a glint of light in her eyes. Of course not. Now that Talek is dead, and the enemy has lost several god-level powerhouses, while Lucifer on our side is about to break through, and we gain 3 more undead lords, our morale is at its peak. I'm waiting now. On one hand, I'm waiting for Lucifer to complete his breakthrough. Once he does, he can deliver a devastating blow to the enemy's god-level combat power. On the other hand, I'm waiting for Robert's artifact to be forged. Now that the soul-severing blade has been returned to Grandpa Callan, Born is lacking a suitable weapon. This artifact can enhance his combat power and allow him to play a crucial role at critical moments. Upon hearing the mention of Born, Soraka asked, by the way, isn't that Born also your contracted undead? I heard he's very powerful, both in intelligence and strength, on par with you, but I never seen him. Where did he go? Annie smiled mysteriously, far away yet right before your eyes. Chapter 845. The morning mist on the main peak of Mount Brightness had not yet dissipated, but the window frames of the side room of the temple were already bathed in golden sunlight. Guluha reclined on the bed covered with velvet cushions, his body wrapped in 3 layers of thick gauze, from his shoulders to his waist and abdomen. Dark red blood seeped through, spreading irregular patches on the gauze. Even his breathing was slightly labored, a picture of someone still recovering from serious injuries. Vervaed women dressed in light gauze stood on either side of the bed, holding jade bottles, silk handkerchiefs, and other items, their movements as gentle as if handling fragile treasures. The woman on the left scooped up a spoonful of fragrant medicinal soup, first bringing it to her lips, and gently blowing on it to cool it before carefully offering it to Guluha's mouth. The woman on the right knelt, wiping his exposed wrists with a warm towel, her fingertips occasionally brushing against his skin before immediately and shyly withdrawing. 2 other women sat on the edge of the bed, combing his slightly disheveled hair with a silver comb, while softly recounting anecdotes from the military camp, their voices as gentle as a nightingale's song. Lord Guluha, you are truly a model soldier. The woman combing his hair looked up, her eyes filled with reverence. That day, to protect the general, you bravely withstood a blow from Soraka's holy light. The story has spread throughout the entire camp. Even the cooks in the kitchen say you are a true hero. The woman handing him medicine nodded in agreement, her tone full of admiration. Yes, sir, The image of you covered in blood yet still shielding the general was captured in a painting by the army artist, and it's being circulated throughout the camp. It's our honor to serve a hero like you. As she spoke, she placed a peeled, glistening candied fruit into Guluha's mouth, its sweet aroma instantly filling his mouth. Guluha's lips curled into a perfectly measured, shy smile. He patted the hand of the woman who had handed him the medicine, his voice hoarse from his lingering injuries. It was all part of my duty. The situation was urgent. If something had happened to the general, the morale of our Wade army would have collapsed. I couldn't just stand by and watch. He deliberately slowed his speech, coughing lightly after every few words, appearing weak yet resolute. The woman nestled against his arm, her voice tinged with a sweet, innocent charm. My lord, you are truly virtuous. Now the entire army admires you. Once you recover, your position will be even more secure. Don't forget us ladies then. Ha ha ha, that depends on how well you serve me. Guluha laughed, deliberately aggravating his wound and wincing in pain. Using this as an excuse, he reached out and embraced the two women beside him. Serve me well, and you be rewarded handsomely in the future. A burst of laughter filled the room. The women became even more attentive. Some massaged his temples to relieve his fatigue, some hummed folk songs by Wade to help him relax, and others arranged freshly cut fruit exquisitely before him. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the women's smiling faces and Guluha's contented expression, a scene of warmth and harmony. Night quietly descended, and Mount Light shed its daytime sanctity, shrouded in a tranquil veil of darkness. Guluha waved his hand, dismissing the women who were still trying to curry favor, and then called out to the door, "Bring in the prepared resources." Before long, two soldiers carried heavy wooden boxes into the room, and the moment the lids were opened, a rich spiritual energy rushed out. The box was piled high with crystals of various colors, including several top-grade crystals the size of fists, and a few thousand-year-old spiritual herbs emitting a faint glow. After the soldiers withdrew, Guluha immediately sat up in bed, his previous lethargy vanishing, his eyes gleaming with greed. He walked to the wooden box, picked up a pale purple top-grade crystal, and the moment his fingertips touched it, he felt a surge of powerful energy flow into his body, making him feel completely refreshed. "Woland is really generous," he murmured, stroking the patterns on the crystal surface, a cold smile playing on his lips. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged to cultivate, he suddenly stopped, as if frozen in place. Then, his body trembled, and the crystal in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. His eyes blazed with intense light. Tears of creation? This is a good thing. He quickly calmed himself, his eyes darting around, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. He walked to the door and called to the two guards on duty outside, "Come in for a moment." The two guards pushed open the door and entered. They were dressed in black armor, swords at their waists, and their expressions were serious. "What are your orders, sir?" the guard on the left asked, bowing. "My injuries are much better now. I want some peace and quiet tonight, so you don't need to stand guard outside," Guluha said, leaning against the doorframe, deliberately feigning exhaustion. The guard on the right shook his head expressionlessly. "My lord, please forgive us. We are under orders from the general to protect you closely. If we abandon our posts, we will be severely punished. Rest assured, we will guard outside, and will not disturb you." Guluha had anticipated their refusal, and a suggestive smile appeared on his face. "I don't want you to leave. I just want to call a few girls in to serve me. It's inconvenient for me to have you guarding outside." He took a few steps closer, and lowered his voice. "Those Wade women from earlier today. They're quick and efficient, they can massage me and help me relax, which will aid in my recovery. You know, men always have needs." The two guards exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing understanding, and a meaningful smile appeared on their lips. The guard on the left quickly replied, "Don't worry, sir, we know the rules. We won't look at what we shouldn't see, or listen to what we shouldn't hear. We guarantee we won't divulge a single word. However, we still can't leave our posts. This is the general's order, and we dare not disobey." Seeing that the two guards were still unmoved, Guluha's eyes darted around as he said, "Then I won't make things difficult for you. Go and call Lilisa and the others over." Call them all?" The guard hesitated, glancing at Guluha's bandaged body. "Sir, your injuries haven't healed yet. So many girls. Won't that be too taxing on your mind? What do you know?" Guluha deliberately put on a stern face, his tone slightly displeased. "The women of Wade are skilled in nourishing techniques. Their massages can help regulate my blood and chi, much more effective than medicine. Just go when I tell you to, don't nag." Yes. "I go right away." The guard quickly agreed, turning and hurrying away. Before long, 7 or 8 weighed women dressed in brightly colored clothes entered the room. The one at the head, Lalisa, swayed her hips and said sweetly as soon as she entered, "My lord, why have you summoned us so late? What wonderful reward do you have for us?" Guluha walked to the table, picked up a top-grade crystal the size of a pigeon egg, and played with it in his hand, his eyes filled with a seductive light. "A reward is certainly offered, but it depends on your skills. I know you are all skilled in the art of seduction. Today, you will compete before me, and whoever's skill is the most exquisite will have this crystal." The women's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the crystals. Top-grade crystals would greatly benefit their cultivation, and even generals wouldn't normally be willing to part with just one. Lalisa paused slightly, then seemed to understand. She immediately stepped forward, giggling, "So, my lord has a taste for this. You should have said so earlier. Don't worry, we'd definitely satisfy you." As she spoke, she moved to another alluring woman, gently lifting her chin with her right index finger, a pink glint flashing in her eyes. "Let's begin," she said, and then kissed her. Meanwhile, Lalisa's hands weren't idle, gently caressing the woman's body. As she stroked, her palms emitted a faint pink glow. Soon, the woman began to pant. The scene and the sounds were enough to make anyone's blood boil. "Good. Good." Guluha clapped her hands and shouted, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Lalisa smiled smugly and began her performance even more vigorously. The others, not to be outdone, also engaged in fierce battles, creating a scene of extreme eroticism. However, everyone was so engrossed in the lively atmosphere that they failed to notice Guluha's figure seemingly flashing in place, followed by the door appearing to open a crack. One guard frowned. "Why is the door open?" The guard on the right quickly stepped forward, gently closed the door, patted his shoulder, and said, "Probably just blown open by the wind." "Never mind. It's so lively inside, we better stay away so as not to spoil the master's enjoyment." He then pulled his companion back a few steps, and continued chatting idly. This Lord Guluha really knows how to enjoy himself. Even seriously injured, he still has so much energy. Who says otherwise? But Lord Dark is really something, making us keep a close eye on him. I think he's just a lecherous fool. What could he possibly be up to? Let's not try to guess what important people are thinking, just keep up our guard. However, in a corner they didn't notice, a dark figure flashed by. It was Guluha. Like a night cat, he slipped silently out of the room and quickly made his way down the corridor. The night in the Temple of Light was exceptionally quiet, with only the occasional sound of patrolling soldiers' footsteps. Guluha, familiar with the temple's layout, skillfully hid behind pillars and among flowers, avoiding all patrols, and stealthily made his way towards the main temple. The moment he stepped into the main temple, a holy light enveloped him. The murals of the goddess on the ceiling had been damaged, but her eyes still radiated compassion and majesty. The throne, located in the center of the hall, was carved from a single piece of milky white jade, inlaid with countless tiny gems, which shone brilliantly under the illumination of the luminous pearls. The hall was empty, save for the occasional flickering runes around the throne, solemn and dignified. Guluha's heart quickened. He strode to the throne, gazing up at this symbol of divine authority, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. He pulled an ancient-looking key from his robes, its surface engraved with intricate runes, a key he had secretly obtained from Talik. He crouched down, carefully feeling the base of the throne. The base was intricately carved with patterns that fit perfectly into the ground. Their secrets were easily missed without close inspection. Guluha's fingers traced the patterns, finally finding a small groove on the left side of the throne, its shape perfectly matching the key. This is it. He took a deep breath and slowly inserted the key into the slot. Click! The crisp sound was exceptionally clear in the silent hall. The moment the key turned, the throne suddenly erupted with dazzling holy light, and countless golden runes floated out from the throne, forming a huge magic circle in midair. As the magic circle rotated, the entire hall began to tremble violently, the light emitted by the luminous pearl on the dome flickered, and a crack appeared in the ground around the throne. Why is there such a commotion? Guluha's expression changed. Worried about alerting the guards outside, he didn't have time to think and immediately reached into the crack. Deep inside the crack was a warm sensation. The moment his fingers touched it, he felt a surge of immense energy, pure and profound, more concentrated than all the top-grade crystals he had ever seen combined. He was overjoyed and clenched his fist, grasping the object in his hand. It was a fist-sized bead, milky white with a faint halo, smooth and warm to the touch, seemingly alive, pulsating in his palm. The tear of creation. I finally got it. But just then, he felt a chilling aura behind him, his hair standing on end. He flipped over and leaped to the other side of the throne. The next moment, with a sharp tearing sound, a black claw slashed down where he had just been, leaving 3 deep gashes in the floor. Gulahan narrowed his eyes, looking at the figure slowly emerging from the shadows before him, and coldly said, "Are you the rat who's been secretly following me?" The other party was clearly taken aback, a strange tone in their voice. "You don't recognize me?" Gulahan snorted. "Do I need to know a cowardly fellow like you? I am Dark, the head of the 12 priests of the Imperial Priestly Order. You don't recognize me?" Gulahan frowned upon hearing this. "Then why are you, a priest, always following me? Can't you do something productive?" Dark almost stumbled. "It's because you're suspicious. I think you're very likely a spy from the Divine Mountain, and your actions tonight have confirmed my suspicions." His eyes swept over the gauze on Gulahan's body. "Your injuries are probably fake too, aren't they? I don't know how you got rid of the people watching you, but you never escaped my eyes." Gulahan scoffed. "I doubt it. You call me a spy, but I think you're the spy. You, an Imperial priest, arrive without a word, so how can anyone know if you're an imposter? Everyone witnessed my injuries. How can my rapid recovery be fake?" Dark felt infuriated by the other's words. Just a few sentences had already ignited his anger. "Don't try to play dumb with me. I only informed the general and the commander-in-chief about my arrival, and I brought a group of men with me. Only they know of my existence. Someone as insignificant as you naturally wouldn't." Chapter 846. Gulahan curled his lip. "TCH, I'm just a nobody, and what are you anyway? You ambushed the Imperial General from behind. I'm going to report you to the Grand General." Dark was utterly amused. "Fine. Go ahead and go, let's see who's right. You sneaked into the main temple in the middle of the night, bypassing the guards, and stole something hidden under the throne, and you're still so self-righteous." Gulahan shrugged, revealing nothing in his hands. "See, you're accusing someone again. What did I take? Tell me." Dark waved his hand. "I'm not going to talk to you anymore, let's go. Come with me to see the Grand General." "Fine, let's go, who's afraid of who?" With that, Gulahan started walking out. Dark chuckled and followed, wanting to see what tricks the other was up to. However, after only 2 steps, Gulahan suddenly vanished in a flash. "Huh?" Dark was startled and roared. "Is this guy trying to escape again?" But the next moment, he realized something was wrong. A strange force suddenly struck, directly impacting his soul. He felt his soul being pulled, as if it were about to leave his body. Damn it! He quickly circulated his power to resist the pull, but he was still dizzy and swaying unsteadily. Swish! A cold light flashed, and a long, jet-black blade suddenly appeared in front of him, taking advantage of the opportunity to slash fiercely at Dark's neck. Dark felt his hair stand on end, his eyes widened, and he roared, "Hide!" With a whoosh, his figure suddenly disappeared into the shadows, and reappeared several meters away, dodging the attack. "Hey! You're pretty fast." Gulahan's figure reappeared, a mocking smile on his lips. "You have no sportsmanship." Dark roared angrily. Gulahan shrugged. "Hey, get this straight, who's the one lacking martial ethics? You attacked me first, so we're even now." Dark revealed a pair of black claws. "Even my foot. I'm going to rip you open and offer your entrails to the Supreme Leader today." Gulahan frowned, looking disgusted. "The Supreme Leader has this kind of fetish? Disgusting. You priests don't even know how to give him anything good." Dark glared. "How dare you? You dare slander the Supreme Leader. I execute you on the spot." Gulahan's lips curled into a cold smile. He flicked his wrist, the black blade twirling in his palm, runes flashing with a barely perceptible silver light. "Arrogant! I see if you have the ability." Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly blurred, an invisibility spell activating instantly, disappearing from the spot, leaving only a faint blade shadow on the ground. Dark's pupils contracted slightly. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly expanded, spreading across the entire ground like ink, causing the shadows of all objects to churn violently. He crossed his arms protectively in front of his chest, his claws extending, black energy dripping from their tips, and scorching small black holes in the ground. Suddenly, from the shadows on his left, a claw shot out, whistling through the air as it reached for the empty space, the very spot where Gulahan was hiding. Clang! A piercing metallic clang rang out, forcing Gulahan out of hiding. He held his black blade horizontally in front of him, runes on the blade glowing, barely managing to block the claw's attack. Gulahan exerted force with his wrist, the black blade spinning in an arc, deflecting the claws. Simultaneously, he leaped back, disappearing back into the shadows. Invisibility is indeed troublesome, But the air currents disturbed by movement won't fool me, Dark sneered, stomping his foot on the ground. His shadow instantly split into dozens of beams, surging like a tide towards every corner. Claws lurked within each shadow, ready to attack if Guluha dared to move. He slowly walked to the center of the hall, his gaze warily scanning every shadow. Where there are shadows, that's my battlefield. Guluha, invisible, held his breath, pressed against the gleaming golden bead, his heart beating steadily, without the slightest panic. He knew Dark shadow perception range was extremely wide, movement would inevitably reveal him, but inaction would only slowly erode his power. He slowly raised the black blade, channeling magic into the runes on its blade. Silver patterns began to flow slowly, accumulating power. Suddenly, he whirled around, his black blade slashing at the ground beside him with a gust of wind. A shadow was silently rising there, a sharp claw about to strike. Bang! The blade and claw collided on the ground, black energy intertwining with the silver light of the runes on the blade, kicking up a cloud of dust. Guluha used the momentum to leap backward, his figure disappearing again the instant he landed. But this time, Dark was prepared. The shadow behind him lashed out like a whip, the claws whistling through the air as they pursued him relentlessly. Guluha narrowly dodged to the side, the claws grazing his shoulder, tearing a crack in the pillar behind him. Amidst the flying fragments, he clearly felt the stinging pain in his shoulder. All you can do is dodge? Dark pressed closer, his hands flashing with claws, black shadows rising from the ground, forming an impenetrable net of claws. His shadow attacks were completely unpredictable, sometimes surfacing from the shadows of the ceiling, sometimes ambushed from within Guluha's own shadow, leaving his attackers exhausted. Guluha was forced to reveal himself several times to parry, his robes torn in several places by the claws, revealing shallow bloodstains on his exposed skin. In the heat of battle, a glint flashed in Guluha's eyes. He deliberately created an opening, feigning exhaustion after a parry, staggering and crashing into a pillar. Dark seized the opportunity, his shadow expanding rapidly, 3 claws simultaneously reaching out from different directions, blocking all escape routes. Just as the claws were about to strike, Guluha abruptly turned, instantly dispelling his invisibility. Simultaneously, he slid along the ground, his black blade sweeping across, the runes on the blade emitting a blinding silver light, forcing back all 3 claws. More importantly, as he glided, he closed to within 3 zhang of Dark's body, his eyes suddenly flashing purple, and he uttered a low shout, soul-stealing. An invisible wave of mental energy surged towards Dark like a tidal wave. Dark felt a roar in his mind, countless eerie whispers echoing in his ears, and the scene before him began to distort again. His movements abruptly halted, his claws hovering in midair, and he experienced a brief moment of dizziness. That move again. Guluha seized this critical opportunity, his black blade flashing with silver light as it thrust straight for Dark's heart, the blade whistling fiercely, seemingly about to strike. Humph! You think the same trick will work? Dark, having learned from experience, regained his senses almost instantly. His body surged with black energy, forcibly shifting his body half a foot to the side. The black blade grazed his ribs, tearing his robes, but without causing any harm. Using the momentum of his backward movement, Dak stomped his feet on the ground, and all the scattered shadows instantly converged. A huge shadow claw rose from the ground and slammed down on Guluha with earth-shattering power. Guluha's pupils constricted sharply. He slashed vertically with his black blade, unleashing the full power of his runes, forming a barrier of silver light. Boom! The shadow's claws slammed into the barrier, the immense force causing Guluha's feet to sink deep into the ground, his knees buckling, and his tiger's mouth split open, blood dripping from the hilt of his blade. He looked up. Dark had retreated 10 feet away, shrouded in black mist. Your mental attack is indeed strange, but your cultivation level is too low, you are no match for me. Dark flexed his claws, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Enough testing, it's time to settle this. He suddenly spread his arms, his black mist erupting like a volcano. The shadows on the ground began to churn violently, and 10 identical shadows emerged from the ground, each wielding claws, surrounded by a semi-dense black mist, radiating the same oppressive aura as Dark. Each clone could unleash half the power of the original. 10 shadow clones formed a ring around Guluha, echoing Dark himself. All the shadows rise simultaneously, countless claws poised to strike. The temperature inside the hall plummeted, the black mist almost solidifying, the oppressive atmosphere making it difficult for Guluha to breathe. He slowly straightened up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gripping the hilt of his black sword with both hands, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, let me show you the power of this world. Guluha frantically poured his magical power into the black sword, the silver runes on the blade beginning to glow purple. Streaks of purple lightning surged from the runes, coiling around the blade and crackling. The purple lightning grew increasingly intense, gradually forming a bolt of lightning over 10 feet long. Wherever the lightning passed, the air was ionized, emitting a pungent odor. What kind of power is this? Dark's expression changed slightly. He could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within the purple lightning, which even had a restraining effect on his black energy. Without hesitation, he swung his hand sharply. Kill! 10 shadow clones launched an attack simultaneously, some extending their claws from the ground, others pouncing directly at Guluha. Their claws, imbued with black energy, formed a massive claw net, sealing off all of Guluha's escape routes. Dark himself moved at the same time, his figure darting behind Guluha like a ghost. His claws, condensing his entire body's black energy, prepared to launch a fatal blow. Punish the heavenly soul. Break! Guluha roared, swinging his blades with both hands, unleashing a sweeping purple lightning bolt with the force of thunder. The lightning collided with the shadow clone's claws, producing a series of earth-shattering explosions. Purple lightning spread like a spiderweb, each shadow clone touched by the lightning letting out a piercing scream. The black energy was instantly ionized, and the clone disintegrated. With a single strike, 3 shadow clones were shattered, and the remaining 7 clones' attacks faltered. But just then, Dark's attack arrived, his claws imbued with dense black energy, aimed straight for Guluha's back. Guluha realized what was happening but couldn't completely dodge in time. He could only forcefully twist his body, his black blade sweeping back, the lightning clashing with the black energy once more. Bang! The immense force sent Guluha flying uncontrollably forward, crashing heavily into the supporting pillar behind him. The pillar cracked and splintered, sending rubble flying and dust billowing into the air. Dark was also forced back several steps by the recoil from the lightning, the black energy on his claws dimmed considerably, and a numbing sensation spread through his palms. He looked up into the smoke, and saw Guluha slowly rise from the pile of rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His robes were torn to shreds by the rubble, and there was a deep claw mark on his chest, the bone visible. Black energy was seeping into the wound. But Guluha's eyes remained sharp. Though the lightning in his hand had diminished, he still gripped the black blade firmly, showing no sign of surrender. I didn't expect you to withstand my full-force attack. Dark licked the blood from his claws, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. But you're already severely injured. The black energy will continue to erode your meridians. Your death is imminent. He waved his hand again, and the remaining 7 shadow clones coalesced once more. The black energy surged again, and a new round of attacks was about to begin. Guluha coughed a few times, wiping the blood from his mouth. He leaned on the ground, using the black blade to support his swaying body. He could feel the sharp pains emanating from his meridians. Dark's black energy was indeed domineering, rapidly disrupting his magic circulation. But looking at the black blade in his hand, the runes on its surface still faintly flickering, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Death? Not necessarily. Suddenly, a green light surged from his body, enveloping him, and his wounds healed at a visible speed. Dark's eyes widened. This? What kind of power is this? Guluha's lips curled into a smile. Hee, how about it? There are still many things you haven't seen before. Today I open your eyes. Dark snorted, his gaze growing even colder. You're definitely not Guluha. That guy would never have so many strange powers. Who are you? The green light on Guluha faded, his wounds almost fully healed. Sometimes, the truth isn't that important. Don't dwell on those trivial things. Today, we only have one thing to do. A decisive battle. Dark slightly raised his claws, coldly saying, I already noticed. You only just advanced to the god level, but I'm already a mid-level god. You can't defeat me. Although you have many tricks up your sleeve, they're all child's play before absolute power. Guluha narrowed his eyes, really. Before the words were even finished, he raised his hand and unleashed a slash, purple lightning transforming into a powerful strike, fiercely aimed at Dark. Useless. Dark bent his body, his claws slashing forward, shattering the strike. But the next moment, several stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Dark's view. Dark was slightly startled. That strange power again. Break. He swung his claws, smashing the stone pillars in front of him, rubble falling down with a thud. But as soon as the pillars shattered, a giant wave crashed down, catching Dark completely off guard, directly engulfing him and slamming him against the wall. Cough, cough, cough. Dark spat out a mouthful of water. The wave wasn't particularly powerful, but it left him looking quite disheveled. Damn it! Just as he was about to retaliate, a stone pillar suddenly erupted from beneath his feet, throwing him into the air. At the same time, a bolt of purple lightning struck him fiercely. Dark gritted his teeth, his claws lashing out with incredible power, the black claws about to shatter the lightning as before. However, the next moment, a strange force appeared, and the power in Dark's claws involuntarily converged towards a black hole. What? Devouring magic? Dark's eyes widened. No, it's even stronger than devouring magic. Chapter 847. However, Dark didn't panic. He slightly shifted his body, and a surge of immense power reappeared, slamming into the lightning and shattering it completely before landing steadily on the ground. Oh, even this can't do anything to you? Guluha frowned slightly. Dark's expression turned serious. The devouring power you just unleashed was even stronger than the Can Man's. You're definitely not an ordinary guy, but your disguise is too convincing. Even I can't find any flaws. Who exactly are you? Guluha shrugged. You asked that question twice already. Even if you're about to die, I won't tell you. Dark's eyes flashed with killing intent. Since you won't tell me, I beat you until you do. Just as Dark was about to attack again, Guluha suddenly raised his hand and said, Hey, wait. Dark staggered, angrily asking, What is it now? Guluha chuckled. I have a question. From the beginning, you've been alone with. Why don't you call more people? Dark coldly replied, Don't think I don't know your little scheme. Most of the people here don't know me. Calling them over would only cause chaos, and then you could use that damned invisibility spell to escape. I'm not falling for your trick. Guluha shook his head. I won't run away. The great general still needs me. But you were originally the high priest's man. Helping the great general like this, have you considered what the high priest will think? Dark was taken aback. Don't try to sow discord here. I won't believe your nonsense. Guluha chuckled. You're really naive. Have you forgotten why you came? Did the high priest send you here just to help great General Volant? Dark fell silent, only then realizing that his mission was actually to prepare for the arrival of the supreme leader, not to help Volumet or Tuck. But even if I don't help Volumet, you won't escape from me. Someone like you must be someone important over at Mount Shen. Capturing you will definitely please the supreme leader. Hey, stop focusing on me. Guluha said exaggeratedly, I'm just a nobody. It doesn't matter to me whether I live or die. I just find you ridiculous. If the high priest knew you were wasting your time here, he'd probably die of anger. What did you say? Dark glared angrily. Guluha shrugged. Isn't that right? Do you even know what the biggest problem facing the Vade Empire is right now? Is it its god-level combat power? You deployed over 20 god-level experts, more than double the number of the Alliance, and even included 2 super powerful figures, Volant and Tuck. In terms of god-level combat power, it's a complete crushing victory. But what's the result? The Empire has been bogged down in the Sky Library for years without any progress, and has even lost quite a few god-level experts. Haven't you reflected on this at all? Dark frowned deeply. What exactly are you trying to say? Guluha laughed. Heh, with brains like yours, you should just go back and stop embarrassing yourselves here. You haven't even noticed such an obvious problem. You're all incredibly stupid. Dark's claws gleamed coldly, and his aura slowly intensified. Guluha quickly waved his hand. Don't get excited. Think about it. With Warrant and Tuck acting separately, their forces are scattered and can't be concentrated in one place. Naturally, their strength is much weaker. In addition, you also sent many god-level powerhouses to guard the major sacred mountains and important locations. Although you're gathering resources and stockpiling strength, you're also dispersing your forces. On the other hand, the Alliance has basically gathered all the top forces in this world, so naturally you find it difficult to advance. Dark narrowed his eyes. Oh, you mean you also want to gather everyone together and attack one place? Guluha, carrying his long sword, said, If it were me, I would definitely do that. Because the Alliance has nowhere else to go besides the Sky Library. Even if they escape, their forces will be too large, leading to a dispersed strength, and transporting supplies will be a problem. So they will never abandon the Sky Library. The Empire can attack with confidence, without any worries. Dark pondered for a moment, and realized this was indeed true. However, getting Tuck and Volumet to unite would be difficult unless the Supreme Leader intervened. Guluha continued, Whether you conquer the Holy City of Light or the City of Norgaze, it makes no difference to the Supreme Leader. In his eyes, you're just wasting your time here. As long as the Celestial Library remains, this world isn't truly conquered, and the Supreme Leader will certainly not be satisfied. Dark snorted, Conquering this world is one thing, But finding the lost altar is more important. I heard the altar is currently in the hands of the Alliance's commander-in-chief. What you say makes some sense, but what's your purpose in saying all this? You can't really be that kind, can you? Guluha revealed a playful smile. Dark, you're a little smarter than the guy Volant, but not by much. As he spoke, he suddenly drew another long sword, this one pure white, like a beam of white light. With two long swords, one black and one white, in his hands, Guluha's aura suddenly changed. A crystal clear bead floated before him, emanating a powerful force of creation that completely eroded the last bit of resistance from the two swords. With a surge of power, Guluha wielded the two swords as if they were extensions of his own arms, truly making them his divine weapons. The final step is complete. I can finally possess my own divine artifact. A burning glint flashed in Guluha's eyes. Dak's eyes narrowed sharply. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from the two blades. The altar? No! This is impossible. How could the altar be refined? This is impossible. Guluha chuckled. Nothing is impossible. I should thank you for providing such excellent materials, allowing me to unleash my full power. Dak's eyes widened in fury. You destroyed the altar and reforged it. You deserve to die. The Supreme Leader will grind you to dust. Guluha remained unconcerned. I don't know if he will grind me to dust, but that's no longer your concern, because today is your death day. Don't be so boastful. Dark unleashed his mid-level divine power without reservation. Black energy condensed into solid armor around him, and his claws grew to 3 feet long, their tips gleaming with a chilling light. Guluha's lips curled into a sinister smile. He stepped on the giant wave, his figure shooting towards Dark like an arrow released from a bow. His two-colored long swords crossed in front of him, charging towards Dark. Arrogant! Dark roared, his claws crossed in front of his chest. Black energy condensed from his claws into a jet-black claw shadow, tearing through space with a shrill cry as it slashed fiercely at the giant wave. But just as the claw shadow was about to touch the wave, Guluha's figure suddenly vanished on the crest of the wave, leaving only the afterimage of his two-colored long swords flashing in the air. A mere trick. Dark, though startled, remained calm. He exerted force with his claws, and the jet-black claw shadow crashed into the giant wave. Boom! The towering wave was torn in two, water spraying like rain, but Guluha's figure was nowhere to be seen. Dark's pupils contracted sharply, black energy instantly spreading around him, as he warily scanned the surrounding shadows. Just then, the rubble beneath Dark's feet suddenly shifted. A stone cone, as thick as an arm, rose abruptly with a sharp whistling sound, aimed directly at his foot. Humph! Dark lightly lifted his foot, his claws sweeping downwards, instantly crushing the stone cone into powder. But just as he averted the danger, a dense cracking sound erupted from the surrounding rubble. Countless stone cones sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, converging from all directions, forming a forest of stone cones. Dark nimbly weaved among the stone cones, his claws flashing like lightning, each strike shattering several cones. His movements were ghostly, though the stone cones rained down, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Is that all you can do? Show yourself. Dark roared, suddenly sensing a faint magical fluctuation emanating from the shadows to his left. Without hesitation, he swung his claws, the dark shadow carrying destructive power, pulverizing the shadow and the rubble below. Bang! A figure was forced out of the shadows. It was the invisible Guluha. His expression remained unchanged, and his left hand thrust forward with his black blade, runes erupting from the blade to form a dark vortex. Dark's claw shadow crashed into the vortex, vanishing as if it had sunk into the sea. All its power was absorbed by the black blade's devouring force. What? Dark was startled. Before he could react, Guluha's right hand swung out his white blade fiercely, a shimmering white light crackling with purple lightning, cascading down like a waterfall towards Dark's head. Dark's waist snapped backward, his body parallel to the ground, barely dodging the blade's attack. The lightning-infused blade energy grazed his nose, cleaving the stone cone forest behind him into scorched earth. He used the momentum to flip over, his feet barely touching the air, as he shot towards Guluha like an arrow released from a bow. His claws, wreathed in black energy, aimed straight for Guluha's neck, the wind whipping through Guluha's robes. I never been afraid of anyone in close combat. Guluha scoffed, his left hand flashing upwards with a black blade, the blade striking Dark's left claw precisely. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed. Dark felt a tremendous suction force emanating from the black blade, his left claw firmly held, unable to pull back. Simultaneously, Guluha's right hand slashed downwards with a white blade, its gleaming light aimed directly at Dark's head, its speed leaving Dark no chance to dodge. A fierce glint flashed in Dark's eyes. He swiftly raised his right leg, his black energy-laden foot striking Guluha's wrist. Bang! Foot and wrist collided, and Guluha felt a tremendous force. The trajectory of the white blade slash shifted slightly, hovering 3 inches above Dark's head. Dark seized the opportunity to withdraw his right claw, aiming for Guluha's waist with the force torn through the air. At this critical moment, a purple light suddenly flashed in Guluha's eyes, and he uttered a low shout, soul-stealing. An invisible wave of spiritual energy surged towards Dark, causing Dark's right claw, which had been grabbing Guluha's waist, to slow down abruptly. Guluha seized this fleeting opportunity, his left hand wielding the black blade with tremendous force, unleashing a massive suction that firmly pulled Dark's left claw to the blade. Simultaneously, his right hand, wielding the white blade, withdrew like a venomous snake, instead thrusting towards Dark's brow. "Get out of the way!" Dark instantly regained his senses. He roared, channeling all his magical power, black energy erupting from his body like a volcano, forcefully freeing his left claw from the black blade's suction. He didn't have time to think, and with his right claw still carrying the remaining black energy, he hastily placed it in front of his brow. Clang! The white blade and the sharp claws clashed violently, the gleaming white light and the pitch-black aura tearing together with a piercing screeching sound. But at that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The white blade suddenly shone with a dark green light, remarkably similar to the dark magic cultivated by the Vade. The moment Dark's right claw touched the dark green light, it hissed as if corroded by strong acid. The black aura on the claw instantly dissipated, the sharp claw tip visibly withered, and the black scales that had covered it began to peel away, revealing pale skin beneath. No! Impossible! Dark's eyes were filled with panic and fear. He could clearly feel his magic power rapidly draining away, his mid-level divine power was weakening like a deflated balloon, and the black armor around him was thinning. He tried to retreat, but found his body bound by an invisible force, unable to move. As expected, your power comes from the altar, and that altar can also restrain you. Guluha's voice carried a chilling laugh as he slowly approached Dark, the dark green light on his white blade growing increasingly intense. You thought I stole the tears of creation just for power? I long seen through the method to restrain the Vades. No! My power! Dark struggled frantically, his magic draining faster and faster. His body began to wither, his once robust frame becoming emaciated, his black armor completely dissipating, revealing pale skin beneath. He stared at his shrinking claws, his eyes filled with despair. Guluha said no more. With a sudden burst of power, his right hand thrust forward, the white blade, glowing with dark green, piercing Dark's brow with a hiss. The dark green light erupted instantly, surging into Dark's body like a tidal wave, engulfing his entire being. Dark let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently in the light, his magic, blood essence, and even soul power being frantically devoured by the dark green light. In just a few breaths, Dark's body deflated like a punctured balloon, his form gradually shrinking, his skin losing all moisture and luster, turning dry and yellow. Finally, the scream ceased abruptly. Dark's body had completely lost all life, leaving only a thin, cicada wing-like human skin, which floated lightly to the ground, rustling in the wind. Phew, it's finally over. Guluha breathed a sigh of relief, grinning as he looked at the human skin on his body. He then contacted Annie through soul communication. Lil Annie, I have good news for you. I taken down another mid-level god-tier Vade. Chapter 848. In the Vade military camp outside Northview City, Balamut stared at the report in his hand, his eyes practically radiating killing intent. Bang! Balamut slammed his hand on the table. Who killed Dark? Has it been found out yet? Below, a Vade soldier stammered, Not yet. Lord Guluha is leading an investigation, but the entire main temple is a mess, and there are no clues yet. Useless. Balamut's chest heaved violently. Dark was a mid-level god-tier expert. To kill him, you should at least make some noise. There can't be 2 Leviathans on Mount Olympus, can there? By the way, haven't you found the Leviathan yet? Balamut grew angrier with each word, his face turning red. This was understandable. In just 1 month, 2 mid-level god-tier experts had been lost, Torok and Dark, both extremely important to the Imperial Army. Torok, as a special envoy general, had fought in this world for thousands of years, and possessed the deepest understanding of its situation. Dark, on the other hand, was sent by the High Priest to accompany the Supreme Leader, arriving in advance to prepare for his arrival. But now, both of them were dead. and dead without a sound. Torlock was relatively easy to deal with. There was a clear culprit, Leviathan, a strange undead capable of casting dream magic. Although he was only at the peak of the Unity realm, it was unknown how he had killed Torlock in a dream. But Dark's case was much stranger. Leviathan couldn't have fought continuously, and there couldn't possibly be two Leviathans on the sacred mountain. Therefore, how Dark died was a mystery to Volumt, no matter how hard he tried. He took a deep breath, calming himself. How is Guluha now? Has his injury healed? The soldier replied, Lord Guluha is in better condition, but he still has difficulty moving around. However, he still leads his men to investigate until late at night every day, not letting go of any clue. He's very dedicated. Volumt frowned slightly. That's not what I meant. Has he shown any unusual behavior? The soldier immediately shook his head. We found Lord Dark's body the next morning. According to the guards and maids, Lord Guluha stayed in his room all night. Everyone saw him. He didn't even step out. Volumt nodded. He thought to himself, it seems it's not Guluha's fault. But Dark's going there must have meant he suspected Guluha, and his death there is indeed suspicious. He then said to the soldiers, we still need to send someone to help Guluha later. But that's a matter for later. Right now, we must find out the cause of Dark's death. Here I go myself. You all guard this place. If Soraka and the others dare to come, retreat, don't fight them head on. Yes. Also, don't let anyone know I'm leaving, although I know I can't hide it. A black flame erupted from Volumt's palm, burning the letter in his hand to ashes. On Mount Light, all the Vades were mobilized, their faces showing the tension of an impending battle, silently running around. Guluha, sitting in a specially made carriage, shouted, everyone, give it your all. We must find the murderer. We can't let Lord Dark die like this. Lilisa nestled beside him, watching the busy crowd around her, and pouted, asking, my lord, how much longer will this search take? Lord Dark died so quietly, the murderer might have already escaped. Guluha hugged her and said, what do you know? Even if we can't find the murderer, we should at least find some clues. Otherwise, how can I explain to the general? Although I'm here to recover from my injuries, I'm still nominally the commander here. Lilisa rested her head on Guluha's shoulder. Nobody knows how Lord Dark got here. If they had known beforehand, this wouldn't have happened. He can only blame himself. Maybe he accidentally triggered some mechanism in the temple, and was killed by a magic circle. Guluha's eyes lit up. Wow, you're a genius. How come I didn't think of that? Come on, let's go back to the temple, and look for some magic circles. Just as they were about to turn back, a violent aura surged in, blowing the entire group off course. Huh? Guluha was taken aback, then shoved Lilisa away from his arms, scrambled off the carriage, and prostrated himself on the ground. General, I'm guilty. I betrayed your trust, failed to guard the sacred mountain, and caused Lord Dark's tragic death here. I deserve to die. Volumt had barely arrived when Guluha pulled this stunt, leaving him speechless. I haven't even said anything yet. Guluha sobbed, snot and tears streaming down his face. Please punish me, General. Volumt had initially intended to put on a show to intimidate Guluha, but now he had no interest in that. All right, get up. You're a general now, stop crying. Quickly tell me what you investigated. Guluha quickly stood up and said, General, after my meticulous investigation over the past few days, I discovered. Volumt listened intently, wanting to see what Guluha had found out. However, Guluha said, there's not a single clue. Volumt's eyes widened. Are you playing me? Guluha quickly waved his hands. No, General. Let me explain. Think about it. Lord Dark is a mid-level god-level expert, comparable to Lord Talak. To kill Lord Dark silently, the opponent's strength must be at least your level. Even you couldn't do it without a sound or a clue. Volumt nodded. Indeed, to do that, unless it's High Priest Ezer or the Supreme Leader, if I were to do it, the entire temple would tremble. Guluha continued, Lord Talak was assassinated mainly because of Leviathan's dream magic, which trapped Lord Talak's spirit in a dream and killed him. But this is definitely not an easy task for Leviathan. He couldn't possibly repeat his old tricks so quickly. Besides, Lord Dark's death was extremely bizarre. He seemed to have been drained of all his power, leaving only a skin, which was completely different from being killed in a dream. Volumt frowned. So? What exactly are you trying to say? Guluha said confidently, so I think Lord Dark committed suicide. Volumt's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Suicide? Guluha pointed to the busy Vade people on Mount Light and said, I set all my men to conduct a thorough search of Mount Light, but we found no clues. If such a powerful person had really been here, he must have left some traces. Furthermore, Lord Dark didn't inform us of his arrival beforehand, but I believe the general must have known, since the 2 guards at my gate are Lord Dark's men. Valamet looked somewhat embarrassed and said, that was just Dark's own idea. Although I know about it, I still believe you. Guluhan nodded. Of course I know the general believes me, I never doubted that. Yesterday I also asked the 2 guards, and according to them, Lord Dark seems to be under a lot of pressure lately because the Supreme Leader is coming soon, but the Sky Library hasn't been captured yet. He's worried about being blamed, so he often doesn't sleep at night, and his dark circles have gotten much worse. Stop! Valamet waved his hand. That guy is always so gloomy. How come you see his dark circles? Guluha scratched his head. I heard that. None of that matters. What matters is that he entered the main temple alone in the middle of the night. The holy light there clashed directly with his power, which I speculate made him feel very uncomfortable. Combined with the pressure he had been under, this caused him to suddenly unleash his power, wreaking havoc within the temple until he finally exhausted his strength and died. We can see this by looking at the main temple. The floor and furnishings show signs of extensive damage, and those marks are claw marks, perfectly matching Lord Dark's attack pattern. Woland rubbed his temples. After listening to Guluha's analysis, it seemed like Dark really did commit suicide. But for a Vade priest to commit suicide was simply too far-fetched. Dak arrived secretly a few months ago. Only Tuck and I knew about it. He's been with me, helping me investigate Talik, but I haven't noticed anything unusual about him. Guluha shook his finger, appearing confident. General, you don't know this. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. As a priest, Dak naturally wouldn't show his weaknesses, especially not in front of you. So he's been hiding his inner fragility. I doubt even the high priest knows. Valamet felt his mind was about to explode. Although he didn't understand what Guluha was talking about, it seemed to make sense. Guluha smiled. General, you come all this way to investigate Lord Dark's death, haven't you? I take you to the scene at the main temple, and you understand. Valamet nodded. All right, lead the way. The 2 arrived at the main temple of Mount Light. It was completely surrounded by the Vades, who wouldn't allow anyone to enter. The temple was empty, remaining exactly as it was. Nothing had been moved, even Dark's frail skin lay still on the ground. Guluha led Valamet into the main temple. General, you see, everything here is exactly as it was after the incident. I didn't send anyone to disturb it. Of course, judging from the traces here, there's no evidence to prove there was an intruder. Valamet slowly walked in. A strange, burnt smell filled the air. Even though several days had passed since the battle, the smell hadn't dissipated. Deep claw marks were everywhere on the ground and walls, a horrifying sight. There were also some rubble and charred marks on the ground, as if it had been severely bombarded by some force. Voldemort frowned, carefully sensing the aura here. After a long while he said, there is indeed only one aura here, it's Dark's. These claw marks also match Dark's attack pattern very well. Guluha secretly rejoiced. He certainly wouldn't honestly preserve the crime scene exactly as it was. After killing Dark, he used the Raging Wave Heavenly Soul to cleanse the entire temple, while enlarging the marks left by the black and white twin blades to disguise them as claw marks. Finally, before leaving, he used the Devouring Heavenly Soul to release the power of Dark that he had absorbed during the battle, making the place filled with Dark's aura. General, I told you so. Valamet scratched his head. Sigh, if that's really the case. It's too bizarre. How am I supposed to explain this to Ezel? Guluha shrugged. You can only tell the truth. There's nothing we can do about it. Lord Dark is really something. Why couldn't he find a secluded place to commit suicide? Why did he have to do it here, making things so complicated? Valamet waved his hand. All right, I came here partly to see if there are any clues, and partly to see how your recovery is going. Soraka's attack wasn't light, you should. Cough, cough, cough. Before he could finish speaking, Guluha. He coughed violently, a trace of blood seeping through the gauze covering his body. General, rest assured, I will work harder and strive to return to the front lines as soon as possible. Valamet's eye twitched. All right, you should rest. Thank you for your concern, General. Guluha calmed his breathing and said, however, I have something else to report to you. Valamet raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? Guluha said seriously, it concerns the Void Realm. Recently, there have been unusual fluctuations at its entrances and exits. This only happened recently, and I haven't had a chance to report it to you yet. The Void Realm? Valamet's expression also turned solemn. The Void Realm is a special space surrounding this world, serving as a spatial barrier. However, It was occupied by the Vade long ago, and the people of this world rarely venture into the secret realms. And the existing entrances and exits to the secret realms are the only passages for the Vade people to enter this world. What exactly is the situation? Guluha looked troubled. It's hard to describe, but since you're already here, General, why don't you go and see for yourself? You know then. Worm thought for a moment. He had nothing better to do, and he pretty much figured out what was going on with Dark's matter, so he might as well go and see what was happening in the Void Realm. Let's go! He strode away from the main temple, glancing back at Dark's human skin as he left. For some reason, he felt that the skin was smiling at him. Chapter 849. Guluha. Valen suddenly spoke. Present. Dark's body. Dispose of it. Guluha paused, then nodded, understood. The two then left the main temple, heading towards the valley where the entrance to the Void Realm was located. Upon leaving the main temple, Valen saw the busy Vades, but the closer they got to the valley, the fewer Vades there were. Valen understood that Valen had mobilized all his forces to search for clues related to Dark's death, but he said nothing. After all, the Void Realm was very safe, the Vades' reserve army was outside, and Mount Light was also an impregnable fortress. When they arrived at the entrance to the Void Realm, Guluha pointed to the collapsed passage and said, General, you see, the passage is now closed, the entire space has collapsed, and we can no longer contact the outside world. Valamet frowned, carefully examining the passage entrance, then said in a deep voice, Has anyone tampered with this place? Guluha shook his head. Of course not. This place is usually heavily guarded. No one is allowed to approach without my order. Valamet stroked his chin. That's very strange. The entrance has clearly been tampered with, causing the space to collapse and the entire passage to be destroyed. Repairing it won't be a matter of a day or two, and it will require a huge amount of resources. Ah? What should we do then? A cold glint flashed in Valamet's eyes. This place has definitely been invaded. The person who did it must be very powerful, otherwise, there wouldn't have been no sign of it. Who could it be? Woland took a deep breath. If that's the case, there's more to Dark's death than meets the eye. His words were barely out of his mouth when a sharp gust of wind attacked from behind. Startled, he instinctively dodged towards the collapsed passage. However, a golden light suddenly flashed from the passage, and golden chains emerged, binding Woland around the waist. What? Woland was startled by the sudden attack. He quickly drew a massive blade and slashed fiercely at the golden chains. But before the blade could strike the chains, a ghastly white light flashed, incredibly sharp and radiating terrifying power. Woland had no time to react. The blade struck the chains, and he twisted his body to dodge to the side, but he was too slow. One of his arms was severed by the ghastly white light, blood splattering everywhere. Aya! Voland screamed in agony, but he knew losing an arm was nothing compared to saving his life. He mustered all his strength, wielding 5 giant blades with his remaining 5 arms, and unleashed a flurry of slashes in all directions. The golden chain shattered, and he was finally freed. General, are you all right? Guluha rushed forward, asking with concern. Voland's face was deathly pale, his dog head baring its teeth, while his human head wore a grave expression. Guluha, we've been ambushed. Someone set up a magic array here, and you didn't even notice? Guluha said, looking aggrieved, General, it's my fault, but I'm still injured. Who would have thought someone would set up an ambush here? Valamet knew this wasn't the time to blame Guluha. His gaze fixed on the white figure before him. He said in a deep voice, Kalan, don't you want your holy city of light anymore? Kalan flicked his soul-severing blade, blood splattering onto the ground. Heh, you don't need to worry about that. Tuk isn't capable of breaching the holy city. You should worry about yourself. Valamet tightened his grip on the giant blade. Don't think you can easily defeat me just because you cut off one of my arms. That was only because you ambushed me. If it really comes down to it, I'm not afraid of you. Kalan shrugged. I know you're not afraid of me, so I brought a helper. Valamet's eyes narrowed. A figure emerged from behind Kalan, the wind god Valenza. How about it? Can the two of us handle you? Valenza's voice held a hint of mockery. Valamet was also uncertain. One Kalan was difficult enough to deal with. If Valenza were added, the situation would indeed be dire. Guluha, he whispered, when I fight those two, you quickly call for backup. Also, there are 2 generals guarding a place 300 miles away. Call them over too. They should arrive in about an hour. Guluha nodded, understood. Don't worry, General, I will complete the mission. With that, before the fighting even began, he made his escape. Valamet was stunned. He looked at Kalan and asked, Are you going to stop him? Callan chuckled. Our target is you. Let that little guy go. Valenza added, don't even mention an hour, we can finish the battle in half an hour. Wollum sneered, humph. You're really confident. Don't forget, this is my territory now. So what if it's your territory? I beat you up. Valenza's voice carried the force of the wind, piercing Wollum like a sharp blade. Before his words even finished, a burst of azure light erupted around him, and a pair of azure wings, each over 10 feet long, suddenly unfurled from his back. The feathers on the wings were condensed from pure wind element, and each flap stirred up a raging storm. He transformed into a streak of azure light, leaving dozens of afterimages behind him, and swarmed towards Wollum like a bee. The wind god's sword, with a piercing shriek that tore through the air, aimed straight for Wollum's black armor. Arrogance! Wollum roared, leaping to his feet. With a burst of power, he unleashed 5 massive blades simultaneously, the dark blade light weaving into an impenetrable net. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing sonic boom, distorting even the surrounding light. Just as the wind god's sword was about to collide with the net, Valenza's figure suddenly blurred in midair. His foremost afterimage was shredded into azure light by the net, while he himself used the wind to veer back, appearing behind Wollum like a streak of azure lightning. Another sneak attack. Wollum's dog-like head snapped to attention, a red light flashing in his vertical pupils. He saw Valenza already thrusting his sword forward, the wind element at the tip forming a spiraling blade of energy, aimed directly at his unsuspecting nape. Clang! Wollum's wrist twisted sharply, the outermost blade sweeping back like a whip, striking precisely the spine of the wind god's sword. The deafening clang of metal clashing cracked the surrounding ground, and the wind element and black mist violently tore at each other, unleashing a visible shockwave that sent rubble flying everywhere. A mere trick. Wollum scoffed, unleashing a sudden burst of power. Black energy surged into the giant blade, causing it to erupt with a dense black mist. Get out of my way! With a flick of his wrist, the giant blade swung upwards with immense force, sending Valenza flying backward. He hastily flapped his azure wings to regain his footing. Just as Wollum propelled Valenza, Callan vanished from his spot, along with the aura of the soul-severing blade, disappearing without a trace. Not good. Wollum's alarm bells rang. He had long been wary of Callan's invisibility. He immediately focused his mind, carefully sensing the surrounding atmosphere. Sure enough, his dog-like nose twitched, detecting a faint, almost imperceptible aura of death permeating the air 3 zhang to his right. Here! Without hesitation, Wollum crossed his 3 arms, slashing his 3 giant blades towards the void to his right. The dark blade light, carrying an aura of destruction, cleaved 3 cracks in that space. Boom! Where the blade's edge struck, Callan's figure suddenly appeared, the soul-severing blade held horizontally before his chest. The deathly power on the bone blade erupted with dense black energy, colliding violently with the blade's edge. The shockwave spread outwards, Callan's white robes fluttering wildly, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground, yet his expression remained unchanged. Heh, your dog nose is quite sharp. A cold smile curled Callan's lips. With a flick of his wrist, the soul-severing blade slid along the blade of the giant sword, deathly power seeping in at the point of contact, attempting to corrode Wollum's black energy. Simultaneously, his body suddenly spun, spinning like a top to Wollum's side, his stance lowered to knee height, the soul-severing blade, with its arc-shaped blade light, slashing straight at Wollum's knee. Useless. Wollum's severed head roared, its right leg suddenly rising, its black glowing foot stomping towards Callan's head. But at that moment, a black light flashed in Callan's eyes, and a low incantation escaped its lips. Soul Stealer. An invisible wave of mental energy surged towards Wollum, instantly plunging its dog-like head into a daze. Its vertical pupils lost focus, and the massive blade it was swinging towards Callan abruptly halted. Carlin seized the opening, its soul-severing blade accelerating rapidly, the blade already touching Wollum's knee armor. Fortunately, Wollum's severed head was still conscious. The excruciating pain allowed it to instantly break free of mental control, and the remaining 2 massive blades hastily blocked in front of its knees. Clang! The soul-severing blade collided with the massive blade, the power of death spreading along the blade, corroding a white patch of black energy onto the surface of the massive blade. Meanwhile, Valenza had regrouped. His azure wings flapped once more, and he swooped down like a blue meteor, his wind god sword condensing into a 10-foot-long sword beam, slashing towards Wollum's head with a thunderous roar. Wollum was both shocked and enraged. Unable to defend against 2 attacks simultaneously, he could only forcefully twist his body, allowing the back of his giant blade to deflect the wind god's sword, while simultaneously tilting his head sharply to avoid the fatal blow. Thud. Although the wind sword beam missed a vital spot, it slashed a deep, bone-revealing wound on Volamit's head, blood mingling with black mist gushing out. Volamit roared in pain, suddenly exerting force to force Callan back. Just as he was about to turn and counterattack Valenza, Callan's figure blurred again, appearing in his left blind spot the next second, the soul-severing blade aimed straight for his severed limb. Volamit hastily parried with his giant blade, but the soul-severing blade changed course, like a venomous snake. Volamit could only parry again. Valenza seized the opportunity to launch another attack, unleashing dozens of wind blades from the wind god's sword, raining down on Volamit's vital points. In an instant, the battlefield was ablaze with a mix of blue light and black mist, as Callan's stealthy attack and Valenza's frontal assault complemented each other perfectly. Volamit's 5 giant blades whistled through the air, and although he managed to barely hold his own thanks to his formidable strength, he was already stretched thin. Callan's soul-severing blade targeted his weak points, while Valenza's wind blades clung to him like leeches, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Before long, Volamit's black armor was riddled with cracks, and several wounds of varying depths appeared on his body, blood dripping from them. This can't go on. Volam gritted his teeth. If it were just Callan or Valenza alone, he could easily handle them, but their combined attack multiplied their destructive power, making it difficult for him to sustain. Where's Gulaha? Why hasn't he brought me reinforcements yet? Although the Vades around Mount Shan aren't very strong right now, besides Gulaha, there are only a few experts at the Hiyuan realm. Something is better than nothing. Even a human wave tactic could at least hold off one of them, easing the pressure on Volam. But now, not a single person has appeared, not even a ghost. The entire valley is just the 3 of them. The battle has raged on for so long, theoretically, the commotion here should be significant enough, but the Vades haven't made a sound, as if they're completely unaware. Damn it! Volam couldn't care less anymore. If this continued, he'd be in serious danger. With a deafening boom, he sent Valenza flying with a single strike, then strode towards the edge of the valley. Trying to run? Callan shouted, "You, the mighty general of the Vade Empire, is this all the courage you need?" Volamit roared without turning his head, "You think it's glorious to gang up on us? Don't give me that crap, wait until I recover, I make you pay. You won't get a chance." Valenza flashed forward, blocking Volamit's path once more. Volamit swung his giant blade, "Get out of my way." Valenza strained with all his might, unleashing 3 wind shields in quick succession to block the attack. Volamit was stopped, roaring furiously, "Are you really going to force me like this? Aren't you afraid of a fight to the death?" Callan swung his sword, his icy voice like a death knell, "Only you will die, but the net will never break." Volamit mustered his strength again to defend himself, his eyes flashing with madness. "Fine. You forced me to this." His dog-like head gaped open, every hair on his body stood on end, his muscles bulged, and explosive power surged forth. Valenza and Callan's expressions also turned serious. They knew the real battle had just begun. Outside the valley, a group of Vade soldiers watched the enormous commotion that reverberated throughout the valley, their expressions filled with confusion. One of them couldn't hold back any longer and looked at Gulaha, asking, General, are we really not going to go take a look?" Gulaha waved his hand. "Hey, what are you looking at? Don't look at what you shouldn't. The general is practicing a divine skill, don't disturb him, or I won't be able to handle him if he gets angry." A peak stage Hiyuan realm expert swallowed hard. What kind of divine skill is this? It's so powerful, and the power seems quite complex. Gulaha chuckled, "Of course it's powerful. What would happen if you understood it?" Chapter 850. Boom! 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 Magical energy surged within the valley, accompanied by the sounds of fierce metal clashing and roars. Clang! Volam swung his giant blade, deflecting Valenza's attack, while simultaneously slashing at Valenza's waist with another giant blade. Valenza twisted his body, leaving a trail of blue afterimages. Volam missed his target, but the momentum of his giant blade remained undiminished, continuing its strike towards the open space to the left. With a boom, Callan's figure suddenly appeared, leaping into the air and wielding the soul-severing blade, unleashing a strike at Volam before disappearing again. Damn it! Volam gritted his teeth, desperately trying to withstand the combined attack of the two. "General." At this moment, a voice came from the valley entrance. Volam's expression brightened, and he looked towards the entrance. "Gulaha, you finally arrived." But his words were cut short as he froze, for he saw only Gulaha. How did you come back alone? Where are the others?" Gulaha shrugged. "They probably set up a barrier around here, I can't get out. But don't worry, I found a way to send out the information. The surrounding God-level experts will be here to help soon. Volumet had some doubts, but there was no time to think further, as Valenza and Callan's attacks came again. Guluha shouted, "General, I'm here to help you." Volumet had no other choice. Guluha was a God-level expert, after all. Although he was injured and might be killed, he had to sacrifice him to save the king. "Alright, come and help me get out of here. Once I'm out, I find others to come and rescue you." Even Volumet himself was losing confidence after hearing this. Leaving Guluha here meant certain death. However, Guluha charged forward relentlessly, shouting, "General, you don't need to say anything more. Leave this to me." Volumet was overjoyed. With Guluha's cover, escape would be easy. He glared at Callan, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. "You just wait. You dared to ambush me on Mount Shin? I remember this. You face my wrath." But Callan and Valenza remained unmoved, even flashing mocking smiles. Volumet was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if a gust of wind had swept over him. He ignored it, assuming it was Guluha, but the next moment, with a soft thud, a white longsword pierced his chest, its blade crackling with purple lightning and carrying devastating power. Volumet's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked behind him. "Guluha, you." Guluha remained indifferent, his right hand gripping the hilt of his white longsword tightly. "Volumet, you're finished." With that, the power of punishment erupted, purple arcs of electricity coursing from the blade throughout Volumet's body. Crackling sounds filled the air as Volumet was electrocuted, a foul, acrid smell emanating from his body. But he didn't fall. One hand gripped the tip of the blade protruding from his chest, his eyes blazing with fury. "Guluha, you traitor! I kill you!" Although he couldn't understand why, the situation was clear. Guluha was the mole who had been lurking in the shadows, and everything that had happened today was a trap set by the Divine Mountain to ambush him. Volumet swung his massive blade, slashing fiercely at Guluha behind him. This strike, imbued with his rage, was incredibly powerful. Guluha tried to pull the white blade from Volumet's body, but Volumet gripped the tip tightly, the blade remaining completely unmoved. "Teacher, help me!" Guluha roared, a black blade appearing in his left hand in a flash, thrusting at Volumet again. Without Guluha's prompting, Callan moved instantly. He swiftly appeared before Guluha, his soul-severing blade flashing to block Volumet's enraged attack. With a clang, the black blade failed to pierce Volumet's body. Instead, it was knocked from his grasp by the massive blade and landed on the ground some distance away. "TCH, what a nuisance!" Guluha channeled his heavenly soul power into the blade, giving it a powerful jolt. With a whoosh, two of Volumet's fingers gripping the blade were severed, and Guluha finally managed to pull the white blade away. "Damn it!" Volumet gave Grua no chance to escape, turning around and bringing his giant blade down again. Valenza's figure quickly appeared behind Volumet, unleashing two slashes with the wind god's sword, carrying fierce wind elemental power, aimed at Volumet's back. However, Volumet seemed not to see it, his crimson eyes fixed on Grua, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. Grua, having just escaped, immediately fled, grabbing his black blade. With two blades in hand, his aura became fierce again. Thud. Valenza's slash landed on Volumet's back, directly cleaving through his armor and protective aura, cutting through his flesh. Blood splattered out immediately, but he seemed completely unfazed, his giant blade slashing down at Grua without hesitation. Guluha narrowed his eyes, and his figure vanished abruptly. With a deafening boom, Volumet's giant blade slammed into the ground, carving a deep trench that cracked the earth. "Get out here!" Volumet, having missed his first attack, swung horizontally again. With a thud, Guluha, who had just dodged the attack using invisibility, reappeared, his black and white long swords crossed to block the blow, but he was sent flying, crashing heavily into a rock wall. Callan landed beside Guluha and asked, "How are you?" Cough cough. "Not bad. A few broken bones." Guluha clutched his chest, feeling the surging energy within him. As expected of Volumet, his strength is far superior to Dark's. "Of course," Callan said. "This guy is already a 6th-tier returning origin expert, not just an ordinary mid-level god. The Dark you killed was only a 4th-tier returning origin expert. How can you compare? Besides, this guy has practically abandoned his defense. He only wants to kill you." Guluha gave a bitter smile. "Why bother? I'm just stabbed him in the back." Callan rolled his eyes. "If I were him, I'd grind you to dust. But dealing with him is a bit difficult now. We've been dragging this out for too long. If we keep going, the other Vades will definitely notice something's wrong. We need to finish this quickly. Guluha nodded. I have a plan, but I need you guys to cover me. Valen still charged at Guluha in a frenzy, black energy swirling around his giant blade, as if his injuries didn't exist. His destructive power was even more astonishing than before. Kill you. I definitely kill you. Guluha quickly ran away. Teacher, it's up to you. Callan was speechless. I'm an old man, and you still want to boss me around. Although helpless, he still stepped forward and blocked Valamit's path. Get out of the way, you old geezer. Valamit swung his sword again, actually forcing Callan back several steps. Valenza arrived just in time, and wind blades flew out again. Valamut didn't even look, and with a backhand slash, he shattered the wind blades. Damn fly, I deal with you after I dealt with that traitor. However, in the blink of an eye, Guluha's figure disappeared again. Damn it, Guluha, you come out here. Valamut stomped his foot forcefully, and violent power spread out, while his dog head unleashed its domain power, frantically sniffing out Guluha's aura. However, Valenza was prepared. He flapped his wings, and a gust of wind blew in, disrupting the atmosphere of the entire valley. The dog's sniffing was momentarily disrupted, making it impossible to pinpoint Guluha's location. Wolem grew even more irritated. Valenza, you're asking for it. He swung his sword backhand, aiming at Valenza in midair. But Valenza was incredibly fast, instantly transforming into a streak of light to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, Callan was already poised to strike. He held the soul-severing blade horizontally in front of his chest, his withered hand pressed tightly against the blade. A dense aura of death spread from his body, like a dark tide, completely enveloping the pale white blade, its pattern subtly flowing within the black mist. Old friend, it's been a long time since we used this move. His hoarse voice carried a hint of melancholy, his fingertips gently stroking the blade. Suddenly, the soul-severing blade emitted a clear, melodious sound, seemingly both a response and an expression of excitement. Its sharp power erupted abruptly, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and even the rubble on the ground levitated. Callan's aged eyes widened suddenly, a sharp light flashing in his cloudy pupils, his white hair fluttering without wind, soul-severing one slash. Before the words were even finished, he transformed into a blinding crimson light, faster than lightning, tearing through the air in his path, and leaving a twisted red trail, hurtling straight towards Valamut. Valamit's hair stood on end, an unprecedented sense of crisis gripping his heart. Both his heads turned towards the crimson light simultaneously, veins bulging on his single arm. 5 massive blades swung out in unison, the black blade light weaving into a shield, his entire body erupting with black energy like a volcano. Old man, die. Boom! The crimson blade light and the black blade shield collided violently, an energy shockwave exploding outwards from the two, creating a crater several feet deep in the ground, debris and shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The two forces remained locked in midair, the crimson light and black energy tearing violently, emitting a piercing energy shriek. Break! Callan's hair and beard danced wildly, the power of death surging forth like a tidal wave. His red light suddenly intensified by 3 tints, completely erasing any trace of his aged appearance. He was now a terrifying Grim Reaper. Wolem gritted his teeth, his dog head and human head roaring simultaneously, dark red veins of blood appearing within the black aura. Kill! In this life-or-death stalemate, the shadow beneath Wolem's feet suddenly surged, and a small, thin figure darted out. It was Guluha, who had been hidden for so long. He gripped a black and white longsword tightly in both hands, using the cover of the energy clash between them to slash fiercely at Wolem's unsuspecting ankle. Wolem realized what was happening too late. With a soft thud, the blade embedded itself deeply in the gap of his ankle armor. At this moment, Wolem was locked in a struggle with Callan, and had no time to worry about his footing. He could only muster the power within his body to defend himself. But how could flesh withstand a divine weapon? The black and white blade slashed directly into Valamit's left ankle, but only cut halfway before stopping. Hiss. Guluha looked surprised. That's tough. But it's alright, that's enough. He suddenly channeled his power, and a dark green light surged from both blades simultaneously. The light immediately began to frantically absorb Valamit's power. Valamut noticed the anomaly, but was powerless to do anything about it. Damn it! That damned Guluha, why did you betray me? Guluha? Guluha chuckled. Take another good look at who I am. The power within him surged forth, tearing through flesh and turning it to ash, leaving only a skeletal frame. Born. Valamut's eyes widened. You're an undead? Born's deep-set eyes flickered with ghostly fire. My name is Born, summoned by Annie. Remember that well before you die? Volumet felt the power draining from his body rapidly. He could no longer hold on. This is the power of the altar. Why? Why is the altar's power on these two swords? What did you do to the altar? Born didn't answer his questions. You're going to die anyway. What's the point of knowing so much? Just die. With that, the light on the twin swords intensified. Volumet finally gave in. All 5 giant blades shattered. Callan's soul-severing blade broke through the obstruction, flashing past with ferocious power. With a whoosh, Volumet's dog head was severed, blood gushing from the cut like a fountain, spraying everywhere as if a rain of blood had fallen. Volumet's massive body swayed, finally collapsing to one knee. His remaining head drooped, his face deathly pale, his eyes filled with resentment and despair. Impossible. How could I lose? I fought across the stars for countless years, and yet I lost to such an insignificant little world. Damn it! Born drew his twin swords and retreated more than 10 meters. Although Volumet was severely injured, he was still a mid-level god-tier expert. A casual wave of his hand could easily take his life. Those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. You Vades, plundering everywhere, you should have expected this day to come. Valenza landed beside Bon and said, further words are useless. Let's finish him off quickly, lest things get complicated. Callan raised the soul-severing blade again, a chilling glint in his aged eyes. Woland, do you have any last words? Woland knew he was powerless to resist. Looking at the shattered blade on the ground, and his own rolling head, despair filled his heart. Last words? What's the point? The victor is king, the loser is villain. I accept my fate, come on. Callan's eyes flashed. Good. As expected of a great general. He flashed and appeared above Woland's head, the soul-severing blade unleashing a powerful aura. I finish you off with my strongest strike. Consider it a farewell gift. Farewell? With a whoosh, the soul-severing blade slashed towards Woland's severed neck. Once the head fell, Woland would be truly dead. Chapter 851. However, a sudden change occurred. The previously collapsed void passage suddenly opened up, and a black light, seemingly unrestricted by space, instantly struck the soul-severing blade. Callan felt an immense force. The soul-severing blade let out a mournful cry, its death energy abruptly dissipating. The blade veered off course, grazing Volumet's neck, leaving only a shallow bloodstain. What? Everyone present was utterly astonished. Callan's strength was considered top tier here. He wouldn't lose to either Tuck or Volumet alone. Yet now, his strongest attack had been directly shattered by a black light of unknown origin. This was truly shocking. Volumet was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. It's the Supreme Leader. The Supreme Leader is here. Ha ha ha. You're all doomed. He's here, you're all going to die. Valenza, her expression grave, looked at Born and asked, what happened? Wasn't he supposed to arrive in a while? Born shook his head. Perhaps he sped up and arrived in the Void Realm ahead of time, but hasn't truly descended yet. Valenza looked at Volumet. Can we still kill him? Born sighed. No, we can't. If the enemy can withstand it once, they can withstand it a second time. The longer we linger here, the greater the danger. Let's go! We probably can't achieve our objective today. We need to hurry back and prepare for the upcoming battle. Callan agreed. Born is right. That power was indeed extremely strong, reminding me of the firstborn son of the creator god, the progenitor of the elves. The enemy's power has reached the high level of the origin returning realm. We can't contend with it. Let's go quickly. I feel he's very close. Once he truly descends, none of us will escape. Volumet laughed maniacally. Run. You rats, you can't escape. The Supreme Leader has arrived, and this world will be destroyed. Callan snorted. I spare your life today. Wash your neck and wait for me. I come back to take your life myself. With that, he, Valenza, and Born quickly left the valley, leaving Volumet alone, covered in blood, sitting on the ground. About an hour later, the collapsed spatial passage suddenly trembled, then blasted open with a bang, the violent shockwave shaking the entire valley. A terrifying aura emanated from the dark void, an aura as radiant as stars, causing the world to change color. Volumet struggled to his feet, knelt on one knee, and faced the spatial passage, respectfully saying, Welcome, Chief. Thump! 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 A cloud of black mist surged from the spatial passage, followed by a large group of Vade black-armored soldiers marching out in orderly ranks. They surrounded a massive palanquin, upon which sat a Vade clad in black armor, one hand supporting his chin, a composed figure. This was none other than the highest leader of the Vade Empire, a super-strong expert at the high level of godhood, the palanquin slowly came to a stop in front of Volumet. The highest leader bowed slightly, looking at Volumet's wretched state, and frowned, saying, "Volumet, what happened to you?" Volumet was covered in blood. His dog-like head had been severed, one hand was missing, and the fingers of another were gone. Half of his ankle had been severed, and his back was riddled with deep, bone-revealing wounds. An ordinary person would likely be dead already. Wurmt, his face filled with shame, said, "It was my incompetence and lack of foresight that led to my being ambushed by a villain. If it weren't for the chief's rescue, I would probably be dead." The supreme chief stood up, slowly descended from the royal carriage, and came before Wurmt. He was clad in black armor, tall and slender, with a black long sword at his waist, and a head resembling an octopus around his neck. His eyes were exceptionally bright, as if they could see through people's hearts and understand the rules of the world. He stood before Wurmt, and even though Wurmt was kneeling, the difference in their sizes was obvious, yet he gave the impression of being incredibly tall, seemingly many times larger than Wurmt. He slowly reached out, and an invisible force lifted Volumet up. "Who are they?" Volumet replied, "They are the strongest beings in this world, the ancient god of death, Kalyan, the wind god, Valenza, and the skeleton soldier, Balin. This one is the most despicable. He actually disguised himself as Guluha to gain my trust. I was too careless and didn't discover their conspiracy." As expected, the supreme leader's eyes deepened. After all, it was that guy who created this world. It won't be so easily taken over. Even if that guy is dead, this world is nearing its end. "Are you referring to the creator god of this world?" The supreme leader nodded. "That guy was a legend. Let's not talk about that. Anyway, that guy is gone. This world is an unguarded treasure, waiting for us to discover it." Volumet nodded. "That's right. As long as you're here, everything is fine. No one can stop the advance of our Vade Empire." The supreme leader waved his hand and said, "Let's go to your so-called front lines. I want to see just how capable the strong in this world really are." "Yes." Outside the celestial library, Annie stood quietly on a high platform, gazing north. Beside her stood the progenitor of giants, Colaris. A moment later, a group of figures appeared in the distance. Annie's eyes lit up, a flash of starlight appeared beneath her feet, and she dashed out. "Brother Born." Born looked up, smiled slightly, and opened his arms. "Ha ha, Annie, I'm back." Annie threw herself into Born's arms. Kalyan scoffed, "TCH, all bones, what's so great about hugging him?" Annie giggled, turning and throwing herself into Kalyan's arms again. "Grandpa Blade Maniac, you worked hard too." Kalyan was overjoyed, laughing as he patted Annie's hair. All right, I'm really afraid of you." Annie looked up and asked, "Where are the Goddess of Light and Lord Wind God?" "Haven't they returned?" Born replied, "They stayed behind in North U City. The situation is a bit complicated now. The supreme leader of Vade has arrived. Our assassination mission failed, and the Vade people will definitely organize a counterattack immediately. We need to prepare in advance." Annie asked seriously, "What is the supreme leader's strength?" Kalyan's expression hardened. Chongdao said, "He's very strong, already at the high level of the god rank. Even if Soraka and I join forces, we might not be his match." Annie gasped, "That powerful?" Kalyan nodded. "The high level of the god rank is a hurdle. Many people spend their entire lives trying to break through it. In the history of this world, only 3 high-level god rank powerhouses have ever appeared. One is the creator god, whose strength even reached the pinnacle of godhood. Another is the creator god's eldest son, the progenitor of the elves. And the third is my teacher, that super strong individual from another world. The soul division and fusion technique you cultivate originated from him. Apart from these, the strongest among them is only at the 6th level of the returning origin realm, and it's very difficult to break through further." And sighed, "If that's the case, it's indeed a bit difficult." Born added, however, "The good thing is that we dealt with that troublesome guy Volumet. Although we didn't completely kill him, we severely injured him. It will be impossible for him to recover to his full strength in less than a century, or even ever." And covered her mouth and laughed. "That's all thanks to your twin swords, isn't it? Are the new weapons easy to handle?" Born drew his black and white twin swords and laughed. "More than easy to handle, they're perfect for me. It was really good for Robert. He actually managed to refine the altar with Bix's help and forge these twin swords, and then even had Leviathan secretly take them away." "Give it to me." Annie shrugged. "There was no other way. After you returned the soul-severing blade to Grandpa Blade Madman, you were unarmed. If we don't speed things up, our plan will be delayed again." Born nodded. "Yes, initially, the twin blades hadn't fully awakened their divinity, but under the activation of the tears of creation, they unleashed the original nature of the altar, perfectly countering the power of the Vade people. This is a powerful weapon. Annie blinked. Besides this, I have 2 more treasures for you. Born's eyes lit up. Oh! What are they? Annie stretched out her hand, and a ball of starlight condensed, a vast power surging forth like a tide, illuminating the surroundings as if it were a galaxy. Born's eyes widened. This is the celestial soul of the stars? Annie nodded. Recently, I refined the Starry Sky Codex, reaching the 3rd stage, and discovered that the codex contained the celestial soul of the stars, so I kept it. Born was overjoyed. Their soul separation and fusion technique had already reached a terrifying level, and with the added blessing of a celestial soul, their strength would be even greater. That's not all. Annie continued, let's go to the celestial library. I can't take that thing out. It can only be sealed in the fountain of creation. Born was puzzled, but if even the celestial soul of the stars had appeared, then the other thing must also be a rare treasure. Sure enough, upon arriving at the fountain of creation, Born immediately sensed something. Another celestial soul? Carrara snorted, you're really lucky, kid. The people who entered the magic realm, guided by Little Spider, broke through an ancient ruin and discovered this inside. With that, he waved his hand, and the fountain of creation slowly parted, revealing an iron cage underwater. The cage was covered in intricate runes, suppressing a fiery red energy body. Born gasped, this is the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul? Callahan nodded, that's right. According to my estimation, after absorbing these 2 more heavenly souls, you can break through another realm, reaching the 2nd stage of returning to origin. At the same time, under the effect of the spirit splitting and soul fusion technique, Annie can also break through to the god level without the aid of divine crystals. Carrara said, but this takes time, and time is what we lack most. But sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work, Callahan said. Carraris, you will be in charge of the Alliance during this time. Carraris nodded, that's possible, but now that the enemy has a high-level god-level expert, we certainly can't deploy tactics like before, right? And pondered for a moment and said, the situation is somewhat special. We must stall for time as much as possible, focusing on feigned attacks. We must abandon the 3 fortresses when necessary, and prioritize protecting the Sky Library. With our current strength, resisting their attack shouldn't be a problem. Carrara said, I, Callahan, and Soraka can hold off that so-called Supreme Leader. If Volant is indeed seriously injured and unable to fight, then only Tuck will be a real challenge. Callahan waved his hand, no problem. I think Lucifer is about to break through. As long as he breaks through, along with the other god-level experts, we should be able to stop Tuck. Carraris nodded, in that case, and you can go without worry. We guard this place. Don't worry, unless I die, we will never let them breach the Sky Library. Bonan bowed deeply to the 2 elders, then we entrust it to you. Carraris pointed to the void, opening a spatial passage to the magical realm. Born and Annie exchanged a glance, then took a deep breath and stepped inside together. As the passage closed, they felt dizzy, surrounded by rapidly flashing lights, as if the world behind them was quickly receding. This is a spatial passage. It feels so familiar, Annie exclaimed. Born nodded. Yes, it was a similar spatial passage when you entered the magic realm through the church's magic circle, wasn't it? Annie reached out to grab the lights, but they seemed invisible, passing right through her. It was here that I found Alice's badge. I wonder how she is now. Born smiled. Isn't she in the magic realm too? Let's go see her. Soon, they arrived at their destination. The Crystal Mine. It was here that they fought against the church and other forces, vying for the so-called treasures. But in reality, those treasures were merely failed experiments in the Abyss laboratory of the Celestial Library, except for the top-secret treasure chest, of course. As soon as she landed, a huge black shadow loomed over her. Annie was slightly startled, and looking up, she saw a giant spider staring at her with 8 eyes. You're Little Spider? The giant spider let out a joyful roar. Ha ha ha. Annie, I finally waited for you. He stretched out his legs and tossed Annie directly onto his head, dancing with glee. Ha ha ha, Little Spider. Annie was also very happy. You grown so big? Born, however, asked in confusion, wait a minute, Little Spider, your strength has reached the Supreme Realm now. Why haven't you left the Secret Realm? Little Spider calmed herself down slightly and replied, the time loop in the Secret Realm has been reset by Curator Colaris. It will last at least 1,000 years, so even though I'm at the Supreme Realm now, I won't be rejected. Chapter 852. Annie exclaimed happily, that's wonderful. But I imagine the curator must have paid a considerable price to achieve this. By the way, where's Alice? How is she? Little Spider pointed to a mountain stream and said, she's waiting for you there. She's managing all the resources in the entire secret realm now, and she's incredibly busy. Since Callan successfully resurrected using the spatial core, Alice had also achieved the fusion of her 3 souls, and was placed in the magical secret realm for protection by Corellius. Later, Annie brought back a large amount of resources, and with hundreds of thousands of troops from the Divine Mountain pouring into the secret realm, its management became a major problem. Initially, Corellius wanted Rosalie to take charge, but given Rosalie's personality, she'd probably blow the place up. Then they thought of Robert, but Robert had to lead the alchemist team day and night to refine various war supplies, such as potions, weapons, and magic stones. Most importantly, there were the communication talismans. With them, almost all military orders could be transmitted smoothly. In addition, Robert was also crafting a teleportation talisman. Valenza and Calendar were able to ambush Volant silently at Mount Light using this talisman, but its crafting was extremely difficult. Currently, only Robert possessed the skill, and its production was very low. After much deliberation, Carrarus thought of Alice. Firstly, Alice was Annie's sister, making her highly credible. Secondly, one of Alice's avatars had served in the Varid army, possessing knowledge of Varid-specific materials and management experience, making her the perfect candidate. After some time, Corellius realized his decision was absolutely correct. With the help of Spider-Man and Robert, Alice managed the entire magical realm flawlessly. The Alliance's ability to turn the tide in subsequent battles was largely due to Alice's logistical support and allocation. Soon, guided by Spider-Man, Annie met Alice personally checking the supplies. After carefully inspecting them, Alice frowned. The number of crystals here is incorrect. Take them back and recount. I said it many times. The supplies transported to the front lines must be accurate. Too many are a waste. Too few will leave the front lines without sufficient support. Yes. A divine servant respectfully replied, we recount them immediately. Annie was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Alice's words to carry so much weight here, that these divine servants didn't dare to contradict her. Little Spider chuckled. At first, some people did resist, but on one hand, the second miss had the curator and others backing her up, and on the other hand, she had some tricks up her sleeve. Gradually, everyone accepted it. Annie covered her mouth and chuckled, as expected of second sister. At this moment, Alice noticed them. Oh, Annie, you're here. Annie stepped forward. Second sister, you managed this place quite well. Alice waved her hand. I can't help you much on the front lines, but at least here I can do what I can to ease your burden. Annie smiled. Then you've really been a great help. Bourne smiled slightly at Alice. Long time no see. Alice paused. Oh? You're back too. Perfect timing. Robert was looking for you. Bourne gave a wry smile. I know. That guy wants to see the activated black and white swords. Annie said, it's tough on him. I didn't expect he could actually fuse the 2 altars into a divine artifact. But you were lucky. Without the tears of creation, those 2 swords wouldn't have been activated. At most they would just be ordinary swords, a bit sharper. Bourne grinned. Luck is part of strength too. Alright, stop joking. Annie laughed. You hurry. Go find Robert quickly. Spider, find us a place. Bourne and I are going into seclusion for a while, and no one can disturb us. Spider pointed ahead and said, I built a cave in the crystal mine. It's very safe inside, and there are many top-grade crystals. The elemental resources are abundant, making it perfect for your seclusion. Annie nodded. Then it's up to you too. Bourne went to find Robert first. The two chatted for a while, and Robert left the black and white twin swords behind, saying he wanted to continue researching them, as it seemed he could further develop their abilities. Bourne was naturally very happy. The stronger the twin swords, the greater their help to him. Afterward, he and Annie entered the cave Spider had prepared. With a loud boom, the cave was sealed shut, and the array activated, preventing anyone outside from entering. Annie took a deep breath and looked at Bourne's face through the dim light. Brother Bourne, are you ready? Bourne smiled slightly. Let's go. The two simultaneously activated the soul separation and fusion technique, and the entire space began to rotate slowly, drawn by a force. Annie reached out, and the starry sky soul fell into the elemental vortex. It remained perfectly still throughout, gradually merging with Bourne's soul fire through the soul separation and fusion technique, forming another small, pale golden sphere. The fusion with the starry sky soul went very smoothly. Thanks to Annie's initial acceptance of it, there was no resistance whatsoever. Then, Annie opened her eyes, flicked her finger, and a burst of death energy shot out, snapping open the iron cage before her. With a deafening roar, a ball of fire shot into the sky, emitting a terrifying howl. The Crimson Flame Soul, known for its ferocity, was far less obedient than the Starry Sky Soul. The scorching flames melted the surrounding rocks, gradually solidifying into the shape of a lava giant. Born scoffed, "I fused with so many heavenly souls. What am I afraid of?" He unleashed a powerful palm strike, activating the earth-shattering heavenly soul power. The rocks that had been fused with the lava giant's body solidified and fell away, preventing them from materializing. Roar! The Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul roared deafeningly. Since it couldn't materialize, it would attack directly with fire. It threw a massive punch, a gigantic flaming fist hurtling towards Born. Born didn't move an inch. He struck again with his palm, activating the Raging Wave Heavenly Soul. A giant wave crashed against the flaming fist, the fusion of water and fire hissing and producing a large amount of mist. The fire fist failed again, greatly angering the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul. It no longer cared about anything else, transforming into endless flames that surrounded the two, unleashing terrifying heat, attempting to roast them alive. Born took a deep breath and slammed his palm into the ground. 10,000 miles of frost. A surge of cold air erupted, freezing the air around Born into frost, perfectly counteracting the intense heat of the flames. This temperature is just right, neither too hot nor too cold, very comfortable. Seeing Born's smug grin, Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul was furious. At this moment, Annie said, "Brother Born, stop playing around. Hurry up and finish this." Born then stopped, his face turning serious, and said, "All right, Crimson Flame, your power is extremely strong and unyielding. I also have a power similar to yours. Let's see who's stronger." As he spoke, purple arcs of electricity appeared in his hands, crackling loudly. Seeing this, Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul's flames trembled slightly, but then quickly intensified, even melting some of the icy cold air of the 10,000 miles of frost. "Oh! You're so excited. In that case, come on!" Born shouted, his fists lashing out with a piercing roar of purple lightning as he struck at the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul. The Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul roared in fury, its flames intensifying as a crimson beam of fire met the attack head-on. The moment the two forces collided, a massive burst of energy erupted, raging through the entire space. Annie had to draw her wand, using the power of light to create a small shield to avoid being caught in the blast. As expected of the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul, its power is indeed formidable. Subduing it will greatly increase our strength. Born nodded, his figure flashing, as he appeared directly in the center of the explosion. He reached out and grabbed the retreating Crimson Flame. The Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul was startled, trying to break free but finding the skeletal hand incredibly strong, impossible to escape. "Stop struggling, be good." A slow smile crept onto Born's lips, and the soul fusion technique's speed suddenly increased. Sizzle! 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 The Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul was directly sucked into the elemental vortex. No matter how much it struggled, it was futile. More importantly, the powers of the 5 heavenly souls, Earth Shatter, Raging Waves, Sanction, Unending, and Devouring, surrounded it, completely sealing its power. Only one outcome awaited it: complete fusion with the soul fusion technique. Gradually, the crimson flames diminished, eventually extinguished by the soul fusion technique, and the entire cave returned to darkness. Born sat back down on the ground, the soul fusion technique still running frantically. Absorbing 2 heavenly souls at once was a considerable challenge for him. Fortunately, Annie was by his side. The spirit division technique greatly helped increase the probability of fusion. The elemental energy in the cave gradually stabilized. The 2 enormous elemental vortexes slowly absorbed the elements of heaven and earth. Annie and Born shone with different lights, intertwining and forming a connection. As the connection strengthened, Annie's strength began to increase. This is the unique aspect of the soul separation and union technique. When 2 people cultivate this technique, the increase in the cultivation level of one will help the other improve their strength. Now, Born has already reached the 2nd stage of returning to origin, and after absorbing 2 heavenly souls, his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the 3rd stage of returning to origin without any hindrance. Deep within the dark mountain cave, only the soft glow emitted by the top-grade crystal illuminated the small space. And sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint radiance. Guided by Born's magic, the power within her body flowed slowly like a stream. As her cultivation deepened, she gradually felt an invisible barrier standing between her and her body, the insurmountable chasm between the peak of the soul union technique and the divine realm. Obscure laws of heaven and earth flowed across this barrier, and touching it would bring a powerful suppressive force. The closer you get to the breakthrough, the calmer your mind must be. Bourne sat beside Annie, his voice as steady as a still well. He had once secretly broken through in the Vade army camp using the power of divine crystals, and knew the peril of this step. A god-level breakthrough is a triple transformation of the physical body, magic power, and soul. Any impatience, or even the slightest external disturbance, can cause a backflow of magic power. At best, it will cause a regression in your cultivation level. At worst, it will damage your very essence, preventing any further progress for the rest of your life. Annie nodded slightly, clearing her mind of all distractions. She could clearly sense the restlessness of her magic power, while Bourne's spiritual power, like a gentle stream, slowly smoothed the ripples through the soul-splitting and merging technique, guiding the two forces to converge in the same direction, gradually impacting that invisible barrier. There are no shortcuts to breaking through to a higher realm. Only gradual progress, like water grinding away at fire, can dismantle the shackles of the laws of heaven and earth. Annie's aura gradually calmed, the sunrise and sunset outside the cave having repeated countless cycles. Suddenly, her heart sank, as if crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder. Her inner magic surged, transforming into an invisible spear, piercing the barrier with a desperate, all-or-nothing force. Sizzle! A subtle yet clear sound echoed within the cave, like thin ice shattering, and felt a sudden lightness wash over her. All the previous oppression and stagnation vanished instantly, revealing a completely new world before her. Stars swirled in the void, endless elemental power surged like a vast ocean, and the laws of nature, once unattainable, became clearly perceptible, waiting for her to explore and master. Boom! 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 The elemental power within the cave suddenly surged. The elements that had been scattered in the air, like wanderers finding their home, rushed wildly into Annie's body through the magical vortex that formed around her. Her body seemed to transform into a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing this immense power. The magic within her grew increasingly solid, and her divine aura rose at a visible speed. The top-grade crystals piled up in the corners of the cave gradually lost their luster under the draining of elemental power. They went from being crystal clear to dull and lifeless, turning into ordinary stones, and finally shattering into powder under the force of the magic, scattering throughout the cave with the air currents. Calm your mind, slow down the flow of magic. Bourne suddenly transmitted, his voice urgent. He sensed that the elemental power surging into Annie's body was too violent, and quickly restrained his own spiritual power, acting like a dam to guide the raging elemental flow and prevent it from harming Annie's body. Anne's mind stirred slightly, and she instantly understood Bourne's intention. She quickly circulated her spirit-splitting technique, and the vortex of magic power within her dantian gradually slowed. The raging elemental currents, like a tamed wild horse, became calm and docile, flowing gently to nourish her body and soul. Time passed quietly in the peaceful cultivation. Day after day, the cave maintained a serene atmosphere, without the slightest anomaly. After successfully breaking through to the god level, and did not stop, Bourne needed to thoroughly refine and fuse the two heavenly souls, starry sky and crimson flame, to consolidate his realm, and also planned to use this momentum to continue striving for even higher realms. Only when both of them possessed greater strength could they secure a sliver of hope for the Alliance in the upcoming decisive battle against the Vade army. Chapter 853. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning blasted a huge hole in the massive city wall of the Holy City of Light, billowing black smoke and accompanied by piercing screams and defiant roars. Tuck's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, his scarlet tongue licking his lips. "Heh, the Supreme Leader is here. Let's see what you can do to resist. Damn Callan, damn Soraka, die." Inside the city walls, Belfinger roared, spewing out a cloud of slime that melted a Vade warrior in front of him into blood. "Lord Death, are we really going to abandon the Holy City?" Callan said solemnly. "This is Annie's order. Just do as she says. I hold off Tuck. You and Mammon, hurry up and lead your men to retreat, minimizing losses as much as possible." Belfinger gritted his teeth, his face filled with resentment. They had defended this place for over 10 years, facing wave after wave of attacks from Tuck, a mid-level god-level expert, without ever retreating. But today, they were to abandon this fortress and retreat to the Celestial Library. Bronto and the 3 undead lords also joined the battle. Their presence was solely to facilitate Belfinger's retreat. Belfinger knew this was no time to hesitate. Since Callan had said it was Annie's intention, the Alliance must be facing an unprecedented crisis, and he had to obey orders. Retreat! Retreat! He immediately led everyone, along with Mammon, towards the Sky Library. A similar scene unfolded in Northview City, but this time, the Vade Commander-in-Chief, Volumet, who was attacking Northview City, did not appear. Instead, more than 10 mid-level God-rank Vade warriors appeared. Although their strength was inferior to Volumet's, their sheer numbers quickly overwhelmed the Northview City defenders. Soraka decisively ordered a full retreat, abandoning Northview City. Damn it! Granisa threw a punch, sparks flying. Soraka, let's join forces and at least take down this bastard. It's too frustrating to just retreat like this. Soraka shook her head, her eyes filled with apprehension. Don't act rashly. What we see are more than 10 mid-level God-tier experts, but there's actually a terrifying aura lurking in the shadows. If I'm not mistaken, that's their so-called supreme leader. That guy is hiding in the shadows, wanting to test our abilities. Once we go all out, we might not be able to escape. Granisa was startled. Damn it, this is fishing. That damn guy. Once we reunite with Callan and the others, we make him pay. Soraka shook her head with a wry smile. Who pay for whoever's actions is still uncertain. High-level God tier? I haven't heard of that level in years. Boom. 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 The gates of Northview City were forcefully blasted open, and the Vades swarmed into the city like locusts, only to be met with traps and magic arrays everywhere. Ah! My leg. My leg. Help! Screams erupted one after another, but were quickly drowned out by the influx of Vades. Granisa felt a little better. Humph, let them come. Anyone who wants to enter the city has to pay a price. Valenza waved his hand. Stop looking, let's go. They're just small fry. The Vades won't care about this loss. Soraka silently took out a communication talisman and said towards the southeast, Terrasin, whether you've been attacked or not, abandon the third fortress and meet at the Sky Library. After doing all this, she took a deep breath, her sharp gaze fixed on the distant, smoke-filled city of Northview. There, the vanguard of the Vade had breached the broken city gates, tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers swarming in like ants. She slowly raised the scepter of light in her hand, the gem at its tip suddenly bursting forth with dazzling light, dyeing half the sky gold and red. The scepter trembled gently in her palm, emitting a clear, melodious hum, as if echoing the elemental power of heaven and earth. Granisa was overjoyed at the sight. I knew you wouldn't be satisfied either. Let the Vade taste their power. The next second, a beam of holy light as thick as a bucket crashed down from the clouds, carrying the power to purify everything, pointing straight at the center of Northview like a spear of the gods. The air along its path was scorched and distorted, emitting a sizzling sound. Where the beam of light passed, rubble on the ground automatically gave way, and even flying arrows were instantly vaporized. Tens of thousands of Vade people who had just rushed into the city looked up at this apocalyptic scene, their faces instantly filled with terror. Even their fleeing steps froze in place, as they were about to be completely swallowed by the holy light and reduced to ashes. At this critical moment, a dense cloud of black mist suddenly surged into the sky above Northview City. The black mist arrived without warning, like ink gushing from the depths of hell, spreading at a visible speed, instantly enveloping the entire city of Northview, forming a thick black barrier. The surface of the barrier was covered with writhing runes, exuding a decaying and evil aura, a stark contrast to the holiness of the holy light. Boom! The beam of holy light slammed into the black mist barrier, the two extreme forces colliding and unleashing a deafening roar. Golden holy light and black evil energy tore and merged violently, forming a huge mushroom cloud of energy. The shockwaves swept across the city from the north, blowing away distant ruins and rubble once again. Amidst the billowing dust, even the earth trembled violently. However, shockingly, the seemingly eerie black barrier was indestructible. The purifying power of the holy light relentlessly eroded it, yet it couldn't breach the defenses. The runes on the barrier only grew more vibrant, and the black energy became even denser, forcefully blocking this devastating attack. Soraka's brow furrowed, her fingers tightening slightly around her scepter. Below the city walls, the cheers of the Vade people faintly drifted in, while the holy light in the city gradually dissipated, leaving only the black energy that enveloped the entire city, like a giant black tumor, emanating an ominous aura from the earth. What? Grensa's eyes widened. How is this possible? It withstood a blow from the holy light, yet there's not even a crack. Valenza's eyes remained constantly alert to the surrounding movements. Suddenly, he caught a strange ripple in the void ahead, and a chilling aura spread with the wind. Watch out! His eyes narrowed sharply. Before the words were even finished, the wind god's sword was already swung out, the azure wind blade gathering the power of the wind god, slashing towards the turbulent void like a crescent moon. As soon as he finished speaking, A thick, ink-like black mist emerged from the void like a ghost, spreading towards them without warning. The black mist moved seemingly slowly, like slowly flowing ink, yet it carried an indescribable sense of oppression, reaching them in an instant. Countless twisted ghostly figures could be vaguely seen within the black mist, exuding an aura of decay and destruction. Granisa sensed something was wrong. His entire body erupted in flames instantly. Without thinking, he swung his fist, engulfed in raging flames, and slammed it down. The scorching fiery fist, carrying an aura of destruction, struck the black mist simultaneously with the lens's wind blade. Boom! The biting wind blade and the scorching fire fist collided with the black mist, erupting in a burst of fire and blue light. Elemental forces vibrated violently, and a piercing hissing sound filled the air. The wind blade attempted to cut and tear the black mist apart, while the fire fist tried to incinerate it with its intense heat. The two forces intertwined to form a barrier that combined offense and defense, stubbornly resisting the spread of the black mist. However, the black mist only paused for a moment, its surface rippling as if mocking the attacks. The next second, an immense power suddenly erupted from within the black mist, like a sleeping beast awakening, and a black shockwave spread out with a deafening roar. The lens's wind blade was instantly deflected, shattering into countless blue specks in midair. Granice's fire fist also dissipated rapidly. Like ice meeting the blazing sun, the flames were forcibly suppressed by the black mist, extinguished like candlelight within it. The immense recoil sent Valenza's arm numbing, the wind-dodged sword nearly slipping from her grasp, and she involuntarily took a step back, her azure wings trembling slightly, her face so grim it could drip water. Granice's blood surged. Even the luster of her flame armor dimmed slightly. She too took a step back to steady herself, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her eyes filled with disbelief. During the brief respite between the two, the black mist slowly spread forward again, its chilling aura growing ever stronger, as if it would corrode the entire space. Step back. Sorika's voice carried undeniable authority. Her figure flashed out like a holy light after image, firmly blocking Valenza and Genesis' path. She stomped heavily on the ground, her holy light scepter abruptly plunging into the earth. Instantly, fine golden runes lit up on the scepter, echoing the holy light array that formed on the ground. Her hands swiftly clasped together in front of her chest, and holy golden light surged forth from her body. Her eyes blazed with a sun-like brilliance. Holy light retribution exorcism. As the shout fell, the gem at the top of her scepter suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and a pillar of holy light, half a meter thick, shot into the sky, then abruptly receded, transforming into a golden shield enveloping what lay ahead. This light was not a violent attack, but rather carried an extremely purifying power. Wherever it passed, even the chill in the air was dispelled. The approaching black mist, upon touching the shield, hissed and churned violently like boiling oil meeting water, its edges melting visibly, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. The countless terrifying ghost faces that had been hidden within the black mist were instantly revealed. Their twisted, ferocious faces emitted shrill howls in the holy light, their previously venomous eyes now filled only with utter terror. The purifying power was like a red-hot iron branding ice and snow, leaving them utterly defenseless. One by one, the demonic faces melted away in the light, the black mist shrinking at a visible rate, its once dense, inky form gradually thinning. Sorika's forehead quickly beaded with sweat, her holy robes soaked by the heat rising from the divine power, clinging tightly to her back. Her teeth clenched, her cheeks flushed from exerting so much power. Clearly, this high-level purification spell had greatly depleted her divine power. The malevolent power contained within the black mist far exceeded ordinary levels. Every fraction it dissolved required several times her power of light. The gem's brilliance gradually dimmed, her breathing became rapid, and her fingers gripping the scepter turned white from the strain. Finally, under the continued scorching of the holy light, the last wisp of black mist let out a piercing shriek and vanished completely into the air. The lingering smell of burnt flesh mingled with an eerie odor, so foul it made one wince. Sorika swayed, quickly gripping her scepter to steady herself, taking several deep breaths of the holy air to barely calm her chaotic divine power. Quick, move! She slammed her scepter down, her voice weary yet still sharp. This black mist is just a test, the real enemy is still lurking in the shadows. Granisa stared at the remaining traces of black mist on the ground, recalling how easily his fire fist had been defeated. His expression turned grave. He finally clearly sensed the vast difference in strength between the two sides. Granisa didn't hesitate any longer, turning to the allied soldiers behind him and shouting sharply, "All troops, accelerate the retreat. Shield formation, archers cover the rear." Heavy footsteps instantly intensified as the Allied forces rapidly contracted their formation, rushing towards the Celestial Library. Several days later, the Allied forces finally met at the Sky Library. The Sky Library was already prepared with defenses in place, forming a defensive battle array centered around it. Inside the main hall of the Sky Library, Callahan looked at Soraka and asked, "You fought the Supreme Leader?" Soraka nodded. "Yes, but I felt he didn't use his full strength." Callahan pondered for a moment. "How strong is he?" "Very strong." Those two words said it all. Everyone's expression turned serious. Someone even Soraka considered strong must have reached a terrifying level. "What are our chances of winning if we join forces?" Callahan continued. Soraka thought for a moment, then held up 2 fingers. 20%. TSK. Callahan rubbed his temples. "This is troublesome. If the 2 of us can't handle him, who will deal with Tuck and Warrant? How are we supposed to fight this? Annie has really given me a huge problem." "We have to go even if we can't fight him," Soraka said resolutely. The enemy had the advantage in both god-level experts and total strength before, but they still couldn't break through our defenses. This time, although the situation is more difficult, we're not entirely without a chance of winning. Valenza nodded. "That's right. As long as we can hold out until Annie and the others come out of seclusion, there's still a chance." Clarice clenched his fist. "Heh, it's been a long time since I made a move. I want to see if this Supreme Leader of Vade has even half the strength of my father and brothers." Undoubtedly, the father and brothers Clarice referred to were the creator god and the progenitor of the elves, 2 ancient super-powerful beings, both high-level gods. Callahan chuckled. He may have reached the level of the elven progenitor, but he's far from being a creator god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. It's a pity that the War of the Gods caused too many of our powerful warriors to perish. Otherwise, this little Varid wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. Soraka's expression held a hint of resolve. If it really comes to that, we might have to restart the secret techniques from the War of the Gods. Chapter 854. Upon hearing Soraka's words, everyone's expression changed drastically. Granisa swallowed hard and said, "Soraka, you're not joking, are you? Do you remember how much destruction that secret technique caused? Our world was split into 3, and most of the top experts perished because of that technique. And given the current state of this world, it can't withstand another one." However, Soraka ignored him and instead asked Kolaris, "Do you still have the array diagram for activating the secret technique?" Kolaris nodded and said, "It's in the Fountain of Creation, but I hope it will never be used again." Bronto sighed, "If it really comes to that, we can only leave it to fate. At worst, we perish along with this world." Callahan waved his hand. "It's too early to talk about these things now. We're not entirely without a chance, Vora. Mud is currently severely injured, and the enemy has also suffered heavy losses among their god-level experts. As long as we rely on the Sky Library's defensive system as the core, holding out for a while shouldn't be a problem." Soraka looked at Kararis. "Are you sure you could participate in the battle? Can your body withstand it?" Kararis patted his chest and said, "Don't underestimate me just because I'm old. I haven't missed a single day of training." "All right, in that case, the 3 of us will deal with the Supreme Leader together. Valenza and Bronto, you 2 will deal with Tuck. The rest of you should not initiate combat. Rely on the fortifications for defense and counterattacks. Unless there are special circumstances, Terrason will be in charge of command on the battlefield, with Granisa providing support. Nit, the 3 of you, be ready to provide backup at any time. You must hold out until Annie and the others emerge from seclusion." Soraka made some arrangements, then suddenly remembered something. "Kolaris, what do you think?" Kolaris smiled slightly. "No problem. On the south bank of the Gung River, the Vades camped along the water, their million-strong army stretching for miles, exuding a murderous aura. Inside the commander's tent, Wormed and Tuck knelt on the ground, their heads bowed deeply. The Vade Supreme Leader sat in the main seat, coldly watching the 2. "You 2, raise your heads." Wormed raised his remaining head, his eyes filled with deep fear. Tuck's massive head hesitated for a moment, then finally raised it, but his eyes remained fixed on the ground, unable to look directly ahead. The Supreme Leader toyed with a pair of beads in his hand, the beads as black as ink, radiating a translucent luster. "It's been almost several decades, hasn't it? You 2, one a Grand General, the other a Commander-in-Chief, together couldn't even conquer this small world, and you wasted so many manpower and resources. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "Please forgive me, Chief," Volumet stammered. "It's not that we didn't try, but those guys were too cunning. At first, our operation went smoothly, but then the Divine Mountain and the Undead Alliance. Nobody knew that the undead realm actually had 4 god-level powerhouses, one of whom, that old man named Callan, was no less powerful than me. We were suddenly. Do you think I don't know that? The Supreme Leader sneered. Even if they have 2 powerhouses comparable to yours, our overall strength is still several times greater than theirs. Yet you still couldn't breach the Celestial Library. That's a problem with your abilities. Balamut quickly lowered his head. Yes, Chief is right. Tuck then said, Chief, now that you're here, those guys are nothing. The Holy City of Light and Northview City were breached instantly, and the Celestial Library is naturally no match for us. The Supreme Chief took a deep breath. Sigh, if everything depends on me, what use are you? Fine, considering you helped the Empire expand its territory before, I spare you this time. Tomorrow morning, we launch an attack, take the Celestial Library as soon as possible, retrieve the altar. And that guy's Fountain of Creation. Tuck swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Chief, what's so special about the Fountain of Creation? Why are you so concerned? The Supreme Chief glanced at him. Unless you reach the high level of godhood, you never know the wonders of the Fountain of Creation. That's the ultimate mystery of the universe. With the Fountain of Creation, I can advance further and become an unparalleled being in this universe. The Vade Empire will also prosper and rule for millennia. Tuck exclaimed in surprise. Since the Fountain of Creation is so powerful, why didn't the Creator God here use it to rule the universe back then? Foolish. The Supreme Leader cursed. Do you think he didn't want to? It was precisely because he condensed this Fountain of Creation that he himself perished, his power scattered and unable to be gathered again. Countless people in this universe have been watching this world, but for tens of thousands of years they haven't dared to touch it, simply because they fear the Creator God. He invited one of his friends, also a powerhouse beyond the peak, to help him protect and enhance this world, but the result was a failure. Instead, the world became a mess, elements collapsed, and resources withered. It's truly laughable that such a powerful person ultimately met such an end. A glint flashed in Volum's eyes. Oh, I think I heard of that. The Creator God poured most of his power into his firstborn elf ancestor, Noir, and then invited a master who rode a flying sword to transmit his techniques to this world. However, the rules of this world naturally rejected these techniques and related cultivation methods, ultimately triggering the War of the Gods. It was after the War of the Gods that this world descended into division and decline. Tuck added, according to the information I gathered, that Callan is the disciple of that flying sword master. The soul-severing blade in his hand, as well as some of the strange magical items, were obtained from that person. The Supreme Leader narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder. I felt that the old man's fighting style was somewhat different from the others in this world. Different, so that's how it is. But it doesn't matter, he's only a mid-level god. As long as he doesn't take that step, he never defeat me. Tuck immediately echoed, of course. Everyone knows the leader is invincible. The Supreme Leader waved his hand. Invincible isn't quite right. There are beings in the universe stronger than me, but once I obtain the Fountain of Creation, I won't have to fear them anymore. Worm's eyes gleamed. In that case, we must go all out and obtain the Fountain of Creation to help the leader increase his strength. All right. The Supreme Leader said calmly, you two hurry up and prepare. We start the attack first thing tomorrow morning. Don't let anything else go wrong. Yes. Worm and Tuck responded in unison, then withdrew. Outside the tent, Polixib quickly hid behind a pile of rubble, peeking out his small eyes as he watched Tuck and Worm leave. This is bad, the situation is a bit tricky. A hint of hesitation flashed in Balzib's eyes. That octopus-headed creature's aura is terrifying. Can that brat Bond handle it? Maybe I should just leave it at that. But then he shook his head. Although I, Balzib, may not have much ability, I still have backbone. I can't let anyone look down on me, especially that Lucifer. Remembering how Lucifer had dragged his heavily injured body to plead for him, a complex look appeared in Balzib's eyes. TSK, I can't handle that octopus-headed creature, but Worm is now missing a head, 2 hands, and a leg. His strength is less than a tenth of what it used to be. Recovering won't be a quick process. Maybe I can start with him. The next day, the white jade dome of the Celestial Library gleamed with a holy light in the morning sun. This sacred place, bearing the wisdom of 1,000 years, was currently shrouded in a black tide that blotted out the sky. Millions of Vade soldiers stretched for miles, their black armored ranks as dense as ants. The cold glint of their weapons mingled with the swirling black aura around them, staining the sky a dark gray black. Their heavy footsteps shook the earth, like a colossal beast awakening and pressing down on the defensive line. The Alliance army arrayed themselves on the stepped plaza before the library, tens of thousands of soldiers forming an ironclad line, shoulder to shoulder. The cold gleam of their armor and the sharpness of their weapons clashed, each soldier's expression solemn, palms white from gripping their weapons, their eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Behind them lay the seeds of this world. Even facing an enemy 10 times their number, not a single soldier in the ranks flinched, every face was etched with resolve. At this moment, there was no retreat, only a fight to the death. A deafening dragon's roar echoed from the heavens, and 9 colossal dragons with black wings swept in, their claws dragging a massive palanquin inlaid with black gems. Atop the palanquin, the supreme leader of Vade, clad in a long black robe, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the defensive line, the divine pressure emanating from him almost freezing the air. He swung his hand down sharply, his hoarse voice, infused with magic, resounding across the battlefield. Attack! Kill! The Vade army erupted in a thunderous roar, a black tide surging forth like a burst dam. The giant axemen in the front ranks raised their weapons, while the archers in the rear knocked their arrows. Lord Soraka! Belfinger stepped forward, holding a battle banner, his gaze fixed on the approaching enemy ranks. Soraka, wielding her holy light scepter, pointed it diagonally at the ground, golden light swirling around her. Archers, magic gunners, prepare. Belfinger immediately waved his banner, the crimson banner tracing a sharp arc in the air. The archer legion drew their bows in unison, the bowstrings humming in unison, death energy, and the azure glow of wind element condensing at the arrow tips, forming spiraling halos of energy. In the magic cannon formations on both sides, soldiers embedded fist-sized magic stones into the cannon barrels, dark red flames gushing from the muzzles, the cannons trembling violently from the accumulating energy, light condensing into blinding spheres at the muzzles. When the black tide was less than 100 feet from the defensive line, Belfinger slammed his banner into the ground. Fire! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows rained down like a storm, forming a dense azure rain that blotted out the light of day. Bang bang bang. Magic cannons erupted simultaneously, fireballs and lightning balls crashing into the Vade army with a whistling sound, exploding into energy vortexes several meters wide the moment they hit the ground. A deafening roar echoed, and flashes of fire erupted repeatedly within the black tide. Arrows pierced through black armor, carrying away splattered pieces of flesh and blood. Craters blasted by magical cannons were filled with mountains of severed limbs and shattered weapons, black smoke mingling with the choking haze of gunpowder. The screams of the Vades reverberated across the battlefield. Several gaps were torn in the front lines, only to be frantically filled by subsequent waves of soldiers. The black tide continued its relentless assault on the library's white jade steps, the blood staining the entire plaza before the defensive line crimson. The supreme leader coldly observed the scene before him. Seeing that the first wave had suffered over half its casualties, he waved his hand. Second wave, fill in. Don't leave any gaps. The Vades behind charged forward wave after wave, quickly filling the gaps created by the magical cannon and arrow attacks. Soraka frowned slightly, but remained unusually calm. Everyone, don't panic. Mage phalanx, step forward. Archers and gunners, continue preparing. Immediately, 5 mage phalanxes moved to the front, wielding the latest staffs crafted by Robert's alchemy battalion, each staff radiating different elemental brilliance. Belfinger hopped to the front, his body glowing intensely red as he unleashed a weakening spell. A crimson glow enveloped the entire Vade army, and everyone felt their power diminish, their defenses becoming incredibly fragile. The supreme leader reached out slightly, gently touching the faint red light, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh! This magic is quite interesting. Voldemort explained, these are the innate spells of the 7 undead lords. Legend has it that they are the power left behind by the great death god, divided into these 7 parts: duel, dream, berserk, weakening, absorption, devouring, and charm. This Belfinger is currently casting the weakening spell. Tuck added, my subordinate cast died from dual magic before. That spell was extremely bizarre. It said that although those around noticed the commotion, however, they were unable to intervene in the battle between the two sides. The supreme leader narrowed his eyes. Interesting. It seems that guy really created something extraordinary. It's a pity these people have no future. Their magic will eventually be used by me. At that moment, within the allied army's mage formation, 5 colored lights flashed simultaneously, and countless powerful offensive spells, like long dragons, crashed into the Wade's camp, once again unleashing a massive energy wave. The Wades at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes in the terrifying energy impact. Is it enhanced by a magic circle? The supreme leader narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, there's something to it. We can learn from this method in the future. Tuck nodded. Understood. By the way, Volumet, didn't you recruit a necromancer lord, I think named Balzeb? He should also know about this kind of enhancement magic circle, right? Volumet also remembered. Yes, I have someone summon him right away. Chapter 855. A short while later, Balzeb came running over and knelt before the Supreme Leader. Supreme Leader, I am Balzeb, willing to serve the Vade Empire. Please give your orders. The Supreme Leader glanced at him indifferently. Peak of the Hiyuan realm? Your cultivation is still unstable. I heard you are also a necromancer lord. What is your innate magic? Balzeb immediately replied, Supreme Leader, my innate magic is Devour. The Supreme Leader raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the same as the Jarman? Between you and the Jarman, whose Devour is more powerful? Balzeb swallowed hard. The Jarman general is a god. A level 1 expert? I'm naturally no match for them. The Supreme Leader narrowed his eyes slightly, and casually waved a ball of black energy. Come, use your devouring magic to dissolve this energy. Balzeb looked troubled. Sir, your energy is too vast. I can't swallow it. Volumet glared at him. Just swallow it. Stop with the nonsense. Balzeb trembled, glanced at the Supreme Leader, and steeled himself. He opened his mouth wide, and activated his devouring magic. Instantly, a suction force emanated, and the ball of black energy began to slowly move towards Balzeb's mouth. The Supreme Leader watched this scene with great interest, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the back of his chair, but to Balzeb, it sounded like a death knell. Finally, the entire black energy ball entered Balzeb's mouth. Balzeb snapped his mouth shut, his throat moved slightly, and he swallowed the energy. The next moment, his eyes snapped open, and a violent power instantly invaded his body, quickly exceeding Balzeb's maximum capacity to withstand it. Balzeb gritted his teeth, frantically circulating his devouring magic, trying to digest this power, but its sheer size far surpassed his expectations. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't digest such a massive amount of power in a short time. Balzeb finally couldn't hold back any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his entire body slumping down. Oh! Can't even digest this little bit of energy? The Supreme Leader stopped what he was doing. With such meager abilities, he dares to call himself the Lord of Gluttony. How laughable. He waved his hand. Fine, how boring. Let him go. This kind of trash is useless to keep alive. Useless? Volumet narrowed his eyes, one hand reaching for the great sword at his waist. Or perhaps we could just... Balzeb's eyes narrowed, involuntarily taking a step back, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Master, I will try my best, please don't kill me. The Supreme Leader glanced at him indifferently. Give me a reason to keep you here. Without the altar, I can't transform you into a Vade. Besides, with your talent, even if I did, it would be a waste of resources. Tell me, what use are you? Balzeb clutched his chest, coughing up blood again. I know the Alliance's situation very well, and can help the army attack. The Supreme Leader scoffed. Now that I have superior forces, I don't need to know anything. Just attack, the Alliance will be defeated without a doubt. What else is there to know? Balzeb's eyes darted around, his mind racing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Right, I know where the altar you're talking about is. The Supreme Leader raised an eyebrow. Tell me. Balzeb quickly replied, The Alliance's commander-in-chief is a human woman named Annie. She's a necromancer who contracted a skeleton soldier named Born. They originally possessed one altar, but later, in the Sea of Death, they seized another altar from Bick, so both altars are in her possession. The Supreme Leader's expression remained unchanged. And then? And then? Balzeb was puzzled. The Supreme Leader showed displeasure. Bick already reported this to Easel. That human woman named Annie does have some skill, but that's all. How powerful can someone who hasn't even reached the god level be? What you provided is worthless. Balzeb quickly said, No, your excellency, please don't underestimate Annie. Think about it. Even powerful figures like Kalan and Soraka are willing to obey Annie's commands, which shows she does have some extraordinary abilities. Wyrmt interrupted him. Even if she has extraordinary abilities, it's only in commanding battles. Her own strength isn't that great, at least I never seen her fight. No, you have. At this moment Tuck, who hadn't spoken until now, said, Last time in the Holy City of Light, when you came to support me, didn't you see the girl named Annie? Her power is very strange. Although she's only at the Harmony realm, she's not to be underestimated. Of course, in front of your excellency, she's no different from an ant. Just as the Supreme Leader was about to speak, a commotion erupted from the battlefield. The Supreme Leader turned to see a pale figure darting across the battlefield, each movement leaving a trail of blood and gore. The cold glint of the blade illuminated an aged yet resolute face. It was Callan. This old actually dares to show himself. He's courting death. Tuck roared, leaping into the air and charging towards Callan. However, he had only reached halfway when a golden light descended from the sky, carrying a holy purifying power, and slammed into Tuck's waist. Tuck was startled, twisting his body to barely dodge the attack. The golden light grazed his dragon scales, sending wisps of blue smoke rising from them. Soraka! Tuck's vertical pupils were fixed on the holy figure in midair, his teeth grinding together. Verids! A deep voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Now that you come to the library of the sky, have you considered how you intend to accept my trial? Tuck turned his head, only to be met with a massive fist slamming down. Caught off guard, he could only raise his claws to block. With a bang, Tuck's enormous body was sent flying, tumbling and twisting in the air before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Supreme Leader's expression suddenly changed. This aura? Could it be? Worm's expression also turned grave. This is Kolaris, the librarian of the Library of the Sky. His soul is imprisoned around the Library of the Sky, which is why we haven't fought him before. We didn't expect him to possess such strength. The Supreme Leader sensed Kolaris's aura, his eyes flickered, and he slowly stood up. A descendant of that person. Not bad, not bad. He carries that person's aura. Truly formidable. With that, his figure vanished abruptly, appearing instantly atop Kolaris's head. Kolaris was enormous. Compared to the Supreme Leader, he was like a mountain. Yet, despite this vast difference in size, the Supreme Leader's aura overwhelmed Kolaris, like the heavens pressing down on the mountain. Kolaris felt an unparalleled threat. He roared, his massive fist slamming upwards. The Supreme Leader's lips curled slightly. He casually raised a finger and touched Kolaris's enormous fist. The fist stopped abruptly. There was no massive energy surge, no earth-shattering roar, only silence. The next moment, the ground beneath Kolaris's feet cracked, and black lines began to spread from his fist, gradually reaching his forearm and upper arm. Not good. Callan reacted swiftly, wielding the soul-severing blade and instantly striking, aiming a blow at the High Chief's neck. The High Chief glanced at him sideways. Speed is good, but not enough. He raised his foot, directly striking the blade. The soul-severing blade, which had been as sharp as a knife, now groaned, its blade trembling violently, yet it couldn't break through the High Chief's defense. Kolaris seized the opportunity to retract his arm. The black lines almost completely covered his arm, a truly horrifying sight. Soraka arrived just in time, waving her scepter, a gentle force descending upon Kolaris, quickly suppressing the black power. The lines on Kolaris's arm gradually faded, but couldn't be completely eliminated. How are you? Soraka asked. Kolaris shook his head. I'm fine, I can still fight. Tuck chuckled. The leader just wants to play around, perfect. I go take over the Sky Library. He be happy when he's done, and sees the battle is over. He twisted his massive body, his crimson vertical pupils looking towards the city walls. For a powerhouse of his caliber, these defensive measures were utterly useless. He only needed to charge in and wreak havoc. Roar! He roared to the sky, terrifying power gathering in his mouth. The next moment, a breath of dragon fire slammed towards the Alliance, its devastating force chilling everyone to the bone. However, to his surprise, a massive ice wall suddenly materialized. The dragon fire struck the ice wall, immediately cracking its surface, but it still managed to barely withstand the attack. Tuck narrowed his eyes slightly. Terrasen, it's been a while. Your strength has increased again. Terrasen, panting, put down the crystal ball. Releasing such a large-scale ice wall had drained her divine power, but at least she had blocked the opponent's attack, which was enough. With us here, you won't be able to break into the Celestial Library. Valenza and Ganesa stepped forward, standing on either side of Terrasen. The three of them suddenly unleashed their aura, causing the advance of the Vate army to slow down. Humph! Tuck sneered. Still putting up a stubborn resistance? I see you won't learn your lesson until you're faced with death. Men, charge. Dozens of divine-level powerhouses from the Vate army sprang into action, charging towards the Alliance's defensive line. Terrasen's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Activate the magic circle." Belfinger immediately sprang into action. He and Rosalie, positioned at the north and south corners of the Sky Library respectively, led their teams to channel magic into the pre-prepared magic circle. The next moment, a massive golden protective shield appeared before the Vade. Boom! 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 The Vade warriors unleashed their deadly attacks, blasting at the shield, but it was incredibly sturdy and completely unaffected. Counterattack. Terrasen roared, activating his crystal ball first. A massive ice spike crashed down, piercing the shield and striking a Vade warrior directly. The Vade warrior, only at the early god level, was instantly sent flying, coughing up blood and severely injured. Damn it! The people inside this shield can attack, but we can't break through it. Forshay's expression changed drastically. He immediately realized the problem. But before they could react, the Alliance's god-level warriors had already launched dozens of attacks, hurtling towards them. Stop being so arrogant! Tuck roared, his massive dragon tail sweeping across the area, deflecting all attacks. Everyone, focus your attacks on the shield. Once it breaks, they have no other options. The Vades immediately united and launched an assault on the shield. Hold on. Terrasen's crystal ball emitted a dazzling blue light, streams of pure water elemental power flowing into the magic circle, making the shield even stronger. Valensa and Granisa weren't idle either. They too poured their divine power into the shield, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Tuck's eyes flickered slightly. He could tell that this protective shield was extraordinary, even more robust than the defensive formations of the major sacred mountains, not to mention the divine power of a god-level expert supporting it. Is this the foundation of the Celestial Library? Tuck grinned. This is a bit tricky. If Volumet hadn't been injured, the two of us should have been able to break the formation, but now it's just me alone, so it might be difficult. He couldn't help but look behind him, but was startled. Huh? Where's Volumet? Where did he go? He searched around, but still couldn't find Volumet, and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. Volumet was clearly right next to the Imperial carriage just now. How could he have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Moreover, Volumet was also enormous, and should have been quite conspicuous in the Wade army, but now he couldn't find him at all. Something's wrong. Just as he was about to turn around to look, a wind blade suddenly slashed towards him. Tuck tilted his head, a wind blade grazing his face and severing a small portion of his beard. Tuck was instantly enraged. Valensa, you're asking for death. He swung his dragon claw, fiercely grabbing at the protective shield, but only ripples appeared on it. It remained unbroken. Valensa sneered, Tuck, your strength is nothing special. This defensive array isn't something you can break. Tuck glared at him fiercely. What are you so arrogant about? You're just a coward hiding behind the array. If you got the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Valensa shrugged. Only a fool would fight you one-on-one. If you're so capable, break the array quickly. Don't waste your breath on me. Chapter 856. Damn it! Tuck was utterly enraged. He was about to break through the protective shield and tear Valensa inside to shreds. Bang! 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 A deafening roar erupted on the battlefield as various energies collided, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Meanwhile, on the other side, Volumet was sprinting towards the Gung River, a giant blade in his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ahead of him, a dark figure moved swiftly, like a ghost, bypassing wave after wave of Wade soldiers, quickly reaching the banks of the Gung River, and then rushing northwards along the river. It's him! It must be him! Volumet wanted to shout, but everyone on the battlefield was focused on the battle ahead. All the Wade soldiers had to act according to their supreme leader's orders. He was too far away. Shouting would only alert the enemy, and cause chaos within the army. Gradually, he had broken away from the ranks, chasing after the enemy until he reached a small hill, from which the Gung River flowed. This mountain, connected to Broken Cloud Peak, originally served as the northwestern barrier of Northview City. Woland's speed suddenly increased, and in an instant, he caught up with the dark figure. His great sword was raised high, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Leviathan, you can't escape. The dark figure turned around, revealing itself to be the long-absent Lord of Jealousy, Leviathan. His withered body was now clad in the armor of a Vade soldier, his figure even more hunched, his face pale, and his breath weak. He was clearly still recovering from serious injuries. It seemed the assassination attempt on Talek had indeed cost him dearly. Just as Volumet's massive blade was about to strike, a dark glint flashed in Leviathan's eyes, and he vanished from the spot with a bang. Volumet was slightly taken aback, then reacted, shouting, "Break!" A violent force spread outwards, shattering the surrounding space. He was still standing on the banks of the Gung River, but Leviathan had distanced himself from him. Volumet, leaning on his massive blade, the black aura from his severed shoulder coiling like a venomous snake, looked at Leviathan standing silently on the riverbank, a sinister sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. With these underhanded tricks? They might work against that fool Talik, but you're still too green to use me as a target. Leviathan was surrounded by inky mist, his grayish-blue face expressionless, his gaze fixed on the Gung River at his feet, ripples forming and dissipating eerily around him. What? Did I hit the nail on the head? So scared you can't even speak? Valen chuckled, slamming his single foot into the ground, creating 3 cracks. He shot towards Leviathan like a cannonball, his 5 giant blades swirling around him, black energy weaving into a net, the blade wind cleaving a narrow trail in the river. Leviathan finally looked up, his eerie green pupils locked onto the charging Volant. Black magic surged from his pores like ink, gathering before him. Still using that trick? Useless. Volant laughed wildly, his outermost blades slashing horizontally with a piercing shriek, the blade striking precisely where magic was weak. The black energy was cleaved in 2 like paper, the blade's momentum undiminished, aimed straight for Leviathan's neck. Just as the blade was about to strike, Leviathan suddenly twisted to the side, his movements far faster than his usual sluggishness. Valamet's peripheral vision narrowed. Ripples appeared in the void behind Leviathan, revealing a gigantic maw filled with sharp teeth. Saliva mixed with black mist dripped down, corroding the ground and creating fine holes. Valamet's blade paused slightly. The familiar stench and devouring aura sent a chill down his spine. Balzeb? You dare to be here? Hesitating for only a moment, Balzeb's maw suddenly opened to its full extent, a strange black light gleaming deep within its throat. A ball of solidified black energy, as hard as iron, erupted forth, with overwhelming force, striking Valamet precisely in the unsuspecting abdomen. Boom! With a deafening roar, Valamet felt a piercing pain in his abdomen, as if struck by a giant hammer. His internal organs felt as if they had been ripped apart and displaced. The black energy invaded his body like magma, instantly dissipating the black mist wherever it passed, tearing his meridians to shreds. Valamet's eyes widened, dark red blood mixed with broken teeth spurting out as he flew backward, crashing into the riverbank's rocky wall, sending pebbles tumbling down. He struggled to lift his head, staring intently at the limp giant-mouthed worm on the ground, and roared, Balzeb! You traitorous scum! So it was you who hid Leviathan. Balzeb slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, his massive jaws slowly closing, blackish red blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. Heh! Only now realizing it. Too late. His abdomen heaved violently. You thought I obediently devour that power? Too naive. I suppress my digestion, waiting for you to walk right into my trap. How does the power of your supreme leader taste? Valamet looked down at the spreading black marks on his abdomen. The energy was frantically gnawing at his body, making his already severely injured and unhealed physique even weaker. Valamet gritted his teeth and growled, Bastard! You shameless wretch! Using the Supreme Leader's power against me, you're not doing any good yourself. Even if you wound me, so what? In the end, you all be killed by me. He struggled to his feet, trembling as he grabbed a massive blade, and hopped laboriously towards the limp Balzeb on his single leg. Leviathan was also leaning against the rock wall. He was already very weak, and his forced exertion had aggravated his wounds, leaving him unable to fight any longer. Die! Valamet roared, slashing his blade fiercely. But at that moment, a black shadow, swift as lightning, swooped down from the ridge, crashing into the massive blade with lightning speed, knocking it from his hand, and sending it flying into the Gung River. What? Valamet exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with deep wariness as he looked at the dark figure that had stopped not far away. Balzeb and Leviathan both breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the figure. Lucifer, you finally arrived. The rest is up to you. Lucifer turned around, black long sword in hand, his face as cold as ever, but the arrogance in his eyes was even greater than before. You worked hard. Get some rest. Valamet's pupils dilated, his face filled with disbelief. You broken through to godhood? Lucifer's lips slowly curled into a smile. What? Surprised? This is all thanks to the divine crystals you brought from the outside world, otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to break through. Valamet gritted his teeth and sneered. So what if you broke through? Do you really think a low-level god can defeat me? Lucifer chuckled. Under normal circumstances, I would naturally be no match for you, but now, how much strength do you think you still possess? Valamet was taken aback, then a sense of uncertainty crept into his heart. He had already lost nearly half his strength after being ambushed by Calian, Valenza, and born disguised as Gollum. He had just taken a direct hit from Balzeb, and was now weakened. He couldn't afford to be caught off guard. He considered briefly, then scoffed, "You're incredibly naive. You deliberately infiltrated behind my army's lines just to ambush me? While you may have some skill, you're not qualified to fight me on my own turf." Lucifer stood a few feet away, his black robes fluttering in the river wind, his crimson eyes blazing with chilling killing intent. "Is that so?" He slowly raised his hand, the black sword in his palm humming and trembling. Terrifying death energy surged from his body like a dark tide, winding along his arm and wrapping around the blade to form a half-foot-long, pitch-black sword beam. Wherever the sword beam passed, the air sizzled and corroded. His black wings, over 10 feet wide, suddenly unfurled, their feathers swirling with an aura of destruction. He was like a demon god rising from the abyss, his oppressive aura shattering even the rubble beneath his feet. Before his words were finished, Lucifer's wings fluttered slightly, his figure transforming into a black lightning bolt, hurtling towards Volumet with a piercing shriek that tore through space. "Come on!" Volumet roared, suddenly standing up. Veins bulged on his single arm, 5 massive blades swirling into a shield, all infused with black energy, as he swung it fiercely at the oncoming sword beam. Boom! The two weapons, imbued with terrifying divine power, collided violently. A black energy shockwave exploded from the point of impact, causing the waters of the Gingshui River to surge into giant waves tens of meters high. The waves crashed against the riverbanks, splashing up a cloud of water mist. Volumet's legs were deeply embedded in the ground, his giant blade humming from the impact. He grinned mockingly. "Is that all the strength you got? You dare challenge me? How about this?" Lucifer's eyes flashed, his divine power erupting without restraint. The black sword's aura surged several feet, unleashing a torrent of deathly energy like a tsunami. Volumet felt an overwhelming force from the giant blade. His single leg could no longer support him, and he was thrown back several steps, carving 5 deep furrows beneath his feet. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Lucifer pressed his advantage, his wings flapping as he moved like a ghost, his black sword flashing like a venomous snake, relentlessly stabbing at Volumet's neck, heart, and other vital points. Volumet frantically swung his giant blade to parry, the 5 weapons dancing in his hands like a black blur. However, due to his single leg and injuries, his speed was far inferior to his opponent's, and his parries became increasingly frantic, sparks constantly flying from the sword's edge against his armor. In the heat of battle, Lucifer suddenly spun around, his black sword circling the giant blade's defense at an uncanny angle, its tip carrying the force of death as it aimed straight for Volumet's waist. Although Volumet had anticipated this, the dark energy from his previous abdominal wound was still eroding his body. He hastily dodged, but was still struck by the sword's edge. Sizzle! A crisp tearing sound rang out, and his waist armor shattered, revealing a deep, bone-revealing wound from which black blood gushed. Volumet staggered backward, his eyes finally softening from mockery to genuine fear as he looked at Lucifer. "Boy, you're taking advantage of my weakness. If you're so capable, come at me when I'm at my peak, and we settle this once more." Lucifer flicked his sword, a drop of blood falling to the ground. "Don't you think that's incredibly naive? My only purpose here is to kill you." Volumet's eyes widened. "Don't be so arrogant." He swung his 5 giant blades again, unleashing a series of slashes at Lucifer. Lucifer's expression hardened, and he immediately parried with his sword. Boom! 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 Lucifer easily blocked all the slashes. Volumet's strength was greatly reduced, and the power of his attacks was also diminished. However, in the blink of an eye, Lucifer realized that Volumet was gone. Looking again, he saw that the guy had escaped. Balzeb weakly cried out, "Lucifer, don't let him get away. Otherwise, we might never be able to return to the Library of the Sky." Even without Balzeb's reminder, Lucifer's figure had already left the spot, instantly catching up with Volumet. Volumet felt the rapidly approaching presence behind him and roared, "Lucifer, do you really want to fight me to the death?" Lucifer coldly replied, "Not fight to the death, but kill you. If you weren't afraid, why are you running away?" Volumet gritted his teeth and slashed backward again, trying to force Lucifer back and find an opportunity to escape. However, this twist aggravated his wound, causing more blood to flow from his abdomen. His slash also went astray. Lucifer didn't need to dodge at all. The slash flew diagonally past him, having no effect whatsoever. Damn it! Volumet felt extremely aggrieved. He, a dignified general of the Vade Empire, a super-strong expert at the mid-level of the god rank, was now being chased by a mere brat who had just advanced to the low level of the god rank. If this were in the past, Volumet would have been completely confident of an easy victory. Lucifer would have had no chance whatsoever, given the vast difference in their strength. Lucifer raised his black sword, aiming it at Volumet's back, magic surging within him as he thrust it forward. However, at that moment, a ball of black flame descended from the sky, crashing down upon Lucifer. Lucifer's eyes narrowed. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the fireball, he dared not be careless. He immediately sheathed his sword and retreated, dodging the attack. Boom! With a deafening roar, the fireball slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. Black flames roared within the crater, scorching the surrounding land black. Volumet was overjoyed at the sight. Tuck, you finally arrived. In the air, Tuck's massive body emerged from the clouds, his enormous vertical pupils staring down. Volumet, what are you doing running around like that? If I hadn't noticed something amiss in time, you'd be dead by now. Volumet gritted his teeth, pointing to the distant riverbank. You were all out fighting just now. I saw a dark figure flash through the army, so I chased after it, and found it was Leviathan, the one who assassinated Talik. I thought my strength was more than enough to deal with him, so I didn't pay much attention. I didn't expect them to team up and ambush me here. He then looked at Lucifer with a sinister glint in his eyes. Heh, kid, let's see what you can do now. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Come on. Lucifer's face darkened. He hadn't expected Tuck to be so alert and arrive so quickly. Chapter 857. Tuck, you come all this way here. Aren't you going to leave the battlefield? Lucifer said coldly. Tuck snorted. That's none of your concern. You should worry about yourself first. With that, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed another breath of dragon fire at Lucifer. Lucifer took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with killing intent, since that's the case. With a boom, a ball of red light erupted beneath Lucifer's feet, rapidly expanding until it instantly enveloped Volumet. What is that? Volumet was startled, but found that the red light caused no harm, as if it were just ordinary light. However, when he looked up again, Volumet was stunned, because everything around him seemed to have changed, yet remained the same. He and Lucifer were still by the Gung River, the water flowing gurgling, a gentle breeze rustling through the nearby bushes. Everything seemed normal. But Tuck is gone! What happened? Volumet looked up at the sky, but couldn't find Tuck anywhere. Where did Tuck go? Don't bother looking. Lucifer's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. He wasn't either of the duelists, so he wouldn't be here. A duel? Volumet's eyes widened. You challenged me to a duel? Lucifer slightly raised his black sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. Come on, now no one can disturb us. Today we decide the victor and the vanquished. Volumet tightened his grip on his great sword, looking around. He found that this place was almost identical to the previous world, the only difference being that it seemed only he and Lucifer were here. Is this dueling magic? Has it created a new space? If so, as long as I hold on, Tuck will come to save me. Don't even think about it. Lucifer said, once my duel magic is activated, we must decide a winner, otherwise neither of us can get out, and neither of us can get in, not even a god-level expert. Volumet's eyes flickered slightly. So, if you die, I can get out? Lucifer nodded. Theoretically, yes, but you have no chance. Volumet snorted. Humph, you're really confident. With that, he channeled his divine power, and 5 giant blades floated up, surrounding him. Since you're so eager to die, then die. Volumet suddenly exerted his strength, and the heaviest of the 5 blades detached from its array, slashing down with a piercing shriek. Before the blade even touched the ground, the blade's force had already carved a deep trench in the earth, and the black blade light, carrying corrosive black energy, enveloped Lucifer like a dark cloud. Even severely injured, the power of this attack was still terrifying, as if it could cleave the heavens and earth in two. Lucifer lightly touched the ground with his feet, his body drifting backward a few feet like a willow catkin. The giant blade slammed into the spot where he had just stood, instantly shattering the rock and sending fragments of stone mixed with black energy flying everywhere. Before Volumet could retract his attack, Lucifer used the momentum to charge forward, his black long sword emerging like a venomous snake, its tip gathering dense death energy, aiming straight for the crack in Volumet's chest armor. Child's play. Volumet sneered, his arm spinning with lightning speed, another giant blade blocking his chest, precisely striking the spine of the black sword. A crisp clang rang out, sparks flying. Lucifer felt a violent force travel through the blade, his arm slightly numb. But before he could regain his footing, Volumet's third giant blade slashed across like a scimitar, its blade trailing black energy, aiming straight for his sword-wielding arm, blocking his escape route. Lucifer's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Instead of retreating, he advanced, the tip of his sword lightly touching the edge of the giant blade. Using the recoil, he suddenly leaned back, his waist bending in a strange arc, barely avoiding the horizontal slash of the giant blade. At the same time, he flicked his wrist, the black sword following the curve of the giant blade upwards, deflecting it by half an inch with a clang. Taking advantage of this fleeting opening, Lucifer's wings flapped violently, his body soaring into the air like an arrow released from a bow. He performed a fluid somersault in midair, the black sword, propelled by the downward force, aimed straight for Volant's neck. Don't even think about it. Volant reacted with astonishing speed. Even though his movements were slightly slowed by his injuries, his arm still exploded with incredible speed. Two giant blades crossed and blocked his neck, forming an impenetrable barrier, while the remaining giant blade slashed down from above with great force, its blade shrouded in black energy, forming a three-dimensional net of offense and defense. Lucifer, finding no foothold in midair, and about to be struck by the giant blade, suddenly blazed with black light. His deathly power erupted, instantly increasing his speed by 30%. His figure became a black shadow, barely slipping through the gap between the intersecting blades. Sizzle! The black sword struck Volant's shoulder armor precisely. The blade's deathly power instantly corroded the armor, splitting the sturdy black iron shoulder armor open with a deep, bone-revealing wound, from which black blood gushed. Volant roared in pain, exerting all his strength. The remaining giant blade lashed out like a whip, whistling through the air as it struck Lucifer's abdomen. Lucifer used the momentum to leap backward, avoiding the blow, landing 3 on the way. Huff, huff, huff. Volant gasped for breath, his breathing becoming rapid, his arms trembling slightly. Clearly, the fierce battle had aggravated his injuries. He looked down at the wound on his shoulder, where black blood was gushing out, and the magic within his body was beginning to become disordered. Damn it! If I hadn't been ambushed by Balzeb, this brat wouldn't have been able to hurt me. He cursed inwardly, his eyes growing increasingly vicious. If Tuck can't get here, and this drags on, I'd be worn down to death by this kid sooner or later. Thinking this, a resolute glint flashed in Volant's eyes, and he let out a deafening roar. He suddenly stopped suppressing his injuries, instead channeling the last of his divine power, frantically burning his own essence, the foundation of his magic cultivated for 10,000 years, the very essence of a god-level expert. With a soft poof, a ball of jet-black flame erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. Fine black lightning crackled within the flame, radiating a world-destroying power. His previously chaotic aura surged dramatically. The wound on Volant's severed shoulder stopped bleeding, the torn flesh was temporarily repaired by the flame, and the muscles in his arm bulged, becoming even more robust than at his peak. 5 massive blades, enveloped in black flames, glowed with an eerie red light, the black energy at their edges almost solidifying into a tangible substance. Ha ha ha! Boy, feel despair. Volant laughed maniacally, his figure suddenly rising in height, the black flames around him forming a pillar of fire over 10 feet high. Let's see if you die or I die this time. Burning your essence? It seems you truly gone mad. Lucifer's eyes finally turned serious. He could clearly sense Volant's power, though unstable due to the burning of his essence, it possessed world-destroying destructive force. This secret technique of burning one's essence could cause a surge in strength for a short time, but the price was a rapid depletion of life force. Once the technique ended, one would either experience a sharp drop in cultivation level or perish on the spot. You forced me to this. Die! Volant roared madly, enveloped in almost solidified dark flames, charging towards Lucifer like a black meteor. The giant blade transformed into a black fire whip in his hand, each swing carrying the power to burn the space itself, igniting the air along its path, and creating streaks of black fire. Lucifer dared not be careless in the slightest. His wings fully unfurled, black feathers standing on end. The death power and divine strength within him erupted without reservation. The black light on his black sword mingled with the black fire of Volant, the murderous aura plunging the entire banks of the Gung River into deathly silence. Kill! He roared, no longer dodging, meeting Volant's giant blade head-on, with a fierce slash. This strike concentrated all his power. The death power on the sword formed a sword beam over 10 feet long, carrying an all-consuming might. Boom! The black sword beam and the black fire blade collided violently. Instead of a deafening explosion, a massive vortex of black energy formed. At the center of the vortex, the two extreme dark forces tore and merged wildly, the resulting gale sweeping across the area like sharp blades. The waters of the Gung River were whipped into towering waves tens of feet high, the spray crashing against the banks and crushing the rocks into powder. Amidst the flying sand and swirling stones, the world lost its color, leaving only the all-consuming black vortex. The next moment, the vortex suddenly erupted, sending Lucifer flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Cracks appeared on his black wings, feathers flying everywhere. He crashed heavily into the rock wall behind him, the wall collapsing with a deafening bang, burying him in the rubble. Lucifer coughed up a mouthful of black blood, struggling to crawl out of the rubble. His face was ashen, his chest heaving, and his hand gripping the black sword trembled slightly. He looked down at the wound on his palm. The power of death was rapidly draining away. In the previous clash, he had ultimately been at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha! Lucifer! I told you, you are no match for me. Volant laughed wildly, staggering slightly. The black flames around him dimmed. Clearly the backlash from burning his very essence had begun. But the madness in his eyes intensified. He raised his massive blade, once again conjuring a black flame. Die! I will grind you to dust. He dragged his burning body, step by step, towards Lucifer, each step leaving a burning footprint in the ground. Crash! The collapsed rock wall suddenly exploded, and Lucifer, surrounded by a faint black aura, slowly emerged from the rubble. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. The black blood on his fingertips condensed into a wisp of black smoke in his palm and dissipated. The rubble rolled down at his feet with a crisp thud, but it did not affect his composure in the slightest. Wolin approached, dragging his burning massive blade. The black flames illuminated his ferocious face, but Lucifer remained calm. The killing intent in his scarlet eyes was as deep as an icy pool, as if he were not the one who had just been blasted into the rock wall. A mere show of force bought with burning your very essence, and you dare to be so arrogant? Lucifer's voice was as cold as ice. His right hand trembled slightly as he wielded his black sword, the deathly power on its blade, though dimmed, still condensed. Wolint, already churning with blood and chi due to the backlash, was utterly enraged by these words. His single arm bulged with veins. Stubborn brat! I tear you to pieces right now! The giant blade, wreathed in remnants of black fire, slashed at Lucifer like a meteor, the wind carving a burning trench in the ground. This time, Lucifer didn't take the blow head-on. His black wings suddenly flapped, his figure transforming into a blurry black shadow, shooting out diagonally like a meteor, barely avoiding the giant blade's strike. Boom! The giant blade slammed into the rock wall, sending rubble and sparks flying, the entire wall collapsing with a deafening roar. Wolin turned to look. Lucifer had already landed on the broken rocks 10 feet away, his black robes fluttering in the wind, coldly watching him. Coward! You run but don't fight? Is this your way of dueling? Volamit roared, giving chase, his single leg leaving deep footprints in the ground, the black flames flickering with his frantic pace. Lucifer flapped his wings again, instantly covering 5 zhang, approximately 10 meters, in a single leap, his voice carried on the wind. A duel must be a matter of life and death, but there's no rule that it has to be a head-on collision. His figure weaved between the broken walls of the riverbank, each flap of his black wings creating a gust of wind, leaving Volamit far behind. Volamit was completely enraged, swinging his giant blade at Lucifer's afterimage, but each strike missed the rocks. He only had one leg left. Burning his source energy temporarily healed his injury, but it couldn't change the disadvantage of his missing limb. Lucifer's speed was astonishing. Sometimes he glided along the river's surface, sometimes he circled around giant trees, keeping Volamit completely out of his league in the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Huff, huff. Valamit's breathing grew heavier and heavier, the black flame surrounding him noticeably fading, the once solidified fire blade turning into flickering sparks. He suddenly realized with alarm that the power burning his very essence was rapidly draining away. Each pursuit accelerated his depletion. Once the fire died out, he would face certain death. Anxiety gnawed at Valamit's mind like a venomous snake. He swung his great sword more frantically, trying to force Lucifer into a direct confrontation, but Lucifer, like an indelible shadow, always maintained a fatal distance. Damn it! Fight me head-on if you dare! Volamit roared, his voice tinged with despair. Lucifer landed on a nearby boulder, coldly watching him. After you exhaust yourself, I send you on your final journey. As soon as he finished speaking, the black flames on Valamit's body flickered violently, then with a soft poof, they extinguished completely, black energy dissipating from his body like a tide. Deprived of his vital energy, Valamit's body visibly withered, his once robust frame shrinking into a skeletal shape. His single arm could no longer grip the great sword, which clattered to the ground. He swayed twice, his head drooping limply, before finally collapsing into the muddy riverbank with a thud. Only a weak breath proved he was still alive. Lucifer, black longsword in hand, walked step by step towards Volumet. You lost? Volumet struggled to raise his head, his entire being emaciated. No one who saw him would have guessed that this man, who looked like a dying old dog, was actually a Grand General of the Vade Empire, a super-strong mid-level god. You won, but I'm not convinced. Volumet's voice was filled with endless resentment and bitterness. Your resentment is useless. Lucifer slowly raised his long sword. The truth is, you lost not to me, but to this world. With that, the sword fell without hesitation, severing Volumet's remaining head. Even with the deepest resentment in his eyes, he couldn't change the outcome. A powerful figure fell, a god of slaughter descended. Chapter 858. With Volumet's death, the entire world began to tremble violently. Lucifer took a deep breath, channeling his magic to its fullest extent, his wings outstretched to their maximum extent. He shifted his gaze from Volumet's corpse to the sky. The sky was initially empty, but the next moment, the entire space collapsed, and they were back in their original world. Whoosh! Several enormous fireballs hurtled towards him, but Lucifer was prepared. With a flap of his wings, he flew away from his spot, the fireballs exploding with a deafening roar, the intense heat distorting even space itself. Lucifer calmly extinguished the sparks on the hem of his clothes. Tuck, you really have patience. In the air, Tuck's face was ashen. Lucifer's appearance meant Volumet's defeat. In a duel, defeat meant death. He looked down at the mangled, bloodied Volumet, sensing no trace of life. His heart, which had been pounding in his chest, finally died. You dared to kill Volumet? You really don't want to live. Lucifer sneered. Why wouldn't I dare kill him? If possible, I'd kill you too. Utterly arrogant. Tuck didn't say another word, unleashing another breath of dragon fire. However, Lucifer refused to engage and immediately flew towards Broken Cloud Peak. Trying to run? Tuck's eyes widened, his body tumbling through the clouds, chasing after Lucifer with rolling lightning. Above the banks of the Gung River, the dark clouds were torn apart by two terrifying auras, forming a narrow strip of clear sky. Lucifer flapped his black wings, each flap creating surging black air currents, carrying the power of death, tearing the air into countless tiny cracks. His figure transformed into a black streak of light, his speed pushed to its limit, even tearing a path through the clouds where he passed. The black sword that had just slain Volumet still trembled in his palm, the black blood on its blade not yet dried, but the oppressive aura emanating from behind prevented him from pausing for even a moment. Tuck's presence, like a mountain, remained firmly locked onto him. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed through the heavens. Tuck's massive black dragon body stretched out in the air, its wingspan easily 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, its jet-black scales gleaming with a cold, metallic light in the sunlight. As a natural-born aerial overlord, aerial combat was his domain. How could he allow Lucifer to escape after witnessing him kill General Wade? Tuck was enveloped in thousands of black lightning bolts, which danced and exploded among his scales, producing deafening roars, like a natural disaster. His speed was in no way inferior to Lucifer's. His massive body was surprisingly agile, like a meteorite carrying lightning, relentlessly pursuing Lucifer. Kill Volumet, and you won't escape. Stay here. Tuck's voice, carrying the intimidating power of a dragon, exploded in Lucifer's ears like thunder. His vertical pupils were filled with violent killing intent as he opened his mouth and spewed out a black dragon breath, carrying dense black lightning, like a raging river of thunder, sweeping towards Lucifer. The full power of a mid-level god-tier expert was unleashed without reservation. Wherever the dragon breath passed, the air was ionized, emitting a piercing sizzling sound, and even space itself was subtly distorted. Lucifer's heart sank. He knew the difference in strength between the two. Tuck was a genuine mid-level god-tier expert, full of vitality and brimming with magic power, far superior to Volumet, who had suffered repeated heavy blows and died from burning his life essence. He dared not be careless. His wings suddenly flapped faster, his body drawing a strange arc in the air, barely avoiding the direct impact of the dragon breath. However, the aftershocks of the dragon's breath still struck his flank, and black lightning spread along his robes, burning his skin with a stinging pain. Damn it! Lucifer gritted his teeth, forcibly circulating the remaining death energy within him to dispel the lightning clinging to his body. But Tuck's attacks followed relentlessly. Streams of black lightning erupted from his mouth, claws, and wings, the dense lightning weaving into a massive net that completely blocked Lucifer's escape route. Lucifer was like a small boat in a raging storm, forced to rely on his extreme speed to weave through the gaps in the lightning. Each dodge was fraught with danger, His black wings were already pierced by numerous small wounds from the lightning, and his feathers were charred and falling off. He attempted to change direction, diving towards the Gung River below, hoping to use the water for cover and escape. But Tuck had already anticipated his intentions. His massive body nimbly twisted in midair, blocking Lucifer's path, and simultaneously unleashed an even thicker dragon breath. The lightning power almost solidified, cleaving down towards Lucifer like a giant axe. Lucifer was forced to ascend sharply, his wings bearing immense pressure, his bones cracking and popping. Just then, a bolt of black lightning bolt shot out without warning from the clouds on his left. A hidden lightning bolt secretly gathered by Tuck, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Crack! The lightning struck Lucifer's left wing precisely, a sharp paralysis instantly spreading throughout his body. Large areas of the feathers on his left wing were charred black, and the force of his flapping decreased abruptly. Lucifer staggered, losing his balance in midair and plummeting downwards. He knew something was wrong and forcibly channeled his magic to try and regain his footing, but the paralysis in his left wing made it difficult to maintain his balance, and his speed decreased drastically. However, before he could readjust his posture, a massive black shadow descended from above, completely obscuring the light around him. Tuck hovered directly above Lucifer, his massive body radiating a suffocating pressure. A sinister grin spread across his face, his vertical pupils blazing with impatient killing intent, his sharp dragon claws slightly clenched, gleaming with a cold light. "I told you, you can't escape." The dragon's might, imbued with the power of thunder, pressed down on Lucifer like an invisible mountain, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Lucifer gripped his black sword, barely raising his head to look at the black dragon so close to him. His eyes showed no fear, only a resolute determination. However, just as he gathered all his death energy, preparing for a desperate fight, the Gung River below suddenly surged with a colossal wave. Splash! Two figures burst from the water, shooting into the air amidst a spray of water. It was Baalzeb and Leviathan, who should have already fled. Baalzeb's giant mouthworm body was covered in wounds, dark green blood mingling with the river water dripping down, clearly indicating that the energy he had used to suppress the Supreme Leader had severely weakened him. Leviathan's pale skin appeared even more withered, his body shrouded in a dull mist, his breath so weak it seemed he might dissipate at any moment. Lucifer's pupils constricted, his mouth gaped open, his face filled with disbelief and astonishment. While he was casting dueling magic on Volumet, the two of them had jumped into the Gung River without hesitation. Tuck had sensed the disturbance, but his attention was focused on Lucifer, and he hadn't given chase. He had assumed they had already escaped, but now they had appeared, standing between him and Tuck like two broken yet resilient barriers. "You? How did you get back?" Lucifer's voice trembled almost imperceptibly. Leviathan spoke with difficulty, his voice weak but firm. "You should leave quickly. Our injuries are too severe, we can't hold on much longer." "No!" Lucifer refused without hesitation, his black sword pointing directly at Tuck in the sky. "You are no match for him. If I leave, you will all die." He knew better than anyone that a mid-level god-tier black dragon in its prime was far beyond the capabilities of two heavily wounded undead lords. Baalzeb's massive jaws opened and closed, revealing a bitter smile. His voice was hoarse as a broken gong. "So what? At least after I, Baalzeb, die, I won't be condemned as a coward." A trace of guilt flashed in his enormous eyes. "I betrayed the undead realm, I betrayed you. I can't wash away this stain. But I don't want to die with this infamy. I have never underestimated you." Lucifer roared, his voice shaking the surrounding air. "As one of the 7 great lords of the undead realm, which one of us didn't crawl out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, enduring countless hardships to reach where we are today? Our glory and achievements cannot be underestimated by anyone." Baalzeb's massive jaws trembled slightly, their dark green. A moist glint appeared in his eyes. "Lucifer, thank you. Thank you for forgiving my mistakes and giving me a chance to do the right thing." He took a deep breath, his voice filled with deep regret. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid we never have the chance to fight side by side again." Leviathan stretched out his withered arm and gently patted Baalzeb's carapace, the movement clumsy yet warm. "It's all right, at least I'm still with you." He turned to look at Lucifer, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. "Go back and tell Annie that I completed my mission." "You?" Lucifer wanted to say something more, but an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly swept down from above, like the end of the world. Tuck, towering above, his massive black dragon body shrouded in dense black mist, his vertical pupils filled with ferocious killing intent. "You ignorant ants! Since you delivered yourselves to our doorstep, none of you will leave alive. Die!" Black lightning surged wildly around him, converging into a gigantic black fireball in his mouth. The fireball's surface was covered in fine lightning patterns, radiating world-destroying power. The surrounding space was scorched, distorted, and collapsed. Enough talk, let's go! Leviathan unusually raised his voice, a hint of urgency in it. Balasib roared, tell Annie, don't let us die in vain. We must slaughter all the Vades and liberate this world shrouded in darkness. His massive maw opened, and devouring magic began to surge wildly. Die! Tuck roared, and the black fireball in his mouth crashed down like a falling asteroid, whistling through the air, aimed directly at the three. Leviathan and Balzeb exchanged a glance, their eyes devoid of any fear of death, only displaying an unprecedented resolve. They simultaneously let out a desperate yet heroic roar, their magical power erupting without reservation. The two forces intertwined, forming a two-colored pillar of light that charged headlong towards the descending black fireball. However, before the world-destroying black fireball, their power was as insignificant as fireflies compared to the moon. The moment the pillar of light collided with the fireball, it was devoured and crushed by the fireball's terrifying energy. The black flame surged, forming a massive energy vortex that completely enveloped Balzeb and Leviathan. No! Lucifer's eyes widened in horror, two streams of black tears streaming down his face. He stared intently at the two figures engulfed in the flames, a powerful urge rising within him to rush forward and fight Tuck to the death. But he knew that if he turned back, he wouldn't save them, and he would betray their sacrifice. Lucifer gritted his teeth, almost breaking them, the taste of blood filling his mouth. He endured the excruciating pain, clenched his teeth, and channeled all the remaining death energy within him. His black wings flapped violently, propelling him at breakneck speed along the surface of the Gung River. Black shockwaves surged behind him, carving a long, narrow trail in the water. Behind him, the deafening roar of a black fireball exploding shook the heavens and earth, the terrifying shockwave whipping up a towering wave dozens of feet high, sweeping towards Lucifer. Feeling the scorching heat emanating from behind, he dared not linger. His wings flapped at their maximum speed, his figure like a black lightning bolt, instantly escaping the fireball's attack range. He didn't look back, he dared not look back. He knew that the two figures who had fought side by side, and who had parted ways, were now forever lost in that fiery light. Tears mingled with blood streamed down his face, dripping into the Gung River below and creating tiny ripples. The massive explosion lasted for several minutes. As the flames subsided, Tuck glanced at the two mangled corpses floating on the Gung River, frowning slightly. TCH, those two ants are really something else. They actually let Lucifer escape. Damn it! He looked back at Volumit's corpse, a hint of worry in his eyes. Volumit is dead. The chief will be furious. TSK, if only Urzel were here. That guy's got a good head, he could definitely handle the situation. Thinking this, he exhaled a cloud of black mist, enveloping Volumit's body and clutching it in his hand. Whatever. With the chief here, these guys in this world can only keep going for a few more days. Before long, they'd be defeated. Then, he let out a whoosh and flew towards the front lines. Above the battle line in front of the Celestial Library, four figures soared and tumbled, terrifying magical fluctuations spreading outwards, sending chills down everyone's spines. Ha ha ha. That was exhilarating. It's been so long since I felt this good. The Supreme Leader hovered in the air, two jet-black orbs spinning around him, emitting a buzzing sound. Across from him were Callan, Soraka, and Clarice. All three looked extremely pale. Blood trickled from Clarice's mouth, Callan's robes were riddled with holes, and his body bore several wounds. Only Soraka was in slightly better condition, but she was also panting heavily, her face somewhat ashen. This won't do, Callan said gravely. Even if we join forces, we can only hold him off temporarily. If this continues, we'd be powerless. Chapter 859. Soraka glanced down. The situation was extremely unfavorable for the Alliance. Although Chalk and Worm were absent, the Vade, with their numerical advantage, had still inflicted significant damage on the Alliance's defenses. At the current rate, given enough time, the Vade could completely breach the first line of defense. There's no other way now. We can only risk our old bones to buy time for Annie and the others. Corellius wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes showing no fear. I lived since the beginning of the world. My brothers and sisters are all dead. The only thing I cherish is this world, the world my father created with his body, the thing I protected my whole life. And now, someone can take my place. Even if I die, I can rest in peace. Callan scoffed. What are you talking about? Millions of years haven't worn you down. What are a mere Vade? Don't worry, Once Annie and the others emerge from seclusion, our turning point will come. Whoosh. At that moment, a dark cloud carrying rolling thunder roared in from the horizon. Carlin's expression hardened. Oh no, Tuck is back. Soraka narrowed her eyes, as if trying to make out the huge figure in the clouds. Lucifer, did they succeed? Colaris shook her head. Hard to say. I didn't want to take such a risk in the first place. After all, Annie told us to hold back and not attack first. But Lucifer was too insistent. Without Annie, no one could stop him. Yes. Carlin sighed. Tuck discovered it too early. Even if they kill Wyrmt, it'd be hard for them to escape. At this moment, the Supreme Leader's gaze also turned to the clouds, his voice icy as he asked, Tuck, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? Tuck's massive body descended, almost prostrate on the ground. Supreme Leader, please forgive me. I discovered Volumet was missing and, sensing something amiss, went to look for him. I found that Baalship had joined forces with 2 other undead lords to ambush him. Oh! The Supreme Leader's expression was indifferent. They're quite bold, aren't they? But with Volumet's strength, dealing with them should be a piece of cake. Tuck's eye twitched slightly, and he placed a corpse shrouded in black mist on his claws. The mist dissipated, revealing the corpse's true form. The Supreme Leader was stunned. After just one glance, his eyes narrowed sharply. Volumet? Why is this happening? Volumet's massive body had shriveled up, like a dehydrated mummy. Both of his bald necks lacked heads, one with a fresh cut, clearly just severed. He had only 4 of his 6 arms left, and his body bore hundreds of wounds, the most striking being the deep, bone-revealing sword wound on his back, and the gaping hole in his abdomen still emitting black smoke. The Supreme Leader frowned. He sensed a familiar aura from the wound in Volim's abdomen. It seemed to be his own power. Tuck's face was grim. He briefly recounted what he knew. That's how it happened. Baalzeb and Leviathan were killed on the spot, while Lucifer managed to escape. However, he's injured. I ordered the route from Broken Cloud Peak to the Celestial Library to be sealed off. He can't escape. The Supreme Leader remained silent, but his ashen face spoke volumes. After a long pause, a terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the entire world to tremble. Do you know how many resources, and how long it takes to cultivate a powerhouse like Volumet? I won't even mention the divine-level powerhouses you lost before, but now even Volumet is dead here. Do you really think Vade has no one left? A violent force surged towards the Alliance's protective shield. With a deafening roar, the shield, already bearing the brunt of the attack, cracked open with several fissures. The mages supporting the shield felt a tightness in their chests, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The shield immediately became unstable. Not good. Terrason's expression changed drastically. He stretched out his slightly numb arm, activating the crystal ball, and injecting magic power to forcibly stabilize the shield's magic array. The others also exerted all their strength to maintain the shield and prevent it from collapsing. Valenza's face showed astonishment. This was just a single attack, yet it had caused such massive damage to the protective shield. This power was beyond his comprehension, far surpassing that of Tuck and his group. Valenza wondered if he were to face this Supreme Leader, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. Is this the power of a high-level god? Everyone in the Alliance wore a grave expression. They knew the upcoming battle would be extremely difficult, but they hadn't expected it to be this difficult. This was only the first wave of attacks, and the ancient, top-tier defensive magic array had already crumbled. The Supreme Leader's face was writhing with tentacles, appearing terrifying. You killed my great general. Then you will all be buried with him. His octopus-like head was covered in wrinkles, and dozens of tentacles thrashed wildly behind him. 2 of the thickest tentacles slowly extended, their tips gleaming with an eerie, ghostly blue light, and gently touched 2 black beads floating before him. The 2 beads were entirely black, their surfaces shrouded in dense dark energy. The moment the tentacles touched them, the beads paused slightly, then erupted with a piercing shriek. Their black energy surged, transforming into 2 jet-black streaks of light that crashed towards the protective shield with devastating force. Stop him! The shield can't withstand another attack. Callan's expression changed drastically. His gaunt body burst forth with astonishing speed as he charged forward, wielding the soul-severing blade. The bone-white blade was instantly enveloped in the power of death, forming a half-long jet-black sword beam. He leaped into the air, slashing down at the bead on the left. The blade tore through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Soraka reacted just as swiftly, slamming her scepter of light heavily into the ground. Holy golden light erupted from the scepter's tip, instantly coalescing into a shield of light over 10 feet thick. The shield was covered in intricate runes, radiating an aura of purification, and firmly blocked the path of the bead on the right. Holy Light's protection, she chanted, her holy light intensifying as she fully activated the shield's defensive power. Boom! Boom! Two deafening roars rang out almost simultaneously, shaking the heavens and earth. Callan's soul-severing blades slashed fiercely at the bead, the black sword light colliding violently with the bead's black aura, sparks flying. However, the bead's hardness far exceeded expectations. The soul-severing blade not only failed to sever it, but was instead repelled by the recoil, the blade emitting a mournful cry. Callan's frail figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Soraka's shield of light, though barely managing to withstand the impact of the orbs, was also teetering on the brink of collapse under the corrosive influence of the black energy. The runes on the shield rapidly dimmed, the holy golden light being continuously devoured by the black energy. It only held for a moment before shattering with a crisp sound, dissipating into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. The two orbs, however, remained completely unaffected, still charging towards the protective shield with terrifying force. "We can't let them succeed," Kolaris roared. As the librarian of the Celestial Library, his soul was already one with the library's magic array, allowing his power to directly affect the protective shield. An ancient, primordial aura erupted from him. His gray robes billowed without wind, his silver-white hair danced wildly, and his magical power surged forth without reservation, flowing like a raging river into the magic array beneath his feet. As Kolaris's power surged in, the previously dim runes on the protective shield instantly lit up, a faint red light covering its surface, dramatically increasing its defensive capabilities. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two incoming orbs, their hearts in their throats, watching helplessly as they crashed heavily into the shield, carrying an aura of destruction. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the universe, and a dazzling light instantly rose up, turning the entire sky a blinding white. The terrifying destructive force spread wildly outwards from the point of impact, the surrounding mountains and rivers utterly vulnerable before this power, collapsing, shattering, and ultimately being leveled. Sand and stones flew, and fierce winds howled, as if the end of the world had arrived. The blinding light stung everyone's eyes, forcing them to instinctively shield their eyes with their arms. After an unknown amount of time, the light gradually faded, revealing the protective shield. The shield was covered in a dense network of cracks, spreading and widening like a spiderweb, emitting a series of grating cracking sounds that pounded at everyone's hearts. Callan struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, swallowing hard, his voice trembling slightly. Did it hold? But before he could even catch his breath, Kolaris beside him suddenly swayed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning deathly pale. He was connected to the magic circle, the impact of the shield directly affecting him. His magical energy was now in disarray, and his body was damaged in multiple places. At the same time, with a deafening bang, before everyone's horrified eyes, the shield finally collapsed, shattering into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. Without the protective shield, the white jade dome of the Celestial Library was exposed to the Vade Army's view. Black beads hovered in midair, emanating a chilling aura, while the Vade Army in the distance erupted in deafening cheers. Kolaris collapsed to the ground, staring at the dissipating shield, his eyes filled with despair. Callan, Soraka, and the others also wore grim expressions. The shattering of the shield meant they had lost their first layer of protection. Retreat! Activate the second line of defense! Soraka shouted immediately, simultaneously releasing her light power to lift Kolaris's massive body. The Alliance army, receiving the order, retreated without hesitation, like a receding tide. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tuck ordered his entire army to pursue. The deafening roar of the shattering shield had barely faded when the Vade army erupted in a thunderous roar of excitement. The black-armored soldiers, their eyes bloodshot, their hands gripping their weapons, veins bulging with elation, surged forward like a black tide bursting its banks at Tuck's dragon-like command, chasing after the Alliance army. Millions of soldiers stretched for miles, their footsteps shaking the earth slightly. Black energy gathered above the ranks, forming a massive, overwhelming cloud that swept in with an aura of destruction. The Alliance ranks initially fell into brief panic. The sight of the shattered shield was too shocking. Many soldiers turned pale, their hands trembling slightly as they gripped their weapons. Scattered disturbances appeared within the ranks. What's the panic? Hold the formation. Terrason's shout pierced the chaos. She stood at the rear of the formation, holding a crystal ball, blue runes illuminating her, stabilizing the surrounding soldiers. Kinesar's body blazed with flames, his crimson armor transforming him into a moving ball of fire. He waved his hand. Elite troops, follow me. Cover our rear. Dozens of heavily armored undead warriors charged forward, forming a defensive array with massive shields and long swords. Gidasar led the charge, his fiery fist slamming into the vanguard of the Varid. Boom! Flames collided with black mist, instantly incinerating several Varid soldiers. But more black-armored soldiers surged forward, trampling over the corpses of their comrades, the clang of blades clashing against shields echoing through the air. The rearguard held the line, their flesh and blood buying time for the main force to retreat. Screams mingled with the clash of weapons, blood staining the ground before them. Terrasin and several generals weaved through the ranks, shouting commands. Archers and mages, take turns providing cover. Mages, cast slowing spells. The allied soldiers gradually calmed down from their initial panic. Archers retreated in alternating formations, their arrows imbued with elemental power, as they rained down on the pursuers. Mages chanted spells, causing ice spikes to rise from the ground, and slowing air currents to temporarily halt the advance of the Vaid army. Although soldiers fell along the way, and supplies were scattered in the hasty retreat, under the orderly command of their generals, most men quickly retreated towards the second line of defense. Only when the last rearguard soldier returned to the second line of defense did Granisa break out with the remaining elite troops. He had only half his original force, but they had successfully bought enough time. Activate the Grand Formation. Soraka, who had been waiting at the top of the defensive line, immediately gave the order upon seeing the main force safely withdraw. Asmodeus accepted the order and led dozens of mages to the top of the defensive tower, their hands simultaneously glowing as they channeled their energy into the magic circle on the ground. A deafening roar erupted as the magic array activated, and a thick fog suddenly billowed across the plains outside the defensive line. The fog rose from the ground, spreading rapidly like a white tide, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The fog grew denser, reducing visibility to less than 3 feet. The Vaid army's pursuit was abruptly halted, the charging soldiers lost their way in the sea of fog, colliding and trampling each other, their once orderly formation turning into utter chaos. The allied soldiers leaned against the city walls, panting heavily, looking at the churning fog outside the city, a hint of relief finally appearing on their faces. Chapter 860. Stop! The Supreme Leader roared, and the Vaid soldiers halted their pursuit. Tuck approached the Supreme Leader, cautiously examining the endless mist. Supreme Leader, what? What is this power? It seems familiar. The Supreme Leader took a deep breath. Familiarity is good. This is the power of Vaid. It must have been brought here by that person. Tuck was startled. You mean the guy riding the flying sword? The Supreme Leader nodded. He once visited our world, but he concealed his aura and didn't directly confront me. However, he collected our power core. This must be a new formation he created by comprehending its secrets and combining them with his own insights. He then ordered, everyone retreat 10 miles and set up camp. Until the characteristics of this mist are understood, no one is allowed to follow. Then let's move out. Tuck immediately replied, yes. Inside the second line of defense of the Celestial Library, Callan breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The guy finally stopped. Luckily, we had Teacher's Magic Circle, otherwise we would have been really on the defensive. Soraka helped Kararis sit down on the ground. Kararis, how are you? Kararis waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not dead. But that octopus head is really powerful. It even managed to break the 7 stars connecting heaven array, and it did it with brute force. To be honest, I never seen anyone do that before. Soraka sighed. The situation is indeed bad. But fortunately, Lucifer really succeeded. I saw Valent's corpse. He's dead beyond any doubt, so the pressure on us can be eased a little. Carlin shook his head. Don't be too happy yet. Lucifer hasn't returned. Judging from Tuck's actions, he's probably injured Lucifer. We can't count on him for the time being. Besides, Lucifer was acting in conjunction with Baalzeb and Leviathan. Lucifer has the ability to escape, but those two. Everyone fell silent, understanding that although they hadn't seen the 2 bodies, Baalzeb and Leviathan were likely dead. Especially the remaining undead lords. These 7 had fought amongst themselves for millennia, none able to defeat the others, before uniting and forging deep bonds. Now, with 2 of them gone, it was a painful blow to them all. Callan said, some of you may not know, but Baalzeb actually reformed during his exile, and did many things for our alliance. Robert forged those twin swords, which Baalzeb took to Born. And after Leviathan helped kill Talek, he hid with Baalzeb to avoid being discovered by the Varids. Valenza nodded, that's right. Annie never intended to kill him in the first place, and Lucifer's appearance gave her the opportunity. She took the chance to give the twin swords and a communication talisman to Baalzeb, explaining the situation to him during his exile. Baalzeb knew his sins were grave and was willing to atone for them. Belfinger exclaimed in surprise, "Annie is really bold, putting such important things on that guy. What if he doesn't want them?" Valenza gave a bitter smile. "I was secretly following him the whole time. If he had shown even the slightest abnormality, he probably would have been dead that night." Granice's expression was also grim. That infernal dream last time severely damaged Leviathan. Even without encountering danger, he might have collapsed from his injuries. Now they're even thinking of assassinating Volumet. I really don't know what they're thinking. It's a one-way trip. Callahan shook his head. That's the persistence of the undead. But it's precisely because of their efforts that we're not so passive for the foreseeable future. If Volumet were still alive, our pressure would only be greater. Bronto asked with some worry. While our current formation is profound, it's ultimately derived from the same source as Vade's power. It won't be long before they figure it out. What will we do then if they find a way to break through? Carrara said, "Don't worry about what happens next. Our goal is just to buy time. These things are nothing compared to a high-level god. We need to stall for as long as possible." Karen nodded. "Just now, the three of us fought him, but he didn't even use his full strength. I don't know why. Maybe he had some reason, or maybe he was just toying with us. But if he had used his full strength, the three of us wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Add to that Tuck and those Vade god-level experts, and we have absolutely no chance of winning on the front lines. We can only pin our hopes on that little girl, Annie." Granisa clenched her fist and said, "But even if Annie breaks through to the god level, she can't possibly fight against that octopus head, right? The gap between the two sides is still too big." Callahan smiled slightly. "She can't do it alone, of course, but don't forget, there's also Born. The two of them have cultivated the spirit division and soul fusion technique together. No one has successfully cultivated this technique in 10,000 years. It was brought from another world by my master. I believe everyone here is familiar with it, right?" Soraka nodded. "The spirit division and soul fusion technique is indeed profound. Spirit division allows you to separate different elements from your primordial magic, while soul fusion allows you to continuously evolve by fusing with celestial souls. Combining the two allows you to defy fate. Now, Born has successfully fused 5 celestial souls, evolving the soul fusion technique to a terrifying level. Their combined cultivation will definitely be twice as effective. However, I'm also worried. Although they are extremely talented, time is running out. There isn't enough time for them to grow." Callahan said, "That's why we need to buy time. As long as Born can fuse the starry sky and crimson flame heavenly souls again, his power will increase to another level. Breaking through to the mid-level god rank won't be a problem. Plus, with their soul contract and cultivation technique connection, helping Annie complete her breakthrough will be quick too." Kolaris then looked at Soraka. "Soraka, I remember you also have a heavenly soul, right?" Soraka paused, then smiled bitterly, raising her scepter. "It's here." As she spoke, a holy light shone from the gem at the top of the scepter. Callahan shook his head. "Soraka is now our top combatant. We must keep her at her peak, so the holy light heavenly soul cannot be given to Born." "Then where are the 2 other heavenly souls in this world?" Janisa asked. A moment of silence followed. Carrara spoke first. "I received word a while ago that the rushing heavenly soul had appeared in the Sea of Death, but that was hundreds of years ago. The other, the Annihilation heavenly soul, is the most mysterious. Its whereabouts have been unknown for millennia." Bronte shook his head. "We're trapped here now. How can we possibly search for the heavenly souls in the Sea of Death? That path is probably blocked." Callahan said, "It's alright. That kid was incredibly lucky to obtain 7 heavenly souls. As for the remaining 2, let fate decide." Valenza nodded. "If they can truly break through to the mid-level god rank, we certainly have a fighting chance. After all, they often defeated opponents stronger than themselves before. They can definitely do it again." Hope ignited in everyone's eyes. After so much interaction, they had complete confidence in Annie and Born's strength. The powerful Vades didn't seem so terrifying after all. On the snow-capped mountain southwest of Broken Cloud Peak, a dark figure hid in a crevice, a pair of dark eyes intently watching the outside world, alert to any slight movement. Not far away, a group of Wade soldiers were gradually approaching, 3 to a time, carefully searching among the rocks. At this moment, a Wade soldier slowly walked to the crevice, gently parted the rocks with his spear, and craned his neck to peer inside. The next moment, a pair of dark eyes met his. Before he could shout, a black sword pierced his neck, his voice cut short before it could even escape. He clutched the wound on his neck in terror, but blood kept seeping from between his fingers. Thud. The longsword was pulled out, blood gushing forth. The Wade's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground in despair. Huh? What happened? Nearby Wades noticed the commotion and rushed over to investigate. But as they approached, the pile of rocks suddenly exploded, and a dark figure rushed out. A flash of black light, and in an instant, 4 or 5 Wades were decapitated. It's Lucifer, found him. One Wade was about to fire a signal when Lucifer killed him with a single sword stroke. Another Wade staggered down the mountain, pulling the trigger on his hand as he ran, but in his panic, he couldn't budge it. Damn it! What? Need my help? Lucifer's figure was already behind him, his voice a death sentence. He tried to turn around, but the world spun around him, and his head hit the ground. Having resolved everything, Lucifer leaned weakly against a boulder. His battle with Wormed had exhausted all his magic, and then he was pursued by Tuck, sustaining severe injuries from which he hadn't yet recovered. He's like a persistent ghost. Lucifer spat. That Tuck guy even had people searching this place. Luckily, we didn't encounter any god-level experts. He looked up at the direction of the Gung River in the distance. TSK, what a nuisance. Going back won't be so easy now. Tuck had now deployed a large number of people near Broken Cloud Peak, even sending 3 god-level experts to block Lucifer's path back to the Celestial Library. If anyone discovered his trail, they would immediately send a signal, and the other Vades would converge. Lucifer acted swiftly, eliminating the small team in an instant, without causing much of a commotion. However, he couldn't stay here any longer. TCH, you won't let me go back? Fine, I won't. Lucifer sneered, flapping his wings and flying in the opposite direction. The divine plane is so vast, it can't be filled with Vades everywhere. Soon, he left Broken Cloud Peak, heading towards the border between Mount Light and Mount Water. Sure enough, the Vades had concentrated most of their power in the Celestial Library, leaving them with much less control over other areas. Although he encountered some Vades along the way, they were too weak. He didn't even need to lift a finger, as they could barely detect him. Thus, he smoothly arrived at a former stronghold of Mount Water. This was once an outpost established by Mount Water on the outskirts of the Sea of Death, now abandoned and deserted for miles around. Lucifer entered the stronghold. Nothing was left there, which suited him well. After hiding for so long, he could rest here for a while. However, just as he sat down, a figure suddenly appeared from around the corner. Lucifer's eyes narrowed, and almost instinctively, he drew his long sword, thrusting it towards the man's throat. Wait! The man shouted, raising his hands. Lucifer frowned slightly, but his sword remained at the man's throat, not plunging down. Upon closer, Lucifer realized the man was an old man, only half his height, and lame. He looked frail and weak, and judging from his aura, seemed to be only at the Supreme Origin realm. Who are you? Lucifer asked. The old man pointed to the long sword at his throat, swallowed hard, and said, Could you please remove that? I'm not a Vaed. There's no need for this. Lucifer thought about it, and realized the old man's strength posed no threat. He sheathed his sword and said coldly, Now you can speak. The old man struggled to his feet, looked up at Lucifer for a moment, and then said, My name is Daka. Cough, the name isn't important. What's important is that I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Lucifer's eyes flickered slightly. You knew I would come? The old man nodded. I not only knew you would come, but I also knew you were the arrogant Lord Lucifer. Lucifer's expression changed. Besides you, who else knows? The old man quickly waved his hand. Don't get excited, nobody knows except me. You might not know me, but Annie definitely knows me. She came to me for help back then. You know Annie? The old man said, That was many years ago. Originally, I was hiding in Qinglan City, and wasn't discovered by the Wades. But recently, that guy Green found me, saying he predicted my fate was coming to an end. He also possesses precognitive magic. With his strength, predicting the fate of a nobody like me is a piece of cake. He has no reason to lie to me. After all, in this world, only the two of us possess precognitive magic, and have cultivated it to a level above the Supreme Origin realm.